I have transmigrated. And I have actually crossed over into the Dragon Ball world I have always dreamed of. Vegeta, aren't you going to save Grelin? He is an elite scion, yet he actually allowed himself to be ambushed by a native and even had his tail severed. Trash like that. Why bother saving him at all? But, if you dare to keep whining, you can stay here with him. Soon 7 or 8 small spacecraft roared up from the ground in trails of fire, and in just a short while they had already broken through the atmosphere into the vastness of space. On the surface of this planet, a child still lay sprawled on the ground. He appeared to be around 6 years old, with a broad, spirited face, chubby and short, giving off a sturdy tigerish look. At this moment, his entire body was covered in wounds, and the tail behind his hips had been severed, a picture of grievous injury. Hiss! Grelin suddenly jolted awake from unconsciousness as a flood of information crashed into his mind. The stabbing agony in his brain forced a muffled groan from his throat, and immediately afterward, he passed out again. Yet just before he completely lost consciousness, a single thought flashed through Grelin's mind: I have transmigrated. Daylight faded into night, and night yielded to dawn over and over again. During this span of time, Grelin's soul from his previous life ceaselessly devoured the soul of this body's original owner, while his very dimension underwent strange, unfathomable changes. Grelin himself was unaware of any of this. After 3 days had passed, he finally awoke once more. I have transmigrated. Lying on the ground, Grelin finally sorted out the memories in his mind, and he laughed in genuine joy. Dragon Ball had been his favorite anime, and he had never imagined that after a single sleep he would awaken within this very world. During this transmigration, he had not discovered any system like cheat, yet he had become a scion. Being a scion together with the memories of his previous life, this was his greatest golden finger. One must know that scion bloodlines are utterly broken. If they transform into the Super Saiyan 1 state, their power can increase 50-fold. In the Super Saiyan 2 state, their power can rise 100-fold. Then what about transforming into Super 5, Super 6, or even Super 10? Although in the anime the highest Super Saiyan state shown is only Super 4, who can say for certain that Super 4 is the true limit of the Saiyan race? Limits exist to be shattered. Grelin did not believe that Super 4 was the ceiling for Saions. Besides, there was still the path of becoming a god. If he combined Saiyan transformations with the path to godhood, advancing on both fronts, then one day, punching the god of destruction and kicking the Omni King might not remain mere fantasy. Just as Grelin was indulging in visions of his glorious future, he overlooked something very important. It hurts so much. The agony of his severe injuries dragged Grelin back from his reverie. It was now age 737. Planet Vegeta had only recently exploded, and the Vegeta squad had all been detained by Frieza. Grelin was also a member of the Vegeta squad. Yet during a mission 3 days prior, he had been ambushed by the natives of this planet, and had even had his tail chopped off. To qualify as a member of the Vegeta squad, Grelin was naturally an elite scion. Yet precisely because he was an elite scion, the fact that he had been successfully ambushed by a native and even had his tail cut off was unforgivable. In Vegeta's view, this was nothing less than an insult to the entire scion race. Thus Vegeta showed no mercy at all. He simply destroyed Grelin's spacecraft, leaving him to live or die on this planet. It hurts. Vegeta in the early storyline really is vicious. Grelin lay on the ground, his face ashen from the intense pain coursing through his body. He was not in the least surprised that Vegeta could be so cruel even to his own comrades. In the early plot, Vegeta was nothing short of a little demon. For example, when Vegeta and Nappa invaded Earth, Nappa was grievously injured by Son Goku and begged Vegeta to save him. Yet Vegeta regarded a comrade who had lost his value as a burden and personally killed Nappa. Damn you, Millennium Runner-Up. One day I'll beat you until you're kneeling and begging for mercy. Grelin's expression grew increasingly ugly. Besides his grievous injuries, he also felt an intense emptiness gnawing at his stomach. He had already been unconscious for 3 days. In those 3 days, he had not taken a single drop of water. Given his current condition where he could not move at all, never mind future revenge against Vegeta, he might not even last another hour. The situation was extremely dire. Was he really going to die right after transmigrating? Clenching his teeth against the pain, Grelin forced himself into a frantic brainstorm. The natives of this planet had already been completely wiped out. There was no one left who could possibly save him. His spacecraft had been destroyed, so there was no way to escape this world either. Use Dragon Balls. Use Senzu Beans. That was even more unrealistic. Damn it. At this moment, aside from his mouth, not a single part of Grelin's body could move. Fresh blood continued to spurt from his lips. In such a situation, what method was left that could keep him alive? Wait. It was age 737 now, and planet Vegeta had only just exploded. A sharp gleam flashed across Grelin's mind. He had it. If there was anyone who could still keep him alive, there was only one person. Whis. Grelin weakly called Whis's name toward the sky. Yes, under these circumstances, only the Angel of Universe 7 could save him. According to the Dragon Ball Super storyline, Beerus had ordered King Vegeta to seek out the finest pillow in the universe for him. King Vegeta, however, kept the very best pillow for himself and presented Beerus with only the second best. This angered Beerus, and one of the reasons planet Vegeta was destroyed by Frieza was Beerus's command. Grelin also knew that at this time Beerus had a strong dislike for Psyots. But now it was age 737 who planet Vegeta had only just exploded, which meant Beerus had only recently entered his slumber. Thus Grelin did not need to worry about accidentally summoning Beerus. As for whether Whis would respond to his call, he probably would. And Mr. Whis, I have here the most delicious food in the entire universe. Would you like to give it a try? Grelin cried out weakly. Based on his understanding of Whis, the angel would hardly pass up such a delicacy. Whis, you have to come. In an unimaginably distant realm, there existed an inverted pyramid world, every corner suffused with an aura of destruction. By a lakeshore stood a refined gentleman, tall and slender, with pale blue skin and long white wavy hair. A divine halo floated around his neck, making him appear radiant and holy. Beside him a cup hovered in the air, and within it swam a loach-like fish. An angel and a loach side by side gazed together at a distant palace. The prophetic fish leaned against the rim of the cup and muttered helplessly, "He has barely destroyed a few planets, and Lord Beerus has fallen into slumber again. What a hopelessly lazy bum." As a member of the realm of destruction gods, the prophetic fish naturally knew how powerful Beerus was. Back then, because of the King of All's game of hide and seek, the 12 universes gods of destruction had once clashed in battle. To call it a battle was generous, for in truth it was Beerus being besieged by the other 11 gods of destruction. Yet the outcome was that Beerus alone beat every one of them to the ground. In the end, the only ones who managed to withdraw with any semblance of dignity aside from Beerus's own brother Xiangpa were that old mouse Quitella. It was that very battle that earned Beerus the title of strongest god of destruction. What a pity. Such a mighty god of destruction, yet because of his indolent nature the universe he governed ranked second to last. It truly made the prophetic fish feel too ashamed to face anyone. Oh ho ho! Whis held a long staff in his right hand and chuckled. If Lord Beerus were to hear you calling him a lazy bum, you would be finished. With that one laugh, his sacred angelic image instantly shattered, turning comical and goofy instead. I am not afraid. Lord Beerus is asleep. He cannot hear me anyway. And how do you know I will not tell Lord Beerus once he awakens? Whis you. The prophetic fish's eyes widened nervously. You are not really going to tell Lord Beerus, are you? Whis covered his mouth and snickered. That depends on whether you know how to behave. The prophetic fish was left speechless, dark lines all but forming across its face. This master and servant were truly something else. One loved to sleep and the other loved to gorge on delicacies. Put bluntly, they were the very embodiment of gluttony and sloth. In truth, the angel before it was far more terrifying. Beerus might be the strongest god of destruction, yet he could not even withstand a casual move from Whis. For every one of Beerus's abilities had been taught to him by Whis. Whis's true identity was in fact Beerus's teacher. As for Whis's real strength, that was something no one knew. Fine. I will give you all the delicacies I've been hoarding for so long, but you must not tell Lord Beerus then. The prophetic fish looked utterly heartbroken at the thought. Whis licked his lips, his eyes brimming with anticipation. He was about to taste something delicious again. Suddenly a weak voice echoed, "W. Whis?" As the angel of a universe, Whis naturally heard someone calling his name, but he paid it no mind. He and Beerus had left behind many legends in Universe 7. It was quite normal for people to call out his name. By habit, he would simply ignore such voices. Yet in the next instant, "Mr. Whis, I have the most delicious food in the entire universe here. Would you like to try some?" The words that followed made Whis's eyes blaze with sudden fervor. "Whis, what is wrong with you?" The prophetic fish took out its long-treasured delicacies from an extra-dimensional space, only then noticing something amiss with Whis. Why did Whis look so extremely worked up? No, whenever this fellow wore that expression, it could only mean he had encountered something delicious. The prophetic fish reacted instantly. Just as it was about to speak, Whis at its side transformed into a streak of 7-colored light and shot into the sky. At the same time, he left behind a single sentence, "We will call my going out, and you're calling Lord Beerus a lazy bum even. Neither of us will mention anything to Lord Beerus. Damn it, he went off to eat something tasty without even taking me." The prophetic fish cursed up at the sky. Yet just as it finished swearing, it suddenly fell into slumber for no apparent reason at all. Had Whis not left, he would have been astonished, for this was the state the prophetic fish entered whenever it began to prophesy. Elsewhere, Jellin lay sprawled on the ground. 2 minutes had passed since his first cry for help, yet Whis still had not arrived. Could it be that Whis truly did not hear me? Jellin spat out another mouthful of blood. According to what the anime had shown, when Whis took Beerus from the realm of destruction gods to North Kai's planet, It should have taken 26 minutes at normal speed. But in the end, under Beerus's adamant urging, Whis took only 3 minutes to travel from the realm of destruction gods to North Kai's planet. Likewise, given Whis's longing for gourmet food, he should not take more than 3 minutes to arrive here either. As time trickled by, another 10 minutes passed, and Jelen's life force grew ever weaker. Damn it. Am I really going to die? I am so unwilling. I have yet to punch Beerus and kick the entire. Suddenly, punch Lord Beerus. Kick the entire what? A voice drilled into Jelen's ears, and his pupils abruptly contracted. Was it him? Jelen lay on the ground wanting to turn his head, but his body could no longer move. Soon a figure approached and entered his field of vision. He saw pale blue skin, white hair, and a staff held in hand. An angel. Looking at that face more closely, it was truly Whis. Whis had really heard his words and had personally descended here. At that moment, Jelen forgot his pain entirely and rejoiced madly in his heart. Whis lowered his head to look at the child on the ground, his brows knitting together. A scion. That should not be. Had the scion race not been wiped out along with planet Vegeta by Frieza? How could there still be a surviving scion? Had Frieza gone against Lord Beerus's decree? Whis shook his head again. Whether or not Frieza had defied Lord Beerus's will had nothing to do with him. He was an angel, his duty was to serve and instruct the god of destruction. He had to remain neutral and could not participate in any battles within the universe. So even if he knew Frieza had violated Beerus's orders, Whis would not react. However, just now you said you would punch Lord Beerus, and kick whom exactly? A teasing light flickered through Whis's eyes. Barring any surprises, this little fellow was probably planning to say he would punch Beerus and kick the king of all. What a bold one. How could a little nobody dare say such things? Jelen wanted desperately to ask if Whis could save him first, but he no longer had the strength to utter a single word. My, I nearly forgot you are on the verge of death, Whis remarked lightly, yet despite what he said, he showed no intention of healing Jelen. Jelen panicked inwardly. That was not how it was supposed to go. Since Whis had come all this way, why was he not saving him given how much he loved good food? I do not know how you managed to survive Frieza's hands, nor how you learned that I am fond of fine cuisine. Whis, staff in hand, seemed to have guessed Jelen's thoughts. From above, he said, you lured me here because you wanted me to save you, did you not? But you have miscalculated. On what grounds would anyone think an angel would, for the sake of a few dishes, inexplicably save a stranger he had never met? Angels were neutral. They served only the gods of destruction, and they would not easily interfere with anything in the universe. Save an unfamiliar child. Do not be foolish. If it were someone he knew, it would be another matter. But this child was a stranger and a scion, no less a race Lord Beerus disliked. Whis did indeed love gourmet food. That was precisely why he had appeared here. Yet he would never save Jelen the scion merely for the sake of a meal. Jelen had no idea what Whis was thinking, or he would certainly have protested in Dragon Ball Super, you were nothing like this. Bulma merely mentioned that Earth had good food, and you rushed over helping here and there. Why was it that when he offered gourmet food, Whis refused, even to save his life? Hearing Whis's words, Jelen's mood plunged from elation into utter despair. He had thought Whis's arrival meant he would be saved, only to be met with this outcome. Was heaven truly determined to see him dead? Jelen's life force suddenly fell to the brink. He slowly closed his eyes, the prelude to death. Whis looked down at him. The child was not without wit. In such a grievous state, he had still managed to think of luring Whis here. What a pity. Angels could not casually meddle in the affairs of the universe. He could not save this child. Whis was just about to turn and leave. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from Jelen's body, accompanied by ripples of dimensional distortion. Oh, this little fellow seemed somewhat unusual. From on high, Whis looked down at Jelen, his gaze growing solemn. Glan originally belonged to the same world as the Dragon Ball creator god, and his dimension was exactly the same as that of the Dragon Ball creator god. At this moment, in a state of near-death, Glan's consciousness finally collapsed, completely devouring the original owner's soul. Buzz. A faint dimensional pressure erupted from Glan, and his power instantly surged to 200 times its original strength. How is this possible? Whis widened his eyes. His surprise was not due to Glan's power surge, as that little increase was still too weak for him. What astonished him was that Glan's dimension had actually broken through to the realm of kings. In the universe of the Omni King, dimensional levels are divided into Mortal God King of Hell, Realm of Kings Divine, being Angel God of Destruction, and the Omni King. Regardless of who it is, to elevate one's dimensional level requires talent and a significant amount of time. Especially at higher dimensions, the required time is even more substantial. For a dimension like the Realm of Kings, it typically takes at least 1,000,000 years yet today. Whis actually witnessed a child's dimension suddenly break through from mortal to the Realm of Kings. This crossed over 2 major dimensions. Years of training had long made Whis' temperament calm, but at this moment, he was genuinely shocked. Not good, he's about to die. At this moment, Glan's life was like a candle flickering in the wind, and Whis could no longer hold back. He waved his staff. A silver light entered Glan's body, and his injuries instantly healed, restoring his vitality to its peak state. With the restoration of Glan's vitality, his dimension soared once again, directly reaching the peak of the realm of kings. What on earth is happening? How has he leveled up again? Whis' breathing became rapid. This little one was simply too strange. He had just been on the verge of death, yet before dying he broke through to the realm of kings. Not only that, but after his recovery his dimension once again ascended to the peak of the realm of kings. The peak of the realm of kings is just one level below the dimensions of the god of destruction and divine being. Could he possibly break through to the divine being dimension? Whis' mind was a mess as he stared intently at Glan on the ground. He did not notice any miraculous power of the super dragon on Glan, which meant that this little fellow could reach this level entirely on his own. How on earth did he accomplish this? Whis stared at Glan for over 10 minutes, but the dimensional fluctuations on Glan's body ceased. Phew! Whis let out a heavy sigh of relief. To think that he, a dignified angel, would be shocked to this extent was truly unbelievable. Fortunately, Glan's dimension no longer changed. Otherwise, if a 6-year-old child broke through to the divine being dimension, it would be a joke in front of those gods of destruction who had trained for tens of millions of years. The surrounding environment became deathly silent, and Glan remained lying on the ground, still unconscious. Although Glan's dimension no longer changed, a dimensional seed suddenly appeared deep within his soul. The unconscious Glan was unaware of this, and Whis, holding his staff, stood to the side, seemingly lost in thought. Half an hour later, Whis still looked grave. Finally, he lifted Glan from the ground and transformed into a beam of colorful light, leaving the planet. Glan remained unconscious for another 3 days before suddenly opening his eyes and sitting up abruptly. Where's this? Glan was gasping for breath as he looked around. He found himself beside a lake with many crystal trees on the other side and glowing floating creatures drifting in the air. Am I dead? Then this must be hell, Glan muttered to himself. Suddenly, a gentle voice came from afar. This is the realm of destruction. The realm of destruction. Glan was taken aback. The surroundings did resemble that realm of destruction from the anime. In the next second, he instantly realized, I'm not dead. Do you really want to die? Whis approached, holding his staff, looking at the little boy before him, his heart still unable to calm down. This little fellow had come back to life from the brink of death. His power was 200 times stronger than before, and his dimension had broken through from the mortal level to the peak of the realm of kings. It was hard to believe. No. Glan hurriedly shook his head, and he finally recognized who was beside him. It was the gentle Whis, and it was clear that Whis had ultimately saved him. But why did his tone feel strange? Mr. Whis, I'm truly sorry. In that situation, you were the only one I could think of. Glan stood up and bowed to him. Thank you for saving me, Mr. Whis. To think of me in such a dire situation is quite clever. But I must ask you, how did you know my name? Whis suddenly paused. This little fellow not only knew of his existence, but also knew that he enjoyed delicious food. He remarked meaningfully, you know quite a lot for someone so young. Glan's heart tightened, and he quickly thought of how to explain. Although gods of destruction and angels rarely move about in the universe, the legends about you are quite abundant. As a scion, I naturally know some of your legends. His tender voice echoed by the lakeside, and Whis remained silent. This part he was aware of, as not long ago he had taken Beerus to planet Vegeta. So it was normal for scions to know of the existence of gods of destruction and angels. However, one thing was quite strange. This little fellow had previously mentioned wanting to punch the god of destruction and kick the Omni King. How did he even know about the Omni King? How did you come to know of the Omni King's name? Whis scrutinized him with a discerning gaze. It was common for legends of gods of destruction and angels to exist in the universe, but the Omni King was not someone everyone could know about. Glan felt a chill down his back. How could he explain this? Wait. Glan lowered his head and said softly, I read about it in the Scion history books. The book states that the strongest and greatest person in this world is called the Omni King. The planet Vegeta had exploded, and he didn't believe Whis would pursue the matter further. Scion. History book. Whis looked up at the sky, his eyes flashing with a hint of memory, as if he recalled something. Glan was taken aback. Whis displayed this expression. Could it be that there really was a history book among the Scions? All right. Whis did not inquire further and casually remarked, what about the most delicious food in the universe that you promised me? The sudden shift in topic caught Glan off guard. Was he really not going to pursue it any further? Or did the Scions really have some significant background? Whis looked at him with a peculiar gaze. Little fellow, I'm asking you a question. You're not trying to back out, are you? Whis was indeed a cultured angel, and he had to remain neutral. He couldn't instigate battles against beings in the universe. However, if someone deceived him, especially regarding food, he would truly become very angry. As for the consequences of his anger, he might not be able to act personally, but he would personally awaken the still-sleeping Beerus. Glan snapped back to reality, feeling utterly speechless. At that time, he had thought Whis was indifferent to the most delicious food in the universe. He thought he was going to die. But now this looked like he still wanted to eat good food. Whis noticed the changes in Glan's expression and had a rough idea of what the other was thinking. Do I have no principles at all? If it weren't for the strange fluctuations in your dimension, would I even care about you? Whis silently complained in his heart, but did not ask about Glan's dimensional issue. He could see that this little fellow was not yet aware that his dimension had already broken through to the peak of the realm of kings. Clearly the other party was also unaware of the secrets within himself. Even if he asked, he would not receive the answers he sought. Rather, it would be better to take him back to the realm of destruction where he could observe him closely. This was the reason Whis took Glan away. He absolutely did not want to taste the so-called most delicious food in the universe that Glan had mentioned. Absolutely not. Mr. Whis, do you have any ingredients? Glan asked cautiously. Whis frowned. You're not suggesting that you want to make it for me yourself, are you? Glan nodded vigorously. Yes, I will make it myself. Most of the food from his previous life consisted of sushi and sashimi. While such bland food was fine once in a while, eating it every day would be unbearable. Glan had been a rich second generation in his past life, and was particularly fond of various cuisines, so he was well versed in the myriad of Chinese culinary styles. Various cooking methods he had learned from renowned chefs. This time he had to let Whis taste the exquisite cuisine of great and glorious China. This was Glan's way of repaying kindness. He absolutely was not trying to tempt Whis' appetite to get him to teach him cultivation. Absolutely not. All right, then I'll get you some ingredients and see what you can come up with. Whis waved his staff, and an unknown large fish fell out from the dimensional space. Fish. The moment Glan saw the fish, his mind instantly figured out how to prepare it. Let's have a full fish feast. The originally quiet and solemn god of destruction realm soon echoed with the clanging sounds of kitchen utensils. Upon seeing this, Whis suddenly felt a bit guilty. If Lord Beerus finds out that he brought a child back to the god of destruction realm and filled it with the smell of smoke and fire, he would definitely get scolded. Whis glanced back at the distant god of destruction temple where Lord Beerus was still asleep and felt a bit more at ease. Well, if there's going to be good food, I can enjoy it alone. Meanwhile, on the other side, Gran was dissecting a large fish and began preparing a full fish banquet while also sensing his own power. Wait, according to my memory, I'm just a high-level scion with 800 battle power. But why does it feel like this 800 battle power is quite strong? Gran held the kitchen utensils, and apart from the time he was unconscious, he had only just crossed over for half a day, so he didn't quite understand the concept of power yet. Yet he truly felt that he could blow up a planet at this moment. Should I give it a try? Gran turned to look at Whis by the lake, who was lounging on a beach chair with half-closed eyes. Let's do it. He turned his head and aimed his hand at the distant mountains, beginning to gather power in the way he remembered. Buzz. Like a pump, Gran could feel the power from all over his body being mobilized. So exhilarating. Wait, wrong channel. Gran felt a bit swollen in his body, and suddenly a ki blast appeared in the palm of his hand. Is this the ki blast from the anime? Gran was very excited. As a child, he had always fantasized about being able to gather a ki blast. Finally, his dream came true. Go. Gran held the kitchen utensils in his left hand and vigorously waved his right hand towards the mountains, sending the ki blast flying out instantly. In an instant, boom, the distant mountains erupted in a massive explosion. When the smoke cleared, Gran found no damage to the mountains. Thinking about it, it's only natural. After all, this is the legendary god of destruction realm. But why does it feel like my power is more than just 800 battle power? Just as Gran was puzzling over this, Whis, lounging on the beach chair by the lake, slightly opened his eyes. He had seen everything Gran did, but didn't stop him. This little guy's power has already increased to 200 times the original. This is due to the benefits of his dimensional ascension. Of course, there's also a part of it due to his physical condition. The scion body can awaken its potential from a near-death state. Whis only realized this after seeing Gran recover from his injuries. He unexpectedly found that scions had such talent, and he suddenly felt it was a pity that Beerus had Frisia destroy the scion race. Naturally, he wouldn't stop Beerus, as he is just an angel and doesn't partake in any matters within the universe. Also, Whis looked at Gran's bewildered expression. Indeed, this little guy doesn't know the secret he possesses. I'll continue to observe. Whis closed his eyes again. Strange, is 800 battle power really this strong? Gran, coming back to his senses, hurriedly looked at Whis and found that he didn't seem to care about the ki blast he had just thrown. Phew, that's good. He breathed a sigh of relief and quickly continued preparing the full fish banquet for Whis. Frying, stir-frying, deep-frying, roasting. He showcased all his culinary skills. Gran was only 6 years old. Although his body was small, it didn't affect his cooking skills. As time passed, a tempting aroma began to spread throughout the god of destruction realm. This smell, Whis suddenly sat up from the beach chair, his nose twitching incessantly. So delicious. Whis gulped. This aroma was definitely the most delightful he had ever smelled over the years. Just from the smell alone, it must be explosively delicious when it enters his mouth. I didn't expect that little guy was not lying. He truly had the most delicious food in the universe. No way, the more I smell, the better it gets. Whis had initially wanted to maintain an unshaken demeanor, but at this moment he could no longer hold back. Splash! A flash of colorful light swept across the void, and he instantly appeared next to Gran. In front of Gran was a makeshift stove filled with various dishes. There were steamed fish, braised fish, sweet and sour fish, spicy boiled fish. Besides the fish itself, there were also fish entrails and fish bones. Each dish on the stove was different, but embodied the three characteristics of color, aroma, and taste. Gulp. Whis kept swallowing saliva. It was just too fragrant, and he was about to lose control. Just one last dish, it will be ready soon. Gran continued to process the remaining ingredients, turning them into a sashimi dish. After finishing the last dish, he placed the sashimi at the end. This sashimi was no different from the way it was made back in his previous life, but it was also part of the full fish banquet, which was why he made it. Sure enough, as soon as Gran finished speaking, Whis instantly sprang into action. The moment the food entered his mouth, the unparalleled freshness and fragrance bombarded his taste buds. Whis trembled all over. The knife skills are great, the cooking time is well controlled, and the taste is explosively delicious. Damn it, why is it so delicious when it's made from the same ingredients? Oh my god, the person who invented these cooking methods is truly a genius. What should I do? After eating this, I can't go back. What kind of garbage have I been eating before? Whis was completely immersed in the world of gourmet food. He tasted nearly every dish, but did not touch the fish sashimi. He often ate this, and now he didn't even want to look at it. Gran nodded in satisfaction. He should be able to catch Whis' appetite now, and hopefully he would be able to teach him the ultimate instinct technique. Seeing Whis enjoying the food so much, Gran couldn't help it anymore. With his scion physique and having been hungry for 3 days, he felt like he could eat a whole cow. Gran also joined the battle to devour the food with bowls and dishes clanging together. 2 hours passed. Whis finally felt full. He took out a napkin and gently wiped the grease from the corners of his mouth, regaining his usual elegance. Gran, however, was only 6/10 full. The fish Whis provided was still too small. For a scion, he would need at least 2 more fish like that. Mr. Whis, how is it? Does my food deserve the title of the most delicious in the universe? Gran blinked his round eyes, speaking like a little adult. Whis looked down at the little brat. He suddenly didn't know what to say. He had never eaten such delicious food, and indeed it deserved the title of the most delicious in the universe. But seeing the little brat's proud appearance, he didn't want to. Whis ultimately nodded. It deserves it. Gran was taken aback. He didn't expect this guy to admit it. Whis understood his little expression and said irritably, "What do you think, I would be stubborn?" Gran scratched his head and smiled, not retorting. He still wanted Whis to teach him how to cultivate. Whis revealed a faint smile. "What you made are all dishes I've never had before, and the taste is indeed incredibly delicious. It was worth saving your little life. Once again, thank you for saving me, Mr. Whis." Gran bowed again. After all, he was his savior, and it was appropriate to show gratitude. Whis waved his hand, signaling that it was fine. The two no longer spoke, both enjoying the leisurely moments after the full fish banquet as the lakeside quieted down. Mr. Whis. Gran sensed that the time was right. He was not from the god of destruction realm, and if he didn't speak soon, he might be sent away from the god of destruction realm. Seeing the little guy's hesitant demeanor, Whis seemed to guess what he wanted to say. He didn't speak, but merely glanced at him. Gran bowed respectfully. "Mr. Whis, may I request your guidance in my cultivation?" The gods in the 7th universe who were aware of the existence of the destroyer god were engulfed in panic. At this moment in the realm of the destroyer god, a presence of ultimate freedom emanated. It wasn't Whis energy, who exactly had come to the realm of the destroyer god. Beerus rose from his slumber, his gaze cold and profound, as if the very soul of anyone who met his eyes would be drawn into an endless abyss. Could it be another destroyer god? No, apart from me, no other destroyer god could possess such ultimate freedom. He pondered, sensing a weak aura. Who could it be? Beerus' expression suddenly turned dangerously fierce, and a rich violet light burst forth from him, demolishing all the time bomb clocks in the vicinity. Boom! A large hole was blasted open above the sleeping space. Beerus soared into the air and immediately spotted 2 figures by the lake. Even Lord Beerus has been awakened. Whis observed the slender figure hovering in the air, waving his staff to envelop Gran, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground in a silver light. In the next moment, boom! A violet beam descended from the sky, shattering the entire lake instantly. Whis had anticipated this outcome, and thankfully he had already placed a protective shield around Gran. Seeing the lake shattered, he used time reversal to restore it to its original state. Whis, who is this little fellow? How did he end up here? Beerus approached step by step, his gaze fixed on Gran. Whis gently replied, Lord Beerus, this is Gran, a scion whom I brought here. A scion. The scion race was supposed to be exterminated by Frisia. Has Frisia defied my orders? Beerus' aura suddenly erupted with a rich violet energy. As it came into contact with the air, it caused the space to collapse instantly. Then it seems I don't know much about Frisia. Beerus' murderous intent suddenly dissipated as his expression changed. What is the nature of this little guy's dimension? Oh ho ho, it seems Lord Beerus has noticed. Whis mused. A peak Kai dimension at such a young age, how could that be possible? Beerus' eyes widened, his expression filled with disbelief. It was no wonder Beerus was so shocked. In this world, apart from the union of gods leading to the birth of innate divine beings, the only way to reach such a level was through rigorous training. Of course, perhaps the super dragon could also achieve it, but no one had ever attempted it. If it were through training, it would be impossible to reach the Kai dimension without at least 100,000 years. But now, that little fellow looked to be only 7 years old, and he had achieved a peak Kai dimension. Know that ethereal aura just now erupted from this little guy. Beerus' eyes widened once more. Indeed, it was he who produced it, and his state of mind has already reached the second level. Whis was quite pleased with Beerus' expression. After all, he had also been astonished by Gran many times. Beerus gulped hard at that moment. He suddenly found himself at a loss for words. That was the second layer of the no-self state of mind. Among all the destroyer gods apart from him, the others could only touch upon the no-self state at most. To truly reach the no-self realm, one must possess extraordinary talent. Even if given more time, they would absolutely not be able to achieve it. Beerus shifted his gaze. Whis, did you teach him? Yes, Whis nodded proudly. Beerus exclaimed, you proud little thing. How could you teach a scion this? What on earth happened while I was asleep? It's like this. Whis didn't hide anything, recounting all that had transpired over the past year. Beerus listened quietly, but the more he heard, the more astonished he became. It took him a whole year to fully master his own power, yet this little fellow reached that level in just 1 month. Of course, what was most shocking was Gran's peak Kai dimension and his second layer state of mind. Lord Beerus, what do you think of him? Whis chuckled behind his hand. His talent is terrifying and his origin is mysterious. Beerus voiced his assessment. Gran's talent was visibly terrifying, but his origins were shrouded in mystery. From what Beerus understood, the scion race was merely a group of wild monkeys that could only fight and kill. How could such a race give birth to a genius like Gran? He even knows we like to eat gourmet food. That's not surprising, as we've left many legends throughout the universe. But he also knows about Lord Zeno. Beerus stroked his chin, gazing seriously at Gran on the grass. Could it be that the scion race truly has some historical records? Perhaps the scion race indeed has some historical records. Whis pondered, falling into thought. Beerus was taken aback. What did Whis mean by that? Could it be that the scion race had some grand origins? No way, when I became the destroyer god, I hadn't even heard of the scion race. I only knew of their existence because of Frisia. Beerus spoke beside him. But Whis remained silent, his brow tightly furrowed, as if recalling something yet uncertain. As for Gran, he felt inexplicably that his talent and comprehension seemed a bit exceptional. Gran didn't find the no-self state difficult, just like when he mastered his power a year ago. He quickly grasped the no-self state. According to Whis, achieving the first layer of state of mind at his current stage was quite remarkable. However, he felt that the second stage of the state of mind didn't seem difficult either. So he attempted to comprehend and cultivate the second layer of the state of mind. Surprisingly, it wasn't hard at all. Gran opened his eyes, and the silver light around him surged dramatically, followed by his hair taking on a faint silver hue. At that moment, he felt an unprecedented calmness. Is this the no-self state? Gran murmured, looking down at his small hands. Suddenly, a purple energy sphere attacked from behind him. Gran's expression didn't change at all. He merely shifted slightly, using his Bodis instinct to effortlessly evade the ambush. Crunch! The lake before him was instantly destroyed, scattering into countless starlights. This is destruction, could it be? Gran's silver light vanished instantly, and he turned around in terror. Indeed, the one just behind him was Beerus. No, according to the timeline, he should still be in a state of slumber. How could he suddenly awaken? Gran was unaware of the chaos he had caused. He tensed his body, fearing Beerus would destroy him on the spot. Beerus exchanged glances with Whis. It was still not the true no-self state. This was the thought in both of their minds as they observed that Gran's hair was faintly silver. Moreover, after Beerus' ambush on Gran, it seemed he had used his Bodis instincts to dodge that strike. However, upon closer observation, it would be evident that Gran still possessed subjective consciousness and had not yet shed the weaknesses of his humanity nor fully entrusted combat to his Bodis instincts. In other words, Gran had not yet reached the true no-self state. At most, it could only be considered a half no-self state. But even so, Gran's talent was still astonishingly formidable. Even Beerus had to admit he was inferior to him. Beerus' eyes grew increasingly fervent. This little guy was truly monstrous. Whis noticed the fire in Beerus's eyes. A slight smile curved his lips as if he understood what Beerus was planning. Hey, your name is Gran, right? Beerus approached him. I have met Lord Beerus. Gran bowed deeply, trying to appear composed. Don't be nervous. Gran twitched his lips. How could he relax in front of the strongest destroyer god? I heard you're a scion. Then let me ask you, how did you survive Frisia's hands? You see, how can you not be nervous when you ask that? Gran's heart started racing. That damn King Vegeta. You found the best pillow in the entire universe, and you just had to give it to him. Why stir up trouble? Gran had crossed over without gaining any special powers. If Beerus wanted to destroy him, he had no way to defend himself. However, he still had his culinary skills to save his life. Thinking of this, he relaxed considerably. To Lord Beerus, Frisia, let me and Prince Vegeta go on his own accord. Gran spoke truthfully. So Prince Vegeta didn't die, I see. Beerus glanced at Whis, who nodded, as if to confirm this. In that case, Gran's background became clear. Lord Beerus, I know our Scion King has offended you. I will prepare many gourmet dishes. Could you please? Gran feared Beerus might destroy him right there, but he hadn't finished speaking. Beerus' voice came through. Your talent is quite impressive. Would you be interested in becoming the candidate destroyer god of the 7th universe? In Gran's eyes, a large question mark flickered. To be chosen as a candidate for the god of destruction of the Earth universe means I will become a disciple of Beerus. Hiss! Gran gasped in shock. This is so sudden. He knew that with his extraordinary culinary skills, he would surely not die. But who could have imagined that Beerus would go off script and suddenly make him a candidate for the god of destruction? As for Beerus' suggestion, Whis had no objections and instead wholeheartedly approved. Over the past year of guidance, he had witnessed Gran's true terrifying potential. If one were to compare Beerus' talents to Gran's, it could be said rather bluntly that Beerus could only look up to Gran. If the 7th universe had such a candidate for the god of destruction, it would undoubtedly be a great joy for the 7th universe. Kid, didn't you say that your Scion clan has a historical book? Beerus said lightly. Since you know so much, you should also understand what being a candidate for the god of destruction entails. Gran certainly understood what being a candidate for the god of destruction meant. If he became the candidate for the god of destruction of the 7th universe, he would become a figure of immense power, second only to one. Moreover, if Beerus were to die or resign, he would be the next god of destruction. But the life of a god of destruction is inherently linked to that of the Capricious. Gran wouldn't want to possess such a weakness. Sorry, Lord Beerus, my strength is still too weak. I'm afraid I cannot take on this responsibility. You should find someone else. Gran outright refused. This was not a lie, since coming to the realm of the gods of destruction over a year ago, he had either been on the path of mastering power or on the journey of cultivating his mind. He had never trained for strength. His power had always increased naturally. In terms of battle power, he currently had only 5000. A battle power of 5000 is indeed too weak for Beerus. Weak? Beerus' lips twitched. You're only 7 years old, and your power is roughly on par with the suppressed Frisia. Do you still think that's weak? The form of Frisia, sitting in a baby carriage, is not actually his normal state. He adopts this form, mainly to better control his own power. Frisia's normal state is actually that of a small, round-head figure. When Frisia unlocks his transformation to his normal state, his ultimate power can reach 120 million. Gran fell silent. Seeing that Gran had not spoken, Beerus teased, perhaps you still do not realize what you have comprehended in my early awakening was completely triggered by your insights. So that's how it is. I was wondering why Beerus suddenly woke up. It turns out it was because of my own insights. Gran finally reacted. With your talent, you will inevitably reach my level someday, and there is even a possibility of surpassing me. Beerus said this without a hint of embarrassment, while Whis rolled his eyes. Others reached the pinnacle of the Capricious dimension at 7 years old, fully mastering their own power and cultivating their mind to the half-self state. Once he subsequently trains his physical instincts to a deeper level, he will fully master the ultimate state. Did you, Beerus, reach such a level at that age? Whis found it somewhat amusing, but he did not expose Beerus. After spending more than a year together, he also hoped for this mysterious little guy to become the candidate for the god of destruction of the 7th universe. Your talent is so high, you are fully qualified to become the candidate for the god of destruction of the 7th universe. Beerus looked at Gran, his expression suddenly turning serious. What do you say? In the 7th universe, Beerus had never been so polite with anyone when discussing a matter, which shows how much he valued Gran. What is there to say? Of course I don't want to. Gran felt 1,000 reasons to refuse, but he did not dare to voice this thought, shaking his head. Sorry, Lord Beerus, I. Upon hearing the words, I'm sorry, Beerus' expression turned icy. Kid, I have never been so polite with anyone when discussing a matter. Don't be ungrateful. This is the kind of demeanor a god of destruction should have. Whatever Beerus wants to do, no one dares to oppose him. If anyone does, his grave grass will surely be half a meter tall. Feel free to ask King Vegeta. A chilling aura surged. Gran felt as though he had plunged into an ice chamber, the cold, murderous intent causing him to tremble. He realized that his refusal would surely infuriate Beerus, and he had already prepared a fallback. If Beerus were to destroy him, he would bring out his ultimate instant noodles. Then he would use the average human index as an excuse to kill himself. It would surely be a loss for the 7th universe. With both strategies combined, Beerus would likely relent. But would he dare gamble? After all, the other party is a moody god of destruction and the strongest one at that. Would he really dare? Lord Beerus, I agree. Gran ultimately did not dare to gamble. His little face fell, and he truly had no choice. Ha ha ha, you finally know your place. Beerus was quite pleased and glanced at Whis. Whis also smiled and waved his staff. In the next moment, Gran the small figure was instantly clad in a set of ancient Egyptian-style clothing. Sleeveless robe, golden armlets, sapphire necklace. Gran's outfit was identical to Beerus. On this day, the 7th universe gained a candidate for the god of destruction, and the whole world celebrated. Wow! The holy music spread throughout the entire 7th universe. Meanwhile, in the realm of the Capricious, Exine said solemnly, strangely, not long ago, I clearly sensed a strong destructive aura. Why has it disappeared? Jebbet shook his head. I am not sure. I also thought it was Majin Buu breaking the seal. Suddenly, a wave of holy music reached the realm of the Capricious. What is happening? The expressions of Capricious Exine and Jebbet suddenly changed. The sword of the Capricious on the stone pillar in the center of the lake suddenly trembled. The old Capricious inside could hardly believe it. Could it be a candidate for the god of destruction? Damn it, with that lazy character of his, how could he take on a disciple? North Capricious star. North Capricious was trembling in a small room, having sensed the commotion from Beerus awakening. He feared that Beerus would come to destroy his North Capricious star. But the next moment, another wave of holy music came. What is going on? North Capricious widened his eyes and hurried out of the room to look at the sky. The holy music continued, but North Capricious, unlike the old Capricious, was not well versed. He had no idea what this meant. At the palace of the Omni King, who was playing a game of annihilating stars, lifted his gaze for a moment, but quickly lowered his head. The great priest squinted, his gaze directed right at the 7th universe. The Destroyer realm. Never expected to acquire a disciple like this upon waking. Beerus burst into hearty laughter by the lakeside, recruiting Gran, a prodigy of unparalleled caliber, as his provisional destroyer filled him with irrepressible joy. Beside him was rolled his eyes. Seeing Beerus so elated, one might assume Gran had volunteered willingly, yet in truth, it was coercion. Yet, oh ho ho. Whis too threw back his head and laughed aloud. With Gran now a provisional destroyer, he officially belonged to the Destroyer realm, which meant Whis would henceforth enjoy Gran's exquisite cuisine forever. How could anyone not be delighted? In stark contrast, little Gran wore an expression of profound sorrow. Gazing down at his small frame clad in the ceremonial garb of a destroyer, he lamented inwardly, a grave miscalculation. He had come to the Destroyer realm solely to beg Whis to teach him cultivation, never imagining Beerus would awaken startled by the sheer intensity of his cultivation aura. Nor had he foreseen that Beerus would recognize and covet his extraordinary talent. Now what? If Beerus perished unexpectedly, or if the Supreme Kai-Shin met his end, Gran would be forced to assume the mantle of the next destroyer, and thus his life would become irrevocably bound to that of the new Supreme Kai. What was to be done? Brad, aren't you thrilled to become the provisional destroyer of Universe 7? Beerus seized Gran by the scruff of his neck and lifted him face-to-face. Gran gazed up at him, his features twisted in a pitiful grimace. Lord Beerus, is there any way to sever the life bond between a destroyer and a Supreme Kai? What do you mean? Beerus blinked, taken aback. Whis suddenly grasped his meaning. You're referring to the life link between destroyers and Supreme Kais. What you actually know about that? Beerus recoiled in genuine shock. Whis, however, remained unruffled. This boy seemed privy to countless hidden truths. Learning of this particular secret was hardly surprising. Yes. Gran nodded solemnly, his expression heartrendingly woeful. Beerus dropped him unceremoniously onto the grass and murmured belatedly, so that's why you hesitated to accept me as your master. Of course, were it not for this fatal vulnerability, I'd have leapt at the chance to become your disciple. Now officially the provisional destroyer, young Gran no longer trembled before Beerus. His tone had lost all traces of deference. You little rascal. Beerus, far from offended, settled onto the grass beside him and chuckled. I don't know how you learned of this, but rest assured destroyers face no existential peril. Perhaps you're unaware so long as even one supreme Kai remains alive, a destroyer cannot die. Gran's lips twitched. Of course he knew. Indeed he knew Beerus himself had sealed away the Elder Supreme Kai out of sheer cowardice. Just as he'd suspected. By sealing away just one of the Supreme Kais, we render ourselves immortal. A flicker of nostalgic recollection passed across Beerus's eyes, wondering perhaps how the old sage fared in his timeless imprisonment. Gran sighed inwardly. But what if the Supreme Kai you've sealed also dies? Impossible. My seal is unbreakable. No one could possibly shatter it. Unbreakable. He had no idea how brittle that seal truly was. Within no time Son Gohan and his son would arrive in the Destroyer realm, and the Elder Supreme Kai would be set free. Naturally Gran said nothing of this. Tilting his round little head toward the sky, he asked quietly, I'm speaking hypothetically. If someone did break your seal, then our fate rests entirely in the hands of destiny. Beerus's countenance darkened. This was the Destroyer's ultimate weakness. Even the strongest among them could not alter it. At that moment a pang of guilt stirred within Beerus. With Gran's staggering talent, he would inevitably surpass his master one day. Yet Beerus had just burdened him with this very vulnerability. Truly no solution exists. Gran pressed, unwilling to yield. There is. Whis spoke up suddenly. Both Beerus and Gran erupted in ecstatic disbelief, shouting in unison, What is it? Rules are made to be broken. When you grow powerful enough you will transcend even this binding law. Beerus, that was tantamount to saying nothing at all. Moreover, even Whis and Angel could not breach the neutral law. How could mere destroyers hope to succeed? Suddenly, Gran rose to his feet, his tiny face alight with solemn resolve. Beerus and Whis exchanged bewildered glances, each reading deep confusion in the other's eyes. Lord Beerus has saddled me with this weakness, and since it is now irrevocable. Gran paused, then fixed his gaze with unwavering determination. Then I shall be the one to shatter this law. This law was decreed by the Grand Priest. The very reason Gran had entered the Dragon Ball universe was to strike down Beerus and kick the Grand Priest himself. Shattering divine law and toppling the Grand Priest were one and the same. Boom. 7 years old, barely taller than a sapling, yet his thunderous vow sent a tremor through both Beerus and Whis. I'm returning to my cultivation. Without looking back, Gran strode to his original spot. Still unfamiliar with the state of Wu with selfless absorption, he resumed practicing it once more. Watching the child's retreating silhouette, Whis's throat tightened. Lord Beerus, it appears we've taken on a disciple of truly extraordinary stature. This brat. Beerus clenched his fist. From the moment Gran became Universe 7's provisional destroyer, he abandoned his habitual naps. Especially burdened by guilt over having imposed this vulnerability upon Gran, Beerus assumed full responsibility for his mentorship. Time flowed onward. Half a year passed. Throughout, Beerus and Whis diligently trained Gran, who finally mastered the semi-Wu with semi-selfless state. Though only partial, this state already bore the unmistakable hallmarks of Zai-Ji Ultra Instinct. What Gran lacked now were foundational strength, refined combat techniques, and deeper battle awareness. Only after enduring countless trials, forging instinctive reflexes so swift they rivaled lightning, would his body respond without conscious thought. Then merging those perfected instincts with the semi-Wu with state, Gran would ascend to Zai-Ji Zhao, the first stage of Ultra Instinct. As for Zai-Ji Wan Chong, the completed form, he would need to fully embody the Wu with state and elevate his combat intuition to unfathomable heights. Over these 6 months, Beerus and Gran had grown remarkably close. And indeed, as Whis had claimed, Gran's culinary mastery was also peerless. His dishes truly merited the title most delicious in all creation, further endearing him to Beerus. Given their bond, Gran could likely perch atop Beerus's head and relieve himself, and still Beerus would not raise a brow in anger. Brat, you actually planning to do just that? On that day, Beerus was lying on a beach chair sleeping when he suddenly sensed a ki blast approaching his head, causing him to open his eyes abruptly. Crack! As the ki blast neared Beerus, it was disintegrated by the destructive aura emanating from him. Does Lord Beerus only know how to use destructive power? Gran instantaneously appeared beside Beerus and kicked the beach chair to pieces. Beerus easily dodged Gran's attack, looking at his ruined beach chair with his mouth twitching. He couldn't get angry, after all this was his own disciple, and with such high talent he couldn't afford to lose his temper. Lord Beerus, come and fight me. Gran beckoned at Beerus, not content with the chaos, then stomped on the damaged beach chair with his small foot. Feeling itchy, are we? Then I shall oblige. Beerus could no longer hold back, suppressing his power to match Gran's level before vanishing in a twist of his body. Bang! Bang! The air was filled with the sound of intense collisions, and the shockwaves from their clashes rapidly spread outwards. I truly can't stand these two. On the other side, Whis, who was enjoying afternoon tea, instantly formed a transparent protective shield with a diameter of 10 meters around himself. Lord Beerus, take this kick. Gran used the rebound force to kick towards Beerus in a counterclockwise direction. Having been in the God of Destruction realm for a year and a half, his combat power had naturally risen to 700, and this kick contained all his strength. You are still too inexperienced. Beerus lightly pushed to the side with one hand. Even though he was using equal power, his motion was exceedingly peculiar. Without a loud collision, Gran's force was inexplicably dissipated by an invisible power. This is combat technique, this is combat experience. Without enduring countless battles, you cannot comprehend these things. Beerus took a step back, his hand resting behind him, seemingly preparing to deal with Gran with just one hand. He chuckled. You should showcase the results of your year and a half of training. In Beerus' eyes, Gran had already cultivated to the half-nothingness state of mind, although Gran's strength, combat reflexes, combat skills, and combat awareness were still quite weak. However, relying on the half-nothingness state, he could still connect his current physical instincts together, embodying a hint of the essence of the freeform ultimate state. Damn, Lord Beerus. Seeing that Beerus intended for him to use the freeform ultimate state, while he himself used pure strength, Gran gritted his teeth, his expression suddenly turning incredibly calm. Buzz. A silver glow appeared around him, his hair turning a light silver as an ethereal aura enveloped the entire sky. Whis, on the ground, put down his teacup, his expression growing serious. Lord Beerus, be careful. Come on. Gran in the sky moved. The silver light tore through the sky as Gran launched the first attack. He threw punches, swung arms, clapped hands, and swept legs. Each movement was filled with a natural quality. Faced with Gran's flurry of attacks, Beerus did not enhance any state, nor did he use any rules. He simply responded with equal pure power. Rather than saying he was responding, it was more like he was feeding Gran openings. Otherwise, even with equal power, Gran would still be sent flying. Mainly because Gran's physical instincts were still too weak, his instincts did not match his half-nothingness state. In just a few seconds, the two had collided over 100 times, shockwaves visibly spreading outwards. Fortunately, this was the God of Destruction realm, and Gran's power was insufficient to cause serious damage here. After 20 seconds, Gran's attacking speed began to slow. It seems with his current strength, he can only sustain this for a limited time. Whis, on the ground, shook his head. In the end, Gran was merely mastering his own power and had reached the half-nothingness state. During his year and a half in the God of Destruction realm, he had not trained his power, and his strength was still too weak. Sustaining this state for 20 seconds was already impressive. Let's end this, go down. Above in the sky, Beerus grabbed Gran's small fist with one hand and kicked him away. Boom. Gran crashed down by the lake, instantly kicking up a cloud of dust. Cough, cough, cough. Gran stood up, holding his stomach, and seeing Beerus descend, he lamented. Clearly you are so powerful, yet you don't even give me a break. Beerus, with a serious expression, retorted, you're weak and love to play around. Him talking about you. You? Fine, you won't be having dinner tonight. You dare? Beerus' forehead throbbed. This kid had high talent and good cooking skills, but he was equally infuriating. All right, can you two stop arguing all the time? Whis walked over. Hum. The two, one large and one small, crossed their arms and turned away. Whis? He found it somewhat strange. Clearly these two had been fighting together. Even describing them as wearing the same pair of pants would not be an exaggeration. But why were they always arguing? Was this truly their way of interacting? So strange. Gran, after this battle, what have you felt? Whis looked at the little guy in front of him. Gran glanced at Beerus and then said, although I have mastered my power, I still have too many unnecessary movements in battle which wastes a lot of stamina. Whis nodded and asked, anything else? Ultimately, I still haven't fought enough. Compared to Lord Beerus, my combat awareness skills and experience are still too weak. At least you have self-awareness. Beerus suddenly interjected. Gran retorted, Lord Beerus, could you please stop talking? Whis rubbed his forehead helplessly, saying, all right, stop arguing. Is there more? There's also my strength is still too weak, unable to support me in prolonged battles. Gran fell into contemplation. 6 months ago, he had asked Whis whether he should train his power. But Whis had responded that he was not yet very familiar with the second layer of the state of mind and needed to continue cultivating it. Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect that just a short fight with Lord Beerus would allow you to see so many shortcomings in yourself. Whis' tone was filled with admiration. Beerus also gently nodded. This kid's comprehension was consistently astonishing. Whis continued, your power is indeed not strong enough, but regarding the state of mind is still more important. This is why I want you to cultivate for another 6 months. Now your state of mind has also reached a bottleneck. In a short time, it will be difficult for your state of mind to improve, and it is time for you to cultivate your power. This was the plan that Whis had prepared long ago. He first wanted Gran to master his own power, then to cultivate the state of mind. After that, it would be about strength, combat skills, combat awareness, and instinct. And finally, dimensions and rules. Of course, there were deeper levels of cultivation, but that would require Gran to reach Beerus level first. Then how should I cultivate my power? Gran was very excited. Although his current power was decent, measuring it in combat power had reached 7,000. But a combat power of 7,000 was not even enough to qualify to face Frieza. After all, Frieza was merely the first boss in the Dragon Ball storyline. It's quite simple. After finishing his words, Whis waved his staff, and a set of bulky clothing instantly appeared on Gran's body. Boom. The moment this cumbersome outfit appeared, Gran was immediately knocked to the ground, recognizing the attire. In Dragon Ball Super, this is the kind of clothing that Whis made Son Goku and Vegeta wear when they trained in the God of Destruction's realm. It's so heavy. Gran grimaced, feeling as if every cell in his body was locked in a gravity shackle. At the same time, his strength was suppressed. This sudden gravity made it difficult for him to even stand up from the ground. Huh. Seeing the pitiful state of this kid, Beerus chuckled with delight. Now that you've been messing with me all day, look at your predicament. Damn it, when I get the chance, I'll definitely make a stinky tofu for you, Lord Beerus. Gran gritted his teeth while lying on the ground. Whis exchanged a glance with Beerus. Oh, what kind of gourmet dish was this stinky tofu? If it was delicious, then why did it have the word stinky in it? Beerus suddenly had a bad feeling. All right. Whis changed the subject. For this period, you'll wear this outfit all the time. He'll devise a training plan for you, and the gravity will automatically adjust according to your increasing strength, so just rest assured. Gran suddenly noticed something off in Whis' toner. It felt like a farewell. What are you guys planning? Oh, you noticed? Whis glanced at Beerus, indicating for him to speak. Beerus cleared his throat and said, You should know the duties of a god of destruction. Duties of a god of destruction. In the universe, gods of destruction and capricious are opposing forces, not exactly enemies, but rather balancing entities that work against each other. One governs destruction, while the other governs creation. The responsibility of a god of destruction is to eliminate unqualified planets and the utmost evil in the universe. Lying on the ground, Gran furrowed his brows as he quickly realized, Lord Beerus, are you saying you are going to destroy those useless planets? That's right. Beerus, with his hands behind his back, looked at the sky and said lightly, The duty of a god of destruction is to maintain the balance of the universe. If there are too many useless planets, we gods of destruction must take action. Wait. Gran suddenly recalled something and said, I remember that a few years ago, Lord Beerus, you went to Vegeta's planet, right? Didn't you regularly clean out the useless planets in the universe back then? Why are you going again so soon? Beerus' face instantly darkened. Meanwhile, Whis covered his mouth, stifling laughter. He was amused because Beerus had been too busy looking for delicious food and the best pillow in the universe. Beerus had not completed any cleaning tasks at all. Seeing the expressions of Beerus and Whis, Gran also reacted directly, mocking. No way, Lord Beerus, according to Whis, you're supposed to be the strongest god of destruction. How can you be so lazy? According to past habits, Beerus would definitely retort to Gran's mockery. However, his reaction now was a bit strange. He was not angry, but instead had a teasing look. Mocking me? Beerus smirked. It seems that someone is now also the substitute god of destruction for the 7th universe, which means you'll have responsibilities for the cleaning tasks in the universe in the future. Hiss! Gran gasped in shock. It really was the case. Before Gran could start cursing, Beerus and Whis transformed into a rainbow stream of light and shot up into the sky, leaving behind a piercing laugh. Once you learn the rules of destruction, the tasks in the universe will be handed over to you. Ha ha. Damn it. Gran struggled to lift his arm and slammed it down on the ground. It's really bad luck to encounter such a lazy god of destruction. After a while, Gran sighed. What else could he do but continue training? In comparison to mental training, he was actually more obsessed with power. In other words, he was a scion, and scions, known as a warrior race, have their thirst for power ingrained in their genes. Gran was looking forward to breaking through a battle power of 3 million. According to the original work, Son Goku's battle power when he first transformed into a Super Saiyan was exactly 3 million. Once his power also broke through that level, perhaps he could transform into a Super Saiyan as well. However, it is said that transforming into a Super Saiyan requires not only extreme anger, but also sufficient S cells. Gran was unsure of the extent of the S cells in his body. It seemed these S cells could only proliferate in times of peace. Let's not overthink it. I'll focus on training my strength first, Gran muttered to himself, then began to get up from the ground. I must say the outfit Whis provided is truly terrifying. Although it doesn't cover my head is still affected by the gravity. Moreover, Gran also felt that this outfit had healing properties. With the dual effects of gravity and healing, he didn't have to worry about overtraining. This was even better than a gravity chamber. Vegeta, wait for me to achieve something in my training before I come to find you. Gran vividly remembered the scene where he almost died right after he crossed over. He didn't think too much about it anymore and began to utilize the gravity from the clothing for training. 1,000 push-ups, 1,000 squats, 10,000 punches, and 10,000 kicks. This was the training plan that Whis had set for him, but he needed to do it in groups. The first day passed. The initial gravity multiplier of the outfit was 100 times. With Gran's battle power of 700, this level of gravity wasn't too much for him. However, this was his first encounter with such high gravity, and his internal organs were still particularly unaccustomed to it. During this day, he was solely focused on adapting to the gravity multiplier, and he didn't even complete half of his training plan. By the second day, the gravity outfit had healing effects. After one night, Gran completely recovered from his fatigue and injuries, and he had finally adapted to the 100 times gravity. At the same time, he made up for the training progress he had missed yesterday. By the third day, the gravity multiplier of the outfit increased to 200 times. By the fourth day, the gravity multiplier reached 400 times, which was the maximum that Gran could currently bear. At this multiplier, he finally felt his strength beginning to rise. Time flew by, and half a year passed just like that. In the starry universe, two figures circled around a desolate planet. Lord Beerus, this is the 276340H planet you are to destroy. Very well. Beerus raised a single finger, a flicker of violet light bloomed at its tip. Crack! That sliver of power pierced the starry void, so violently that it triggered a localized collapse of space-time itself, revealing the terrifying magnitude of its wielder's strength. Go! Beerus flicked his finger, and the violet radiance plunged into the barren planet beside them. No cataclysmic explosion followed, only faint shimmering violet starlight, and then the desolate world simply vanished from existence. Huff! Beerus exhaled deeply, then turned his head and asked, "Any more planets you'd like me to destroy?" Though many others hover on the edge of unsuitability, all those deemed unworthy for destruction, at least at this stage, have already been eradicated. Good. Beerus cracked his neck. After 6 months of relentless travel, even he felt weariness settling in. Oh ho ho! Whis chuckled. I've never seen Lord Beerus so diligent before. What's brought on this sudden burst of industry? Mind your own business. Beerus retorted unamused. Ha ha. You needn't say it aloud, I already know why. Oh, do tell. It's because of that boy Gran, isn't it? Whis stifled a giggle behind his hand. Beerus clenched his fist and replied coolly, Whis, you really are insufferable sometimes. Oh ho ho, if I'm not mistaken, Lord Beerus's newfound diligence stems from fear. Fear of being erased by the Grand Minister himself. Once you're gone, Gran will inherit your title, and as Destroyer God he'll possess vulnerabilities. Who would have thought Lord Beerus could grow so sentimentally invested? Beerus opened his mouth, but closed it again without uttering a word. Still. Whis glanced briefly at Beerus, then shifted his gaze toward the endless starscape, and continued almost to himself. That boy Gran truly possesses astonishing talent, and his temperament is admirable, wholly unlike those bloodthirsty scions. Most importantly, he cooks exquisitely. His cuisine is without question the most delectable across the entire cosmos. Sturdy and cheerful with such charming manners, it's genuinely delightful to spend time with him. By the way, Whis turned back to Beerus with a knowing smile. Lord Beerus, you two seem practically inseparable these days. No wonder you're so protective of him. Beerus ignored the remark entirely, curling his lip disdainfully. Let's go. Shall we return home, now, Lord Beerus? No, we're heading to Frisia's domain. Understood. Whis didn't ask for an explanation. With a subtle tap of his staff, he enveloped Beerus in radiant light, and both vanished instantly from sight. Meanwhile, far beyond mortal reckoning, in the sacred realm of the Supreme Kai. Curses! Who dares do this? Supreme Kai Shin sensed yet another planetary annihilation and flushed crimson with rage. Jibito stood nearby, flustered. Supreme Kai, shall we pursue the perpetrator? Pursue? How? Every time we arrive, he's already long gone. In just half a year, over 20,000 worlds obliterated. That's not merely monstrous, it's pure unadulterated malevolence. 20,000 worlds. How many eons would it take him to recreate them all? That fiend deserves death. Midway to Frisia's stronghold, Beerus suddenly sneezed. Supreme Kai, could it be Majin Buu? Not him. Though Majin Buu's power is formidable, and his nature profoundly sinister. If we ever detected his presence, he could never outpace us. Then what shall we do, Supreme Kai? What else? We must restore every lost world, one by one. Arg! Supreme Kai Shin screamed in hysterical fury. Instantly, both figures vanished from the sacred realm of the Supreme Kais. Whis carried Beerus swiftly across the star-strewn void, unaware that the Supreme Kai was already laboring to resurrect the very planets Beerus had painstakingly annihilated. Had Beerus known, his expression would have been priceless. 20 seconds later, Whis and Beerus entered the North Galaxy. The moment they crossed its threshold, North Kai, perched upon his tiny planet, broke into a cold sweat. Yet, seeing that these two celestial sovereigns showed no sign of descending upon his domain, the diminutive North Kai breathed a little easier. But in the next instant his face paled in terror. Lord Beerus is heading straight for Frisia's headquarters. Meanwhile, within a grand palace at Frisia's central fortress, Frisia reclined in his ornate infant carriage, his temple pulsing violently, as though foreboding some imminent calamity. Did I sleep poorly? He frowned, murmuring to himself, when suddenly, Frisia, a voice glacial and absolute, echoed through the hall. Who dare speak my name so brazenly? Frisia instinctively snapped, accustomed as he was to imperial reverence. Emperor, Galactic Emperor. Beerus and Whis stood motionless at the chamber's center, their eyes sharp and unblinking. You've grown remarkably bold, Frisia. This voice, so familiar. Slowly Frisia lowered his gaze. SSSSSSS. A wave of bone-deep dread surged into his soul, and his entire body trembled uncontrollably. He leapt from his carriage and dropped into a 90-degree bow. Mighty destroyer, god of the entire cosmos, I beg your forgiveness for my unforgivable insolence. Damn it. Wasn't Beerus supposed to be in deep slumber? Why has he awakened? Beerus said nothing. He strode deliberately toward the throne, was following silently in his wake. Frisia watched, heart pounding. Beerus meant to sit upon his throne, yet he dared not protest. After all, this was the true cosmic sovereign. Beerus settled onto the throne, legs crossed, and spoke with detached calm. I commanded you to eradicate all psions. Have you obeyed? Whis glanced at Beerus, surprised he'd come here for this. Thighs. Frisia remained bowed low, his face draining of all color. What did those wretched scion apes ever do to merit the attention of the universe's strongest being? Answer me. Beerus's voice dropped to a guttural growl. The air thickened with murderous intent, and the entire palace began to shudder violently. No, I have not succeeded. Frisia lifted his head, desperate to explain. Suddenly, boom, an overwhelming pressure descended upon him like a collapsing star, slamming him flat to the floor. Ugh. Frisia spat blood, fists clenching so tightly his knuckles whitened, rage smoldering deep within his eyes. That accursed Beerus. Frisia, I hear you spared numerous scions. Prince Vegeta still lives, does he not? Yeist. Frisia ground his molars together, jaw locked tight against the floor. In a blink, Beerus vanished from the throne and reappeared beside Frisia, driving his foot down hard onto the tyrant's skull. Dare you defy my command? Have you grown weary of life? Crack. The sheer proximity of divine authority shattered every bone in Frisia's body. He coughed up another gout of crimson. I was wrong. I beg you, Lord Beerus, spare my life. The pressure on Frisia's head grew increasingly intense, just as he thought his head was about to be crushed. Beerus suddenly released his foot, and he instantly returned to his throne, expressionless, as he said, This is your punishment for defying my orders, but you did well to spare the remaining scions, Whis. As soon as the words left his mouth, Whis waved his staff. A silver light enveloped Frisia, and his injuries healed in an instant. I'm not dead. Frisia gasped for air, relieved. He was still alive, yet puzzled by Beerus' actions. Just moments ago he had wanted to kill me, so why did he let me go just seconds later? Seeing Frisia's puzzled expression, Whis couldn't help but smirk. Beerus spared you because you left Gran's life intact at that time. Thank you. Thank you, Lord Beerus, for sparing my life. Despite his confusion, Frisia got up from the ground to thank him, quickly explaining, Lord Beerus, I spared some of the scions with the intention of completely exterminating them after draining all their value. I apologize, Lord Beerus, it was wrong of me to defy your orders. I will go and exterminate all the scions right away. Enough. Beerus' expression darkened. Damn it, does this guy not understand human speech? Did I not say that sparing the remaining scions was the right choice? Upon hearing Beerus reprimand, Frisia couldn't help but tremble again. I warn you, do not touch the remaining scions, or you will die. Beerus' tone was extremely cold. Yes. Frisia was startled, quickly lowering his head. Whis, let's go. With Beerus and Whis' disappearance, only Frisia remained in the palace. Half an hour later, Frisia realized that Beerus and the others had truly left, and he instantly unlocked his transformation. How dare you treat this king like this, Frisia unlocked his ultimate form, releasing a power level of 200 million. Crackling sounds filled the air as countless bolts of lightning entwined around him, and the terrifying wave of energy he unleashed caused the entire palace to collapse instantly. Boom. Boom. The planet trembled, and countless members of Frisia's army knelt on the ground. What kind of power is this? King Frisia is terrifying beyond belief. In the ruins of the palace, after venting his rage, Frisia reverted to his small form with pointed horns. Damn it. Frisia wanted to curse at Beerus, but thought that a deity of Beerus' caliber might hear him, so he shut his mouth. Damn it, according to past habits, he shouldn't be asleep, right? Why is this happening? Defying his orders was wrong, but sparing the remaining scions was right. Could it be that the remaining scions encountered him and dissipated his anger? If so, who could it be? Frisia clenched his fists, his mind racing. Another half-hour passed and Frisia still couldn't figure it out. Someone investigate the whereabouts of the remaining scions. He started to speak, but then he closed his mouth. He had just faced punishment for defying Beerus' orders, and Beerus told him not to touch the remaining scions again. If he defied again, the consequences could very well be death. Damn it. Someone rebuild a palace for me. Yes. Dodoria brought people to clean up the ruins, observing his king's disheveled appearance. He couldn't help but complain in his heart. His king just wanted to be a cosmic real estate developer. What was wrong with that? Why would anyone treat his king like this? That person truly deserved to die. In the realm of destruction, a beam of light descended from the sky, and Beerus and Whis finally returned to the realm of destruction. Few finally back? I'm exhausted after these 6 months. As soon as Beerus returned, he collapsed onto a beach chair by the lake. Oh ho ho. Whis stood beside him chuckling. If Gran knew what Lord Beerus did in the past 6 months, he would surely be very touched. Whis, don't you know you can be quite annoying sometimes? Beerus turned his head and shot him a glare. I warn you, do not tell that kid about this, or I will be furious. Lord Beerus can't beat me anyway, so I'm not afraid. You? Beerus sat up straight, but then he despairingly laid back down on the beach chair. What could he do? Whis was also his master, and he indeed couldn't defeat him. Seeing the despair on Beerus' face, Whis stopped teasing him and said with a smile, I will comply with Lord Beerus' orders. After all, he is still our deity of destruction, so I must appease him. If at least you understand. Beerus' mood brightened instantly, his expression changing like a child, which amused Whis. How can such a child become the strongest deity of destruction? It truly defies logic. After working for half a year, I'm tired. Please don't disturb me while I sleep. Just as Beerus was about to close his eyes, he suddenly remembered something. Wait, we've been back in the realm of destruction for so long, why haven't I seen that kid Gran? Beerus jumped up from the beach chair, his expression turning grave. Oh, that's true. Whis also reacted, closing his eyes, realizing he hadn't seen Gran's small figure on the surface of the realm of destruction. He opened his eyes and said, Lord Beerus, I didn't find him. Damn it, where did that kid go? Beerus' expression shifted to one of urgency. That was the successor he had found with great difficulty. He hoped nothing had happened to him. Fortunately, Whis didn't know what Beerus was thinking, or he would have certainly said, wasn't that you who found him? It was me, okay. Lord Beerus, don't worry, let me look again. Whis' expression also turned serious, and he immediately waved his staff. Buzz. A scene appeared in the orb above the staff. An 80-year-old boy dressed in oversized clothes was battling a 20-meter saber-toothed tiger beast. What? Beerus widened his eyes in shock, recognizing the place where Gran was. It's actually the world of Sumi. The world of Sumi was where Beerus once mastered his powers, an environment harsh with countless giant beasts. Back then, to master his powers, Beerus had to flee in the world of Sumi for a whole year. According to Whis, Gran only spent a month in the realm of destruction to master his own power. But how did he get back in there? Damn it, has that little guy gone mad? Doesn't he know that the dangers in that world increase with your strength? Beerus glared at the scene in the crystal ball, his chest nearly exploding with anger, especially since he is wearing that gravity suit, which greatly suppresses his power. How can he escape in such a high-danger world? Lord Beerus, stop talking. We must hurry in to save him. Whis and Beerus instantly vanished from the spot. In the world of Shumi, crossing a vast desert leads to a primeval forest. Within this forest resides a towering saber-toothed tiger, standing at 20 meters tall, engaged in a fierce battle with a child clad in bulky clothing. With its jaws biting, tail sweeping, and paws striking, the saber-toothed tiger's attacks carry a fierce wind, each strike seemingly capable of tearing the heavens and earth apart. Yet the child's counterattacks are equally unyielding. Amidst a flurry of shadows and close combat, his small fists collide with the tiger's massive paws, a clash of strength against strength. It is unimaginable that this child, so small in comparison, is holding his ground in this fierce brawl. Get down. With the force of the tiger's paw propelling him, the little Gran leaps into the air, his hands gathering at his waist as a wave of energy blasts forth. However, the saber-toothed tiger steps back a few paces, narrowly avoiding the attack. Roar! The saber-toothed tiger lets out a skyward howl, unleashing a massive energy ball from its mouth. Boom! The unleashed violent energy sweeps across the forest, instantly obliterating the trees within. Faced with the incoming massive energy ball, the child Gran, dressed in bulky clothing, remains unfazed as a silver glow suddenly radiates from him. Swish! Shifting forms. Gran's expression is eerily calm, as if the gravity of the Shumi world and his clothing have no impact on him. He weaves through the oncoming energy ball. His speed is astonishing. The saber-toothed tiger doesn't even have time to react before Gran appears right behind it. 1,000-year kill. Gran's lips curl into a strange arc as he hurls an energy ball at the saber-toothed tiger's rear. Boom. It hits the saber-toothed tiger squarely. Roar. The saber-toothed tiger emits a heart-wrenching scream. If it could speak, it would undoubtedly exclaim, "You must be a devil." That was incredibly painful. Roar. The saber-toothed tiger's eyes turn a deep crimson as it goes berserk, its power and speed doubling. Meanwhile, two figures suddenly appear above the primeval forest. This little brat is becoming increasingly audacious, daring to enter here wearing that gravity suit. Once we catch him, he will definitely pay. Beerus mutters angrily, but the moment he enters this world, he sees the saber-toothed tiger in a frenzy. Both figures freeze in place. What is the power of this saber-toothed tiger? Beerus gulps. Whis' expression is equally grave. If we measure this saber-toothed tiger's power using the combat power index in the universe, it has reached a staggering 1 billion. What is going on? For Beerus and Whis, 1 billion combat power isn't much. They could blow such trash away with a single breath. However, the one facing this saber-toothed tiger is Gran. How could Gran, who has only trained for a short while, possibly handle it? Wait. Beerus suddenly recalls the peculiar nature of the Shumi world and exclaims, "The Shumi world adjusts the danger level according to the strength of those who enter, meaning this means Gran's strength is now sufficient to contend with a beast of 1 billion combat power. How is this possible?" The two exchange glances, both seeing shock reflected in each other's eyes. Suddenly, a terrifying aura equal to that of the saber-toothed tiger erupts from below. Beerus and Whis quickly shift their gaze downward, where they see Gran removing his gravity suit. Boom. 1 billion combat power erupts from Gran. The small Gran has shed his gravity suit and has also reverted from the state of ultra instinct. Yet his speed remains lightning fast. Even though the saber-toothed tiger's power is on par with his, it stands no chance against Gran's onslaught. 3 seconds later, the saber-toothed tiger's limbs and spine are shattered, and finally Gran stuffs an energy ball into the tiger's mouth. Boom. Amidst the terrifying explosion, the saber-toothed tiger is blown to smithereens. Little Gran stands amidst the chaos, the air thick with the scent of blood. In this gruesome scene, he appears as a god of slaughter. Gulp. Beerus in the sky swallows again, unable to find words to describe this little brat. Whis appears calm, but his grip on the staff tightens, revealing the turmoil within. It's no wonder they are so shocked. After all, Gran has only been in the Destroyer realm for 2 years, and a year and a half ago, he had never undergone any training in power. Yet now Gran has only trained in power for half a year. In just half a year, he has elevated his power to 1 billion combat power. This is the standard 1 billion combat power. Whis, how long did it take me to reach this level of power back then? Lord Beerus, if we count the time you spent napping, I believe it took you about 10 years. Whis takes a deep breath. Among all the destroyers, Beerus' talent is undoubtedly the strongest. Yet even such a formidable talent pales in comparison to Gran's. Some might say, if Beerus' talent is so great, why did it take him 10 years to reach 1 billion combat power? After all, Sun Wukong only trained for 2 to 3 decades, and his power skyrocketed to hundreds of billions. That's because Sun Wukong is the protagonist, and he has transformations. If we consider the norm, Sun Wukong and his peers would also only have around 1 billion combat power. Just like Gran now possessing 1 billion combat power in his normal state, once he transforms into Super Saiyan 3, his power will surge to 40 billion. Suddenly, boom. The ruins of the primeval forest below begin to tremble violently, the air thickening due to the excessive leaked energy. Not good. Countless beasts of equal power are charging towards Gran. Beerus finally snaps back from his shock. This world is such that once you reveal your power, you will be hunted by countless beasts unless you can completely control it, ensuring not a hint of energy leaks out. Whis, quickly take Gran away. Yes. Whis waves his staff. On the ground, Gran is moving his limbs, eager to clash with the incoming new swarm of beasts, when suddenly, the scene in front of him suddenly changes, and he finds himself back by the familiar lake. Gran's round eyes flash with 2 big question marks, wondering how he returned outside. Wait. The only one capable of pulling him out of that Shumi world is Whis. Does that mean Lord Beerus and the others have returned? Hiss. Gran inhales sharply. Oh no. He had sneaked into the Shumi world seeking a quick power boost, and now he has been found out. Gran pouts and prepares to flee. Where do you think you're going? Where are you going? The cold voice of Beerus resounded. Gran's small body involuntarily trembled, instinctively covering his rear. Whis' lips twitched. This little guy actually knew he was about to get punished. Oh, Lord Beerus and Whis are back. Gran turned around, bowing with a flattering smile. Welcome back, the most esteemed god of destruction and angel of the universe, to the realm of destruction. Beerus. Whis. You don't think showing your sycophantic face will let you escape a beating, do you? To celebrate your return, I'll go prepare a grand feast for you. Gran wasted no time. If he didn't run now, when would he? Whoosh. He flew toward the outside of the realm of destruction, exerting all his strength. He didn't know where to go, he just knew he couldn't stay in the realm anymore. But, why is my body moving backward? As Gran flew into the air, he realized he was actually being pulled back, and his expression changed dramatically. At some point, Gran found himself 10 meters away from Beerus, who was lifting one hand, and the immense suction force ceased. Beerus twisted his neck and said coldly, "Kid, how dare you wear that gravity suit into the Shumi world? You've got some nerve." Gran felt a chill run down his back and stammered, "Lord Beerus, please let me explain." "No need for explanations, come on, let me see the results of your training in that gravity suit, and you'd better pray your results can withstand my attack, otherwise you're done for." "Don't." Before Gran could finish, boom. Beerus stomped the ground, creating a massive pit as he transformed into a human-shaped cannonball charging at Gran. His speed was incredibly fast, collapsing the space around him. Seeing this, Whis' face darkened. Beerus was genuinely angry, and things did not bode well for Gran. "Damn it, Lord Beerus, don't think I'll be afraid of you." Gran also witnessed the shattering of space and swallowed hard. Is this the power of the strongest god of destruction? But, do you think I'll let myself get beaten without a fight? Impossible. Huh. Boom. Gran achieved absolute control over his power. His body didn't emit any fiery aura, but that 1 billion battle power had already erupted within him. Here it comes. Space shattered inch by inch in front of Gran, and Beerus appeared there too. Bang! The large and small fists collided, the tremendous force causing the water in the nearby lake to evaporate instantly. Gran knew that Beerus had ultimately restrained his power, yet he still felt as if his fist had struck the hardest stone in the universe. So painful. The unparalleled force surged through him, distorting the muscles in his arm. "Kid, is this all you've got?" Beerus expressed some disappointment. Gran's power had reached 1 billion battle power in just 6 months, which was indeed remarkable and terrifying. Even he couldn't match that back in the day. But this little guy's fighting skills. Suddenly, Beerus' disappointed expression changed in an instant to one of excitement. He could sense Gran was dodging. This kid had even learned to fight. "You little rascal." Beerus laughed heartily as he exerted force with his hand again. Boom. Gran released a significant portion of his power, but he was still sent flying. "Where do you think you're running to?" Beerus chased after him. Little Gran smiled. He felt his blood boiling. "Lord Beerus, bring it on." Boom. Boom. 2 streaks of light suddenly appeared in the void, intertwining and wrapping around each other. Each collision generated terrifying shockwaves. Whoosh! The scorching shockwaves swept across the battlefield, grinding the vegetation on the ground to dust. Watching the fierce clash in the sky, Whis gripped his staff tightly. I thought it was terrifying that he could raise his battle power to 1 billion in 6 months. Who would have thought he had also learned to fight? Fighting techniques, combat experience, and battle awareness. Though these are still not very excellent, they can be considered the foundation of first-stage physical instinct. I only gave him a gravity suit. How did he manage to achieve this? Could it be that all his training was done in the Shumi world? It's only been 6 months, my heavens, if he came to this realization on his own, then this kid. Seeing this situation, even Whis, who remained unperturbed in the face of calamity, became excited. What a thrill. Little Gran was knocked back 10 meters, but he refused to back down. He swung his tiny fists and charged again. Boom. Boom. The battle fluctuations began to expand, spreading from hundreds of miles to thousands of miles as the fight between Gran and Beerus reached a fever pitch. Beerus moved to Gran's back, both hands clasped into fists, and struck down forcefully, but unexpectedly. Gran's first-stage physical instinct allowed him to anticipate Beerus' move, and the 1 billion battle power within him erupted suddenly. This time he repelled Beerus with an explosive force. The defense succeeded. "Kid, take another punch from me." Beerus took a step back and swung his fist toward the little brat. Huh. Gran turned around, crossing his arms defensively in front of his chest. He blocked the blow, though he dissipated most of the force with a strange maneuver. Nevertheless, it still inflicted serious damage on his body. He didn't fully defend against that strike. Gran spat out blood. Beerus was not done. He wanted to see just how far this little guy could push his limits. Boom. The two sides tangled together again, and Gran began to employ the primitive state of the ultimate instinct. In the end, Gran found himself with no options left. He no longer fought Beerus in close combat. He even resorted to the prince's fighting technique. Boom. Various violent energies rained down. In this battle, Gran nearly exhausted all of his means. If it were an ordinary 1 billion battle power warrior, or even if the lightning-fast cell appeared here, Gran could fight above his level and beat them down. But Gran faced the strongest god of destruction. Even if the power was suppressed to the same level, the outcome of this battle would not change. Gran, who had only trained for 6 months, ultimately lost. However, clap clap. Soon the realm of destruction was filled with the sound of slapping buttocks. Ah, my butt hurts, Lord Beerus, spare me. Were you wrong or not? What did I do wrong? You dare say that again? Ah, I was wrong in every way. I'm still pretending to be clueless, huh? With your level of strength, do you really want to die by wearing that gravity suit into the Shumi world? I'm sorry. I won't do it again. Is there going to be a next time? No, next time. The realm of destruction echoed with Gran's tragic cries. Whis didn't care about Gran's well-being. During their time, without disrupting the god of destruction's realm, this kid had been too reckless. The world of Shumi also had gravity effects. Although the gravitational force wasn't as strong as that of the gravity suit, the combined pressure could truly crush a person. Half an hour later, Gran lay on a beach chair, the fabric of his clothes behind him torn to shreds. Whis, please heal me, Gran said pitifully. Whis pretended not to hear anything. Gran gritted his teeth, saying, I'll make you a different delicious dish. I won't let Lord Beerus eat it, it'll be just for you. Could you help me out, please? Lord Beerus next to them spoke irritably. Could you not say that while I'm right here? No way. Who told you to hit my butt? Don't you know why I hit you? I just thought that since my cultivation was too slow, I should go into the Shumi world. Gran sat up, but the pain in his body but forced him to give up on the action, angrily saying, besides, I'm fine. The moment he said that, the lakeside suddenly fell into a terrifying silence. Beerus and Whis exchanged glances, both seeing a peculiar look in each other's eyes. It was indeed the case. The gravity suit would automatically adjust to the boat's maximum limit, making it difficult for anyone wearing it to even run away. This kid, however, was not only full of energy, but also unafraid of death as he ventured into the Shumi world. He had cultivated his power to 1 billion combat strength and easily taken down a saber-toothed tiger beast with 1 billion combat strength. More importantly, Whis hadn't even had the chance to teach him how to cultivate his body's instincts, yet this little guy had formed his first-level body instinct just by fighting those mindless beasts. Is this something a human can do? Whis, my body, but hurts so much, please have pity on me. You need to endure the pain first, let me ask you. Beerus didn't indulge him, asking, did you form your first-level body instinct while fighting those beasts? First-level body instinct. Gran lay on the beach chair, frowning. When did I cultivate body instinct? He had heard about body instinct from Whis, but Whis hadn't taught him how to cultivate it yet. As soon as Gran said this, Whis and Beerus exchanged glances, realizing that this little guy truly knew nothing. Whis suppressed his astonishment and explained, body instinct refers to the ability of your body to react in the purest, most natural and correct way without needing to think through your brain regardless of the situation. And the fastest way to cultivate body instinct is through combat, Whis concluded. Beerus continued to ask, let me ask you again, when did you start wearing that gravity suit into the Shumi world? Gran shrank his neck, not daring to speak for fear of being hit again. Speak. Beerus glared at him. It was a month after you left the god of destruction's realm, Gran said weakly. So this kid had already been in the Shumi world wearing that suit for 5 months. This guy was really bold. They were not in the god of destruction's realm, and this kid wasn't afraid of being crushed by the gravity of the Shumi world and the gravity suit. Moreover, in just 5 months, he could form his first-level body instinct through fighting countless beasts. What kind of monster was this? With this thought, both Beerus and Whis felt an unsettling calm in their hearts. Whis, what does the first-level body instinct that Lord Beerus just mentioned mean? Gran seemed to have forgotten the pain in his body, but at this moment, he only wanted to clarify the meaning of the first-level body instinct. Body instinct is divided into 9 levels in total, and you have already reached the first level, Whis replied, coming back to his senses. Then what level have you reached? Gran asked, curiously looking at Whis with bright eyes. Beerus also perked up his ears, clearly unaware of what level his master had reached. Me, Whis was taken aback, then shook his head, saying, I won't tell you, but I can tell you what level Lord Beerus has reached. Upon hearing this, Beerus became angry. What the heck? You won't disclose your own power, but want to reveal mine. Whis, are you still human? Oh ho, sorry Lord Beerus, I am an angel, Whis replied with a smirk. Beerus. Gran, I'll tell you now that Lord Beerus' body instinct is at. Shut up. Beerus immediately covered Whis' mouth, looking at Gran, who was lying on the beach chair, quickly saying, besides me, the body instinct of other gods of destruction is only at the 4th level. Gran's eyes widened. According to Whis, there were only 9 levels of body instinct, and he thought the body instinct levels of the gods of destruction must be at least above the 5th level. You will gradually learn about these things later, don't ask too much now. Beerus shifted his gaze back to Whis, gritting his teeth. And you, if you dare to leak my power again, I will be furious. Whis, with his mouth covered, made a muffled sound. All right, I won't speak carelessly. Beerus finally let go of him. After a little commotion, Beerus no longer pursued the matter of Gran wearing the gravity suit into the Shumi world. Since Gran could wear the gravity suit and stay in there for 5 months, it meant he could freely control the Shumi world from now on. Gran was naturally very happy about this result. Suddenly, ouch my body my little, but it hurts so much. Gran finally remembered the injuries on his body. Whis glanced at Beerus, who nodded, and then he said, all right, stop playing the victim, I'll heal you, okay? Whis is the best, unlike that skinny skeleton of Lord Beerus, who not only makes me have a weak point, but also thinks about hitting my butt all day. While Gran was receiving treatment from Whis' mouth was like a machine gun, chattering non-stop. Moreover, his bullets were poisoned, making Beerus' forehead throb. He regretted letting Whis treat this kid. All right, get up. After Whis healed Gran, he grabbed him by the neck and tossed him onto the ground. Gran sat on the ground and suddenly said, Whis, you threw me, you're bad. Whis had a dark expression, realizing how quickly this kid could turn against him. Haha. Beerus laughed, feeling happy that he wasn't the only one injured. Whis shot an eye at Beerus, then looked at Gran on the ground, tentatively asking, little brat, was that your full power when you fought with Lord Beerus just now, eh? Guess. And Gran's eyes darted sideways. Whis observed with quiet amusement. I suspect that was your absolute limit, Gran. Was this angel's gaze truly so piercing? Could he really tell? In truth, it was his current maximum, but Scions are a race capable of transformation. Gran had no idea how advanced his cells had become. Moreover, for the past 6 months, he had been wholly absorbed in strength cultivation and battling colossal beasts, never once attempting transformation. And if he could transform, attaining Super Scion level 1 would amplify his power 50-fold. He resolved to find an opportunity to test his transformation soon. Lord Beerus. Ignoring Whis, Gran sprang up from the ground, rubbing his tiny hands together with a grin both mischievous and shamelessly unrefined. What now, may I ask you a few questions? No. You? Gran clenched his small fists. How infuriating. This bony, rule-defying nuisance. He ached to punch him. Beerus's lips twitched upward at Gran's flustered expression. Finally, someone else gets under your skin. Whis had already reclined back into his beach chair. The pair's absurd banter filled him with quiet delight. Lord Beerus, what is my current battle power? How swift is my cultivation rate? And just how vast is the gap between me and you? Gran furrowed his brows tightly, unleashing all his pent-up questions at once. He truly had no grasp of his present strength, or how it translated into measurable battle power. Yet, judging by the gravity multiplier of his training suit, he could now withstand 400 times Earth's gravity. By canon, even Goku, en route from Earth to Namek, had trained only up to 100x gravity. A comparison of 400x versus 100x left no doubt his strength had soared to an astonishing level. To achieve such mastery in merely half a year thrilled him deeply. Even the later-era Goku and Vegeta likely hadn't cultivated this swiftly. But what about the strongest destroyer? Gran genuinely longed to know the gulf between himself and the apex destroyer. Measured against universal battle power indices, your strength stands at 1 billion. Whis spoke slowly from his beach chair. 1 billion. Gran blinked, certain he'd misheard. He even dug a fingertip into his tiny ear. You've reached 1 billion battle power in just 6 months. Surely you're overjoyed. Beerus folded his arms and turned his head aside. What a... Gran's voice erupted. His entire face flushed crimson. 1 billion battle power. My stars. I possess 1 billion battle power. Gran bounced up and down, giddy with exhilaration. At last he had a tangible sense of his own might. By his prior world reckoning, Majin Buu, the obese form, possessed roughly 50 billion battle power. A rough estimate. No complaints if inaccurate. At that time, Goku, transformed into Super Saiyan 3, required a 400-fold power surge merely to stand a chance against Majin Buu. Thus, Super Saiyan 3 Goku's power must have exceeded 50 billion. Taking 50 billion as Goku's required threshold and dividing by 400 yields 1.25 billion. In other words, Goku's base power during the Majin Buu saga hovered around 125 million battle power. Then did that mean Gran now surpassed even that Goku? Gran wiggled his tiny fingers, one after another, growing ever more ecstatic. Lord Beerus, my talent is truly extraordinary. Gran cried, leaping onto Beerus's back. Ugh, you're insufferable. Get off me right now. No way. Lord Beerus, tell me, how is my cultivation speed? And how does it compare to yours? Must I answer? Spit it out. Or next I'll serve you stinky tofu. At the mere mention of stinky tofu, Beerus shuddered involuntarily. Who names a delicacy with the word stinky? Given this brat's notorious mischief, he was definitely plotting something vile. And stop! 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 And Beerus snatched the boy before him, his expression utterly exasperated. After 3 measured seconds, he composed himself anew. Your cultivation pace is impressive, but compared to me, you're immeasurably far behind. Beerus uttered those words without a trace of shame. In his own words, I am the supreme destroyer. If I admitted inferiority to a child, where would my dignity lie? Whis rolled his eyes, exactly as I predicted. And Grand's eyes widened. 6 months to 1 billion battle power, and yet that's still immeasurably far behind. Doubt flickered across his face as he turned toward the beach chair, his voice soft and youthful. Whis, is Lord Beerus telling the truth? Whis's mouth twitched. Why ask me? And what on earth should he say? And speak honestly, or fabricate a lie. But for an angel to lie, that would be unforgivable. Whis prepared to shake his head in honesty. And cough, cough, cough. Beerus suddenly erupted in violent theatrical coughing. Grand froze, frowning. Lord Beerus. What's wrong? Beerus coughed twice more, then replied with feigned nonchalance. Nothing. Just choked on some water. Can a destroyer choke on water? Mind your own business. Grand's lips tightened. He dismissed Beerus entirely. Choking on water. A true simpleton. He pressed on. Whis, would Lord Beerus ever deceive me? Whis longed to speak truth, but Beerus's frantic silent signals were unmistakable. With a sigh he replied, Do you believe Lord Beerus would lie to you? Grand glanced sideways at this simpleton destroyer, and his spirit visibly deflated. True enough, Lord Beerus may be rather wicked, but he's never once lied to me. So indeed, I remain hopelessly distant from Lord Beerus. Lord Beerus, you truly are the supreme destroyer. That final line Grand delivered with solemn sincerity, and a thumbs up raised high. Beerus felt a faint warmth rise to his cheeks. Whis asked, would I lie to you? And yet here I am lying outright. I'll prepare dinner now. Grand sighed and departed. Whis rose from his beach chair, watching the boy's retreating silhouette with a gentle smile. Lord Beerus, you're quite the trickster, deceiving a child like that. Where's the harm? It's for his own good. Beerus clasped his hands behind his back, voice calm and detached. This child's talent is too extraordinary. Without tempering his pride, he'll surely grow arrogant. Oh ho ho, such lofty rhetoric could only spring from your lips, Lord Beerus. Laughing at me. Then why did you utter that deliberately ambiguous reply? Lord Beerus, I find your audacity grows thicker by the day. Have you already forgotten how openly you signaled me? I merely choked on water. What else would you expect? Faced with Beerus's unblinking, shameless expression, Whis uttered only 2 words, you win. Time passed swiftly. Grand soon prepared a lavish feast. Roast whole lamb, not stinky tofu, which could hardly be conjured in mere hours. Before such culinary splendor, the divine gravitas of the destroyer god and the angel dissolved entirely. Beerus and the others devoured the meal with unrestrained gusto, grease glistening on their chins. Grand himself cradled an entire roasted lamb, gnawing into it with quiet fervor. 6 months of relentless cultivation had left his body and spirit weary. He deserved this feast. 2 hours elapsed. Sated and content, the 3 reclined upon beach chairs beneath the dimming sky of the destroyer realm, where violet starlight spilled softly and a gentle breeze whispered across the sands. For half a year each had pursued their own path. Rare was this shared stillness, this tranquil interlude they now savored deeply. Grand, your power has nearly reached its current plateau, hasn't it? Whis murmured, gazing upward at the heavens. Beerus's eyes sharpened. So the boy was ready for the next stage of cultivation. Yes. Grand lay sideways, watching Whis recline serenely in the center chair. Lately I felt my strength resisting further ascent. Perfectly natural. Measured by universal combat power indices, 10 billion is a pivotal threshold, a bottleneck many face. Even Lord Beerus lingered here for several years. Then what should I do now? Breaking through demands myriad conditions. Sometimes a shift in mood alone can shatter the barrier. Whis watched the star-strewn firmament, already having charted Grand's path forward. Indeed. Beerus, stretched upon the rightmost chair, spoke. The variables governing breakthroughs are countless, and rarely yield within short spans. For now set aside raw power cultivation. Grand sat upright, glancing between the 2 venerable figures beside him. Then what shall I cultivate instead? You have mastered power. You have refined your heart-mind. Now turn to combat technique, experience, instinct, and awareness, was concluded calmly. You understand why I directed you toward these disciplines, don't you? I believe so. Not long ago you said battle is the swiftest path to awakening the body's innate instincts. Grand nodded. You wish me to internalize combat techniques through real struggle. until they become second nature, elevating my physical instinct itself. Whis's ultimate aim was clear, full mastery of ultra instinct, sign. Having already cultivated heart-mind, mastering bodily instinct would bring ultra instinct, perfection within reach. Well done. Whis and Beerus exchanged satisfied glances. The boy truly possessed keen insight. So how shall I train? Shall I return to the Shumishu world to fight those colossal beasts? Gran fell silent mid-sentence and began counting on his fingers. Beerus tilted his head intrigued. What are you doing? Wait a moment. Gran raised both hands in a gentle halting gesture. He had dwelled in the Dragon Ball universe for over 2 years. Now it was age 739. Goku's first quest for the Dragon Balls would begin in age 749. 10 years remained before the saga commenced. As a candidate destroyer with Whis and Beerus ever at his side, Gran held little interest in Earth's other affairs. But senzu beans, that fascinated him deeply. Their effect was miraculous. Though incapable of curing disease, they healed any wound, no matter how grievous. So long as a single breath remained, a senzu bean restored life, vitality, and physical vigor to peak condition. In the saga's early days they were plentiful, until Yajirobe ascended Karin Tower. Thereafter their numbers dwindled rapidly. Yajirobe treated them as daily fare. Just thinking of that gluttonous oaf made Gran grind his teeth in vexation. Whis, as Beerus's attendant, could not accompany him constantly. Without Whis's healing, senzu beans would prove indispensable. No, he must secure every senzu bean before Yajirobe reached Karin Tower. Brat, what's running through that head of yours? Beerus frowned. Gran straightened, turning to face both elders. Master Whis, Lord Beerus, did you not say I must endure countless battles to forge a higher-order physical instinct? Beerus's brow furrowed deeper. What precisely are you getting at? Whis too regarded him with quiet curiosity. Gran clenched his jaw, summoning courage. I wish to leave the Destroyer realm, to seek out elite warriors across the cosmos and test myself in battle. This was indeed his earnest intention. 2 years had passed since his arrival in the Destroyer realm. Both heart, mind, and power had plateaued. No significant growth would occur soon. As Whis and Beerus had stated, only relentless combat could deepen his mastery of technique, experience, and awareness, ultimately forging them into instinct. Yet the Destroyer realm held only Beerus, Whis, and the slumbering prophecy fish. Beerus and Whis were far too formidable to serve as sparring partners. The beasts of the Shumishu world offered challenge, but no reasoning mind, no tactical depth. Battling them yielded little progress in technique or strategy. Venturing into the wider cosmos, seeking stronger, wiser opponents, was the wiser course. Beerus and Whis fell silent. Gran ventured cautiously, what's wrong? Do you oppose my departure? Ha. Suddenly both erupted into hearty laughter. Gran blinked, bewildered. What on earth had provoked this? Whis composed himself. Truth be told, even without your words, Lord Beerus, and I had resolved to send you forth. Send? Why send me away? Gran felt as though sharp thorns pierced his chest. Hear us out first. Beerus sighed. You've seen our realm. It holds but a handful of souls. Neither Whis nor I can serve as your worthy adversary. Where else then but the cosmos? Other universes remained possible, but Gran's current strength fell far short of such a journey. For now, remaining within the 7th universe was prudent. Ah, I see. Gran patted his chest in relief. He'd feared genuine banishment, only to discover their intentions aligned perfectly. When shall I depart the Destroyer realm? In 1 month. Until then, consolidate your foundations. Understood. Gran nodded firmly. At last, freedom to explore the cosmos. His excitement surged, and he began mapping his journey in meticulous detail. His first destination, planet Arlia, to master instant transmission. Whis, bound to Beerus, could not accompany him always. With instant transmission, travel would become effortless, and the technique itself served as a supremely practical means of evasion. If flight failed, only calling for aid remained. His second stop, Namek. Having entered the Dragon Ball universe, he could scarcely pass up witnessing the Dragon Balls themselves. Not merely witness, they demanded wishes. Third, Earth's senzu beans. Fourth, challenges against the galaxy's mightiest warriors. And finally, vengeance upon Vegeta. The humiliation of his arrival in this world still burned vividly. His vow to confront the Scion Prince had ripened into due season. Gran clenched his fist, a subtle fierce smile curling his lips. Prince Vegeta, prepare yourself. Soon you'll feel the full weight of my 10 billion combat power. Time flew by, and a month had passed just like that. During this time, with Beerus as his sparring partner, Gran had thoroughly solidified his own strength. Gran's current battle power is 1 billion. His mindset at the level of semi-selflessness and his physical instincts have reached the first stage. His dimension has also reached the pinnacle of the King of Worlds, but Whis has never informed him of this, and Gran has remained unaware of it. The reason Whis hasn't told Gran is primarily because the time is not yet right. When Gran returns to the God of Destruction realm, next time, he will undergo dimensional training, and that will be the moment to reveal the truth to him. Today marks the 2nd year since Gran arrived in the Dragon Ball world, and also the 2nd year since he came to the God of Destruction realm. It is time for him to leave. The small Gran, dressed in ancient God of Destruction attire, stood before the God of Destruction palace, facing Beerus. With parting imminent, the atmosphere felt somewhat melancholic and heavy. Lord Beerus, I must take my leave. Gran's expression looked quite reluctant. Get lost. Without you, my God of Destruction realm can finally settle down, and I can sleep soundly. Beerus said expressionlessly. You. Gran gritted his teeth and said, all right, Lord Beerus, I thought you would want to have a proper conversation since we won't see each other for a long time. You're something else. At this point, he rolled his eyes and added, humph, since you dislike me so much, I won't bring you any gifts next time I return ill, just bring them for Whis. When he goes to Earth, he will definitely pack millions of instant noodles. After all, in the anime, these two from the God of Destruction realm have quite a fondness for instant noodles. Whis' eyes lit up. The gifts Gran referred to were surely food, and then he cast a provocative glance at Beerus. It seemed to say, keep being stubborn now, you won't have anything to eat. Beerus shot Whis a glare, and then angrily directed at Gran, you dare. You dislike me so much, why should I still bring you gifts? You. Beerus finally sighed, remember to stay safe. If you encounter someone you can't possibly defeat, remember to call for me. After saying that, Beerus turned and returned to the God of Destruction palace. This stubborn one acts like it's the end of the world just to say something nice, but Gran still felt warm inside. He stood in front of the God of Destruction palace for a long time before finally saying, Whis, let's go. You want to go to Yardrat first, right? Yes. All right, we will be there soon. Whis tapped his staff, and he took Gran, transforming into a rainbow-colored beam of light that shot into the sky. 1 minute later, Whis returned to the front of the God of Destruction palace, only to find that Beerus had somehow reappeared. Huh. Whis cheerfully said, Lord Beerus, weren't you going to sleep? Mind your own business. Beerus rolled his eyes. Did you send him to Yardrat? Oh ho ho, Lord Beerus is clearly so concerned about him, yet pretends to be nonchalant. Whis chuckled behind his hand. Stop nagging him, asking you, did you send him to Yardrat or not? Yes, I did. Whis ceased his smile and no longer teased him. This little guy's first stop at Yardrat is probably to learn their instant transmission. Instant transmission. Yes, there's a technique called instant transmission on Yardrat, which is somewhat similar to the Kaioshin's instant transmission. Whis paused for a moment before continuing. However, to perform Yardrat's instant transmission, one must sense the ki first. I see. Beerus nodded. He could roughly guess why Gran wanted to learn this. Without Whis by his side, instant transmission would indeed be a great way to travel quickly. Whis, holding his staff, looked at the sky and said lightly, Lord Beerus, Gran hasn't left the God of Destruction realm for the past 2 years, yet he still knows about Yardrat's instant transmission. He's quite remarkable. No kidding. Beerus pretended not to understand Whis' words. To completely master one's power in just 2 years, to cultivate his mindset to the level of semi-selflessness, to refine his power to 1 billion battle power, and to develop his physical instincts to the first stage. Can such a peerless genius be simple? Whis shook his head and said, Lord Beerus, you know what I mean. Beerus clenched his fists. So what? I only know that he is my disciple. Whis paused for a moment and suddenly let out a mischievous laugh. Oh ho ho, he is also my disciple. Besides, didn't he say that the things he knows are actually from the Scion historical records? At this point, Beerus spoke again. By the way, when you mentioned the Scion historical records before, you looked so serious. Is there something significant about the Scion race? As soon as this was said, the area in front of the God of Destruction palace fell into a deathly silence. 3 minutes passed. Whis pondered and said, I'm not sure if I remember wrong, but when I was very little, I think I heard my father mention that someone challenged Lord Zeno. What? Beerus was taken aback. Zeno is the strongest in the universe. How could anyone dare to challenge him? Wait. Beerus swallowed hard. You're not suggesting that the person who challenged Lord Zeno is a Scion, are you? If that's the case, then it would make sense for the Scion race to have a historical record filled with many secrets. My memory is a bit hazy. I'm not too sure. Whis shook his head. He indeed wasn't certain about this matter and thought he would need to find time to ask his father. Beerus also fell silent. Finally, if you remember, be sure to tell me. I'm going to sleep now. Beerus turned to head back to sleep, but suddenly turned back to look at Whis seriously, saying, also, if that kid encounters danger, remember to wake me. Yes. Whis held back a smile and nodded. Only then did Beerus return to his palace. In the North Galaxy, there are 3 special planets. One is Namek, another is Metamer, and the last is Yardrat. Not far from Namek, there is a purple planet which appears rocky and desolate from the outside. This planet is indeed Yardrat. In the Dragon Ball anime, Sun Wukong learned instant transmission on this planet. Today, a child dressed in ancient Egyptian attire has arrived here. Gran stands in the middle of the street while Yardrat people bustle around him on either side. The Yardrat people are relatively short with skin colors of pink and white. As they pass by Gran, they all look at him with strange expressions. Gran seems oblivious to their gazes, murmuring to himself, "Why did Whis say, 'I have the ability to survive in the universe'?" When Whis had just brought him here, he had actually made a request wanting to gain the ability to survive in the universe. The inability to survive in the universe has always been a weakness of the Scions. Regardless of which Scion it is, once they are in a battle and a planet is destroyed without oxygen, they will certainly perish. Just like the battle between Sun Wukong and Frisia on Namek, Frisia ultimately fell to Sun Wukong, but he destroyed Namek in the process. If it weren't for Sun Wukong coincidentally encountering the Jinyu Force's spaceship, he would have surely perished. Gran does not want to possess such a weakness, so he asked Whis. With Whis' mysterious abilities, he should have a way to help him solve this issue. But Whis refused, stating that Gran already possesses the ability to survive in the universe. Why would Whis say such a thing? Gran stood on the street, his brows furrowed. The only beings who could grant a Scion the ability to survive in the universe are angels or the dragon. Yet he never made such a wish to the dragon. Why can he already survive in the universe? Gran is puzzled. Given the current situation, I can only try it out. Gran muttered to himself as he looked up at the purple sky, channeling his energy to his feet. Whoosh! Gran shot into the universe at an astonishing speed. The moment he left the street, the Yardrat people on the street erupted in excitement. Half a year ago, wasn't that planet not far from ours destroyed by two mysterious powerhouses? One of them wore the same outfit as this child. Could this child be affiliated with that mysterious powerhouse? Quick, go tell the elder. Gran was unaware of what was happening behind him, as he had already reached the edge of the atmosphere. There was still a bit of oxygen here, but one more step would lead to a vacuum. Gran hesitated not at all. He held his breath, and then stepped out, trying to breathe slowly. Boom! Gran's heart trembled. He felt no exchange of breath, yet he did not feel suffocated at all. How is this possible? Gran, skeptical, continued to stay there. If he felt suffocated, he would definitely turn around and run. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. 60 minutes. Why is this happening? Gran widened his eyes. He had been in the vacuum of space for so long, without feeling suffocated at all. Meanwhile, far away in the God of Destruction's realm, Whis, using the crystal ball atop his staff, observed Gran's actions and chuckled. Because your dimension has reached the pinnacle of the king level. In other words, you are no longer immortal. Your body naturally is no longer affected by the vacuum. Gran, on the other hand, was still unaware of the true reason. He only knew that Scions could not possibly have the ability to survive for long periods in the vacuum of space. Soon he formed two guesses in his mind. Either he has a special physique that allows him to survive in the vacuum of space, or someone made a wish to the dragon, likely wishing for the Scions to gain the ability to survive in the universe. Since he is also a Scion, perhaps that is why he has this change now. But he is just a high-level Scion. Oh, how special can his physique be? Thus, the second possibility must be the case. But who made the wish to the dragon? Gran suddenly felt a pang of panic. In the original story, no one ever made such a wish. Could it be that his crossing has caused a butterfly effect? Whis must know something. I can only ask him later. Gran recalled what Whis said before he left. Since Whis the angel was aware of the matter, but did not have any other reaction, it indicated that the issue should not be too serious. Thinking of this, he felt much more at ease. I have to say, the feeling of being able to survive in the universe is truly exhilarating. Gran quickly put this matter aside. Now that he no longer has the weakness of being unable to survive in the universe, he began joyfully soaring through the cosmic starry sky. The boundless universe and the brilliant starry sky create an exquisite tapestry that captivates the soul. After a while, Gran prepared to return to Yardrat to learn instant transmission. Suddenly, Gran saw two figures swirling in the starry sky ahead, hovering in front of a massive sphere of light. One of them was relatively short, with a white punk hairstyle, pale purple skin, and wearing a pair of patera earrings. When Gran saw the clothing on this short figure, his pupils suddenly constricted. Kaishin Shin. It seemed that Kaishin Shin, who was creating a planet, heard someone calling him and quickly turned around with Kibito. It was actually an 80-year-old child. Who are you? How dare you directly call the name of Lord Kaishin? Kibito, the servant of Kaishin, spoke with an air of arrogance towards the mortal. Shin, how did you get here? Aren't you supposed to be in the Kaishin realm? Gran, naturally aware of Kibito's previous character, directly ignored him and focused on Kaishin Shin. How dare you be so rude? Kibito, seeing Gran ignore him, stepped forward to teach this child a lesson. Suddenly, he felt something gripping his neck, and the bones in his neck started to crack. Looking down, he saw that Gran had already appeared in front of him and was gripping his neck with a small hand. So painful. The aura of death enveloped him completely. Infinite fear surged within Kibito. I know your arrogance very well, but do not be arrogant towards me. If there is a next time, you will die. Gran tossed Kibito aside, and then shifted his gaze to Kaishin Shin. Kaioshin Shin's body tensed. Kibito possessed the power to defeat Frisia in an instant, yet he couldn't withstand even a single exchange from this child. However, from this child's words and actions it seemed he meant no harm. Kaioshin Shin relaxed slightly and spoke. Who are you? How do you know me? You are the Kaioshin of Universe 7. Of course I know you. Gran pointed to the god of destruction attire he was wearing, his voice somewhat childish. Do you know me? The king of all Shun Xian glanced at the peculiar outfit worn by Gran and asked, I don't know you. What exactly do you intend to do? Gran, somewhat speechless, continued to probe. I am the candidate destroyer of the 7th universe. Do you recognize me now? The 7th universe. Is there an 8th or 9th universe as well? And what exactly is this destroyer you speak of? Is it a kind of deity? Shin Xian furrowed his brow, perplexed by the child's words. Gran's face was filled with frustration. This king of all Shin Xian was truly as ignorant as depicted in the anime. In truth, it wasn't entirely his fault. 5 million years ago, Majin Buu invaded the king of all realm, absorbing the southern king and the grand king, while the northern and western kings were killed. In the end, only the eastern king survived. The grand king had not had time to teach him about the kings, and the old king was sealed inside the sword of the king by Beerus. It was precisely because of these reasons that King Shin Xian was so uninformed. The universe we inhabit is the 7th universe, and you are its supreme deity. Of course, there is another deity of equal rank known as the Destroyer. Regarding your ignorance of the King of All, I am not upset. Let me explain. The King of All governs the creation of planets, while the Destroyer oversees their destruction. Your duties are to maintain the balance of the universe. Do you understand a bit better now? Wait. Shin Xian felt a slight itch in his scalp, sensing he needed to think. After digesting the information for a moment, his expression suddenly turned cold. I have never heard of any of this. However, if you say the Destroyer governs the destruction of planets, and you are the candidate destroyer, does that mean the annihilation of the stars half a year ago is related to you? Half a year ago? The annihilation of the stars. Gran was taken aback, but quickly recovered. Are you referring to the planets that Lord Beerus cleaned up half a year ago? At that time, he was training his power while Beerus and Whis were out performing the planet cleansing task, reportedly destroying over 20,000 planets. Undoubtedly, the star annihilation Shin Xian mentioned referred to this incident. So it was you. Shin Xian suddenly became furious. Over 20,000 planets. In just 6 months you destroyed more than 20,000 planets. Didn't you say you were also deities? Why are there such malicious deities like you? Gran's lips twitched. The old king had yet to emerge to teach this guy, and conversing with him now felt like playing a lute to a cow. Seeing Gran's indifferent demeanor, Shin Xian grew even angrier. Why did you destroy so many planets? Do you know how long it would take me to recreate those 20,000 planets? Wait. Gran's eyes widened. You and Jebit came here not to recreate those useless planets, did you? As he spoke, he quickly glanced at Shinzin's back. There was a massive glowing sphere, and through the light, he could see a planet being nurtured inside. It really is. Gran couldn't help but laugh in anger. Lord Beerus sacrificed half a year's worth of sleep to destroy those 20,000 planets, and now you actually want to recreate them. As he said this, he could no longer contain himself and transformed into a streak of light darting past Shin Xian. What are you doing? Shin Xian was puzzled by the child's actions when suddenly his eyes widened. That's a planet I painstakingly recreated. Stop right there. In his sight, Gran shot out an energy sphere with a diameter of 20 meters. Boom. The energy sphere plunged into the glowing orb, resulting in a tremendous explosion, destroying the planet that had yet to be formed once more. You devil. Seeing the planet he had worked hard to recreate being destroyed again, Shunzin's eyes burned red with rage. Lord King of All, look at this guy's dimension. Jebit returned to Shunzin's side, standing protectively in front of him. Jebit was full of arrogance towards mortals, but his loyalty to Shin Xian was unquestionable. Dimension. King dimension. Shunzin's eyes widened. Oh, how could this child possess a dimension at the king level at such a young age? At the same time this validated the other party's claim. It seemed he truly was some candidate destroyer deity. However, damn it, even Majin Buu didn't destroy as many planets. You are even more evil than Majin Buu. How on earth did you become that so-called destroyer? Shunzin's anger intensified. For the sake of the universe's future stability, he prepared to eliminate this little devil named Gran. You recreate those useless planets, and I haven't even troubled you, yet you still want to make a move against me. Gran returned to Shunzin's front, his expression turning icy. Boom. A billion battle power erupted from Gran, creating a wave of energy 100 meters high that swept across the starry sky. The powerful wave of energy pushed Jebit back over 10 meters. So strong. Jebit steadied himself while Shin Xian remained unmoved, wanting to step forward to assist him. Jebit stepped back a bit. For the sake of the universe's stability, I will personally eliminate this kind of devil. Shin Xian did not look back. The power of this child was considerable, but still too weak compared to Majin Bu. Interesting, it turns out your power is quite impressive, Shin Xian. Let me see your strength. Seeing that Shin Xian was not blown back by his energy wave, Gran's tone turned mocking. In the Majin Bu saga, Shin Xian was stronger than Piccolo at Super Saiyan level, but was unable to defeat Beerus at Super Saiyan 2 peak. From this estimation, Shinzin's strength was probably at the early Super Saiyan 2 level, roughly around 20 billion battle power. You devils should not exist in this world. Let me eliminate you. Shin Xian was the first to initiate the attack, instantly vanishing from Gran's line of sight. Gran's lips curved slightly. Oh, was this the breath of a deity? Interesting. Meanwhile, far away in the realm of the Destroyer Gods, Whis witnessed the clash between Gran and the King of All. Oh my, encountering the current King of All. It seems there's even a dispute. Are they about to fight? It's truly fascinating to see the King of All face off against a candidate Destroyer God. Whis observed this scene with keen interest as he saw the King of All Shin launching an attack on Gran. The King of All Shin is a being of divine level exuding an aura that belongs to the gods. If an ordinary person were to face such divine energy, they would undoubtedly be at a loss. For mortals cannot perceive the presence of divine beings, even if Gran's current dimension is at the peak level of the King of All. Gran has not truly reached the divine dimension of the Destroyer Gods or the King of All, and he too cannot sense the aura of Shin. What a pity. Having lived in the realm of the Destroyer Gods for 2 years, Gran has long since become accustomed to the aura of the divine. Even without this reason, his state of mind has cultivated to a level of semi-emptiness, and combined with his first-stage physical instincts, Gran could perceive your position, the current King of All, through the state of effortless form. Whis murmured to himself. In his observation, the power of the King of All was indeed twice as strong as Gran's. However, great power does not necessarily mean victory. Gran is his disciple, while the King of All Shin knows nothing. Even if Shin's power is several times greater than Gran's, he cannot possibly be Gran's opponent. This is destined to be a battle without any suspense. In a stretch of starry sky not far from the planet Yardrat, the King of All Shin initiated the attack, first disappearing from sight. Divine energy, is it? Too bad it's useless to me. Gran was enveloped in a silver glow empowered by the state of effortless form. Gran moved, disappearing from sight as well. In an unseen place, the King of All Shin was about to land a punch on Gran. Suddenly, Gran's body evaded at a bizarre angle, a movement that did not seem like he was consciously controlling it. Rather, it was a reflex of the body, extremely exaggerated. In the next moment, the dazed King of All Shin was kicked out of sight by Gran. How is this possible? After regaining his balance, the King of All Shin wiped the blood from his mouth and asked, "How did you do that? Are you referring to the divine energy, or my body's instinctive reaction?" Gran radiated silver light all over, not in a hurry to attack. Instinctive reaction. How could anyone develop their bodhi's instincts to such a degree? Just because others can't doesn't mean I can't. I am a candidate Destroyer God. Gran gestured playfully at the King of All Shin and said, "Enough talk, come at me. I want to see just how powerful the current King of All truly is." You? A sense of humiliation washed over the King of All Shin. Gritting his teeth, he charged forward again, throwing punches, knee strikes, elbow jabs. This time his attacks were even faster. Boom. The power of the King of All Shin with a combat strength of 2 billion stirred the cosmos, instantly causing a starry storm. However, Gran moved like a nimble little monkey, each of his actions appearing casual, yet effortlessly dodging the attacks from the King of All Shin. Jebet grew increasingly alarmed, realizing the opponent was showcasing a complete, overpowering stance. He understood that his King of All had already lost. Seeing that he couldn't even touch the opponent's clothing, the King of All Shin furiously exclaimed, "If you have the ability, then take my punch. Fine, as you wish." Gran no longer dodged. He clenched his small fist and charged forward. Boom. A terrifying force erupted between their two fists, surging like a tsunami. The King of All Shin could feel that the opponent's power was not on par with his own, and a smile appeared on his face. "This time you want to escape. Hey Shin, what are you thinking?" Gran's voice suddenly reached his ears, and the King of All Shin narrowed his eyes. He saw that Gran was unscathed. Astonished, he asked, "How is this possible? My power is so much stronger than yours. Why are you fine?" "Why am I fine?" Gran at this moment used a bizarre movement to completely neutralize the opponent's power. He took 2 steps back and smiled, saying, "That's because I have been battling giant beasts in the world of Shumi and sparring with Lord Beerus. My fighting techniques, awareness, and experience are all superior to yours." The King of All Shin could not comprehend what the other was saying. He wanted to continue attacking. Suddenly, a white energy sphere pressed against him, the extreme heat causing sharp pain on his skin. The threat of death enveloped him entirely, and the King of All Shin dared not move again. "Shin, you should be grateful that you are a King of All. After saying this, Gran dispersed the energy sphere in his small hand. The king of all Shin understood the meaning behind Gran's words. If he weren't a king of all, he would have been killed long ago. Lord King of all, are you okay? Jebit rushed forward. The king of all Shin shook his head, looking at the child before him, his tone filled with dejection. I am not his opponent. It's truly laughable. Others are so strong, yet he foolishly thought he could kill them. It's normal for you not to be my opponent. You govern creation while I govern destruction, which is the opposite of you. Battle is what we destroyer gods excel at. Gran continued, Shin, I know you don't understand anything right now, but I still advise you don't try to recreate those useless planets. If Lord Beerus finds out you want to recreate those useless planets, your fate might become just like that of the old king of all. Old king of all. The king of all Shin widened his eyes as this child mentioned yet another new figure. However, from the title given, it was clear that the other was also a king of all, and an older generation one at that. The king of all Shin felt as if his worldview was collapsing. Wasn't he the last king of all in this universe? When did another old king of all emerge? You are so ignorant. Once I finish this period of busyness, I will help you release the old king of all. Seeing the king of all Shin still looking bewildered, Gran shook his head. Without the teachings of the old king of all, the king of all Shin could hardly grow. After saying this, Gran turned and prepared to return to Yardrat, not worrying about the king of all Shin remaining in the universe. After all, the Dragon Ball story has not truly begun, and the universe is still quite safe. Wait, where are you going? You don't want to continue destroying planets, do you? Gran twitched the corner of his mouth, no longer caring about this ignorant king of all. He swiftly flew back towards Yardrat. Lord King of all, what should we do now? Jebit looked at Gran's small figure, the fear in his heart still unresolved. The things he said I have never heard of. I don't know any destroyer gods, nor do I recognize any old king of all. The king of all Shin felt as if his head was filled with confusion. Looking at Gran's small figure, he continued, his power is strong, but since he let us go, it's clear he means us no harm. Let's follow him and see what he actually intends to do. Yes, in the realm of the destroyer gods. The gap is just too great. How could Lord King of all possibly be Gran's opponent? Whis lay on a beach chair snacking while watching the scene on the crystal ball. At the end, he nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. He even remembered to hold back against the king of all. After finishing his snack, Whis suddenly stood up from the beach chair. Lord Beerus has fallen back asleep, and Gran has left the realm of the destroyer gods. Well, it's time to have a talk with father, Whis murmured to himself. Ever since he heard Gran mention that the Scion race has a historical book, a memory from deep within his mind has surfaced. When he was very, very small, he seemed to have heard his father mention that a Scion once challenged the Omni King. But this memory is too hazy, and Whis doesn't dare to confirm that he hasn't remembered it wrong. This time he wants to hear how father speaks of it. In just a moment of thought, Whis leaned on his staff and transformed into a streak of light soaring into the sky. He was heading towards the palace of the Omni King. Planet Yadarat. Gran flew back from outer space. He naturally noticed the two tailing him behind, but he was too busy to pay them any mind. There were still 10 years before the Dragon Ball storyline began, and during this time, he had too many things to do. Learning instant transmission was the most crucial part, and he couldn't let Kaioshin Shin disrupt his plans. Gran returned to the street, and as soon as he landed, several short Yadarat aliens approached him. I am the Grand Elder of Yadarat. We greet you, Lord Candidate Destroyer. The Grand Elder of Yadarat bowed to Gran, and the Yadarat aliens behind him followed suit. Gran was taken aback and asked, you know me? Not really. The Grand Elder of Yadarat shook his head and said, but I recognize the attire you are wearing, my lord. It turned out that 6 months ago Beerus had executed a planet cleanup mission near Yadarat, precisely the spot where Kaioshin Shin had intended to recreate the planet. Beerus' level of destruction was truly exaggerated, and all the Yadarat aliens had witnessed the scene of him destroying the planet. The Grand Elder of Yadarat found Beerus' attire very familiar, so he went back to review the historical records of their clan. Indeed, their records contained some information about the god of destruction and the Kaioshin. Thus, upon seeing the clothes of the young Gran, the Grand Elder of Yadarat deduced Gran's identity. I see. Gran nodded. He didn't expect that the Yadarat even had records regarding the god of destruction. The Yadarat aliens lived up to their reputation as one of the 3 miraculous races of the North Galaxy. May I ask what brings the Candidate Destroyer here? If there's anything we Yadarat can assist with, we will do our utmost. The Grand Elder of Yadarat said respectfully. I heard that you have a secret technique called instant transmission. Oh, I want to learn it. Would you agree? You are the Candidate Destroyer. How could we dare to refuse? The Grand Elder of Yadarat wiped the virtual sweat from his forehead and quickly said, of course. After saying that he had someone lead Gran to the training room for instant transmission. However, shortly after Gran left, 2 figures followed, one big and one small. Kaioshin, The Grand Elder of Yadarat's body suddenly trembled. What is happening lately? The god of destruction Kaioshin and the candidate destroyer all appeared one after the other. Is something significant about to happen in the universe? Kaioshin, Shin, and Jebit did not pay attention to the Grand Elder of Yadarat. They continued to follow Gran from a short distance. When Gran entered a secret chamber, the two of them actually squatted in a corner, seemingly waiting for Gran to come out. Grand Elder of Yadarat. Inside the secret chamber. Here, besides a stone tablet, there was nothing else. The Yadarat alien who brought Gran into the secret chamber was named Div. He spoke, Lord Candidate Destroyer, as long as you concentrate your spiritual energy on the stone tablet, you will be able to sense the method to practice instant transmission. All right, you can leave now. Gran waved his hand. Div walked out, but just as he stepped out of the secret chamber door, he saw two people squatting in the corner nearby. Elder, who are they? Did they come here to learn instant transmission as well? Div asked curiously. Lower your voice. The smaller one is the Lord Kaioshin. The Grand Elder of Yadarat shot him a glare. Div shrank his neck. He never expected to encounter so many deities today. By the way, Elder, how long do you think it will take for the Candidate Destroyer to successfully master instant transmission? Div asked cautiously. Why are you asking that? Someone who can become a Candidate Destroyer must be an extraordinary genius. I know that someone who can become a Candidate Destroyer must be an extraordinary genius, which is why I'm curious about this esteemed one's talent. Div thought for a moment and continued. I remember our Yadarat's fastest record was about 2 years. I guess this Candidate Destroyer will be faster than that. All right, the Candidate Destroyer is not someone we can discuss. Stop talking about it. The Grand Elder of Yadarat waved his hand. Who dares to discuss such a deity? Do they want to die? The Kaioshin and Jebit in the corner exchanged glances, and they were already aware of Gran's purpose for coming here. Hearing the conversation between the Grand Elder of Yadarat and Div, they were also curious about how long it would take Gran to practice this secret technique. Time passed swiftly. The Grand Elder of Yadarat had to attend to other matters and had already left in front of the secret chamber. An hour passed, and Div remained waiting outside the training room as it was the Elder's order. Div knew that it was impossible for anyone to master instant transmission in a day, and he found himself somewhat bored while waiting. 2 hours passed. 3 hours passed. It reached the 6th hour. Suddenly, Div outside the secret chamber sensed something and widened his eyes. How is this possible? Inside the cultivation chamber, Gran sat with his eyes closed, his right hand resting steadily upon the runic steel. For reasons unknown, he always slipped effortlessly into a state of serene clarity whenever he cultivated. In this state, his mind emptied entirely and his body sank into profound relaxation, akin to deep restorative slumber. If described in the language of Xuanhuan fiction, he would call it sudden enlightenment. A low hum resonated. Then a mysterious force surged forth as if awakening the runes carved upon the steel. They writhed alive and flooded violently into Gran's consciousness. Foundational meditation, long-range perception, spatial anchoring. The essence of instantaneous movement lay not in raw speed, but in leaping across dimensional space, achieving near-zero time translocation. So simple after all. Young Gran snapped his eyes open. Mastery of instantaneous movement demanded above all two things: precise Kai-sensing and unwavering mental composure. Long before his destruction of the god of destruction realm, he had already attained absolute command over Qi. As for mental composure, he had refined it to the half-non-self realm. Then let me try. Gran pressed a fingertip to his brow, and his emotions stilled, utterly calm like still water beneath moonlight. His task now was first to perceive another's Qi, then subtly tune his own Qi frequency, not its intensity, to match that resonance exactly. Finally, using mental composure as the conduit, he would harmonize that frequency. 2 points define a line, 3 a plane, for a volume. And between two synchronized Qi signatures, a spatial tunnel would bloom. Go! Gran's form shimmered, dissolving into the fabric of space itself. In the next breath, space leapt. He reappeared at the entrance of the outer chamber. Haha, simple, wasn't it? I trust everyone's mastered it by now. This is impossible. Div stared eyes wide as Gran materialized beside him. Meanwhile, the Supreme Kai-Shin and Kibito swallowed hard, speechless. According to Div, a native of Yardrat, the swiftest recorded mastery of instantaneous movement among his people had taken 2 full years. How long had passed here? Less than a day. Could this so-called candidate god of destruction truly possess such terrifying aptitude? Kibito, how long did it take you to master instantaneous movement? Shin stammered from the corner. If my memory serves, roughly 600 years, Kibito murmured, defeated. Waste of space. Shin blurted instinctively. Kibito ventured cautiously, and your holiness, the Supreme Kai. I need not learn it. The Supreme Kai is born with it. Kibito fell silent, crestfallen. Was he truly worthless? At that moment, the Grand Elder of Yardrat arrived via instantaneous movement, eyes wide with disbelief. Your Excellency, the candidate god of destruction, you've already mastered it. It appears I have. Gran glanced around. Yes, he stood outside the cultivation chamber, no longer within it. He recalled that in the anime Son Goku had taken a full year to grasp the technique, while Vegeta in the Moro arc had required half a day. By comparison, his own pace was more than respectable. By the heavens, our Yardrat people require at least 2 years for mastery. Your Excellency's talent is truly awe-inspiring. The Grand Elder's expression was one of utter astonishment. Such peerless aptitude explained why this child had been chosen as candidate god of destruction. Talent. It does seem rather exceptional. Gran tapped his temple lightly, then gazed down at his small hands. He had long sensed something unusual about his own abilities. Though he had only dwelled in the Dragon Ball world for just over 2 years, his baseline strength, mental composure, and bodily instincts had all advanced to remarkable heights. Naturally, much credit belonged to Whis and Beerus, but even in the original chronicles, both Son Goku and Vegeta had trained under them too. Yet neither had achieved what he had, truly worthy of the title candidate god of destruction. The Grand Elder offered another bow, then asked, "Now that your Excellency has mastered instantaneous movement, might you wish to learn other Yardrat's secret arts?" No. Gran shook his head. The Yardrat were a wondrous race. Not only had they perfected instantaneous movement, but they had also devised countless extraordinary secret techniques. One such art was the forced separation technique, later mastered by Vegeta during the Moro arc. Yet Gran held no interest in these. As a candidate god of destruction, he would be taught destruction itself, in due time, by Beerus and Whis. Destruction reduced all things beneath it to subatomic particles. Against such absolute power, every other Yardrat technique paled, rendering further study unnecessary. Grand Elder, I came here solely to learn instantaneous movement. Now that I have mastered it, I shall depart. Gran signaled his intention to leave. Learning instantaneous movement had been his first objective, and with it achieved, all that followed would unfold far more smoothly. Seeing his resolve, the Grand Elder and Diff bowed deeply. We bid farewell to your Excellency, candidate god of destruction. Gran waved lightly, took 2 steps forward, then paused and turned. You granted me permission to train here. Consider that a debt I owe you. Should Yardrat ever face peril, call upon me. Ah, thank you, your Excellency. The Grand Elder trembled with elation. This was the solemn vow of a candidate god of destruction. But how precisely would they reach him in times of crisis? Call for Whis. He will attune himself to your voices. With that, Gran turned and walked away. From the shadows, Supreme Kai, Shin, and Kibito hurried after him. Grand Elder, we have secured the candidate god of destruction's pledge. You fool, must you always behave so recklessly? Though the Grand Elder chided him, his lips curved upward, unable to suppress his joy. Elsewhere, Gran did not immediately depart Yardrat. He had noticed Shin and Kibito trailing closely behind him. Hey Shin, why do you keep following me? Gran asked, glancing back. To prevent you from destroying planets naturally, Shin retorted, exasperated. Destroying obsolete worlds is my sacred duty, and the most effective means of elevating the average standard of life across the cosmos. I don't understand. Shin pressed on, voice softer now. You spared us earlier. That alone proves you bear us no ill will. Since you know so much, would you share some of what you know? Gran paused. In truth, he pitied Shin. At an age when he should have been guided like a son, his father figure, Great Supreme Kai, had been devoured by Majin Buu. Meanwhile, the elder Supreme Kai remained sealed away by Beerus. For 5 million years, Shin had wandered in ignorance, unsure even of his own divine duties. Alone, he had struggled to govern the 7th universe. Worse still, Majin Buu's invasion of the Supreme Kai realm had left him haunted by terror. Yet even in fear, he bore the weight of responsibility, relentlessly seeking the seal that bound Majin Buu, lest the monster awaken once more and drown the cosmos in ruin. I can tell you some of what I know, Gran said, moved by compassion. But first, I am heading to Namek. At the apex of the multiverse, at its highest seat of authority, stood a palace shaped like the character Quan. Its architecture was pristine white, defined by clean, minimalist lines radiating an aura of sacredness and luminous transcendence. At that moment, a cascade of prismatic light descended from the heavens. Father, I seek your counsel, said Whis, bowing deeply before the palace of the All-King. Moments later, a diminutive figure emerged from within the palace, hands clasped behind his back. Silver hair gleaming, pale blue skin, luminous eyes, and lips both deep violet. His appearance bore resemblance to Whis and the other angels, yet a radiant halo spiraled serenely behind his head. This was the Grand Priest, the supreme divine authority ranked among the 5 strongest beings in the All-King's cosmos. With measured, unhurried steps, the Grand Priest approached. His lips curved in a faint, affable smile, yet his gaze remained cold, distant, and steeped in sovereign disdain for all creation. Whis, what brings you before me? The Grand Priest narrowed his eyes slightly, his voice calm and mellifluous. Father, may I ask whether you are aware that the 7th universe's new candidate destroyer has already assumed office? Whis studied his father's expression with quiet trepidation. Yes, I am aware. Of course. Whis exhaled inwardly, his suspicion confirmed. His voice tightened then. How do you regard that young one? What is there to be nervous about? The Grand Priest smiled faintly as Whis opened his mouth to speak. Then cut him off. His talent is extraordinary. The Grand Priest continued, his tone resonant with quiet certainty. I see in him the potential to transcend. A thunderclap echoed, not in the sky, but within Wiss's heart. He had not expected such profound esteem for Granola. Yet transcend. Transcend whom? As for his origins. At those words Whis tensed anew. He knew well how enigmatic Granola's lineage truly was. His origins are indeed veiled, but pose no cause for concern. Proceed with his cultivation in peace. The Grand Priest replied, his gaze inscrutable. Yes, father. Whis released a deep, palpable sigh. If his father had spoken thus, then Granola was unquestionably beyond reproach. Noticing Whis linger, the Grand Priest tilted his head. Is there something else? Father, I recall you once told me a story when I was young. You mentioned, long ago, a scion who dared challenge the All-King himself. Did I misremember? Whis held his father's gaze intently. Silence settled, 3 breaths long. Then softly, I did not expect you still remembered that. Oh, so it is true. Wiss's voice rose alight with sudden fervor. Then the scions truly are a race of legendary stature, and their presence in the annals of history makes perfect sense. The Grand Priest frowned. Whis, I notice your emotional fluctuations have grown unusually pronounced. Wiss's lips twitched silently. After all, his own destroyer realm now hosted Granola, the mischievous boy who chattered incessantly with Beerus. With those two restless spirits ever at play, how could composure remain unshaken? My deepest apologies, father. You should reflect upon this. Remember, aside from your eldest sister, your innate talent remains unmatched. Yet if you persist in such nonchalance, when shall you attain your full ascension? Though the Grand Priest was ever gentle, humble, and courteous in demeanor, his pedagogical mode transformed utterly, his tone now edged with stern disappointment, as though forging steel from reluctant ore. Before he could continue, wait. Whis rolled his eyes. Father, please, just recount the tale of that scion who challenged the All-King. My memory grows hazy. You incorrigible child. Though father and son, the Grand Priest merely chuckled, unperturbed by Wiss's exasperated tone. Very well. Let me retell that ancient chronicle once more. In the primordial age, the 7th universe birthed its first scion, Otis. The primordial age. The first scion named Otis. Wiss's mouth parted slightly in quiet awe. So the scion lineage holds deeper roots than we imagined. Otis began weak, so weak he could not even best a destroyer within his own cosmos. Yet time sharpened his might. Within a mere decade, through a transformation of ultimate feral fury, he overcame the 7th universe's reigning destroyer. A flicker of nostalgic reverence passed across the Grand Priest's eyes. Ultimate feral transformation. Whis furrowed his brow. What is that? Whether scions possess such ability in general I cannot say, but Otis did transform. The Grand Priest's eyes crinkled faintly. When Otis entered that state, his hair blazed emerald green, and his mind dissolved into pure, untethered instinct. Wiss's eyes widened. He defeated a destroyer without reason. His astonishment was warranted. For a destroyer is no ordinary being. Each is a singular genius among 10,000. Moreover, they wield divine power itself, mastery over the art of destruction and countless celestial techniques. Whis had witnessed mortals slay destroyers before, but never a mindless mortal toppling a god whose very essence was annihilation. That state was profoundly uncanny. It allowed Otis to amplify his strength without limit. As the Grand Priest uttered those final words, Wiss's pupils contracted sharply. He understood their weight perfectly. Mortals and deities dwell on different planes, but divine power is not absolute. Should raw power reach sufficient magnitude, even a mortal may slay a god. And if Otis truly possessed boundless escalation, then yes, he could have overcome a destroyer. And what followed? Otis was a battle-mad sovereign. 50 years later, he sought me out. At this, the Grand Priest's usual air of serene omnipotence softened into wry resignation. Oh, Whis stared dumbfounded. Had not his father himself declared his strength among the top 5 in the All-King's cosmos? And the outcome? Whis leaned forward, ears pricked. I refused to fight such a reckless fool, but I introduced him to the All-King. Here the Grand Priest's solemn countenance broke, his lips lifting in a broad, unmistakably mischievous grin. Wiss's face darkened with silent dismay. No wonder his elder sister Vados possessed such razor-sharp wit. It was clearly inherited from her father. At the most critical moment, the atmosphere grew heavy. Despite his intense curiosity about the final outcome, Whis did not interrupt his father's narration. Otis' condition is indeed remarkable. Oh, in just a few decades he even dared to confront me. The high priestess put away his smile and finally spoke. If he can consciously control that state, it would be quite impressive. Unfortunately, Otis has one most fatal weakness. He is merely a mortal. When he faced the Lord of all Kings, he was already 100 years old, and the final outcome. The high priestess paused at this point. Whis held his breath, his palms sweating. The final outcome was that Otis was killed in an instant by the Lord of all Kings. At this moment, the high priestess' tone sounded a bit regretful. Indeed, hearing the final outcome, Whis let out a heavy sigh. This result was within his expectations. After all, the opponent was the Lord of all Kings. It is known that within this universe, the Lord of all Kings is invincible. Suddenly, the high priestess spoke again. When I say Otis was killed in an instant, I mean he was defeated by the Lord of all Kings in a flash, but he did not die in that battle. Oh, the Lord of all Kings found him amusing, so he spared him. The high priestess looked at the starry sky outside and continued. Later, Otis returned to the seventh universe, but by then he was severely injured. In the following year, he could no longer hold on and ultimately died. After hearing his father's story, Whis' memories began to surface, and he recalled everything. Otis was quite a figure. Whis' Otis' transformation actually has two fatal flaws. Do you know what they are? I know one is the lack of rationality, and the other is the lifespan issue. Even though Whis had never seen Otis with his own eyes, he could clearly sense Otis' weaknesses from his father's narration. The lack of rationality is one aspect. It is likely that the infinite enhancement of power is also problematic. How could anyone in this world possibly enhance their power infinitely? If it were truly possible, how could his body withstand it? Clearly, that method of infinite power enhancement requires burning one's lifespan. It seems you have guessed it too. The high priestess nodded in satisfaction. This child Whis has been clever since childhood, but it's a pity he is following a lazy god of destruction. He sighed and continued. Otis is immortal, but I must say his physique is terrifyingly robust. He can quickly recover from severe injuries. In a normal life, he should have no problem living for 1,000 years. However, each transformation imposes a tremendous burden on his body, especially when breaking through limits repeatedly. Under the impact of immense power, his body leaves irreversible scars. This is a method that burns one's lifespan. The high priestess shook his head and continued. By the time of the battle with the Lord of all Kings, Otis' body was already beginning to falter. Later on, he almost died from exploding his body due to power enhancement. Had it not been for the Lord of all Kings' whimsical thought to save his life, Otis would have died on the spot. But in the end, that guy returned to the seventh universe and still did not survive for a year. This is the legendary life of Otis, despite his extremely violent state filled with countless flaws. Yet he, a mere mortal, dared to confront the Lord of all Kings. While the high priestess admired him, he also felt regret for such a talent. Whis also greatly admired Otis. After all, Otis was the ancestor of Gran. Wait, ancestor? Does Gran also possess such a transformation? Whis' expression suddenly turned grim. Whis, the little guy you just took, and I don't know if he can also transform, but if he can, I advise you to persuade him to abandon that direction. The high priestess seemed to have guessed Whis' thoughts. He looked at the starry sky with his hands behind his back and said lightly, without rationality, one ultimately is just a beast with power. Whis unclenched his fist and nodded. I have never seen Otis in person, but from my father's narration, I can clearly understand that Otis' extreme violent state is wrong. Without rationality, how can one understand how to control power? Without rationality, how can one comprehend how to utilize power? Without rationality, how can one understand how to cultivate dimensions to extend lifespan? Just as his father said, without rationality, one would only be a beast that knows nothing but slaughter. Such a character has no chance to become a true powerhouse. Whis will never allow Gran to walk such a path. The cultivation plans Gran is following now are correct. When Gran returns from outside the universe, he will teach Gran how to cultivate dimensions and break the rules. Cultivating dimensions will enable him to transition from the peak dimension of the King of Realms to the divine dimension of a god of destruction. Thus, Gran's mortal power will completely transform into divine power, and his lifespan will significantly increase. Moreover, with Gran's talent, the divine dimension is definitely not the endpoint. He might even reach the angelic dimension, or even the priest dimension in the future. After all, in his father's assessment, Gran possesses the talent of transcendence. Of course, the high priestess suddenly spoke again. Anything that exists in this world has its significance. Existence is reasonable. If Otis had been able to resolve those two fatal flaws I mentioned earlier, perhaps the final outcome would have been different. You should nurture that little guy well. His potential is terrifying, and both the Lord of all Kings and I have high hopes for him. After saying this, the high priestess walked into the palace of the Lord of all Kings with his hands behind his back. Boom! Whis' heart trembled. Even the Lord of all kings holds Gran's little guy in such high regard. But what did his father mean by existence is reasonable. Looking at his father's small figure, Whis frowned tightly. He stood in front of the palace of the Lord of all kings for a long time, ultimately leaving with deep confusion. Inside the palace. High Priestess, what did Whis come to find you for? He came to ask about that, Otis, and also asked me to evaluate the new candidate for God of Destruction he has taken in. Oh, those two scions. They are so interesting, especially that little guy named Gran. The king of all, resembling an eraser, looked up and said a word, then lowered his head to continue playing his planet-matching game. The High Priestess stood beside the king of all. The image of his father who had just instructed Whis had disappeared. He had once again transformed into the lofty steward of the king of all. In the seventh universe, in a stretch of starry sky along the path to Namek. No, these planets are useless. Lord Beerus worked hard to destroy them, and you want to recreate them. Glan fired an energy blast with a diameter of 20 meters, and the planet that was still forming exploded instantly. And I'm doing this for your own good. If we don't destroy these planets again, when Lord Beerus awakens, you're in trouble. Is that guy named Beerus really that terrifying? The Kaioshin Shin hovered nearby, having come from Yardrat, and he had learned some details from Glan. It turns out that in this world there isn't just their universe, but also 11 other universes, each with their own destroyers and Kaioshins. Shin, let me explain this to you once more. Glan turned around slightly irritated and said, even though destroyers and Kaioshins are of equal rank, when facing a destroyer, you must address them as Lord, which means you should call Beerus Lord Beerus. Why? Because our destroyers have strong fists. If you think you can defeat us, then feel free to call us whatever you like. Glan waved his small fist and couldn't help but smirk. The Kaioshin Shin shuddered and dared not speak further. All right, I'm preparing to go to Namek. Are you coming with me? Of course, I still need to learn more about the Kaioshins from you. Then take me to Namek. When Glan left the realm of destroyers, Whis had already given him a star map of the seventh universe. However, he wasn't clear on what the Namekian's aura was like, so he couldn't go to Namek immediately. Of course, if he wanted to go alone, it wouldn't be impossible. He could just follow the route on the star map and teleport slowly. Why do I have to take you? The Kaioshin Shin asked in confusion. Don't you know how to teleport too? Stop talking nonsense. I'm just asking if you're coming or not. The Kaioshin Shin twitched his lips and said helplessly, fine, I'll take you. If you didn't take him, how would he learn about the Kaioshins afterwards? Then let's hurry up. Glan placed his hand on the Kaioshin Shin's shoulder. The Kaioshin Shin didn't say anything more, and he vanished with Glan and Jebet from the starry sky. Namek. Years ago, a climate disaster occurred here, but after many years, the environment has recovered significantly. Green skies, blue grass, a gentle breeze. Such a peaceful and beautiful scene. With a swish, the three of them appeared here in an instant. Is this the aura of the Namekians? As soon as Glan landed, he remembered the aura of the Namekians here, so next time he came, he wouldn't need the Kaioshin Shin's ride. What are you doing here? The Kaioshin Shin asked in confusion. To see the legendary Dragon Balls and make a few wishes. Dragon Balls? What are Dragon Balls? Dragon Balls, also known as wish orbs, can summon the eternal dragon if you gather all 7 and recite the right incantation. Glan wasn't angry with the Kaioshin Shin's ignorance. He explained it to him. The Kaioshin still wanted to ask. Follow me first. Glan sensed a faint aura which felt stronger than the other auras. This position should be where the Grand Elder resides. With a swish, Glan pressed his hand to his forehead, and he vanished with Kaioshin Shin and Jebet. On the other side, there was a white house on a huge stone pillar. Inside the house on the second floor sat a massive Namekian. His skin was as dry as fallen leaves, and at a glance it was evident that he was in the twilight of his life. Suddenly, the Grand Elder, who had been sleeping, suddenly opened his eyes wide. Although the Grand Elder was old at this time, he had not yet reached the extreme old age seen during the Namek saga in the anime. What is the meaning of these 3 pressures? The Grand Elder's voice was hoarse and deep. The Namekians, like the Yardratans, were a mystical race with many special abilities. The Grand Elder was even more of a collector of many abilities. Just now he sensed 3 terrifying dimensional pressures descending upon Namek. According to Purunga, besides King Enma, there is also the Kaioshin in this world. Could it be that the Kaioshin has come here? The Grand Elder could clearly sense the terror of these 3-dimensional pressures. It was absolutely not something King Enma could possess. Moreover, there was an even more powerful pressure among them. Who could that be? Could it be the legendary Kaioshin? The Grand Elder, being Purunga's creator, naturally knew many secrets. They have arrived. The Grand Elder looked ahead. In the empty hall, 3 figures suddenly appeared out of thin air. With their appearance, the Grand Elder, who was originally sitting, felt the combined pressure of the 3 and slightly bent his waist. As Glan landed, he looked up. The Grand Elder was indeed as huge as in the anime, but not as old. After all, it was only the 739th year of the age, and there were still 23 years until the Namek saga began. I wonder if the three of you are the legendary Kaioshin and the Kaioshin god. The Grand Elder, due to his physical condition, was unable to stand, but his tone was very respectful. Oh, you recognize us. The Kaioshin Shin was taken aback. Glan was aware of the Grand Elder's uniqueness, and it wasn't surprising that he knew about the Kaioshin's existence. However, he didn't expect Jebit's dimension to reach the level of a Kaioshin. The Grand Elder was taken aback. This child's dimension was merely at the Realm King level. Why did he dare to step forward before the Realm King Shun even spoke? The Grand Elder glanced at Realm King Shin Xian, seemingly inquiring about his intentions. Realm King Shin Xian nodded with satisfaction. This aged Namekian surprisingly had some insight, realizing he was the most powerful presence here. Damn it, am I invisible? Glenn observed the expressions of the two and could no longer hold back. He slightly mobilized the power within him. Boom! An unparalleled force erupted instantly. The terrifying shockwave roared like a primal beast, obliterating the Grand Elder's room. Boom! The Namekian planet began to tremble, and all Namekians prostrated on the ground. This sudden tremor filled every Namekian with dread. It was the apocalypse upon them. This esteemed one, please stop. I am willing to borrow your wish beads. The Grand Elder's face turned pale as he hurriedly spoke. Humph! The small Glen snorted coldly. What does Realm King Shin count for? I am the boss here, let's see if you still ignore me. Glenn only intended to scare the Grand Elder. He did not wish to make things difficult for him, and quickly retracted his power. Realm King Shin Xian. Jebit. This was a headstrong child. The Grand Elder wiped the cold sweat from his face. This child had been hiding his power, an incredibly terrifying power. Neru. The Grand Elder dared not delay any longer and began summoning his guard Neru. Shortly after, a Namekian resembling Piccolo arrived. However, when he arrived, he found the walls of the Grand Elder's room had mysteriously vanished. He also noticed three strangers present. Neru quickly grasped the situation. The terrifying power that had just appeared on Namek must have erupted here, and these fellows were attempting to harm the Grand Elder. Neru was about to take action against Glenn and the others. Neru. The Grand Elder was well aware of Neru's character. He hastily scolded. These three are the legendary Realm Kings, and Realm King Shin, do not be rude. Go gather the wish beads here. The Grand Elder was quite knowledgeable about the responsibilities of such deities. Their role was to maintain the balance of the universe and eliminate any factors detrimental to its development. They were here to seek the Dragon Balls and likely encountered an insurmountable problem. Thus, even though Glenn had just unleashed a terrifying aura, he was not overly concerned that these deities would grant evil wishes to the dragon. Yes, the Grand Elder's orders were absolute, and Neru quickly left. Watching Neru's retreating figure, Glenn pondered how, according to the anime's storyline, this fellow would eventually fuse with Piccolo during the Namek saga. Glenn, you haven't mentioned what can be done after summoning the dragon. Realm King Shin Xian inquired. After summoning the dragon, you can make wishes, as long as the difficulty is not too great. Generally, the dragon can fulfill them. Glenn took the opportunity to explain to the oblivious Xian while Neru had not yet gathered the Dragon Balls. The Grand Elder squinted his eyes, surprised that this young Realm King knew so much. Can wishes really be granted? Realm King Shin Xian seemed puzzled, pointing at the Grand Elder. Since the dragon can grant wishes, why hasn't he made a wish for eternal life, given how old he is? As soon as he finished speaking, the Grand Elder immediately replied, Realm King Shun, our Namekian race cherishes peace and respects the laws of nature. Birth, aging, illness, and death are natural laws, and we do not make such wishes. While speaking, the Grand Elder's face showed no fear of death. So that's how it is. Realm King Shinzin's eyes widened. Such a race existed in the world. Xian, perhaps you are unaware, but Namek once experienced a catastrophic climate disaster. Glenn looked at the Grand Elder, his tone somewhat respectful, but they also did not use the Dragon Balls to change everything. They regarded it as a punishment from heaven for their excessive use of technology. If someone like Frisia possessed such Dragon Balls, he would certainly make wishes that defy nature. But the Grand Elder and his people did not. This is what makes the Namekians commendable. Hearing Glenn's words, Realm King Shinzin's heart trembled. The spirit of the Namekians moved him deeply. The Grand Elder then turned his gaze to Glenn. I didn't expect this young Realm King to understand us Namekians so well. What Realm King? I am not a Realm King. Glenn shook his head and pointed at his own clothes, saying, I am the current candidate for the God of Destruction. Glenn was unaware that the Grand Elder referred to him based on his dimension. Realm King Shun Xian nodded. Right, this one beside me is not a Realm King. He is that candidate for the God of Destruction. The Grand Elder's breath quickened and tumultuous waves surged in his heart. He stuttered, he is the candidate for the God of Destruction. This child said so. Realm King Shin Exine glanced at Glenn and then back at the Grand Elder puzzlingly saying, "You seem to know this fellow just like the Grand Elder of Yardrat. Could it be that this candidate for the God of Destruction is indeed quite famous?" Little Glenn. The Grand Elder. Is this really something a Realm King would say? Why was he so ignorant? I have met the candidate for the God of Destruction. Upon learning Glenn's true identity, the Grand Elder was about to rise. "You are old, just sit down." Glenn waved his hand, pointing at the nearby Realm King Shun Xin, saying helplessly, "Back." Then something happened in the realm of the Realm Kings, which is why he is so ignorant. So that's how it is. The Grand Elder nodded. No wonder he felt that this Realm King seemed to know nothing from the very beginning. Moreover, it was also no wonder that as soon as Glenn appeared here, he claimed to be the boss among the three of them. So this child was the candidate for the God of Destruction. That was no surprise. However, upon learning Glenn's true identity, the Grand Elder felt a new wave of worry. This was the cold and ruthless candidate for the God of Destruction. Would he destroy the Namekian planet if he got angry? The Grand Elder said, "That Grand Elder seems to know a lot about the gods of destruction and Realm Kings. Could you tell me about them?" While waiting for the Dragon Balls to be collected, Realm King Shin Xin began to incessantly inquire about the Realm Kings from the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder, concerned about Glenn's presence, dared not say much, fearing to provoke him. Glenn admired the Namekian's dedication, but he believed the candidate for the God of Destruction should embody a cold and aloof persona. Therefore, he did not tell the Grand Elder, "Don't mind my identity, I'm actually not scary at all." Time passed slowly, and after half an hour, Neru finally gathered the 6 Dragon Balls. Only then did the Grand Elder breathe a sigh of relief, hoping the candidate for the God of Destruction would make his wish quickly and leave Namek. Xian, get ready to witness the legendary dragon. Glenn reached out toward the Grand Elder's seat, and the Dragon Ball above was instantly grasped in his hand. Nella glanced at the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder nodded. "Let's begin summoning Purunga." "Yes." Nella approached Glenn. At that moment, Glenn placed the last Dragon Ball on the ground. The 7 Dragon Balls, each the size of a basketball, gathered together, resonating instantly, each glowing brightly. Glenn felt a surge of excitement upon finally witnessing the legendary Dragon Balls. The 7 Dragon Balls of Earth marked the beginning of the Dragon Ball saga, while the 7 Dragon Balls of planet Namek brought the story to its climax. According to the plot development, Frieza, Vegeta, and Son Goku would come to seize the Dragon Balls here, giving rise to scenes that would overshadow the entire anime. "Lord Kaioshin, can this really grant wishes?" The nearby Jebet asked quietly. "I'm not sure. This is my first time witnessing such a miraculous orb." Kaioshin shook his head, suddenly focusing his gaze. "It's starting." At that moment, Nelu began to chant the incantation in the Namekian language as the last syllable fell. Boom! The winds changed dramatically. The sky instantly grew dim. Buzz! The resonance of the Dragon Balls became deafening, and at that moment the 7 Dragon Balls glowed with golden light. Crackling! Accompanied by the appearance of golden arcs of electricity, 7 beams of golden light shot into the sky, merging in the void to form a dragon-like being. "It's here." Glenn clenched his fists, his emotions surging higher. "Lord Substitute Destroyer, this dragon is named Purunga, which means Dragon of Dreams in the Namekian language." The Grand Elder explained. "Not a bad name, but its appearance is a bit unsightly." Kaioshin commented sarcastically from the side. Jebet nodded, agreeing with anything the Kaioshin said. Glenn looked up at Purunga, whose appearance resembled that of the genie in Aladdin's lamp. He calmed his excited heart and finally said, "It really is quite ugly." "Nelu, Grand Elder." At this moment, "O Summoner of the Dragon, speak your 3 wishes, and I shall grant any wish you desire." Purunga, hovering in the air, slowly spoke. "Any wish." Kaioshin widened his eyes, tugging at the nearby child's clothes, astonished. "Glenn, it says it can grant any wish. Don't listen to its nonsense, that's just trying to deceive you." Glenn smirked, as it seemed every dragon always said this upon appearing. But those who had watched the anime knew well that these dragons often had many wishes they could not fulfill. Seeing this boastful dragon, Glenn felt a mischievous urge and said with a wicked smile, "Nella, tell it my first wish. I want to obtain an immortal body that even the Omni King cannot erase." Nelu, the Grand Elder, Jebet, and Kaioshin were all left dumbfounded. Who is the Omni King? Though puzzled, Nelu still repeated Glenn's wish in the Namekian language. As soon as Neela's voice fell, the sky suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Looking at Purunga, it had turned deathly pale, its entire face covered in cold sweat. This wish cannot be granted. Ashin, see, these dragons are just liars." Glenn spoke, tilting his little head. Upon hearing Glenn's voice, Purunga finally shifted its gaze to Glenn. Boom! Purunga's entire dragon body shook violently, and it pulled out a handkerchief from who knows where, wiping the sweat from its forehead, respectfully saying, "I have met the Substitute Destroyer Lord. Everyone, Where did that little handkerchief come from? Glan, this dragon knows you. Capricious nudged Glan's small shoulder, surprised that so many people in this universe recognized the substitute destroyer. Upon hearing Capricious's words, Purunga shifted its gaze back to him. Lord Capricious. Purunga jumped in shock again. My goodness, what is going on today? How come such a divine being is also here? Oh, you know me. Capricious was a bit surprised, but he curled his lip. Didn't you just say you could grant any wish? What about Glan's wish? Can't you fulfill it? Purunga, don't you want to hear what his wish actually is? He wants to obtain an immortal body that even the Omni King cannot erase. Such a wish is beyond the capabilities of even the super dragon. How could this minor dragon possibly fulfill it? Lord Capricious, Lord Substitute Destroyer, I'm sorry, that wish is just too difficult. I cannot grant it. Since that won't work, then let me change it to becoming the strongest expert in the Omni King's universe. Glan said with a smirk. Purunga. At that moment it really wanted to slap itself. Encountering these two divine beings today was one thing, but to boast in front of them was another. You look like you're constipated. It seems like this wish cannot be granted either. Glan laughed. Then let me state my third wish. Let me achieve true immortality. Damn, when I watched the anime before I thought the dragons could really grant any wish. Oh, let's see if this scares you this time. Purunga's face turned as ugly as if it had eaten something foul, and it stammered, Lord Substitute Destroyer, please spare me. Facing Purunga's plea, Glan had little reaction. He just wanted to tease this dragon. But Capricious's expression suddenly turned icy. How can you say you can grant any wish when you just lied? The Grand Elder's heart sank. This Purunga lied all the time, and those who didn't know would really think it could grant any wish. Now the Capricious is angry, and wouldn't the Substitute Destroyer also be angry? If he got angry too, then their Namek would be doomed. The Grand Elder quickly looked towards Glan. Fortunately, from his expression, he didn't seem angry. Everyone fell silent, and the atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Glan quietly looked at the pleading Purunga in the air, unsure of what he was thinking. Capricious was also too busy to care about this lying dragon. He looked at Glan, wondering what wishes this child would make next. The Grand Elder and Nelu exchanged glances, both curious about the true wishes of the Substitute Destroyer. Regarding the wish for the Divine Dragon, Gran actually held little expectation. He knew that the Divine Dragon had many limitations, such as the wishes he had just made that were impossible to fulfill. Even the Super Divine Dragon might not be able to accomplish this, just like Zamasu in Dragon Ball Super, who wished for immortality from the Super Divine Dragon, didn't he? But in the end, wasn't he erased by the Omni King along with the entire future timeline? Such things not earned through one's own cultivation ultimately do not belong to oneself. Gran came to this world with the ultimate dream of punching Beerus and kicking the Omni King. If one only relies on external forces, how can one defeat the Omni King? And how can one ascend to the peak of martial arts? Nero, help me ask him why I can survive in the universe. Gran finally spoke up. For a moment, everyone widened their eyes. Just now, weren't you thinking about wishing for something exaggerated like immortality? What are you looking at? Hurry up and make a wish. Gran glared at everyone. Having the Divine Dragon bestow various perverse abilities was of little significance. Not to mention the Omni King, even the angels like Whis. If he had to fight them in the future, the abilities granted by the Divine Dragon would probably be instantly removed, and he might even get into trouble because of it. It's better not to have things that are not earned through one's own cultivation, but asking the Divine Dragon about the doubts in his heart was still acceptable. After all, Scions do not have the ability to survive in the vacuum of space, and he needed to clarify what was going on. Yes. Neru looked up at Purunga and repeated Gran's wish in the Namekian language. Meanwhile, Jibate and King Kai were both speechless. What kind of wish was this? To reach the level of King Enma and survive in the vacuum of space, haven't you already reached the peak dimension of King Kai? So why ask the Divine Dragon this question? Purunga in the sky was also dumbfounded and tentatively said, Lord Candidate Destroyer, are you sure your first wish is this? Gran frowned slightly. Is there a problem? No. Purunga wiped the sweat from his forehead. How could he dare to disagree with a Candidate Destroyer? Thus he began to explain, Lord Candidate Destroyer, ordinary people wishing to gain the ability to survive in the universe can have that wish fulfilled by the Divine Dragon angels and other powerful beings with miraculous powers. Gran clenched his fists. He knew that Whis could grant him such an ability. Yet Whis had not helped him, and he unexpectedly possessed this ability. Could it be that someone really wished to allow Scions to survive in the universe? Who could it be? Did his crossing over create a butterfly effect? Just as Gran was wildly speculating in his mind, in addition to the method I just mentioned, one can also cultivate dimensions to rid oneself of this physical defect. As long as you cultivate the dimension to above the level of King Enma, it can be done, and then Lord Candidate Destroyer you. Purunga suddenly paused and continued, Lord Candidate Destroyer, your dimension has already reached the peak level of King Kai. If your dimension breaks through again, you will reach the dimensional level of King Kai and the others. This is why you can survive in the universe. Boom. Gran's round eyes widened and his heart churned with tumultuous waves. He thought of various possibilities, even considering whether there might be other time travelers who also came to this world and became a scion. Then the other party, in order to rid themselves of the weakness of being a scion, found the Dragon Balls to wish for this. But that was not the case. How is it possible that my dimension has actually reached the peak level of King Kai? Gran looked at his small hands. He had never cultivated dimensions since arriving in the Dragon Ball world for 2 years. King Kai and Jibate exchanged glances, and they also noticed that something was off with Gran, as if the kid himself was unaware of this. Naru continued to ask him why my dimension can reach the peak level of King Kai. Gran hurriedly spoke. The first person he encountered in this world was Whis. Whis knew he could survive in the universe, which meant Whis must know what was going on. But Gran could not wait to find out what had happened to him. All right, Lord Candidate Destroyer. Naru once again repeated Gran's words in the Namekian language. Purunga's eyes began to flicker with red light. According to past situations, as long as Purunga's eyes flickered once, he would be able to grant the wish. But after 30 seconds, Purunga's eyes were still red. Gran's palms were sweating. What was going on? Could it be that even the divine dragon did not know? Lord Candidate Destroyer. Purunga's red light slowly dimmed, and as soon as he opened his mouth, he apologized. I'm sorry, I do not understand your situation. Boom. Gran's heart stirred again. He wasn't wishing to become the strongest in the Omni King's universe. He was just inquiring about his own situation. Purunga didn't even know this. Lord Candidate Destroyer, you have already consumed your second wish. Please state your third wish quickly. Ooh, I can barely hold on. At this moment, Purunga's voice suddenly became weak. The elder hurriedly said, Lord Candidate Destroyer, Purunga has been summoned for some time now. Oh, if you do not make your third wish soon, he will disappear. Hearing this, Gran immediately came to his senses and quickly spoke. My third wish is to leave 100 Senzu beans on Corin Tower. Transfer all the remaining Senzu beans to me. One should not be so ruthless. After all, one must leave some seeds for others. Seeing that Purunga was about to disappear, Naru quickly spoke. Buzz. Purunga's eyes quickly flickered, and when the 3 large tanks of Senzu beans appeared beside Gran, he transformed into a streak of light, scattering the Dragon Balls across Namek. Meanwhile on Earth, the cat god on Corin Tower was still lazily napping in his chair, completely unaware that the Senzu beans he had worked so hard to grow had vanished. And above Corin Tower floated a temple, which was the heavenly realm of Earth. The deities of Earth throughout the ages resided in this temple. Today at the edge of the heavenly realm stood a shadowy figure, and at the moment the Senzu beans disappeared, his calm gaze suddenly stirred. In the next second, he looked up at the starry sky of the universe, his gaze directed towards Namek. Peak dimension of King Kai, half-emptiness state, first stage bodily instinct. Interesting. Planet Namek. The Kaioshin Shin, seeing 3 large jars of beans appear beside Gran, asked in confusion, what use are these beans that you brought with your last wish? Actually, he wanted to ask Gran about the dimensional issue, specifically why he didn't even know which level his own dimension was at. However, looking at the little fellow's expression, it was clear he was also uncertain about what was going on, otherwise he wouldn't have asked the dragon about it. These are very magical beans. No matter how serious your injuries are, as long as you have 1 breath left, eating one will allow you to recover instantly. Gran picked up a magical bean from a nearby jar. This type of bean looked similar to those ordinary beans that had been dried in the sun, but its effects were astonishingly terrifying. Originally, Gran planned to personally go to Earth to fetch the magical beans. But after thinking carefully, it was only the year 739 of the age of AI, and Sun Wukong had only been banished to Earth for 2 years. At this point, Sun Wukong was still just a child and Vegeta had yet to invade Earth, so there were no other Z warriors to consider. Going to Earth was only about retrieving the magical beans. There was no other significance, so it was better to let the dragon directly transfer the beans. Moreover, the wishes of the dragon were not particularly useful to him. He had Whis, so he didn't need things like the gravity room healing pods or various methods of mastering divine techniques. Thus, he didn't need to make those wishes to the dragon, but since the dragon's wishes were free, he decided to ask it to move the magical beans, saving him a trip. This way, he could quickly enter the universe and seek out various powerful warriors to battle. As long as they aren't dead, these beans can instantly restore people. The Kaioshin Shin's eyes widened. That was even more powerful than Jebit's healing magic. He wanted to reach out and grab a magical bean to try it. Smack. Ouch. The Kaioshin Shin covered his hand, wincing in pain. What are you doing? You want to eat a magical bean when you aren't even injured? Do you know how precious 1 magical bean is? Gran glared at him. This item would later be so coveted by the Z warriors that they'd want to split one into 10 pieces to use. Ignoring the Kaioshin Shin's resentful gaze, he turned to the elder sitting in the chair. I have completed my purpose for coming here. Thank you, elder, for allowing me to use these wish orbs. No need to thank us. It is our honor to assist the candidate for the god of destruction. The elder wiped the sweat from his forehead. Honestly, he couldn't quite understand the wishes of this candidate for the god of destruction. Clearly, he initially wanted to gain an exaggerated body that granted immortality. But in the end, he asked for nothing more than 2 questions and brought 3 large jars of beans. However, despite his confusion, as long as others didn't make evil wishes, it was all good for him. You should express thanks. Here's the deal. I learned instant transmission on Yardrat, and I promised them that if they ever run into trouble, they can always come find me. Saying this, Gran looked at the elder with a meaningful expression. You can do the same. If you encounter trouble, you can also find me. Just call out Whis' name. Gran's little eyes had a very subtle glint, especially when he mentioned encountering trouble. His gaze became extremely peculiar. The elder was excited, but also somewhat puzzled. Why did it feel like this candidate for the god of destruction was certain that the Namekians would run into trouble in the future? All right, we should leave here now. Gran withdrew his gaze and approached the 3 large jars of magical beans. How should he pack them up? Are you wondering how to take these beans with you? The Kaioshin Shin chuckled. What? You have a solution? Gran frowned. Of course. With a wave of his hand, the Kaioshin Shin suddenly opened a rift to a different dimensional space. Gran suddenly realized. He remembered that in the anime, a Shin had taken out a piece of the hardest rock in the universe from a different dimensional space. Then the sword of the Kaioshin was smashed into pieces. Good kid, you really have some tricks up your sleeve. Gran was excited as he hurriedly moved the 3 large jars of magical beans into the dimensional space. The Kaioshin Shin was both amused and exasperated. You little rascal, I haven't even agreed to let you move in yet. All right, you've helped me. I won't treat you unfairly. Whether it's unfair or not, just make sure you tell me more about the Kaioshin. For sure. During the time you've been with me, I'll tell you everything I know. Also, once I finish my business in a few years, I will help you release the old Kaioshin. Does that sound good? Speaking of the old Kaioshin, I still don't know much about him. You should tell me about him. The Kaioshin Shin, who was already quite short, was not much taller than Gran. As the 2 small ones chatted, they suddenly vanished in an instant. Clearly, they had used instant transmission to leave. Jebet's eyes flashed with 2 big question marks. As soon as he realized, he shouted, Hey, I haven't gotten on the ship yet. Saying this, he also used instant transmission to leave planet Namek. The elder, Nazuru. Destruction, God's realm. A month had passed since Whis went to the palace of the Omni King. Today, a colorful light descended from the sky. Phew, I'm finally back. Whis stood by the lake, stretching his neck. He let out a heavy sigh of relief. According to the normal timeline, he should have returned here a month ago. Who would have thought that when he left the palace of the Omni King, he ran into his elder sister Kess and was taken to the 10th universe by her. In his sister's words, your god of destruction in the 7th universe is always sleeping in. Since you're just going to be idle, you might as well train with me for a while. And so Whis returned a month late. My sister's power is terrifying. Whis recalled the time he spent training with his sister, and his body couldn't help but shiver. What level has my sister's strength reached? Even after spending a month training with her, Whis still had no idea about his sister's true power. Lost in thought, he arrived at the entrance of the space where Beerus was sleeping. He opened the door and walked into the sleeping space. A thin cat was sleeping on a golden disc surrounded by many times sand clock bombs hovering in the void. Suddenly, Whis pulled out a microphone from somewhere, cleared his throat, and then spoke. Lord Beerus, it's time to get up. Beerus had been lost in a blissful reverie of culinary delight, when suddenly, boom, Whis's voice erupted across the space like the birth cry of the cosmos itself. Who? Beerus snapped, his eyes open, still disoriented, unaware of what had just transpired. Then, the floating hourglass bombs suspended around him detonated in unison. Boom. Boom. Ahawk. Ahawk. Amidst earth-shattering explosions, Beerus's agonized shrieks pierced the void. Half an hour later, the echoes of destruction finally subsided. Beerus lay sprawled upon the ground, his expression utterly devoid of will to live. There was no need to guess. It could only be Whis behind this mischief. Whis, how long did I sleep this time? 1 month. 1 month. Beerus jolted awake, eyes wide. By his standards, centuries, or even millennia, of slumber were considered brief. Yet this time he'd slept for barely a month, and Whis had already roused him. Slowly, Beerus rose from the floor. His gaze burned with infinite fury, and thick violet destruction energy coiled violently around his form. You had better give me a damn good explanation, or you'll regret it. Oh ho ho. Whis remained utterly unfazed. With a gentle chuckle, he replied, But you asked me to remind you. Surely you can't blame me for that. Huh. Beerus blinked, bewildered. He had no recollection of such a request. Lord Beerus, your memory seems rather hazy today. Have you forgotten what you said before falling asleep? What did I say before sleeping? Beerus stroked his chin, sifting through memories. At the time, Gran had departed for training beyond the cosmos, and with no further need to mentor the boy, Beerus had decided to indulge in a well-earned rest. Later, Whis escorted Gran to Yardrat to learn instant transmission. Upon Whis's return, Beerus promptly entered his slumber. Wait. When Whis came back, they had spoken briefly. He had told Whis, if Gran ever faces grave peril, awaken me immediately. Could it be? Boom. Rage erupted within Beerus like a supervolcano, and the pent-up destruction energy surrounding him finally exploded outward. A tidal wave of raw destructive force surged across the space, annihilating everything in its path. Crockum. The slumber chamber dissolved into shimmering stardust. Then the entire Destroyer God Palace followed suit, crumbling into oblivion. But it did not end there. The pure sovereign power of the Supreme Destroyer bled into the fabric of space itself. The realm fractured inch by inch, and the entire Destroyer realm trembled on the verge of collapse. Who dares? Who dares touch my candidate? Boom. Under the sheer pressure of Beerus's wrath, the Destroyer realm shattered completely. Whis hovered calmly in the ensuing void. Beerus's outburst made his lips twitch uncontrollably. With a sigh, he murmured, "It wasn't that line. I never said Gran was in mortal danger." Huh. Beerus's volcanic fury choked mid-eruption. He glanced around the abyssal darkness and realized with dawning horror that his own home had been obliterated by his own hand. Why? You didn't say so earlier? Beerus's face twisted in mortification. If it wasn't that sentence, then which one was it? As Beerus fell silent in contemplation, Whis raised his staff, and with effortless grace restored the shattered Destroyer realm to its former glory. And then, I remember. Beerus's voice surged with sudden excitement. He recalled asking Whis, are the Scions truly descended from some legendary lineage? Whis had replied, I believe one Scion once challenged the Omni King himself. God. Beerus gasped sharply. Memories flooded back and his voice trembled. I said, if you ever recall everything, tell me at once. Did you? Ahem. Whis covered his face briefly, then cleared his throat. I haven't recalled everything, but I visited the Omni King's palace and spoke directly with my father. What a... Beerus's jaw dropped. He hadn't expected Whis to seek counsel from the Grand Priest, the very architect of all angels. If Whis's strength remained shrouded in mystery, then the Grand Priest's power was unfathomable, veiled in absolute enigma. Beerus's breath quickened. The Grand Priest has lived far longer than you. He must know everything. What did he say? Well, Father has lived longer than I. That's hardly extraordinary, is it? Whis sighed, utterly exasperated. I am certain one Scion did challenge the Omni King. He was the progenitor of all Scions. His name was Odys. Whis began recounting Odys' legendary saga. Half an hour later, Beerus sat in stunned silence, having heard every word. Boom. His mind reeled with seismic shock. A single Scion, fueled by primal unrestrained fury, had defeated the Destroyer God of Universe 7, and 50 years later dared confront the Grand Priest himself. And, by sheer cosmic irony, had even challenged the Omni King. My stars. Beerus clutched his head. Am I truly awake, or dreaming? No wonder he was shaken to his core. The Omni King stood as the undisputed apex of all existence. To dare challenge the Omni King, that primordial Scion possessed audacity beyond reckoning. Lord Beerus, my father, also offered an assessment of young Gran. Whis spoke again, jolting Beerus instantly back to reality. Beerus leaned forward urgently. What did the Grand Priest say? My father stated that Gran's origins are indeed mysterious, but he bears no ill intent. We may nurture him without reservation. As Whis spoke, he exhaled softly, relief washing over him. Gran was profoundly enigmatic. When Whis first encountered him, Gran hovered on the brink of death. Yet in an instant his dimensional tier surged from mortal frailty to the pinnacle of a KO. Was such a leap even possible for any ordinary being? That's reassuring, truly reassuring. Beerus patted his chest, visibly relieved. Whis had already apprised him of Gran's mystery, but Gran was his disciple, kind-hearted, fiercely talented, and utterly irreplaceable. Beerus refused to lose such a disciple over questions of origin. And then, what else did the Grand Priest say? His tone had lightened, but curiosity now blazed brighter than ever. My father also said. Whis paused, then enunciated each word with deliberate weight. That Gran possesses transcendent potential. Transcendent potential. Boom. Thunder cracked across the void. Beerus recoiled, then lunged forward, gripping Whis's shoulders tightly. What does that mean? He possesses transcendent potential. Transcend whom? Given Gran's current aptitude, surpassing him, the Destroyer God, seemed inevitable. Surpassing Whis? That remained uncertain. After all, Whis ranked among the top 2 angels in innate talent across all 12 universes. Yet it was not impossible. Could the Grand Priest have meant Whis? I do not know my father's meaning. After uttering those words, he simply turned and returned to the Omni King's palace. Whis fell silent, deep in thought. Did the Grand Priest mean Gran would transcend him, or transcend his father? Or, Whis shook his head sharply. The final possibility was too terrifying to entertain. Neither spoke. The restored slumber chamber hung in eerie, absolute silence. 30 minutes passed. All right. Beerus shook his head vigorously, dispelling wild speculations, then asked anew. Didn't Gran declare he'd venture forth to battle mighty warriors? Whis's lips twitched. He shook his head. I have no idea. He spent a month sparring with his elder sister, and only just returned to Universe 7. Who knows where Gran is now? How can you not know? Didn't I entrust him to your care? Beerus's voice tightened with urgency. This disciple had been exceedingly difficult to find. If Gran perished, it would be an irreparable loss. I simply don't know. Whis shot him a wry glance. He knew exactly what Beerus feared. After all, Gran had mastered instant transmission. Death was no longer a plausible outcome. Enough. Whis raised his staff, and a luminous holographic projection shimmered into existence before them. Shall we simply watch what Gran experienced this past month? The projection above displayed Gran's journey, a vivid chronicle unfolding in real time. At the first frame, Beerus's eyes widened in disbelief. Who is that scrawny beanpole clad in a Kaishin robe? Why is he trailing Gran? Have you forgotten? This is Lord East Kaishin. Is he Kaishin Shin? Yes. Vados, slightly flustered, replied. Ever since the Grand Kaishin and the others perished, Lord East Kaishin has become one of only 2 Kaishin remaining in our 7th universe. Beerus's expression darkened instantly. Majin Buu's intrusion into the Kaishin realm remained his greatest humiliation. It's all your fault, Vados. If you hadn't sneaked off to hunt for delicacies, would that obese Majin and the other 3 Kaishin have died? Beerus gritted his teeth. As he spoke, fury surged within him. The 7th universe had 5 Kaishin overseeing cosmic affairs. So long as even one remained alive, Beerus himself would not perish. There was, of course, an even more crucial safeguard, an elder Kaishin whom he had sealed away. That was precisely why Beerus dared slumber without fear, only to awaken later to a shattered cosmos. Of the 5 Kaishin deployed across the universe, only one survived in the end. Lord Beerus, how dare you blame me? Vados, already uneasy, bristled at Beerus's accusation and retorted coldly. If someone didn't insist on sleeping through half eternity, would I have needed to venture out in search of fine cuisine? And furthermore, the average human power level in our 7th universe ranks second to last. Whose doing is that? Vados's voice remained soft, yet each word struck Beerus's conscience like a blade. Beerus fell silent. This indeed was entirely his fault. Enough, enough, he waved dismissively. Why dredge up ancient grievances? Now that we have a candidate destroyer in the 7th universe, he shall assume governance henceforth, and our universal ranking will inevitably rise. Then let no one cast aspersions upon another. Fine, no more talk of it. Beerus snorted coldly. Seeing Beerus scoff, Vados mirrored him with equal disdain. Though they stood unchallenged atop the 7th universe's combat hierarchy, their squabble resembled nothing so much as childish bickering. The petty spat soon passed, and both turned their attention back to the projection. Watching Shin painstakingly restore the useless planets Beerus had just destroyed, Beerus clenched his fists. Vados, meanwhile, burst into hearty laughter. After all, Beerus still kept the elder Kaishin sealed away, with no mentor to guide Kaishin Shin. How could the latter possibly comprehend his sacred duties? The projection continued. Gran promptly obliterated the very planet Shin had just recreated. Though not destruction, in the strictest sense, the effect upon cosmic equilibrium remained identical. Beerus felt deeply reassured. His chosen candidate destroyer proved exceptionally competent. Entrusting planetary annihilation to Gran henceforth would grant him far greater peace of mind. Lord Beerus, when will you release the elder Kaishin? Release him? What if he accidentally perishes? Yet without releasing the elder Kaishin, how can Lord East Kaishin possibly grasp even the fundamentals of his role? Isn't Gran instructing him? A faint twitch tugged at Vados's lips. How could this being fear death to such an absurd degree? Sighing, he murmured, but Gran remains merely a candidate destroyer. What truly does he understand? To elevate a universe's standing, a destroyer alone is insufficient. Beerus fell abruptly silent. Half a minute passed before he finally muttered, "We'll see." With that, he resumed watching Gran's projected chronicle of the past month. On screen, Gran arrived at Namek. His first 3 wishes to the dragon god startled Beerus himself. A body impervious even to the Omni King's erasure. To become the supreme warrior across all universes under the Omni King. To attain true, eternal immortality. Were such desires even conceivable to ordinary beings? Not even that diminutive Namekian dragon. Not even the super dragon god himself could fulfill them. Vados stifled a chuckle. He clearly perceived Gran's playful teasing of the dragon god. Yet when Gran finally voiced his genuine wishes, Vados grew solemn. Lord Beerus, look. You see, Gran truly remains unaware that his dimensional perception has already reached the pinnacle of Kaioshin mastery. I noticed long ago. The fool actually asked that lizard why he could survive in space. Truly, it's too absurd to bear. Watching Gran's bewildered, wide-eyed expression, Beerus doubled over, roaring with laughter. As Gran voiced his second wish, Beerus's mirth vanished, replaced by grave seriousness. Even the dragon god, the embodiment of miracles, remained ignorant of Gran's hidden nature. That boy. Beerus shook his head again. Vados had awakened him precisely to relay the Grand Priest's assessment of Gran. You may cultivate him without reservation. Recalling this, Beerus's anxiety dissolved. The projection advanced. Gran now uttered his third wish. He commanded the dragon god to transport 3 large jars of beans directly beside him. Beerus glanced indifferently at the unremarkable beans, but Vados's expression hardened instantly. Senza beans, capable of instantaneous recovery. Frowning, Vados reflected, their efficacy rivals even an angel's curative magic. As Vados pondered, Beerus suddenly cried out in alarm, "Did I not instruct you to seek out mighty warriors for battle? Why on earth have you pursued such trash instead?" After departing Namek, Gran, seeking to refine his innate bodily instincts, took Shin and the other alongside him on a cosmic odyssey, challenging countless formidable opponents. Beerus, watching the projection, assumed Gran would seek adversaries far surpassing his own strength. Instead, he confronted a pitifully weak foe, barely over 100 in combat power. Could the boy be fearing death, thus shying from true masters? Wait, Beerus suddenly sensed something anomalous about Gran's chosen opponent. By then, Vados had already teased, "Lord Beerus, your observational acuity seems rather dulled of late. Surely you noticed Gran's opponent possesses extraordinary martial insight." "Oh ho ho ho, Lord Beerus, ever the master of denial. You clearly misjudged him, yet still protest. I refuse to stoop to your level." Beerus snorted, turning his head aside. "Oh ho ho ho, Lord Beerus, ever the master of denial. You clearly misjudged him, yet still protest. I refuse to stoop to your level." Beerus snorted, turning his head aside. Lord Beerus, throughout the cosmos, countless such cases exist. Beings whose raw power appears feeble, yet whose comprehension of martial cultivation transcends all expectation. Vados paid no heed to Beerus, continuing unprompted. Gran's bodily instinct has attained the first tier, a commendable achievement among mortals, yet beyond us he has never engaged any other combatant. His understanding of martial cultivation remains effectively nil. Look, Vados pointed again at the projection. Gran deliberately suppresses his own power, using less force than his opponent. Yet through repeated defeats, his martial insight and combat intuition surge rapidly. At this, Vados's eyes gleamed with quiet brilliance. This young man understands his own weakness perfectly, and thus seeks out masters of the martial way for rigorous exchange. Gran is astonishingly astute. Aside from the teachings from Whis and Beerus, Gran was at a complete standstill in every aspect. Just like fighting against Beerus and Whis, if they did not deliberately feed Gran moves, he would certainly not learn anything. A towering building rises from the ground. Therefore, Gran found a martial arts master similar to Master Roshi, which is where his cleverness lay. In the projected image, Gran was sparring with an old man resembling a turtle. The old man's power was very weak, measuring only a bit over 100 in battle power, but his physical instinct had already reached the second stage. Among mortals, reaching the second stage of physical instinct is enough to be called a master. To become a martial arts master, one must also refine their own martial heart. The martial heart differs from physical instinct. Physical instinct typically refers to responses during combat, while the martial heart represents your fighting belief. For instance, Master Roshi, Tien Shinhan Piccolo, and Sun Wukong have all refined their own martial beliefs. As for Beerus, such a supreme deity, there is no need to elaborate. The martial heart is something every strong individual possesses. In the projection, the turtle old man's moves were exceptionally skillful, with each punch, palm strike, and kick. Every attack carried his martial will. Gran was continually suppressing the power within him, using only half the strength of the turtle old man. The gap in strength, understanding of martial arts, and physical instinct. Gran was overwhelmed in all aspects, suffering defeat after defeat in his sparring with the martial arts master. Yet it was through these repeated defeats that Gran's understanding of martial arts began to deepen. After a month, Gran finally refined his own martial heart. "Master Beerus, I remember your martial heart is fearlessness, right?" Whis turned his gaze away from the projection, looking at Beerus beside him. "Yes." Beerus' voice was somewhat hoarse. "Master Beerus, do you remember how long it took you to condense your martial heart back in the day? It seems to have taken 3 years. Tsk tisk, this little guy is still as terrifying as ever. Whis couldn't hide the smile on his face and continued, Master Beerus, what kind of martial will do you see in him? Never give up. Beerus clenched his fist. He watched Gran's experiences over the entire month. This little guy had lost for a whole month, yet refused to concede. However, haha. Beerus looked at the projection and suddenly burst into laughter. The martial art is an essential path for every strong individual to reach the pinnacle. Little guy, grow quickly, as I eagerly anticipate our future battle. Whis said nothing, but his gaze grew increasingly expectant. Gran had refined his own martial art, and the projection came to an end, encapsulating all of Gran's experiences over the month. After Whis woke Beerus from his slumber, he no longer continued to sleep. He realized that watching Gran practice was truly an exquisite enjoyment. Mainly Gran's talent was too terrifying. Any martial art before him, with just a bit of practice, he could easily master in no time. Since the day he was awakened by Whis, aside from his daily meals, Beerus insisted that Whis project Gran's training scenes for him without fail. Whis felt that constantly peeping into someone else's privacy was a bit inappropriate, making him feel like a voyeur. But Beerus remarked, what privacy can an 80-year-old have if he isn't looking for women? Whis thought about it carefully and realized it was true. Soon the god of destruction's realm established a fixed program. Every day at a set time, Beerus and Whis would sit by the lake on small stools watching Gran's training scenes. After a month, Gran had already refined his own martial art, but his physical instinct still remained at the first stage. To cultivate his physical instinct to the second stage, it was far from enough to spar with just one martial arts expert. Gran needed to battle a multitude of strong individuals to rapidly enhance his physical instinct through combat. Thus Gran bid farewell to the turtle old man and left that planet with Kaishin Shin and Jebit. Gran returned to the universe in search of other strong opponents for sparring. From that day onwards, the commotion Gran caused in the 7th universe finally drew others' attention. In their exchanges, there was a child accompanied by 2 followers who continuously challenged various strong individuals. The child's power was mysterious, no matter what level your power was at. The strength he displayed would only be half of yours. Yet even if the child's power was weaker than yours, you still couldn't defeat him. According to the evaluations of those martial arts masters who had trained for hundreds of years, that child had already refined his own martial art. Moreover, his combat skills, awareness, and experience far exceeded those of most people, which allowed him to win against stronger opponents. Given more time to grow, he would officially step into the level of a martial arts master. Time flew by rapidly, and another month passed. It had been 2 months since Gran left the God of Destruction's temple, and so far he had challenged 100 martial arts experts. In the 3rd month, he challenged a total of 300 martial arts experts. In the 4th month, he challenged a total of 500 martial arts experts. In the 12th month, he challenged over 300 martial arts experts. The commotion Gran caused had thoroughly shaken the entire 7th universe. Frisia's headquarters. Dodoria walked quickly into the palace with his plump body. My lord, news has spread that a martial arts genius has emerged in the universe recently. Oh. Frisia sat in his hover chair, seemingly having forgotten the humiliation he suffered at the hands of Beerus a year ago, regaining his usual elegant demeanor. According to the reports, that martial arts genius is only a little over 9 years old and is accompanied by 2 followers. The power he exhibits is very mysterious. No one knows just how strong he really is. At this point, Dodoria tentatively asked, my lord, should we recruit such talent? If our Frisia core has his inclusion, we will surely become even stronger. Talent. Frisia poured himself a glass of red wine from somewhere, elegantly taking a sip, and chuckled. I've also heard the rumors about that little guy. He is indeed an extraordinary martial arts genius, and I have always valued talent high. With that, Frisia looked at Dodoria and said playfully, I'm truly glad that Mr. Dodoria thinks of me, then let Mr. Dodoria take charge of recruiting this talent for me. Doral's forehead instantly beaded with cold sweat. Rumor had it that even a warrior boasting 100,000 battle power across the cosmos had been defeated by that martial arts prodigy. He himself possessed only 22,000 battle power. Was he truly expected to recruit such a figure? Would he not be slain on the spot? Frisia narrowed his eyes, setting down his cup, his gaze turned icy. No, not at all. Doral hastily shook his head. At that moment, he genuinely wished to slap himself. Why had he ever recommended such a talent to His Majesty? Now it was too late. His Majesty had directly ordered him to recruit that martial arts prodigy. If successful, all would be well, but failure meant certain death. Oh ho ho. Frisia suddenly burst into hearty laughter. What is Doral so anxious about? I was merely jesting with you. Off. That young fellow defeated a warrior with 100,000 battle power. Doral, you likely stand no chance against him. It would be wiser to dispatch the Jinyu force instead. Frisia truly lived up to his title as Emperor of the Cosmos. The elegance of his rhetoric was unmatched. Dorel may not be his match. He most certainly was not. Yes, your majesty. Relief surged through Dorel's heart. So long as he need not approach that martial arts prodigy himself, all was well. As for who would go instead, that was none of his concern. Just as Dorel turned to leave, a sudden voice cut through the air. By the way, hasn't Vegeta returned to headquarters in quite some time? Dorel pivoted, a sly grin spreading across his face. Indeed, your majesty. Prince Vegeta has been absent from headquarters for 3 years. I suspect he harbors treacherous intent. Shall I eliminate him? Recruiting the martial arts prodigy. Out of the question. But slaying the insignificant Vegeta. That he could manage. After all, the boy was merely 8 years old with a mere 6,000 battle power. Dorel, you remain ever loyal to me, Frieza murmured, clenching then slowly unclenching his fist. Yet no, let him be. Yes, your majesty. Though puzzled, Dorel dared not inquire further. With an arrogant, self-assured stride, Dorel departed the palace. The instant he vanished, a dense wave of murderous intent erupted from Frieza, who sat upon his rocking chair. Vegeta's betrayal was unmistakable. In times past, Frieza would have issued immediate orders for his execution, yet now that accursed Beerus had commanded him to leave the Scions untouched. Metamor, a planet famed alongside Yardrat and Namek as one of the 3 sacred worlds. It was Metamor that birthed the legendary fusion technique, the most renowned martial art of the Dragon Ball realm. Here martial cultivation reigned supreme, every citizen held martial excellence as the highest honor. Today, is this truly the legendary martial arts prodigy? A mere 9-year-old child who has already ascended to the rank of Grandmaster. Compare him to ourselves. When I was his age, I still played with mud and sand. What level of innate talent could possibly rival this? Even Metamor's greatest genius in recorded history pales beside him. 2 figures stood facing each other in the arena, one ancient, one youthful, while over 100,000 spectators murmured in awe. To become a Grandmaster of martial arts requires 2 conditions: first, forging the martial heart, second, attaining the 2nd tier of bodily instinct. Today, after sparring with Metamor's elder master, Grand's slight frame radiated the unmistakable aura of a true Grandmaster. Elsewhere, the Supreme Kai Shin and Jibito watched the small figure in the arena. Jibito's mouth hung wide open. Supreme Kai, the candidate god of destruction, has challenged over 30,000 warriors and succeeded. Indeed, as he once said, these duels were undertaken solely to master the 2nd tier of bodily instinct. Suppressing his inner excitement, Supreme Kai Shin murmured, though I cannot yet grasp the full meaning of the 2nd tier, Grand's journey this past year reveals his burning desire to transcend it. Not only has he forged the martial heart, he has also perfected his bodily instinct to the 2nd tier. Clenching his tiny fist, Shin felt genuine joy for Grand. Jibito gestured toward the crowd. Look, Supreme Kai. Everyone marvels at the candidate god of destruction's extraordinary talent. As Grand himself explained, gods and candidates of destruction govern universal destruction. Their innate talent could never be mediocre. At this, Shin's eyes gleamed with anticipation. If even the candidate possesses such overwhelming talent, how unfathomably mighty must the true god of destruction be? Over this past year, Shin had learned much from Gran about the roles of Supreme Kais and gods of destruction, and now understood clearly the sacred duties of his own station. Meanwhile, in the arena, Gran stood motionless, eyes closed, absorbing the fruits of his year-long cultivation. The 2nd tier of bodily instinct. I have finally attained it. Slowly, Gran opened his eyes, and in that instant the sovereign aura of a Grandmaster of martial arts surged outward, rippling across the arena. Gran now evoked the enigmatic presence of Master Roshi. The very stillness of his stance exuded profound, inscrutable depth. Yet one must remember Gran was but 9 years old. Congratulations, young Gran, on ascending to this exalted realm. The elder master of Metamor, a diminutive, aged man, sighed in admiration. Your talent is truly terrifying. My deepest gratitude to Elder Master and all the martial masters of Metamor. Gran bowed, deeply, fists clasped before his chest. Over the past year, he had traversed all 4 quadrants of the galaxy, but nowhere else did martial masters gather in greater numbers than on Metamor. Young Gran, your ascent stems entirely from your own efforts, not from our aid. The Elder Master had barely spoken when Gran interjected. No. Gran shook his head firmly. Without your guidance, I could never have reached this peak so swiftly. Yet surely you would not have lagged far behind, came the gentle retort. The Elder Master chuckled warmly. Given your peerless talent, any delay would have been negligible. His tone then shifted, subtle, knowing. Moreover, ever since you arrived on Metamor, though you appeared weak, your true strength remained veiled. Gran's fame as the martial prodigy had long since spread across the 7th universe. His actual power was now shrouded in profound mystery. And in the Elder Master's perception, beyond that elusive power, Gran emanated an even more enigmatic pressure. an aura shared by his two attendants, all three radiating a faint divine resonance. After long contemplation, the Elder Master found only one phrase adequate to describe it: the sacred pressure of a god. Unaware of the Elder Master's thoughts, Gran smiled. I do conceal some strength, but neither have you revealed your full might, Elder Master. What do you mean? I hear Metamor possesses a secret technique, fusion. Gran's eyes narrowed playfully, his expression one of quiet omniscience. This art merges two beings into one, granting the fused warrior both their combined talents and immeasurable power. The Elder Master fell silent. How could this child know? There is no cause for concern, Elder Master. I simply possess knowledge beyond the ordinary. Gran grinned. In the natural course of events after Son Goku's death at the hands of Cell, he would encounter a Metamorian in the other world, and that being would teach him fusion. Of course, Gran had no intention of learning it. He would never fuse with another, two men merging. The very notion unsettled him. True strength resided solely within oneself. Observing the Elder Master's continued silence, Gran spoke. Elder Master, my purpose here has been fulfilled. I shall now take my leave. You depart so soon? Yes. Gran nodded. Over the past year, he had challenged over 30,000 martial masters, forged the martial heart, and elevated his bodily instinct to the second tier. Gran sensed it clearly. The second tier marked the absolute zenith of mortal physical instinct. His body had reached its ultimate threshold. His strength, mental state, and bodily instinct, all three had plateaued. Logically, he should now return to the realm of the god of destruction to consult Whis on his next step. Yet two final objectives remained unfulfilled. He would attempt the Super Saiyan transformation and seek vengeance upon Vegeta. How delightful it would be to transform before the eternal runner-up. What a priceless expression Vegeta's face would wear. Since you wish to depart, Elder Master, I shall not detain you. May your martial path forever flow smoothly. The Elder Master waved farewell. Gran returned the gesture, and in an instant he materialized among the spectators. Shin, we go. Where now? To settle accounts with the eternal runner-up. At the thought of transforming before Vegeta, Gran's spirits soared. With that, he departed Metamor accompanied by Shin and Jibito. Witnessing Gran's departure technique, the Elder Master's eyes widened in astonishment. Instant transmission. So he has even mastered Yardrat's sacred art. A planet not far from Metamor Star. Its human settlements lay in ruins. Collapsed buildings, cracked earth, and acrid smoke hanging thick in the air. Have you two eradicated all the native inhabitants of this planet? Inside a grand palace, an 80-year-old boy sat upon the throne. His hairline receded sharply into a shape, his brow high and stern. His appearance was cool, yet his voice slithered forth, cold, venomous, utterly devoid of emotion. Before the throne stood two figures, one a bald, muscular man, the other a child with waist-length hair. His hairstyle was peculiar. Had it been dyed gold, he might have resembled a Super Saiyan third stage. All the natives on this planet have been eradicated, said Raditz, bowing his head low, refusing to meet the boy's gaze. Years ago, Gran was ambushed by natives who feigned death. Rest assured, we will not repeat that mistake. Nappa, the bald warrior, also trembled slightly before the veiled boy. The boy upon the throne was none other than Prince Vegeta. Hearing Gran's name, a vein pulsed violently across his forehead as he sneered. Gran was a disgrace. A superior Saiyan, yet careless enough to be ambushed by primitives, and even had his tail severed. Such shame stains the very honor of our Saiyan race. See to it that every last native is truly exterminated. Otherwise, should you suffer such an ambush, Gran's fate shall be yours. What was Gran's fate? Abandonment, cast aside by Vegeta himself. At the thought, Nappa and Raditz shuddered uncontrollably. They hurriedly fled the palace, determined to scour the planet once more. Within its vast, echoing halls, only Vegeta remained, gazing silently into the emptiness, his thoughts unreadable. After a moment, he rose from the throne. Damned Frieza. One day I will kill you myself. The small prince's eyes blazed with feral ferocity, like those of a nascent demon. 3 years earlier, the explosion of Planet Vegeta had triggered a dramatic shift in Frieza's treatment of their squad. Idle moments vanished. New missions arrived instantly, leaving no time whatsoever for cultivation. Vegeta sensed something amiss. Before the cataclysm, every Saiyan had received an urgent recall order from Planet Vegeta. His squad too had received that command, but he ignored it. And soon after, Planet Vegeta erupted in annihilation. According to Frieza, the planet had been struck by a meteor, wiping out every Saiyan in the blast. A meteor strike. How utterly preposterous. Planet Vegeta teamed with warriors, his father King Vegeta for one, and Raditz's own father Bardock. Bardock alone possessed combat power exceeding 10,000. With such a warrior present, how could any mere meteor obliterate Planet Vegeta? It was unmistakable. Frieza was lying. Yet even knowing this, Vegeta dared not openly defy Frieza's commands. So he led his squad away from headquarters. For 3 years, they never returned. Not once did they heed orders from Frisia's command center. At first, Vegeta feared Frisia might send assassins after them. But as time passed, he realized Frisia had ceased all contact. No further orders arrived. Vegeta did not know why, but clearly it was a blessing. Thereafter, he and his squad would seize a planet, then remain to cultivate there until supplies ran dry. Only then would they move on to plunder the next world. Though they no longer carried out Frisia's missions, casualties still diminished their ranks. It began with Gran, and now only Nappa and Raditz remained. Worthless trash. Let them die. Vegeta cared nothing for his subordinates' deaths. Rising from the throne, he strode out of the palace and soared skyward. It was nearly time to train. Ascending to a height of 1,000 meters, Vegeta began hurling concentrated energy blasts down upon the ruined human settlement below. This crude brute force method, bombarding the ground from above, was Vegeta's daily regimen. Boom. Boom. After over 20 minutes of relentless bombardment, Vegeta grew weary. Yet he trained relentlessly, convinced he would one day defeat Frisia. The image of Frisia kneeling before him begging for mercy sent a thrill of dark delight through the young prince. Just then Nappa and Raditz streaked back across the horizon, evidently having scanned the planet once more with their scouter. Since you've returned, then fight me, both of you. Without waiting for a response, Vegeta blurred into light and shot toward them. No, Vegeta's going to use us as punching bags again. Raditz's face paled. What are you staring at? Do you think we can run? Then get moving, Nappa roared. Vegeta, born with a combat power of 1,000, so speculated, had over 8 years ascended to 6,000. Nappa himself barely reached 2,500. Raditz, the so-called waste, possessed a mere 600, placing him at the absolute bottom of the food chain. Together they stood no chance of escaping Vegeta, so they chose resistance instead, hoping defiance might spare them a few blows. Meanwhile, a medium-sized starship carved a silent path through the cosmic void. In the cockpit sat 5 figures, the elite Ginyu Force. Rumor has it this martial prodigy is only 9 years old and already defeated a warrior with 100,000 combat power. Do you believe it? Blue-skinned Birder rested his chin on his palm, deep in thought. Our Captain Ginyu trained for decades and still only reached 120,000. How could a child of 9 possibly overpower someone with 100,000? G scoffed. No, I believe it possible. Purple-skinned Captain Ginyu's eyes flickered with distant memory. Some are born with overwhelming strength. Once I witnessed a being whose combat power exceeded 100 million at birth. Boom. The remaining 4 members recoiled in shock. And more than what? 100 million combat power. That's impossible. How could any mortal possess such power? Captain Ginyu, are you certain you're not speaking nonsense? The 4 exchanged frantic whispers. Ginyu shook his head inwardly. He spoke of his own master. Long ago he'd even contemplated body swapping with Frisia, but ultimately abandoned the idea. Suddenly, Captain Ginyu, I've detected Vegeta's presence on that nearby planet. Rikum pointed at the ship's radar, where Vegeta's vessel had just registered. Vegeta, Ginyu's gaze turned glacial. Rumors say he plans to betray Frisia's forces. Let us eliminate him first, for Lord Frisia. Berta hesitated. What of the martial prodigy? If we ignore him, won't Lord Frisia be angered? He's currently sparring with another on Metamer Star. Eliminating Vegeta will be swift. Once he's gone, we'll seek the prodigy without delay. Yes, sir. The medium starship veered sharply, hurtling toward the planet where Vegeta waited. Tap, 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 tap. High above, Vegeta fought 2 opponents at once. Though still young, he held no disadvantage. Instead, he dominated both, striking them relentlessly. You're both elite warriors, so why are you so weak? You've trained for another 3 years, yet you've made no progress whatsoever. Especially you, Raditz. You're older than Nappa, yet you fall short even of others. Vegeta's fury intensified, and each blow grew heavier. Aarg. Under Vegeta's brutal assault, Raditz and Nappa screamed in excruciating agony. Then, Vegeta fired 2 energy blasts, both striking their targets with unerring precision. Boom. Smoke billowed black from their charred bodies as they plummeted lifelessly downward. Pathetic. Vegeta descended, landing beside them, and spat contemptuously upon the ground. Half an hour later, Raditz and Nappa stirred back to consciousness. Rising shakily to their feet, their eyes locked onto Vegeta, filled now with raw, trembling fear. Were it not for the fact that we Scions are already reduced to this pitiful remnant, I would have ended you long ago. Vegeta sat coldly atop a massive boulder. At those words, Nappa and Raditz flinched involuntarily. They knew Vegeta never spoke in falsehood. From this moment forward, if your training lacks absolute rigor, you will regret it dearly. Yes, sir. Raditz nodded sharply. Nappa bowed his head slightly and ventured cautiously, Vegeta, once this planet's resources are exhausted, where do we go next? Where? Vegeta frowned. By habit, once a planet's resources were spent, he simply moved on, randomly seeking the next world. His gaze hardened as he fixed Nappa with a piercing stare. What do you mean by that? Raditz glanced sideways at the bald warrior. What boldness had seized him today? Vegeta, we both know planet Vegeta's annihilation was orchestrated by Frieza. Yet our current path of cultivation is agonizingly slow. Nappa clenched his jaw. Frieza rules the cosmos as its tyrant. His power must be unfathomable. Even after another 15 or 20 years of training, the three of us may still stand no chance against him. Vegeta fell silent. How could he deny that truth? Even in planet Vegeta's prime warriors exceeding 10,000 battle power numbered far beyond just Bardock. Yet none had prevented the cataclysm. Even with his unparalleled talent, could he truly defeat Frieza alone and uncover the truth behind the destruction? Vegeta, relying solely on our own cultivation, we may never uncover the truth in this lifetime. Nappa tightened his fists. Then let us gather every exiled scion scattered across the stars. Only by uniting and training together can we one day achieve the great Saiyan transformation. That may be our sole hope. Every scion retains the innate ability to transform into a great Saiyan under the full moon, provided their tail remains intact. In that form, their strength multiplies tenfold. For example, a scion with a base battle power of 10,000 surges to 100,000 upon transformation. Vegeta, Nappa speaks wisely. Raditz dared to add, voice steadier now. My father was immensely powerful. He and King Vegeta surely possessed the capacity to assume the great Saiyan form. Yet even they perished alongside planet Vegeta. I acknowledge your extraordinary talent, Vegeta, but ultimately we are only three. We are too few. Hearing their words, Vegeta remained silent, still deep in thought. Nappa and Raditz swallowed hard. Had their audacity today sealed their doom? Raditz, I recall you have a younger brother, correct? Vegeta suddenly asked. Nappa's eyes lit up. This question signaled unmistakable approval of his proposal. Unlike Nappa, Raditz paled instantly at the mention of his brother. His face darkened like ink. Raditz, do you wish to die? Vegeta's tone turned glacial. Ha ha ha. Nappa burst into laughter, then hastily apologized. Forgive me, Vegeta. I meant no disrespect. But Raditz's younger brother is simply absurdly comical. What do you mean? Vegeta, do you know? Raditz's younger brother is named Kakarot. His birth battle power registered a mere 2. A superior warrior elder brother paired with an inferior warrior sibling of 2 points. Doesn't that strike you as ludicrous? Nappa laughed outright, clutching his stomach, heedless of Raditz's mortified expression. Vegeta's lip twitched. 2 points. Even a stray dog likely possessed more strength. Truly, the most wretched pair of brothers imaginable. Suddenly, Vegeta recalled something else. He too had a younger brother exiled long ago, whose birth battle power had been nearly identical to Kakarot's. Nappa, shut your mouth. Laugh again, and I'll erase you. Vegeta clenched his fist, cursing inwardly. He'd inadvertently condemned himself along with them. Huh. Nappa choked mid-breath, his laughter dying instantly. What had just come over Vegeta? Raditz felt as though he'd just downed a bottle of vintage 1982 cola, pure explosive euphoria. So this bald fool dares mock me daily. Vegeta, I do have a younger brother. His name is Kakarot. Raditz straightened his expression, turning solemn. Shortly after Kakarot's birth, all Scions stationed off-world received the emergency summons. You instructed me to ignore that order. Thus, I survived planet Vegeta's destruction. Yet before the catastrophe, I also received one final transmission from my father. He told me Kakarot had been born and would be exiled to a planet called Earth. Earth, a barren, forgotten speck, unfit even for a bird's droppings. Vegeta and Nappa exchanged dismissive sneers. Suddenly, Vegeta, there is another secret I've kept, though I hesitate to speak it. Raditz's hesitated lips parted. Speak. Vegeta narrowed his eyes. What further revelation did this man harbor? Within that message, my father declared Kakarot to be the Scion's last hope, and commanded me should opportunity arise to retrieve him from Earth. Raditz lowered his voice, grave and resolute. He foresaw that Kakarot would one day ascend as the legendary Super Saiyan. At those words, Vegeta and Nappa froze, stunned into silence. The next instant, ha ha ha, they doubled over, howling with laughter. Raditz covered his face. He'd known exactly how this would end. Even he had never believed his father's prophecy. After all, this was no mere myth. It was the Scion race's most sacred, most elusive legend, the Super Saiyan. Raditz, do you understand? Vegeta regained his composure, raising a thumb toward himself with imperious pride. If that legend holds truth, then only I, Vegeta, am worthy of becoming the Super Saiyan. No sooner had the words left his lips than 3 faint divine presences descended upon the planet. Then a youthful voice echoed clearly into the ears of Vegeta, Raditz, and Nappa. Only you, Vegeta, can become the Super Saiyan. With your power, what utter trash are you? Who's there? Vegeta swiftly leapt down from the massive boulder and whirled around. Raditz and Nappa held their breath. Both could clearly hear the voice emanating from behind the colossal stone. But how was this possible? They had scoured this planet 3 times already. There should be no native life left whatsoever. So why was someone still alive? Both Raditz and Nappa instantly turned to Vegeta, and sure enough his expression had darkened drastically. It was over. Vegeta was about to lose his temper. Vegeta, has it truly been only 3 years? Have you already forgotten me? At that moment Gran emerged calmly from behind the great boulder accompanied by the Supreme Kai Shin and the Kaioshin Jebit. This was age 740 in the Age of Earth, a full 3 years since Gran had transmigrated into the Dragon Ball world. He had now reached the age of 9. Yet the memory of that very day, the day he arrived, remained seared into his mind with absolute clarity. Back then he had been grievously wounded, but instead of aiding him Vegeta had blown up his spaceship abandoning him on that desolate planet to perish alone. No Senzu beans. No eternal dragon. No healing chamber. Nothing on that barren world could save him. Had he not known the story well enough, and recalled that Whis had a refined palate for gourmet cuisine, he might have died the very moment he arrived. 3 years had passed at last. And finally, he stood face-to-face with that accursed eternal runner-up. Gran's pulse quickened with exhilaration. This arrogant millennia-old second-rate warrior. This time he would break him utterly. 3 years. Vegeta frowned. He had only set foot on this planet a single day ago. His voice hardened. So you're not a native of this world. Raditz and Nappa exhaled in relief. From the child's words it was clear. He was not indigenous to this planet. Vegeta. Only 3 years have passed, yet you seem to have grown rather dim-witted, Gran mocked. If I were a native of this world, how would I know your name? You. Vegeta's temples bulged with veins. Though furious, he remained lucid, his gaze locked unblinking upon the boy before him. Huh. Gran blinked in mild surprise. The insult had been blatant, yet Vegeta hadn't moved. Wasn't honor supposed to matter more than life itself to this scion? Just who is this creature? Vegeta murmured under his breath, eyes fixed intently upon the trio across from him. The child leading them wore an odd, unfamiliar outfit, roughly 8 or 9 years old, yet noticeably taller than Vegeta himself. Beside him stood 2 others clad in equally strange attire. A most peculiar trio. Like Vegeta, Raditz and Nappa stared silently at Gran. Yet, over these past 3 years Gran had undergone profound transformation, especially after ascending to the peak of the Kai realm and being appointed as a candidate destroyer. An aura unlike any mortal's, a divine godlike pressure, had begun to emanate from him. Thus, even Vegeta and his comrades failed to recognize Gran at first glance. Still don't recognize me? Then allow me to offer one final clue. 3 years ago you abandoned a comrade. That comrade was me. Though framed as a clue, it was all but an outright revelation. A comrade abandoned 3 years ago. Then you must also be a scion. Vegeta hadn't finished his deduction when Raditz's jaw dropped wide open in terror. Vegeta, it's Gran. Nappa too gasped in shock. Yes, it is Gran. How is he still alive? Gran. Hearing Raditz and Nappa, Vegeta's pupils contracted sharply, and he scrutinized Gran anew more closely than before. Scion children grew slowly during infancy. Even those over 10 years old often stood barely over a meter tall. At 9 years old Gran was no exception. Just over a meter tall with round luminous eyes and a plump cherubic face, giving him a stout, endearingly simple appearance. All other scions bore fierce, menacing visages. Only Gran possessed that rare, guileless, almost foolish innocence. It is you. You were supposed to have perished on that wretched planet. How are you still alive? Vegeta exclaimed in disbelief. You regarded me as the shame of our race. You naturally wished me dead. The small boy threw back his head and laughed heartily, then lowered his gaze to the infamous eternal runner-up, his tone laced with mockery. But alas, I'm very much alive. And now I've returned to settle the score. Are you delighted? Surprised too? You've come back to avenge yourself against me. Ha ha. Now it was Vegeta's turn to laugh aloud. Raditz and Nappa exchanged glances. Neither understood how Gran had survived, but one thing was certain: this Gran had returned unhinged. After all, this was Vegeta, whose battle power stood at 6,000. I never imagined you'd survive such circumstances. If you had lived, why not simply slink away and hide? Vegeta's laughter ceased, his voice turning glacial. Why must you appear before me once more? And dare speak of vengeance? If you seek death, then I shall grant it. Vegeta tensed, ready to strike. Wait, Vegeta, hold on. Raditz summoned his courage and spoke. Weren't we just discussing rallying the remaining scions? Gran has returned. That makes one more ally. Perhaps we should spare him, for now. The moment those words left his mouth. Are you instructing me? Vegeta lashed out with a brutal kick to Raditz's abdomen, sending him hurtling backward, skidding violently across the ground for 100 meters before coming to rest. Nappa had nearly voiced the same suggestion, but witnessing Raditz' fate, he clamped his mouth shut in terrified silence. I despise nothing more than being told what to do, but... The diminutive scion redirected his gaze toward Gran and spoke coldly. Raditz did raise a valid point. If you swear fealty to me once more, I will forgive your earlier insolence. Shin and Jebet, the Supreme Kai and Kaioshin who had remained silent until now, stared dumbfounded. Was this child mad? Did he have any notion whom he faced? 3 years have passed, and you remain just as arrogant, just as merciless, Gran remarked, glancing at the battered Raditz before shaking his head with a soft derisive sigh. Arrogant? Merciless? Isn't that the very nature of all scions? Vegeta sneered. I was born with a battle power of 1,000, and now it stands at 6,000. I possess both innate talent and overwhelming strength. Why shouldn't I be arrogant? Gran, I ask you one final time. Vegeta pointed directly at him, then jabbed a thumb toward himself. Swear allegiance to me again, and your prior disrespect will be erased as if it never occurred. Now, speak your choice. Vegeta wore an expression of utter certainty. He refused to believe this wretch would dare defy him. My choice. A faint sardonic smile curled Gran's lips. What are you, Vegeta? Do you truly imagine I'd bow to you? A failure of a scion. Do you even deserve such loyalty? As these words were spoken, the surroundings suddenly fell into a deathly silence. Nab swallowed hard, beginning to retreat. Anyone who dared to speak to Vegeta like that was surely doomed. You're seeking death. Indeed, Vegeta was instantly enraged. No longer able to hold back, he decided he would kill this. However, in the next moment, Vegeta felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Looking down, he saw a small fist pressing against it. As Vegeta looked up again, he found Gran standing in front of him, his pupils contracting suddenly. How is this possible? It was too fast, incredibly fast. He couldn't even perceive how the opponent had appeared. Gran locked eyes with him and mockingly said, I'm here for revenge. How dare you think I would follow you, you trash. This strike did not use much power as he was afraid of accidentally killing this guy. You're seeking death. Vegeta let out a roar to the heavens. As a proud scion prince, he was being mocked by a piece of trash he had once abandoned. The 6,000 battle power within him erupted like a flood. Boom! The immense force caused the ground to crack, and the surrounding boulders were shattered into pieces. In Vegeta's mind, even if Gran survived after 3 more years of training, he could at most increase his battle power from 800 to 1,000. Now that he had unleashed all his strength, Gran would probably be knocked out by this force. Still too weak. Suddenly a voice entered Vegeta's ears, causing his heart to skip a beat as he looked down again. Gran had not fainted. He was still pressing his small fist against Vegeta's abdomen. How did you do this? Vegeta looked up in terror. Because your power is simply too weak. Shut up. I am a scion prince with 6,000 battle power. How dare you say my power is weak? Unforgivable. Vegeta, enraged and humiliated, poured all his power into his fist and struck towards Gran's temple. Bang! The immense power caused a terrifying explosive sound in the air. In the face of this blow, Gran remained unfazed, retracting his small fist and slightly tilting his head, instinctively evading the attack. Seeing his attack evade, Vegeta's expression changed drastically as he launched another assault, his punches and kicks striking like lightning. Gran continued to dodge without a care, the battleground constantly shifting as the two fought a kilometer away. Vegeta grew increasingly alarmed. None of his attacks seemed to affect Gran. In the end, boom, boom. Vegeta unleashed his royal fighting technique, unleashing a torrential barrage of energy blasts that created deep craters in the ground. On the other side, Nab had reached Raditz's side. What the hell is going on with Gran? How has he become so powerful? Raditz looked at the battle unfolding before him, his body instinctively trembling. Nab was equally terrified, though he did not show it, and said in a deep voice, Gran only had a battle power of 803 years ago. After 3 years, could he have surpassed Vegeta? Hearing this, Raditz quickly activated his scouter. Beep beep. 2 numbers appeared on the display. One was 6,000, with the other 600. How is this possible? Raditz's mouth dropped open wide. The 6,000 battle power belonged to Vegeta, but how could Gran only possess 600 battle power? Nab also saw the data on the scouter. Swallowing hard, Gran had 800 battle power 3 years ago. For the sake of revenge, he practiced for 3 more years. How could he regress instead of progress? Returning to Gran's side. Boom boom. After bombarding for over 20 minutes with his royal fighting technique, Vegeta became out of breath. Gran stepped back over 10 meters, clicking his tongue. Your aura is too wild. You can't control your power, you don't know how to use your chi, and your battle skills, awareness, and experience are utterly lacking. Vegeta, you truly are a waste. Aside from the martial arts masters like the Grand Elder of the Metamor Star, nearly all strong beings in the universe have these common flaws. Gran was no exception 3 years ago, but that didn't prevent him from using this to mock Vegeta now. Damn, Gran, shut up. Vegeta panted heavily. Besides dodging, what other skills do you have? You've completely disgraced the pride of the Scions. You truly are a disgrace to the Scion race. A disgrace to the Scion race. Then if you can't even touch me, what are you? Seeing Vegeta's powerless rage, Gran felt quite pleased. You. Vegeta clenched his teeth tightly, having already seen the scouter's data. This guy had 800 battle power 3 years ago, and now he had dropped to 600. Not only that he had evaded all of Vegeta's attacks with a mere 600 battle power, it was simply unbelievable. Vegeta, do you know how much I sacrificed for this day of revenge? Gran opened his eyes wide and lied through his teeth. In fact, he had not sacrificed anything. He could master anything without much time spent. If he had to say he sacrificed, it was indeed the time he got spanked by Beerus. That time was genuinely painful. I don't care what you sacrificed. Vegeta scoffed coldly. To take revenge on you, I have suffered so much. Gran's expression began to turn cold. Although he could easily grasp anything, he learned the process was indeed tough. I swore I would come back for revenge one day. Gran tightened his fist. The atmosphere suddenly became bizarre, and Vegeta felt an ominous premonition. But the opponent was just a piece of trash with 600 battle power. Even if his movement skills were quite good, he shouldn't be able to beat him. With that thought, Vegeta calmed down a bit. I've had my fun, now I'm going to start tormenting you. Gran's lips curled into a bizarre arc. Didn't you say that if the legend of the Super Science is true, only you can transform? I hope you can really transform later. As soon as he finished speaking, boom. Gran no longer controlled the power within him, and his battle power of 1 billion erupted. Whis once taught Gran that true power lies in complete control over one's strength. Every move he makes should not harm the environment at all. Gran achieved this in that world of illusion, but at this moment, he chose not to control his power. He was determined to show off fiercely before that damned second-rate rival. Boom. The instant his billion combat power erupted, it directly triggered a change in the heavens and earth. The originally dim sky suddenly brightened. Bang. The detector on little Vegeta's face exploded in an instant. What? The sudden onslaught of power pressure changed his expression drastically, and he couldn't help but take a step back. The detector exploded? What? What kind of power is this? Little Vegeta's forehead was covered in cold sweat, and the explosion of the detector made him doubt if it had malfunctioned. But that terrifying power surged towards him, overwhelming him, and he was forced to retreat step by step. Clearly, the detector had not malfunctioned, it exploded because it could not withstand the opponent's strength. How? How is this possible? You. How could your power suddenly become so strong? Impossible, you are merely a discarded waste. How could you possibly become so powerful? Seeing the commotion Gran caused, Vegeta felt his worldview crumbling. That Scion disgrace he had discarded years ago had returned stronger than he could have imagined. How could this be possible? Meanwhile, on the other side, Raditz and Nappa's detectors also exploded. Raditz's legs were shivering uncontrollably, and he stammered, "Can the detector not even detect Gran's power level? What level of power is this?" Nappa's body also trembled violently as he fought against his fear and said, "Gran definitely has more than 600 combat power. He must have hidden his strength. How did he do it? What has he experienced in these 3 years?" Suddenly, a terrifying wave of energy surged toward them. "Oh, Nappa, pull me back, I'm going to get blown away." Raditz's small body clung to Nappa's waist. "Let go of me quickly. If you hold on, I'm going to get blown away too." In the next second, whoosh, both were blown away by the incoming storm. The scene shifted back to Gran, where a white aura erupted around him, reaching a height of 100 meters in an instant. The rolling waves of energy spread outwards, lifting countless stones and instantly grinding them into powder under the terrifying pressure. Centered on Gran, the ground began to crack, and in a moment the entire area collapsed. Vegeta quickly retreated. But this was not over. Whoosh! The entire battlefield's magnetic field was thrown into chaos, with raging winds howling and energy waves surging. The little Gran, just over a meter tall, spun in the center of the storm, exuding the majesty of a peak Kai, as if a deity had descended. Gran reveled in the surging power within him. This strength should satisfy Vegeta, right? He glanced at the distant Vegeta. Vegeta's face turned ashen, as if all color had drained away. Gran was pleased with the expression on this guy's face. It was the effect he wanted. "So Vegeta, what do you think? Are you satisfied with my power?" He flew toward Vegeta, and with every meter he advanced, Vegeta's body bent under the pressure. "No. Impossible. Why? Why is your power so incredibly strong?" Vegeta's previously lofty demeanor had long since vanished, and he had become hysterical. "Why? Because of my talent." Gran continued to fly forward, teasing, "Do you know what my combat power is now?" Vegeta remained silent, biting his teeth in fear. Gran hovered in midair, his expression devoid of emotion, and stated, my combat power has reached 1 billion. This declaration held power akin to Frisia's proclamation of his 5-3-0 combat power. Boom. Gran's words reached Vegeta and Raditz's ears like a nuclear explosion, leaving all three of them in a state of shock. Raditz took half a minute to regain his senses, his jaw quivering in disbelief. Nappa, did Gran really say his power reached 1 billion? Did I hear that wrong? No, I heard it too, he said 1 billion. Nappa's face had turned pale. What does a billion combat power even mean? Previously, the strongest warrior of their entire Scion race barely exceeded 1 combat power, and even the mightiest Scion in Great Ape form only reached 1 combat power. A combat power of 100 does not even constitute a fraction of a billion. Insanity. How could anyone in this world possess such terrifying power? Perhaps even that cosmic Emperor Frisia could not reach this level. It's fake, all of it is fake. How could anyone in this world achieve a billion combat power? You can't fool me. Vegeta's mental defenses faced a tremendous blow, and he shook his head frantically. Though he protested disbelief, the overwhelming pressure had already made him tremble all over. It was an instinctive response. Oh, Vegeta could not stop his fear. Haha, Vegeta, what happened to your lofty demeanor from before? Why are you so disheveled now? Gran did not care whether he believed it or not, he simply wanted to provoke that damned second-rate rival while moving forward. Shut up. As Gran approached, Vegeta's inherent pride urged him to stand tall, but under Gran's powerful presence he could not manage it. The gap between 600 combat power and 1 billion was simply too vast. I haven't even made a move yet, and you are already in despair. Vegeta's unwilling, desperate, and powerless expressions delighted Gran. He wanted to shatter Vegeta's psyche step by step. After all, he had been in a similar state of despair while waiting for Whis to arrive back then. I am the most talented prince of the Scion race. How could you possibly be stronger than me? Prince, you think you deserve to be called a prince of our Scion race? Gran hovered in midair, sneering. 3 years ago, your Vegeta squad had 7 or 8 members, right? But now have they all been discarded by you? Shut up, my affairs are none of your business. Ha, fine, I won't meddle in your Scion prince matters, but now it's time for my revenge. Brace yourself for my wrath. Seeing Vegeta utterly collapse, Gran felt elated. He stopped wasting words and instantly vanished from sight. Damn it. And where is he? Cowardly Gran. Show yourself and face me, heathen. Young Vegeta raged like a madman, scouring every corner for Gran's trace. Suddenly, Na's small hand clamped down upon his nape. For abandoning me all those years ago, savor my vengeance. Gran's voice was glacial as he slammed Vegeta's skull into the ground. Boom. The earth had borne no fissures before, but under that crushing blow, Vegeta's tiny head shattered the surface and jagged cracks exploded outward in an instant. Ahawk! Vegeta shrieked, a sound torn from the marrow of his soul. You claimed only you among the Scions could ascend to Super Saiyan. If you won't transform now, you'll suffer beyond reckoning. Gran sneered coldly, grinding Vegeta's skull against the earth with brutal, rapid friction. Thud, and thud, and thud. The ground looked as though plowed by a celestial blade. Stone slabs upturned and splintered. You boasted you were the most gifted prince of our Scion race. Yet you offer no resistance. Such pitiful strength. And yet you dare wear arrogance like a crown. You dare. You branded me the shame of our Scion blood. Rise and fight me. Gran's expression remained stone cold as he dragged Vegeta across the earth for over 300 meters, then hurled him skyward with contemptuous force. Boom. Like a cannonball, Vegeta shot upward, only for Gran to surge after him in pursuit. Reaching Vegeta's zenith, Gran clenched both fists and brought them crashing down onto his back. Boom. The cataclysmic impact sent Vegeta plummeting like a meteor, yet Gran closed the distance in a heartbeat. He materialized before the falling prince and delivered a vicious kick. Boom. Boom. Thereafter Vegeta became little more than a football, kicked, tossed, and battered through the air by Gran's merciless strikes. Elsewhere, in Nappa, what do we do? Vegeta is utterly outmatched by Gran. Raditz cried urgently. Outmatched, so what? What does his life or death matter to us? Nappa's fear dissolved into eerie calm. What do you mean? Are we truly to stand by while Gran kills Vegeta? Raditz gasped, disbelief etching his features. Then what else can we do? Gran himself declared his battle power exceeds 1 billion. Do you truly believe we could prevail? Nappa spat contemptuously. When Vegeta cast Gran aside, we warned him, even pleaded. And what did he say? That if we spoke another word for Gran, he'd leave us stranded on that planet too. Enough. This is their grudge, not mine. I won't intervene. And I dare not. If you wish to go, you go. Me. Young Raditz trembled violently, frozen in place. So? Weren't you just vowing to aid Vegeta? Why stand still? Nappa mocked, eyes gleaming with cruel amusement. Nat, that Raditz gaze turned icy. Then he spat sharply, aid that heartless Vegeta, and I must be ill to even consider it. Nappa, Shin, and Kibito, the Supreme Kai and his attendant, had observed the entire exchange in silence. Both were left speechless. Were they not comrades? How swiftly their bond had shattered, like porcelain dropped from a great height. Unbeknownst to Shin and Kibito, the scions of this era, save for Bardock, were indeed this callous, this ruthless. Loyalty meant nothing, neither kinship nor fellowship. When interests clashed, even father and son would draw blood. As for Gran, he truly wielded the power of 1 billion battle points. Yet with every strike against Vegeta, he calibrated his force with surgical precision, just enough to wound, never to kill outright. To end it too soon would rob vengeance of its sweetness. Vegeta, you proclaimed only you could awaken the Super Saiyan form. Then transform for me now. Neen midair Gran soared above Vegeta, drawing his leg behind him before twisting his body in a grotesque whirling arc. 360-degree spinning kick. Crack. Vegeta's spine snapped clean in two. Ahhhh. Amid Vegeta's gut-wrenching scream, he became a living projectile, hurtling downward with devastating force. Boom. Not timider deep crater erupted beneath him. Vegeta lay broken within the crater, writhing in agony. His shattered spine had robbed him of even the ability to rise. The gulf between 1 billion and his own power was absolute. This battle held no suspense, only despair, helplessness, and humiliation. Vegeta stared upward from the crater's depths, his expression raw with bitter, unyielding defiance. And how could the proud prince of the Scions fall so utterly, on this day, in this place? Tap, tap. Gran descended from the sky, landing within the crater, and placed his foot firmly upon Vegeta's bowed head. At last, revenge was complete. Exhilaration surged through him, pure, unadulterated triumph. Oh, exalted Prince Vegeta, did you ever imagine your knees would bow before me? But, damn you. Paralyzed and broken, Vegeta forced the words from his throat, just kill me, kill you. Not yet. Truth be told, I came for 2 reasons: vengeance, and something far greater. A faint knowing smile curled Gran's lips. He crouched low, leaning close to Vegeta's ear. Voice a silken whisper, let me tell you, the legend of the Super Saiyan is real. Wah, what? Vegeta's pupils contracted violently. Among Scions, an ancient prophecy endured: once every 1,000 years a mythic Super Saiyan might awaken. Gran had trained but 3 years, and yet stood unrivaled. Could he already be a Super Saiyan? Reading Vegeta's thoughts like open scripture, Gran threw back his head and laughed. Do you truly believe I've already achieved the Super Saiyan state? Don't you? No, I haven't. This is merely my base power. Gran clenched his small fist, satisfied, almost reverent at the sheer magnitude of his innate strength, then added with chilling calm, and my second purpose, to transform before you, and become the Super Saiyan you long to be. Brutalizing Vegeta was not enough. Gran understood the one truth Vegeta guarded most fiercely: his lifelong yearning to transcend, to become the legendary Super Saiyan. On Namek, Vegeta had begged Din to restore him from the brink of death, believing such near-death rebirth would unlock the Super Saiyan form. He sought that power solely to crush Frieza, unaware that the strength he gained was merely the body's desperate rebound from extinction. Later, when Goku first ascended, Vegeta's pride shattered, unable to bear that another had seized the title he coveted above all. So while Goku mastered instant transmission, Vegeta fled into the void of space, training alone until he became the second Super Saiyan, only to soothe his wounded dignity. No, impossible. Knees, spine shattered, Vegeta strained to rise, failing utterly. Prostrate in the crater, he screamed hysterically, no, impossible. Even if the legend holds true, you cannot achieve it. Only I, Prince Vegeta, am worthy of that transformation. Hopeless. Even now, you cling to arrogance like a dying man grasps air. Gran lifted his foot from Vegeta's head, then kicked him hard, sending him flying from the crater. Watch closely as I shatter your final illusion of supremacy. He rose into the sky, following Vegeta's trajectory. The realm of the god of destruction. Each day by the lakeside, a ritual unfolded. Whis and Beerus sat side by side on small stools, watching Gran's exploits unfold upon a shimmering projection. The image showed Gran sparring with the elder of Metamer Planet. Lord Beerus, Gran has broken through again. In half a year, he mastered the first tier of innate bodily instinct. In 1 year, the second tier. Truly, the boy remains as extraordinary as ever. I'm not blind. I see it myself. Oh ho ho, I merely wish to converse with Lord Beerus lest the silence grow too heavy. Enough. Can you please speak less? It's deafening. In Beerus' shot was a sharp sideways glare. Yet, and next instant his eyes narrowed. The projection showed Gran making no move to return to the realm of the god of destruction. His power, cultivation of heart, and bodily instinct have all reached their natural limits. Why doesn't he return? What does he intend? Beerus murmured, puzzled. Normally Whis would have already launched into a torrent of commentary, but now he remained eerily silent. And Whis, why say nothing? Beerus frowned, turning toward him. You instructed me not to speak, Lord Beerus. I obey your command without question. Whis replied, serene and unmoved. Beerus, and how desperately I wish to strike him right now? And he's headed for Vegeta. Whis watched the projection shift and recalled Vegeta distinctly. He remembered Beerus long ago humiliating Vegeta by trampling his father before him. And, so it's vengeance. That explains why he stayed away. I wondered what else he might do. Beerus watched the projection with a dry chuckle, a candidate god of destruction bullying a mortal. How undignified. Whis stifled a quiet laugh. Beerus never missed a chance to mock Gran no matter the context. And then, in sudden silence, a jolt of shock ran through them both. The projection flared. Gran's voice rang out clear and resolute in, I will transform into a super scion. Before your very eyes, in transform. Boom. In that single word struck like thunder, jolting Beerus and Whis back to the ancient memory of Odys the scion progenitor and his catastrophic transformation. That transformation was catastrophic, and Beerus's face darkened. He roared, stop, Gran, immediately. He must not stray down that path. Now, and yes. And without hesitation Whis seized Beerus, and in a streak of blinding light, they vanished into the heavens. On a planet not far from the planet Metamer, Vegeta was kicked out of the deep pit, and Gran flew out from within it. One lay on the ground, while the other stood not far away. Gran seemed to be preparing for something. Lord Supreme Kai, what is that super scion that the candidate destroyer said? Jebet, belonging to the divine beings, could hear the conversation between Gran and Vegeta even from a distance. How would I know? Supreme Kai Xian shot him a glance. He had just learned that Gran was a scion. How could he know what other super transformation scions had? But I have a feeling I sense that Gran will become incredibly terrifying soon. Supreme Kai Zin's tone suddenly turned serious. Just watch for now. Jebet swallowed hard, starting to feel nervous. On the other side, Raditz and Nappa found Gran's actions a bit strange, but despite their confusion, they did not dare to approach. The battle had ceased, and the battlefield began to grow quiet. A gentle breeze swept through dust and gravel, lightly rolling as if everything had come to an end. However, the atmosphere of the battlefield was oppressive, akin to the tranquility before a storm. Gran stood over 10 meters in front of Vegeta, not speaking, but brewing something. Vegeta lay on the ground, unable to move. He already knew Gran's intentions. Is there really a super scion in this world? Could it be that Gran can truly transform into a super scion? Vegeta did not know if the legend of the super scion was true, but his pride made it impossible for him to accept that another scion would be the first to transform. No, it can't be. Even if it were true, it could only be me. Gran, you bastard, stop it. Vegeta's eyes were bloodshot as he pounded the ground with his small fists. Watch carefully, it'll break your last bastion of resolve. After saying this, little Gran's expression suddenly became serious. Transforming into a super scion requires 3 conditions. The first is that the cells within must reach a certain level. The second condition is that basic strength must reach around 3 million battle power. The third condition is to be in a state of extreme anger. Gran's current situation showed that his base power had reached 1 billion, and he could access extreme anger at any moment. As for the cells, it is said that they can only reproduce during times of peace. The term peaceful times is somewhat vague, and Gran was not clear on its meaning, but felt it might relate to mental state or emotions. Just like Son Goku in the anime, who cultivated his mental state after ascending to the heavenly realm as a child, his emotions became calm, laying the foundation for the reproduction of cells. Vegeta's case was even more evident. In the Namek saga, he was initially filled with ambition and calculation, obsessively pursuing power. During that time, he was an extremely evil individual. But during his later confrontation with Frieza, he fell into despair and struggle, even kneeling and crying out in front of Son Goku. His dignity shattered completely. From that moment on, his mental state underwent a significant transformation. It was also due to this change in mindset that he was able to break through to become a super scion after living on Earth for just a few months. While my mental state reached the semi-selfless level 2 years ago, and after 2 years of cultivation, my cells must also meet the requirements. Gran's eyes were filled with confident light, and he no longer thought too much. He prepared to attempt transformation. Silence. The battlefield suddenly became eerily quiet, the atmosphere growing increasingly oppressive. Little Gran clenched his fists, bowing his body down. Now he needed to enter the state of extreme anger. Then let the anger begin. Gran closed his round eyes and a scene began to appear in his mind. In a purple world, a chubby little boy was getting spanked by a purple cat. This event happened a year ago when he had just come out of the virtual world, but had been inexplicably beaten up by Beerus. It would have been fine if it was just a beating, but that guy Beerus had actually spanked him hard. Beerus-sama, how dare you hit my little, but unforgivable. Thinking of this, Gran directly entered a state of extreme anger. Boom. The power of extreme anger surged like a flood, rapidly gathering at his back. Using anger as the spark and cells as gunpowder, when the spark fell into the gunpowder, it was instantly ignited. Boom. The power within Gran began to skyrocket. 1 billion battle power. 2 billion battle power. 5 billion battle power. In this moment the earth shook, the sea roared, and the planet trembled. What? Little Vegeta, lying on the ground, felt this power first. He sensed his soul trembling. What? What kind of power is this? How terrifying. Could this be the legendary Super Saiyan state? Damn. Am not willing, why isn't it me transforming? I am the most noble prince of the Saiyan race. On the other side, a powerful force surged forth. Jebet turned pale. What has this candidate destroyer done? Is this what he meant by transformation? Gran is really strong. Unlike Jebet, Supreme Kai Xian felt no fear. Instead, he grew excited, clenching his fists and shouting with enthusiasm. Let me see what your so-called Super Saiyan state is like. Meanwhile, Raditz and Nappa had retreated over 10 kilometers. Nappa, what on earth has Gran done? How did his power suddenly become so terrifying? Little Raditz directly hugged Nappa's thigh, enduring his fear, and saying, could it be? Did he not use all his strength just now? How would I know? Nappa thought about kicking this annoying Raditz away. He looked towards Gran's direction and sighed. All I know is that Vegeta is finished. Just as he finished speaking, an even more terrifying force surged, and both of them were suddenly pressed to the ground. Nappa, what kind of power is this? Damn it, don't ask me, you, I don't know either. Returning the focus to Gran, the aura around him flickered continuously, sometimes white, sometimes golden. Boom. Accompanied by rolling thunder, the color of Gran's hair began to flicker between black and gold. At the same time, his power continued to surge. 5 billion battle power. 10 billion battle power. 400 billion battle power. Finally, boom. 500 billion battle power. As the moment arrived, the world dimmed, leaving only the golden glow radiating from Gran. He has become a Super Saiyan. At the same time, in the heavenly realm of Earth, Bobo raised his head, slightly meaningfully, saying, this little guy is truly interesting. On the small island, Master Roshi gulped, saying, this energy is so exaggerated. There are such powerful beings in the universe. On North Kai's planet North, Kai was wiping sweat continuously. To what extent has this candidate destroyer's power reached that even the underworld can feel this aura? In the galactic prison, Meruz slightly curled his lips. This disciple that Whis has taken in is quite impressive. All the powerful beings in the North Galaxy also looked up, all gazing at the planet where Gran was located. Boom. The howling winds roared, thunder clapped, and the entire planet trembled. The little Gran, slightly over 1 meter tall, was radiating golden flashes, and the aura surrounding him was terrifyingly powerful. Golden hair. So this is the Super Saiyan state. Vegeta had already been blown a kilometer away by the fierce winds. After saying this, he could no longer hold on and fainted. Ha ha ha, is this the power of the legendary candidate destroyer? It's so freaking awesome. The Supreme Kai stood his ground against this force, his face turning pale. Supreme Kai, don't hold on. I can't take it anymore. Jebet disregarded everything and grabbed the Supreme Kai, running away. Boom. Boom. Lightning struck down from the sky, and Gran felt the surging power within him. As expected, I can truly transform into a Super Saiyan. Gran clenched his little fist slightly, and the space around him instantly quivered. Is this the power of a Super Saiyan? According to the anime's setting, transforming into a Super Saiyan can increase one's power by 50 times. This means his current power level reached 50 billion. Ha, Vegeta, did you see my transformation? How cool is it? Aren't you envious and jealous of me? The golden-haired Gran laughed heartily at the sky. However, aside from the thunder and lightning, there was no other sound. Where is everyone? Gran was taken aback and quickly looked around. There was no one in sight, only the mess he had just created. Even the Supreme Kai and Jebet had long since disappeared into some corner. Gran. No one saw his state. What kind of show-off is this? Gran sensed Vegeta's position. He was over a kilometer away and seemed to be unconscious. If you think you can pass by just fainting without me mocking you. Not that simple. Just as Gran was about to use instant transmission to reach Vegeta, suddenly, accompanied by endless divine might, a rainbow light descended from the sky. The one arriving was Whis and the others. As soon as Beerus landed, he saw Gran's golden hair state, and his body shook violently. Still, not in time. Beerus looked despairingly and turned to Whis, roaring in anger. Didn't I tell you to hurry up? Look, this kid has already transformed successfully. Whis didn't speak, and his expression became extremely guilty. In his father's narration, Otis state was completely wrong. What to do now? Gran's talent is clearly terrifying. Why did he have to walk this path? You? Beerus saw Whis' guilty expression and sighed, saying nothing further. According to my father, once Gran transforms into that extreme berserker state, he will completely lose his reasoning, and at the same time his power will increase infinitely. Whis looked at Gran not far away and softly said, every second he maintains this state will put a significant burden on his body. Please, Lord Beerus, knock him out first, and we can discuss the rest later. All right. Beerus and the others didn't regard little Gran as a person at all. They were discussing among themselves how to knock him out and take him away. Suddenly, hey, why do you two want to knock me out and take me away? Gran, who had been silent, finally spoke up, fearing that if he didn't, Beerus would act and knock him out. After all, this was the strongest destroyer facing 11 other destroyers. Gran didn't think that just because he had increased his power by 50 times he could resist. Losing reason, but still able to speak normally. Beerus and Whis' eyes widened in an instant, both filled with big question marks. Beerus pointed at Gran not far away, puzzled. Didn't you say that when he transforms into that grass-green-haired state he would? Wait, grass-green hair. Beerus' pupils suddenly constricted, and he looked at Gran's hair again. It's clearly golden hair. Whis, didn't you say that the extreme berserker state has grass-green hair? I don't know, that's what my father said. Whis was also stunned upon seeing Gran's hair color, completely bewildered about what was happening. Lord Beerus, Whis, what you're talking about is the legendary Super Saiyan state, right? At this moment, Gran slowly walked over. However, as he approached Beerus and Whis, they began to touch Gran as if he were their grandson. Hey, what are you doing? Gran stepped back a couple of steps, quickly fixing his messed-up hairstyle. Did these two really think of him as their grandson? Didn't you lose your reason? How can you still speak normally? And what's with your hair? Shouldn't it be grass-green? Also, what's this legendary Super Saiyan you just mentioned? Beerus opened his mouth with 100,000 questions. Whis also kept asking questions. Various inquiries flooded Gran's ears, making him feel like his head was about to explode. Stop. Gran made a stopping gesture. Let me ask you first, how did you know about that grass-green hair state? With the arrival of these two supreme deities from the 7th universe, the chaotic aura of this planet grew even more frenzied. Especially the barely perceptible destructive aura of Beerus, which caused a significant upheaval in the planet's magnetic field. Crackle! Countless lightning bolts fell from the void, resembling a scene of the apocalypse. Meanwhile, Gran and the others stood amidst the ruins, the bright lightning illuminating each of their faces. Little Gran furrowed his brows. Upon hearing about the green-haired state described by Beerus and the others, he immediately thought of Broly. Only a legendary Saiyan like Broly could transform into such a state, but at this time Broly should have been exiled for 3 years, meaning he was even younger than him. Could it be that such a young Broly has already successfully entered the Super Saiyan state? Otherwise, how would Beerus and the others know about this state? How do we know? Whis, you explain this. Lord Beerus, weren't you also aware of the legendary stories of Otis? Why should I say it? Whis noticed that Gran had not lost his sanity and his hair was not in the green state, which made him feel much better. At least Gran's current situation was not as dire as he had imagined. You? Beerus' eyes widened. He felt a bit guilty for speaking loudly to Whis just now, but upon seeing this it seemed he had been overly kind. In the end, it was Beerus who recounted the legendary tale of Otis to Gran. After finishing the story, Beerus squinted his eyes and said, Little one, the historical book of your Saiyan clan should be the one passed down by Otis, right? Gran's heart surged with overwhelming waves. That historical book was something he had mentioned casually, yet who would have thought that Whis would seek out the Grand Minister for this? What surprised him even more was that the Saiyan clan truly had a remarkable background. However, upon careful thought, it made complete sense. Broly's Super Saiyan state could be said to be a return to ancestral traits. If there were no ancestors with the Super Saiyan state, how could Broly undergo such a transformation? Otis, how intriguing. Yes. Gran could only nod now. He looked at the two supreme deities in front of him and calmly stated, The green-haired state you just mentioned is precisely the transformation of my ancestor known among our Saiyan clan as the legendary Super Saiyan. The legendary Super Saiyan. Beerus and the others exchanged glances. Could such a flawed transformation really deserve such a grand name? Then what is the state you are in? Suddenly Beerus appeared beside Gran with an extremely terrifying speed. Gran couldn't react at all. His small shoulder was pinned down by a purple cat paw, while Beerus fiddled with his golden hair. Although your golden-haired state does not lose sanity like that green-haired state, your aura, your power, your emotions. Beerus' voice grew increasingly cold, a force of authority bursting forth. Whis interjected, haven't you realized? Although this state has indeed increased your power by 50 times, as Lord Beerus said, your aura, power, and emotions have all become chaotic due to this golden-haired state. In this golden-haired state, can you still enter the ultra instinct form? Whis stepped in front of little Gran and patted the head of this exceptionally gifted child. At this moment, Whis' expression lacked its usual elegance, revealing some disappointment. Gran looked up, wanting to explain. Whether it's your ancestors' green-haired state or your golden-haired state, both of these transformations are incorrect. Transformations will only burden your body further. True strength lies in maintaining your normal state. Beerus pinched Gran's little face and sighed, saying, your talent is frightening and your path is still long. Don't stray into the wrong path. Let's return to the God of Destruction realm first. Whis was about to take Gran back to the God of Destruction realm. Wait. Gran finally realized that Beerus and the others had come to advise him against straying down the path of Super Saiyan. Gran said helplessly, I'll explain it to you when I get back. Don't rush to take me away. I still have something more important to do. More important things. As Beerus and the others looked puzzled, Gran suddenly used instant transmission to take them away from the battlefield. 1 kilometer away. Little Vegeta was blown here by the howling winds. His current state was dire, his battle armor, shattered spine broken, and his body covered in various wounds. Nappa, do you think Vegeta won't die? With Gran's overwhelming pressure no longer surging, Raditz and Nappa cautiously returned. But as soon as they arrived, they saw Vegeta's miserable state. It's no surprise if he's dead. Facing Gran's level of power, it would be strange if he didn't die. Nappa turned Vegeta over, who was face down, and exclaimed, he's actually still alive. Vegeta looked as if he were dead, but he indeed still had a breath left. However, judging by his current condition, even if he was still alive, he wouldn't last long. Who told him to abandon Gran back then? Now, even if we want to save him, we wouldn't dare. Raditz squatted down, looking at Vegeta's pitiful state, sighed. If you want to save him, don't involve me. I don't want to save this guy. Nappa rolled his eyes. If his strength hadn't been decent, he might have been abandoned by Vegeta long ago. Don't talk nonsense. I actually don't want to save Vegeta either. But you just said you wanted to save him. I was just saying it. That's not illegal, right? Little Raditz stood up, no longer concerned about Vegeta's fate. Nappa's mouth twitched, then he said seriously, Gran's current power is too terrifying. Now Vegeta is about to be killed by him. We were originally allied with Vegeta, so Gran might take out his anger on us. We should leave this planet first. Luckily we hid the spaceship well, otherwise it would definitely have been damaged under the impact of that power just now. Raditz brushed off the dust from his hands, sounding somewhat relieved. As they spoke, the two of them decided to abandon Vegeta. Ironically, Vegeta, a proud Saiyan prince, had always been the one to abandon his companions, yet now it was reversed. He was actually being abandoned by his own companions. However, in the early storyline of the Saiyan clan, this was the most common occurrence. Perhaps this was the tragedy of their Saiyan clan. Raditz and Nappa were preparing to abandon Vegeta and return to the hiding place of the spaceship. Suddenly, boom! Accompanied by the roar of the engine, a medium-sized spaceship entered the atmosphere of this planet, slowly descending. Whose spaceship is this? Raditz raised his head, feeling that this spaceship seemed a bit familiar. Raditz, did you notice? This spaceship is like the one from Frisia's headquarters. Nappa hadn't finished his sentence when he quickly bent down and stared wide-eyed at Raditz. It's the Ginyu Force's spaceship. The Ginyu Force is Frisia's direct subordinate army, with each powerful member capable of destroying a planet with a mere flick of their finger. Today they actually arrived here. Nappa, what do you think they are here for? Raditz lifted his head, feeling a bit anxious. Could it be that our betrayal of Frisia has been discovered? It's highly likely. Nappa glanced at the spaceship above, spat, and sneered. If they had come earlier, they might have killed us, but now that Gran is here, they are destined to meet their end. As soon as he finished speaking, suddenly 3 figures appeared beside them with a swoosh. It was Gran, Beerus, and Whis. The moment they appeared, Raditz and Nappa were immediately overwhelmed by the terrifying divine pressure and fell to the ground. Why? You are Gran. Why has your hair color turned golden? Upon seeing the newcomer, Nappa widened his eyes in astonishment, realizing that Gulen's hair color had changed. What on earth was happening? Raditz was already trembling in fear, his forehead covered in cold sweat, leaving him no time to pay attention to Gulen's hair color. Gulen ignored Raditz and Nappa, instead looking up at the slowly descending spaceship, muttering, Ginyu Force. What are they doing here? I haven't asked you yet, what are you doing here? Beerus glared at Gulen, wanting to return to the God of Destruction realm as soon as possible to properly educate this little brat. I came here to mock Vegeta, to ask him how he felt seeing me transform into a Super Saiyan. Gulen was the type who would not let Vegeta off easily. Gulen paid no attention to the Ginyu force above, instead kicking Vegeta twice with his small foot. The opponent showed no reaction at all. Was he really going to die? Raditz and Naba, pinned to the ground, were shocked to hear the dialogue between Gulen and the purple cat. Super Saiyan. Did they hear that right? Could it be that Gulen's golden-haired state was the legendary Super Saiyan? No wonder. No wonder Gulen's power had suddenly become so terrifying. The hearts of Raditz and the others were stirred up like a storm. Since you are here for revenge, you might as well do it quickly. Kill Vegeta, and we can go back, Beerus said, somewhat impatient. Kill him. Gulen paused for a moment, a strange smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Killing him directly would be too easy on him. Although he didn't explicitly say he would kill Vegeta, a chilling killing intent erupted from Gulen. Beerus and Whis were taken aback. The little brat's killing intent was quite heavy. However, they exchanged glances again. The god of destruction oversees not only destruction but also killing. Gulen's murderous intent indicated he was a qualified candidate for the god of destruction. Asen, come here. Gulen suddenly shouted towards the distance. Beerus squinted his eyes, having noticed that the current Kaioshin was also here. Would he finally meet that bean sprout? In the next moment, swish, Kaioshin Shin and Jebit appeared beside Gulen in an instant. The current Kaioshin and the god of destruction finally met, both being deities. Buzz. A mysterious resonance suddenly filled the surroundings. Particularly since one governed destruction while the other governed creation, the interplay of both caused a ripple of resonance that spread throughout the entire seventh universe. You are the legendary god of destruction. Kaioshin Shin asked nervously, having sensed Beerus' presence the moment he descended. This dimension could only be possessed by the legendary god of destruction that Gulen spoke of. But how could this legendary god of destruction be a scrawny cat? Is he really as powerful as Gulen said? Kid, didn't Gulen teach you to refer to the god of destruction as master? After Beerus finished speaking, a chilling aura surged from him. Kaioshin Shin instinctively felt as if he had fallen into an endless ice cave, quickly lowering his head and bowing. I have met Lord Beerus. This was what Gulen had taught him. The fists of the god of destruction are hard, and if he didn't want to be beaten, it was better to refer to others as master. Gulen was quite satisfied with Kaioshin Shin's actions. This was the Kaioshin he had trained for a year. At that moment, he cast a proud glance at Beerus. Beerus rolled his eyes at him, and then coldly snorted at Kaioshin Shin. You passed this time. Kaioshin Shin breathed a sigh of relief, finally standing up straight. This scrawny cat gave off an intimidating aura indicating he was quite powerful. Asen, give me a senzu bean. Gulen extended his hand towards him. What do you need a senzu bean for? Kaioshin Shin was taken aback, saying with annoyance, you don't look injured at all. Since learning about the effects of the senzu beans, he had become quite the miser. Even if the owner of the senzu beans was Gulen, he still asked multiple times what Gulen wanted them for. Stop with the nonsense, just hand it over. You wouldn't waste those precious senzu beans, would you? Kaioshin Shin looked pained, but he still opened a pocket dimension and transmitted a senzu bean out. Gulen was somewhat speechless. This senzu bean is mine, all right. However, looking at Asen, and then at you, Yachirobe, even Asen knew the value of the senzu beans. How come you, Yachirobe, don't appreciate these senzu beans? Fortunately, these senzu beans are all mine now. Gulen took the senzu bean and began walking towards Vegeta. Seeing the senzu bean in Gulen's hand, Whis' expression suddenly turned serious. He had seen this type of senzu bean in the projection of Gulen. These were brought by Gulen from the Namekian dragon. According to Gulen, the effect of this senzu bean is that as long as a person is not dead and still has a breath, eating this bean will restore them to full strength instantly. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't seem inferior to the healing magic of angels. No, for angels to heal someone, they have to personally descend. But as long as this bean is eaten, there's no need to summon the dragon, no need for angels to descend, and that person can recover. To a certain extent, this bean is even more terrifying than the healing magic of angels. Is it transferred from Earth? Whis furrowed his brows, falling into deep thought. Meanwhile, Gulen approached Vegeta with the senzu bean, squatting down. He held the senzu bean in one hand and slapped Vegeta's small face with the other, coldly sneering. I know you are still conscious. When you threw me on that planet, I was also in the same desperate situation. How does it feel? Isn't it despairing and powerless? Gulen slapped the face of this long-standing second place with 2 slaps. This feeling was simply too satisfying. Do you know what this bean in my hand is for? Gulen waved the senzu bean in front of Vegeta's face, teasing. This bean is called a senzu bean. As long as you eat it, you will instantly recover. The moment Gulen said the words, instantly recover, little Vegeta's body reacted instinctively. Gulen's eyes lit up. He knew that this guy was still conscious. That makes things easier. Oh, just watch me play you to death. Lord Beerus, please release all of your pressure. What do you intend to do? Beerus, although puzzled, still removed the almost imperceptible divine pressure. With the disappearance of this pressure, Raditz finally gasped for air. Meanwhile, Raditz and Naba, who were lying on the ground, also stood up. Raditz, come here, Gulen beckoned him. Gulen, you. Don't kill me. Back then I also advised Vegeta. I also told him not to abandon you. It's all Vegeta's fault. If you want to kill someone, kill Vegeta. Little Raditz trembled uncontrollably, as if shaking a sieve. Stop the nonsense, come over here. Gulen's expression suddenly turned cold. Despite having 1,000 unwillingnesses, Raditz dared not disobey Gulen's command. You heard the effects of this bean, right? Gulen initially wanted to toss an entire Senzu bean to Raditz, but thought better of it. Giving him a whole one would be a bit wasteful. In the end, he threw a quarter of a Senzu bean to Raditz. What is he giving me this magical bean for? Raditz took the Senzu bean, feeling quite puzzled. Raditz, now that you have the Senzu bean in your hand, you have two choices. Gulen held up 2 fingers, teasing. Your first choice is to keep the Senzu bean for yourself and abandon Vegeta. As for your second choice, it is to use the Senzu bean in your hand to save Vegeta. As he said this, Gulen's expression suddenly turned extremely cold, but you must think carefully about how precious this Senzu bean is. You can keep it for yourself, which could also serve as your life-saving means later. Also, Vegeta has had countless thoughts of abandoning you in the past, do I know this, and you can't possibly be unaware. So now do you still want to save him? After hearing the 2 choices, Raditz was stunned, not expecting Gulen to give him such a decision. Meanwhile, Beerus, Whis, Shin, and Jebet, who were standing aside, felt a sudden tremor in their hearts. Gulen's move was so ruthless. The highest realm of revenge is to give others hope, and then shatter it, fiercely plunging them into an endless abyss. Just like the 2 choices Gulen was giving Raditz, now one was despair, and the other was hope for Vegeta. But this hope was terrifyingly faint, because Gulen had just said that Vegeta had thought of abandoning Raditz countless times. In this situation, could one expect a cold-hearted scion to do something benevolent? Despite the faint hope, Vegeta had no choice but to yearn for that hope. This was the most vicious and torturous form of revenge. Haha, Vegeta, how did you abandon me back then? Now you can enjoy the feeling of being abandoned by your companions. Gulen laughed joyfully, standing up and speaking to Whis. Let them choose for themselves. We are leaving back to the God of Destruction realm. Alright. Whis squinted his eyes, suddenly casting a meaningful glance at Gulen before soaring into the sky with Gulen and Beerus along with Shin. As the deities such as Grand Beerus and the King Kai vanished, the chaotic magnetic field of the planet began to gradually calm down. The sky no longer thundered, and the earth ceased to quake. Only Raditz, Naba, and the fallen Vegeta remained on this planet. Raditz held a quarter of a Senzu bean, staring blankly for a moment before quickly snapping back to reality. Give me 2 choices. Raditz's lips curled into a strange arc, his small eyes gradually becoming shadowy. Over the years, how has Vegeta treated me? Now he wants me to choose to save him. There's no need for a choice, is there? Isn't it better to keep this Senzu bean in my hand for my own survival? How could I possibly save that damned Vegeta? Raditz's small face suddenly became frenzied. As expected, Grand's predictions were spot on. Given Vegeta's past attitude towards Raditz and his countless thoughts of abandoning Raditz, it was impossible for him to save Vegeta. Moreover, Raditz was also a cold-blooded scion. How could he waste such a precious healing item like a Senzu bean on someone else? I spit. Let him fend for himself here. Naba, let's go quickly. If we don't leave now, the Ginyu Force will be upon us. Raditz soared into the air, preparing to fly towards the location where the spaceship was buried. However, a cold and greedy voice suddenly came from behind. Wait, you're right not to save Vegeta, but since you chose not to save him, that Senzu bean in your hand is of no use to you. Hand it over. That thing is not something a trash like you can possess. Hearing this, Raditz's pupils suddenly constricted, and he began to tightly clench the small hand holding the Senzu bean. This is the ruthlessness and coldness of the Scions. Without the suppression of powerful force, any conflict over interests could turn even father and son into enemies. Let alone Raditz and Naba now. The Senzu bean in Raditz's hand could bring someone back from the brink of death. How could Naba just hand it over? Especially since the opponent was just a trash with a combat power of 600. What do you mean, Naba? This is the choice Gran told me to make. Since I chose to keep the Senzu bean, then it's mine. Little Raditz slowly turned around, suppressing his fear as he spoke. Don't you know your own strength? Do you think you deserve to possess such a miraculous bean? Naba twisted his neck and moved his limbs, smirking. If I were you, I would obediently hand over the Senzu bean, or you can stay here and accompany Vegeta. You? Raditz's chest heaved with anger as he gritted his teeth. Didn't you hear the conversation just now between Gran and the others? Gran has now become a deity. He told me to make this choice. Do you dare to defy it? Naba recalled Gran's earlier conversation, clearly realizing that those people were the legendary deities. Just then, boom. A medium-sized spaceship in the sky was rapidly descending. Damn, the Jinyu force is about to land. If we don't leave, we're doomed. Raditz displayed a pained expression as he divided his quarter of a senzu bean into two halves again, tossing one half to Naba, and then shouted angrily, I'm giving this to you willingly. This doesn't count as defying the orders of those deities. Now hurry and leave. Haha, at least you're sensible. Naba took the senzu bean, and the greed on his face quickly disappeared. As for the other half of the senzu bean in Raditz's hand, due to Gran's orders, he truly didn't dare to covet it any further. The two of them stopped chatting and directly abandoned Vegeta, quickly flying towards the buried location of the spaceship. However, boom! The roar of the spaceship's engine grew louder as the vessel approached the ground. Damn it, there's no time. After flying a distance, Naba and Raditz halted. Their spaceship was hidden on the other side of the planet, and at their speed, they simply couldn't make it there in time before the spaceship landed. Oh, Naba was nearly going mad. That's the Jinyu force. Once they land, we're dead. Dead? That's your fault. If you hadn't fought me for this senzu bean, we would have already boarded the spaceship and fled. Raditz no longer feared Naba and began to shout hysterically. Raditz, how dare you speak to me like that? You're looking for death. If I'm to die, I'll die anyway when the Jinyu force lands. Why should I fear you now? You? Naba clenched his fists tightly, wanting to kill Raditz. But as Raditz said, even if he killed him, he wouldn't be able to escape. Boom. The spaceship was getting closer. Damn it, what should we do? Raditz, think of something quickly. What else can be done? Gran is gone and Vegeta is about to die. With the strength of the two of us, even if we have a senzu bean to save our lives, we can only save ourselves once. We can't possibly survive. As he said this, Raditz suddenly changed direction, startling Naba. Did you come up with a solution, eh? Naba looked at the little brat with an expectant gaze. I thought of a solution that isn't really a solution. I know this method absolutely can't defeat the Jinyu force, but compared to the two of us, at least it can raise the probability of hope to a slight zero. Little Raditz's expression began to calm down. Naba roared loudly. Then say it quickly. Let's go save Vegeta. Raditz closed his small eyes and sighed. What? Naba exclaimed in disbelief. How has that scum Vegeta treated us in the past? Can't you see? You actually want to. But what else can be done now? Raditz shouted out, his voice hoarse. I only have a combat power of 600, and you only have 2,500. If we can wake Vegeta up, at least he has his 6,000 combat power to fight with us. Little Raditz's voice made Naba's ears buzz. Even though Naba was usually called a big fool by Vegeta at this moment, he could still analyze the pros and cons. The weakest of the Jinyu force had over 10,000 combat power. Even combined, they couldn't match those beings. But if we could have one more Vegeta, even if we still end up dying, at least we could live a second longer. Damn it, in the end I have to save that scum Vegeta. Naba was very reluctant, but he didn't say anything more because he couldn't think of any other way. So he turned around and flew back towards Vegeta. Raditz saw that Naba had moved, and he quickly followed. 1 kilometer away from the spot where Gran transformed, little Vegeta lay there on the brink of death. His mind echoed with Gran's earlier words. It's only been 3 years, have you forgotten me so soon? It's me, I am Gran, I have returned to take my revenge on you. You are still as arrogant and cold-hearted as ever. Do you even deserve to be the prince of our Scion race? You abandoned me 3 years ago. What about the other members of your little team 3 years later? Were they also abandoned by you? I am the disgrace of the Scion race. Oh, what kind of trash are you? What does it feel like to be abandoned by your companions? Haha, let's see if Raditz will save you, scum. Enjoy the despair I once experienced. Should I really die? Perhaps I really should die. Vegeta felt as if the last flame of his life was about to extinguish. Suddenly, a warm current spread throughout his body. What is happening? Why do I feel like I might come back to life? Could it be the senzu bean Gran mentioned? Vegeta suddenly opened his eyes, and the moment he did, he saw the trembling Raditz and Naba. I actually recovered. Vegeta found it hard to believe that Raditz would save him. Vegeta slowly stood up from the ground, his killing intent growing stronger. You didn't know, did you? I heard everything from your earlier conversation. How dare you? Vegeta's veins bulged on his forehead, and his eyes seemed ready to pop out of their sockets. You actually thought of betraying me. In Vegeta's heart only he could betray others, but he would never allow anyone to betray him, even if Raditz had just saved him. Wait, Vegeta. Raditz hurriedly pointed to the spaceship that had already landed in the distance, fearfully saying, the Jinyu force is here. The destruction of the God realm. Boom. Boom. The purple world reverberated with astonishing sounds of collision. Mr. Whis, why are they fighting? The king of the universe, Shin, widened his eyes. He had just been brought to the legendary God realm of destruction when Beerus began to fight Gran. The terrifying battle scene above made both him and Jebbit tremble uncontrollably. Oh ho ho. Whis waved his staff, and a set of tables and chairs appeared by the lakeside, smiling as he said, "This is their usual way of communication, Lord King of the Universe. Do not worry, please take a seat." Is the routine communication method of the god of destruction really that terrifying? The King of the Universe, Shin, nodded blankly. He sat down, sipping the tea Whis poured for him, and looked around. Unlike the holy aura of the King of the Universe, the atmosphere here was clearly filled with destruction. No wonder this place was called the God Realm of Destruction. While King Shin was lost in thought, Whis, who had sat down beside him, suddenly spoke. "Lord King of the Universe, I presume Gran has already told you a lot about the King of the Universe and the gods of destruction, right?" Gran told me that there are a total of 12 universes in this world, each with its own god of destruction and King of the Universe. Speaking of this, the tension in King Shin's heart, which had originally been heightened by arriving at the God Realm of Destruction, began to calm down gradually. He began to recount to Whis what he currently knew. Indeed, it seems that Gran is quite a responsible little mentor. Whis nodded in satisfaction, took a sip of tea, and then spoke softly. The gods of destruction and the kings of the universe complement each other. Neither can be absent. Over the years, Lord Beerus has been in slumber, and fortunately Lord King of the Universe has been managing the 7th universe. Otherwise, our 7th universe would probably rank among the very last in the entire Omni King universe. Whis set down his teacup, clearly teasing. I'm sorry. Hearing Whis' words, King Shin's face turned red. "I truly didn't know that there could be unqualified planets in the universe. I was too ignorant before. If it weren't for me creating so many unqualified ones." Before he could finish, Whis interrupted him. "It's not the fault of Lord King of the Universe. Blame Lord Beerus." He didn't want to bring up the matter of Majin Buu, as it was a source of shame for him. Whis cleared his throat and said, "Now that Lord Beerus has awakened and has taken Gran as his disciple, it seems Gran has also fallen into the path of Super Saiyan. There's still much to teach Gran. In the coming days, Lord Beerus should have no time to fall back into slumber." At this, Whis glanced at Beerus, who was battling Gran in the sky, then said lightly, "I believe Lord Beerus should soon release the old King of the Universe." Though King Shin now understood a lot about the King of the Universe and the God of Destruction, there were still many things he didn't grasp. Should he continue to let Gran teach King Shin? Gran was merely a substitute God of Destruction. He still needed guidance, so how could he be qualified to teach others? Moreover, Gran managed destruction, which was completely opposite to the creation managed by the King of the Universe. This made it even less likely for Gran to teach King Shin. Therefore, to raise the ranking of the 7th universe and prevent being erased by Lord Omni King, the only solution was to release the old King of the Universe to teach King Shin. Upon hearing Whis mention the old King of the Universe, King Shin's eyes lit up. Over the past year, he had heard some general information about the old King of the Universe from Gran. That old King of the Universe was his ancestor and had been the King of the Universe 15 generations ago. It was said that he was sealed away for offending Lord Beerus. "Mr. Whis, can you tell me more about my ancestor?" "Lord King of the Universe, you should have learned about your ancestor from Gran, right?" At this, Whis looked up at the sky again, somewhat accustomed to Gran knowing many secrets. "Yes, but it seems Gran doesn't know much either, so I still don't understand my ancestor very well." "All right, then I will tell you about the old King of the Universe." Whis picked up his teacup, took a sip of tea, and began to recall. The old King of the Universe was the King of the Universe 15 generations ago. From my understanding, he was extremely knowledgeable, knowing many things in the universe that even I am unaware of. The old King of the Universe was clear about everything. Moreover, the old King of the Universe had a very keen insight. Anyone he looked at, he could quickly discern their weaknesses and shortcomings. In this regard, he is comparable to us angels. Whis' tone turned admiring. Upon hearing this, King Shin gulped. According to Gran, angels are the masters of the gods of destruction with strengths that are unknown to anyone. I didn't expect that his ancestor would be praised so highly by an angel. King Shin couldn't help but sit up straighter. Having such an ancestor truly made him proud. "Mr. Whis, is there more?" "Of course there is." At this, Whis couldn't help but chuckle, cleared his throat, and continued. The old King of the Universe also loved to study all sorts of strange things. For example, magic, divine secrets, developing potential skills, the bloodlines of cosmic beings. Of course, there were also some yellow little books. As he said the last sentence, Whis' smile nearly broke apart. "Yellow little books? What are those?" King Shin was taken aback. "Just a fondness for reading yellow books, got it." Whis could no longer hold back, clutching his stomach, and laughed heartily. "King Shin, just a moment ago he was proud to have such an ancestor, and now you tell me he was a lecher." While King Shin was speechless, suddenly, boom, boom, the sky resounded with even more intense collision sounds. One purple, one golden, two beams of light intertwined continuously. Their collision seemed to threaten the destruction of the world. Especially the owner of that purple beam of light, whose strikes could easily shatter this space, Yet every time he was about to hit the boy emitting golden light, he would precisely control his strength. Did you see? Your Super Saiyan state cannot maintain Ultra Instinct at all. Your emotions, strength, and aura are all affected by this state. You can't calm down, and even your second-tier body instinct has been affected. Don't think that just because you've increased your power by 50 times you're impressive. In my eyes, your Super Saiyan state isn't even as strong as your normal state. Seeing your golden hair just annoys me. Get out of here. The purple light flared up. Beerus soared through the sky, quickly appearing behind Gran, and then kicked hard at the boy's backside. Boom! Gran turned into a cannonball, smashing hard into the ground, creating a massive pit. Cough, cough, cough. Gran coughed from inside the pit, slowly crawling out. At this moment, he had already reverted from his Super Saiyan state. Whis, Lord Beerus hit me so hard, please heal me. Gran lay beside the pit, weakly voicing his complaint. Aren't you carrying Senza beans? Why trouble me? Whis looked over from a distance. Senza beans are so precious. Using one means less one, and your healing magic is much more economical. Whis' mouth twitched. Is that even human language? Please, Whis is the best angel in the world. In the future, I'll only make delicious food for Whis, and I won't even look at Lord Beerus. You little brat, if you annoy me again, I'll smash your backside. Beerus landed beside Gran, speaking angrily. Little Gran, lying on the ground, couldn't help but shiver. Why does that cat always like to hit his backside? Whis, hurry and heal him. At this moment, Beerus looked towards Whis. I want to hear how he explains that Super Saiyan state. Fine. Whis instantly vanished from his chair, appearing beside Gran, then waved his staff. A silver light gleamed and entered Gran's small body, instantly healing the injuries inflicted by Beerus. Explain, why are you so insistent on transforming into that Super Saiyan state? Beerus said coldly. Let's wait a moment before explaining. Gran got up from the ground, looking at Whis, chuckling. Whis, can you show me Vegeta's scene again? I want to see if he's dead. P.S. These two chapters are also quite substantial. Little by knows that everyone present is Wu Yinzu, so please urge the updates. Love you all. In the realm of destruction, there was no battle more fierce than that between Beerus and his opponent, as the chaotic atmospheric pressure began to slowly stabilize. Gran's youthful voice echoed around. Do you want to see Vegeta die? Based on my understanding of you, Science, Vegeta is doomed, so why bother watching such a predictable outcome? Beerus scoffed. His desire now was simply to understand why Gran was so fixated on that Super Saiyan state. Kaioshin Shin also approached, nodding as he said, Lord Beerus is right. When I managed the universe in the past, the Scions had quite a notorious reputation in the cosmos. Before he could finish, he noticed the fiery glint in Gran's eyes. Kaioshin Shin shivered, awkwardly chuckling. You know, I wasn't talking about you. I was referring to other Scions who are ruthless and cold-blooded with violent temperaments. Moreover, Gran, you previously mentioned that the Scion named Vegeta had countless thoughts of abandoning Raditz. In such circumstances, regardless of whether Raditz is a Scion or of another race, he could not possibly save Vegeta. After Kaioshin finished speaking, Jebit beside him nodded in agreement, for whatever Kaioshin said was always right. Gran's fiery gaze finally returned to normal. If Shin dared to speak indirectly, he wouldn't hesitate to make him cry for his mother. Enough with the nonsense. Since you all want to see it, watching it will reveal everything. Beerus twisted his neck, his gaze turning cold. That kid abandoned Gran before, now he deserves to be abandoned by his own allies. Returning the favor in kind, Gran, you did well. Beerus cast a look of appreciation at Gran, as if saying that this is what a qualified candidate for God of Destruction should do. Everyone chimed in while Whis stood quietly to the side, smiling silently, his eyes filled with a hint of amusement. Let's see how Vegeta's story unfolds in the end. Whis showed no sign of disappointment. He gently waved his staff. A beam of light shot from the staff, and a gigantic projection appeared in the void. Everyone raised their heads. Gran also lifted his small head, his expression calm, leaving them uncertain about his thoughts. The projection finally began to play. After Whis took them away, Raditz indeed behaved as Gran anticipated. Without a moment's hesitation, he abandoned Vegeta. Seeing this, everyone nodded in satisfaction, and Gran felt a sense of vindication. However, the subsequent scenes left Kaioshin Shin and the others utterly astonished. Raditz and his companion, who were supposed to leave the planet aboard their spaceship, unexpectedly returned to Vegeta's side, and in the end Raditz fed the Senzu bean in his hand to Vegeta. How is this possible? Everyone exclaimed in shock. They soon realized it was due to the spaceship that had descended from above in order to buy themselves another second in the hands of those aboard. Raditz and his companion chose to save Vegeta. In an instant, everyone turned to look at Gran. Don't look at me, keep watching the projection. Gran's small face remained expressionless, as if he had already anticipated this situation. Upon hearing this, Whis' eyes sparkled with more intrigue. He knew this little guy wanted to let Vegeta off the hook. Everyone turned their gaze back to the projection in the void. In the scene after recovering from the brink of death, Vegeta's power level increased from 600 to 12,000. It was also at this moment that the entire Ginyu force descended from the sky surrounding Vegeta and his companions. Despite Vegeta's tremendous power boost from his recovery, he still could not withstand the entire Ginyu force, and he was once again brought to the brink of death. Just when everyone thought Vegeta was surely dead this time, Nappa took out a very tiny senzu bean. He placed the tiny bean into Vegeta's mouth, and after his injuries healed, Vegeta's power level surged to 30,000. It was Nappa's greed that caused this. He had previously forced Raditz to share half of his senzu beans with him, so Vegeta was able to recover once more. Gran clenched his fists slightly, his tone turning icy, as if this turn of events was unexpected. Whis was taken aback. Oh, wasn't this exactly what Gran had scripted? Why did he have such an expression? The scene continued to unfold. A power level of 30,000 could hardly compete against the Ginyu force with 120,000. Even Frieza and Jis were beyond his reach. Vegeta was once again gravely injured, as surely he must die this time, right? However, little Raditz took out another tiny piece of senzu bean and stuffed it into Vegeta's mouth. Not only that, Nappa seemed to have discovered the Scion's trick, he decided to stop hiding and even produced another tiny piece of senzu bean. Nappa instructed the revived Vegeta to hold it in his mouth, ready to swallow it if he was gravely injured again. With these last two pieces of senzu beans, Vegeta surprisingly recovered from being gravely injured 4 times, and his power level astonishingly broke through to 300,000. In the ensuing battle, Vegeta swiftly annihilated the entire Ginyu force. Ginyu didn't even have the chance to use his body-switching technique. The realm of destruction fell into an oppressive silence. They finally realized that Raditz and his companion had cleverly split the quarter of the senzu bean Gran provided into 4 tiny pieces for their own survival. Thus, Vegeta was able to consume the senzu beans 4 times. Gran, you're too kin. Kaioshin wanted to laugh, but dared not, his body shaking with suppressed mirth. Those two are simply the worst. Gran was both furious and amused, his clenched fists tightening, even more his knuckles cracking. Seeing Gran's reaction, Whis was once again taken aback. Wasn't this the outcome Gran wanted to see? Why was he still angry? In fact, Gran hadn't held back against Vegeta at all. Don't even mention the protagonist of Dragon Ball being unable to die. Gran had already laid out a plan for revenge. His first step was to brutalize Vegeta. The second step was to transform into a Super Saiyan to shatter his last defenses. The final step was to return the favor in kind. Just like when others kill your entire family, you wouldn't only think about killing that one person. He wanted Vegeta to feel the pain of being abandoned by his companions, to let him slowly die in despair. Although the sudden appearance of the Ginyu force did disrupt some of Gran's plans, he knew Vegeta would surely not survive in the end, and that was enough. After all, the Ginyu force possessed a power level of 120,000. Even if Vegeta consumed that quarter of the senzu bean, how could he defeat the entire Ginyu force with just one bug out? This was a guaranteed death trap for Vegeta. But Gran didn't expect that a quarter of the Sien beans would be this small. Those 2 exceptional ones from Raditz could actually split it into 4 portions. Losing even one portion of the Sien bean fragments would mean losing a chance at Scion. Physical prowess of Vegeta wouldn't be able to defeat Ginyu and would ultimately perish. Yet he truly encountered the only opportunity to survive. Those 2 are truly exceptional. Gran chuckled lightly a couple of times, quickly regaining his composure. His emotional fluctuations at this moment were somewhat bizarre. This shouldn't be the reaction of a cultivator with a half-selfless state of mind. Beerus and Whis exchanged glances as if they had made a mistake bringing Gran back so soon. Should we go and kill Vegeta? Beerus tentatively asked. Gran remained silent for a long time before finally retorting, Lord Beerus, you are truly annoying. After saying that, the small Gran ignored Beerus and walked back toward the God of Destruction's palace. Beerus was momentarily taken aback and hurriedly shouted, where are you going? Aren't you going to discuss the Super Saiyan state with me? Lord Beerus, let him rest. He has been training outside for a year and just came back from being beaten by you. He must be exhausted. Whis shook his head at Beerus. You are truly the best at playing the good guy. Beerus shot a glare at Whis, seemingly recalling something, and said with a smirk, it seems you misjudged. You don't think Gran actually wants to go easy on that waste of Vegeta, do you? Whis' mouth twitched. He did indeed believe that Gran had been holding back against Vegeta. Ha, I didn't expect you to misjudge as well. After laughing for a while, Beerus frowned, saying, but clearly he has been merciless toward Vegeta. Why would he still have other thoughts? The Kaioshin and Jebit beside them were utterly confused, unable to comprehend the conversation between Beerus and Whis. On a planet, it seemed a great battle had taken place. The human towns that once existed here had completely vanished, leaving behind only a desolate wasteland. On the edge of the ruins lay 2 figures, one large and one small. In the center of the ruins stood a ragged little boy emanating an incredibly terrifying aura. Vegeta has become so strong now. Raditz swallowed hard. I didn't expect that after recovering 4 times he could eliminate the entire Ginyu Force. What do we do now? Nappa's body trembled violently as he spoke. Although all members of the Ginyu Force are dead, we betrayed Vegeta before. He absolutely won't let us go. Just then, you two come over here. Little Vegeta looked at them, his hidden hand already gathering 2 energy balls. Raditz and Nappa exchanged glances, trembling as they approached. Vegeta, we were wrong. Can you spare us for saving you? Raditz approached Vegeta, fear turning his face pale. Yes, for saving you 4 times. Please spare us or we won't dare again. Nappa lowered his head, his heart racing wildly, terror nearly engulfing him. You two know I despise betrayal the most. Vegeta's killing intent nearly materialized, and his hidden hand revealed the energy balls. Seeing the 2 energy balls in Vegeta's small hands, Nappa and Raditz crumpled to the ground. No, please spare us. Spare you. Go die. Vegeta was about to unleash the energy balls. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind from the previous conversation with Gran. What does it feel like to be abandoned by companions? Damn it, go die. Vegeta let out a roar to the sky, launching the 2 energy balls from his hands. Boom. Boom. The earth-shattering explosion sounded in their ears, and Raditz and the others suddenly opened their closed eyes. Why doesn't it hurt? Could it be that they didn't die? At the same time, both of them had this thought. Quickly looking back, and 2 50-meter-wide pits suddenly appeared on the distant ground. Clearly, Vegeta let them go. Waves of astonishment surged in Nappa and Raditz's hearts. That cold-blooded and arrogant Vegeta actually spared them. How is this possible? If it weren't for the fact that you saved me 4 times, I would have definitely killed you. Vegeta said coldly. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Raditz and Nappa instantly felt ecstatic. This was truly not a dream. They hurriedly got up from the ground, bowing and flattering. Thank you, Prince Vegeta, for sparing our lives. This is the last time. Let's go. Prince Vegeta, where are we going now? To train until we become Super Saiyans, and then find Frieza? Yes. Soon after, 3 spaceships rose on the other side of the planet. Vegeta lay in the middle spaceship with his eyes closed, recalling the conversations among Gran and those people. Lord Beerus, Mr. Whis, Lord Kaioshin, candidate god of destruction. It turned out that Gran had already become a candidate god of destruction. I didn't lose unjustly. Time flies and half a year passed just like that. Since Gran returned to the god of destruction's palace, he had not come out again. And today? Suddenly, a pure and ethereal aura spread out from the god of destruction's palace, quickly reaching the entire god of destruction realm. How is this possible? Beerus, who was lounging on a beach chair by the lake, suddenly sprang up, his expression filled with disbelief. The state of no self, the true state of no self. Whis, standing nearby, was equally astonished. He waved his staff, whisking Beerus away from the lakeside. As if ignoring time and space, the two suddenly appeared before the god of destruction's palace. Whis, you really didn't sense it wrong, right? Beerus was quite nervous, waiting at the entrance of the god of destruction's palace. He didn't dare to barge in, fearing to disturb the child inside. There's no mistake, it's the true state of no self. Whis touched his heart, realizing it was beating rapidly. Damn it, is this an emotion a being of an angel should have? But what can be done? A child who has only cultivated for 3.5 years can reach the true no-self state. Let alone Whis. Even if the great priest Whis' father came here, he would probably be wide-eyed. It's about to come out. Beerus and the others held their breath as a small figure slowly emerged from within, shimmering with silver light. The silver aura swirled around him, the searing heat tearing at the air, causing it to warp. In the next moment, this energy surged into Gran's body at a terrifying speed, turning his hair completely silver. If the half no-self belongs to the state of free and unfettered Zhao level of mindset, then the true no-self is the state of free and unfettered completion level of mindset. At this moment, little Gran truly achieved a tranquility akin to the sky. This state stripped away human weaknesses, allowing Gran to act effortlessly and naturally. In this state, Gran did not gain a fixed combat power multiplier like when transforming into a Super Saiyan. Of course, the enhancement of power is unquestionable. It simply cannot be measured by numbers. Or rather, it encompasses strength, speed, and reaction. This is a comprehensive elevation of great realms. Vegeta, Gran has truly become. Seeing Gran's silver hair, Beerus got the answer he wanted and finally dared to speak, his tone filled with excitement. Lord Beerus, I remember it took you 10 years to cultivate your mindset to the no-self level. Whis was also very excited, but he had not finished speaking. Stop. Beerus was furious. Can you not compare everything to me and this little brat Gran? Don't you realize how monstrous he is? Oh ho, that's true. Both you and Gran are my students, but Gran is my most outstanding disciple. How could you possibly compare to him, Lord Beerus? What do you mean you taught him? Beerus hastily ignored the fact that he couldn't compare to Gran and exclaimed, "Did I not teach him? You really know how to flatter yourself." Although someone has not fallen into a deep sleep again other than eating and drinking, he still likes to sleep, and every day. I won't say who let that person ponder it himself. Get lost what's the difference between that and directly saying my name. Lord Beerus admitted it, so let me state another fact you can't refute. Gran is someone I brought back. Whis raised his chin, his face filled with pride and arrogance. You. Beerus' head throbbed. He was so angry he wanted to jump up and give Whis a smack. Whis' gaze turned playful. What? Does Lord Beerus want to spar with me? Get lost, I won't stoop to your level. Beerus deflated again, knowing he couldn't win against him. Lord Beerus, Whis, sorry to worry you. At that moment, Gran's silver hair turned back to black as he walked out from the doorway. Beerus and the others stopped bickering and looked at the boy who emerged. This was his 3rd year in the God of Destruction realm, and he had grown to this extent in just 3.5 years. Truly terrifying. Although I don't know what exactly happened, as long as you're fine, that's good. Beerus patted Gran on the small shoulder. Whis also ruffled his small head, smiling. Sometimes inner turmoil isn't entirely a bad thing. Didn't you just take this opportunity to break through to the true no-self mindset? The comfort from Beerus and Whis brought a warm current through Gran's heart. In truth, when Vegeta was on the brink of death, his heart was filled with a sense of vengeance. Besides that thrill, he also felt a tinge of pity for the second male lead of Dragon Ball. But seeing Vegeta ultimately survive against all odds left him speechless. Thrill, pity, helplessness. Various conflicting emotions intertwined, delivering a tremendous shock to his heart. However, due to misfortune turning into fortune, his half-no-self mindset had already reached a bottleneck 2.5 years ago. Through this inner turmoil, he broke through the bottleneck and achieved the true no-self mindset. Perhaps this is what Beerus and Whis previously mentioned, that breaking through a bottleneck involves many factors. Sometimes a good mood can easily shatter the bottleneck. In that state just now, what did you feel? Whis retracted his hand and asked with a smile. It was very wonderful. Gran looked at his small hands. In that state, my strength, speed, and reaction would surge to a terrifying level. My body didn't require any brain thought. I could fight purely on instinct. That feeling was somewhat akin to my consciousness becoming a divine perspective. Perhaps this is what you mean by stripping away the weaknesses of humanity, Whis. As he spoke, Gran closed his eyes again, seemingly reminiscing about that feeling. Beerus and Whis exchanged glances and smiled lightly. That state was indeed quite marvelous. You're right, that is indeed stripping away the weaknesses of humanity. Your body won't be influenced by your subjective consciousness, allowing it to respond instinctively. Speaking of which, Whis paused for a moment and continued, I remember telling you before that the true no-self mindset belongs to the level of free and unfettered completion. However, Whis looked at Gran and smiled. Although your mindset has reached the no-self level, even if you enhance this state, it cannot yet be called free and unfettered completion. At most, it can only be called the embryonic form of free and unfettered. Of course, compared to Gran's previous embryonic form of free and unfettered under the half-no-self mindset, his current no-self mindset's embryonic form of free and unfettered is undoubtedly much stronger. I know, because my Bodis instincts are still too weak to reach the realm of free and unfettered completion. In other words, my Bodis instincts still don't match my mindset. Foolish child can still be taught. Beerus nodded in satisfaction. Gran? Beerus comforted him again. Don't be disappointed. Many gods of destruction haven't even reached the half-no-self level yet. You've already done exceptionally well. Because besides Beerus, other gods of destruction simply cannot cultivate to free and unfettered. Beerus cleared his throat and continued, moreover, when your power and bodily instincts reach a higher level, you'll naturally be able to perfectly master the state of free and unfettered completion. At this moment, Beerus spoke in a tone akin to that of a father, while Gran blinked his round, shiny eyes. After half a year, how did Lord Beerus suddenly become so comforting? I'm comforting you? What kind of look is that? Beerus felt his fists tighten. The shift in their tone was too rapid, wasn't it? Just moments ago, they were in a harmonious scene. How did it suddenly turn into a quarrel? Gran noticed Beerus clenched his fist and quickly changed the subject. Where are Asin and the others? They've returned to the Kaioshin realm. Don't change the subject. What was that look you just had? I see. So when does Lord Beerus plan to release the old Supreme Kai? You can't expect me to keep teaching Asin, can you? Little Gran's eyes were spinning as he sidestepped the question. Beerus' mouth twitched. This little brat was as infuriating as ever. Then let me ask you. He tugged Gran's collar, lifting him into the air, staring him in the eye. You promised to explain that Super Saiyan state to us, didn't you? Half a year ago, when Gran returned to the Destroyer realm, Beerus immediately challenged him to battle. Gran's Super Saiyan state at that time was riddled with glaring flaws. Power, aura, emotion, all were distorted by that golden-haired form surging into uncontrolled feral intensity. Moreover, Beerus discovered that Gran could no longer channel the nascent form of autonomous ultra instinct while in that super scion state. Thus, even with a 50-fold power amplification, Gran in that form was weaker than his own base state. In our eyes, your golden state, and even your ancestors' grass-green state, are both flawed. We truly cannot fathom why you cling so stubbornly to it. Whis shook his head. Beerus tossed the boy back to the ground and said coldly, "Explain yourself, now." Gran steadied himself silent, uncertain how to begin. Within the scion race, there exist 3 distinct paths of transformation. One is the atavistic type exemplified by Broly. Another is the super scion lineage. And the third is the super scion god lineage. Gran could not achieve Broly's atavistic form. That required no elaboration. As for the pseudo-divine super scion god transformation, though it grants mortals divine aura and allows them to sense divinity, it remains at its core no different from the super scion transformations. Even the ultra blue state accelerates physical exhaustion just as severely. Besides, Gran's dimensional attainment had already reached the peak of the KO level. Shattering that dimensional barrier would elevate him to true godhood. Thus, Gran had never considered the pseudo-divine path. The super scion lineage, however, was the authentic evolutionary path of the scion race. Before attaining ultra, for earlier forms bore grave shortcomings, grotesque stamina, drain, immense physiological strain, and uncontrollable rampaging emotions. Yet with every breakthrough and transformation, scion bloodline evolved. By ultra, for those very flaws, stamina depletion, bodily burden, emotional volatility, dissolved entirely. Indeed, Ultra 4 was another natural state for scions. If Gran could not merge autonomous ultra instinct with his super scion form, he certainly could with Ultra 4. That would yield a transcendent convergence, divine dimensional attainment, Ultra 4 autonomous ultra instinct, fully realized. And who could say Ultra 4 marked the end of the super scion lineage? Who could claim Gran's dimensional ascent would halt at godhood? By then, that triumvirate, divine dimensional attainment, Ultra 4 autonomous ultra instinct, would inevitably demand revision. Lord Beerus, our scion chronicles record this. Young Gran lied without hesitation. After this super scion transformation, there exists another state, the ultimate state. It is also known as the scion's second natural state. At that stage, stamina drain and physical strain vanish without resistance. And as for your claim that I cannot harmonize autonomous ultra instinct with my super scion form, I most certainly can within the ultimate state. Boom. A tempest erupted within Beerus's and Whis's minds. An ultimate state. For scions. As supreme deities of the 7th universe, their thoughts instantly turned to the exponential power multiplier inherent in super scion transformations. If the ultimate state truly eradicated all prior drawbacks, its amplification factor would be staggering. And Gran's dimensional ascension loomed ever closer. Divine dimensional attainment, Ultra 4 autonomous ultra instinct, fully realized. How immeasurable would that be? Impossible. In our view, your super scion transformation is fundamentally flawed. How could an ultimate state possibly exist? Whis remained silent, brow furrowed in deep contemplation. I speak the truth, Lord Beerus. Believe me. Gran pleaded, urgency sharpening his voice. Enough. Just. Beerus began, but Whis interrupted. Perhaps we should release Elder Kaioshin. Elder Kaioshin does indulge in risque literature, a trait that may cast him as irreverent. Yet his insight, erudition, and capability surpass all Kaioshins across the Grand Priest's multiverse. Without question, he stands first. Whis spoke with solemn gravity. Even Beerus, who held long-standing friction with Elder Kaioshin, offered no rebuttal. It was an undisputed truth. Gran's eyes widened. He knew Elder Kaioshin was formidable, but not this formidable. By Whis's appraisal, if Beerus was the strongest destroyer god, Elder Kaioshin was unequivocally the strongest Kaioshin. Yet this 7th universe, boasting both strongest titles, ranked second to last among all universes. Truly astonishing. Countless cosmic phenomena elude even my understanding. Yet Elder Kaioshin comprehends them all. I recall he possesses profound expertise on racial evolution. Perhaps he discerns something vital here. Our universe's ranking has plummeted to second to last. Should this continue, annihilation by the Grand Priest becomes perilously plausible. Within any universe, neither Kaioshin nor Destroyer God may be dispensed with. Young Kaioshin Shin remains inexperienced. He understands nothing. Perhaps. Enough. Beerus sighed. He needed no reminder. He understood Whis's words well. Silence descended upon the Destroyer realm, profound and absolute. Finally, Beerus seemed resolved. He glanced at Gran and grumbled, "For your sake, I've sacrificed my naps, and now I must unleash my last resort safeguard. Must have owed you from a past life." Had Beerus scolded him before, Gran would have leapt up to retort, but now only gratitude swelled within him. Beerus had indeed invested deeply in him. One must not forget one's roots. Let him have this moment. The shouting match could wait. Humph. With talent like yours, if you fail to transcend the laws binding us, well, you'll answer to me later. With that, Beerus sighed in resignation. Whis, capricious realm. Yes. Whis chuckled softly, raised his staff, and soared skyward, carrying Beerus and Gran with him. The realm, king god realm. A sacred divine aura permeates every corner of this realm, its landscape breathtakingly serene. Vast grasslands stretch endlessly, and crystal-clear lakes shimmer beneath the sun. At the very heart of the realm, king god realm, lies a tranquil lake, its surface still and mirror-like, with a colossal stone pillar rising from its center. Impaled upon the pillar stands a sword, its blade radiating a faint, fading aura of destruction so attenuated that even Shin, the realm king god, and his attendant Jibit, both of whom had visited the destroyer god realm, could not sense it. Lord realm king god, what are you searching for? Jibit trailed closely behind Shin across an open grassland. According to Gran and Mr. Whis, my ancestral predecessor was sealed somewhere within this realm, king god realm. I am seeking his whereabouts. Shin combed the grassland meticulously, here then there, until almost unconsciously he arrived at the lakeshore where the realm king god sword stood. Where could it be? After months of fruitless searching, exhaustion overtook Shin. He collapsed onto the soft grass beside the lake. Has Lord realm king god ceased the search? There is no point continuing alone. I shall await the arrival of Lord Beerus and the others. Shin's gaze swept absently across the sword embedded in the pillar, but stirred no recognition. Moments later his eyes drifted away untroubled to some distant horizon. Shin lay motionless on the grass. Jibit stood silently beside him. The realm king god realm settled once more into profound, undisturbed silence. So destroyer gods have existed all along within the cosmos. I truly was ignorant. Shin gazed up at the azure sky and chuckled bitterly. This is no fault of yours, Lord realm king god. The emergence of Majin Buu was sudden and unforeseen. Great realm king god had no time to impart such knowledge to you. Jibit paused, then his voice swelled with newfound confidence. But from this moment onward, we need no longer fear Majin Buu. Indeed, with Lord Beerus and Gran standing beside us, no evil shall ever daunt me again. Shin rose to his feet and gazed into the distance, his eyes burning with fervent conviction. After all, Gran himself declared that Lord Beerus is the mightiest destroyer god in the entire Omni-King universe. Lord Realm King God, even the candidate destroyer god, is terrifying. Recalling his first encounter with Gran, Jibit shuddered involuntarily. Ha ha ha, naturally. Shin clenched his tiny fist, brimming with assurance. I've witnessed Gran's growth firsthand. His talent is nothing short of awe-inspiring. If Lord Beerus reigns supreme as the strongest destroyer god in the Omni-King universe, then Gran is undoubtedly its strongest candidate destroyer god, and Lord Elder Realm King God as well. Jibit's voice rose with mounting excitement. According to Mr. Whis, Elder Realm King God is equally formidable. Once his seal is broken, our universe shall rise to unparalleled glory. His words sent tremors through him. Shin too flushed with exhilaration. How could one remain composed backed by such overwhelming divine power? However, Lord Realm King God. Jibit turned and asked, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. I wonder, why was Elder Realm King God sealed away by Lord Beerus? Shin paused, momentarily stunned. From Gran and Whis's accounts, he knew only that his ancestor possessed extraordinary might. But the reason for the sealing? Neither Gran nor Whis had ever mentioned it. I do not know. What? Did Mr. Whis never tell you? No. Shin and Jibit stared at each other, speechless, the air thickening with sudden, awkward silence. At that very instant, a cascade of prismatic light descended from the heavens. Whis, your travel speed is rather sluggish. You're outpaced even by my instant transmission. Gran landed with a flourish and immediately began teasing. Whis's expression darkened. Then, why didn't you use instant transmission to bring us here? Well, you'd already set off. I assumed you preferred to lead the way. Who knew you'd move so slowly? Gran, this time I'm firmly on your side. Whis's pace has tested my patience for far too long. Beerus grumbled, exasperated. I've always wondered, why doesn't he learn instant transmission? Whis's lips twitched faintly. He realized these two were growing increasingly insufferable. Perhaps next training session demanded significantly greater intensity. Whis, why are you silent? Beerus had just asked you. Why haven't you mastered instant transmission? Gran's curiosity burned fiercely. In the Dragon Ball Super anime, when Golden Frieza invaded Earth, Whis did not employ instant transmission. It was only after Gohan unleashed a surge of overwhelming energy that Goku managed to activate instant transmission and return to Earth. You two have gone far enough. Whis cast them a cool sidelong glance before replying calmly, who said, I cannot perform your instant transmission. It is simply forbidden for angels like us to utilize such techniques. The revelation struck Beerus and Gran dumbfounded. So that was it. Gran especially felt vindicated. If even mortals could master instant transmission with ease, how could Whis, a divine being of the highest order, possibly lack such ability? Beyond the celestial regulations of neutrality, other immutable laws clearly governed Whis and his kind. At that moment, greetings, Lord Beerus. Honored Mr. Whis. Shin and Jeebit stepped forward, bowing deeply in formal reverence. Shin then turned to Gran, beaming, "It's been too long. You've finally emerged from seclusion." Half a year had passed since their last meeting, and yet Gran seemed subtly transformed. His height remained unchanged, his features retained their familiar boyish vigor, but now a rare, ethereal resonance lingered in his aura. "Yes, I completed half a year of cultivation and only recently concluded my retreat." Gran nodded gently, his small head tilting slightly. Preoccupied earlier with questioning Whis about instant transmission, he hadn't yet taken in the legendary realm King God realm. Now he surveyed the surroundings. The scenery matched the anime's depiction perfectly, tranquil, pristine, suffused with quiet majesty. Indeed, the realm King God realm and the Destroyer God realm stood as diametric opposites, harmony incarnate and controlled devastation side by side. Suddenly, Gran's attention locked onto the lake's center, a towering stone pillar crowned by a solitary sword embedded deep within its summit. Beerus and Whis too fixed their gazes upon it. An uncanny hush fell over the group. Shin and Jeebit swallowed hard, recalling Whis's words from 6 months prior. Soon Lord Beerus will release Elder Realm King God. Could this gathering be intended to break that ancient seal? Gran, are you here to unseal my ancestor? Shin approached cautiously, voice hushed with reverence and hope. Yes, Gran answered without hesitation, direct, unwavering. Truly. Shin's breath caught, excitement surged as he pressed urgently. Then tell me, where exactly lies my ancestor's seal? I have scoured the realm King God realm for months, yet found no trace of him. Right there. Glenn extended his small hand and pointed to the divine sword of the King of the Realms resting upon the stone pillar. As for Glenn's knowledge of the old King of the Realms being sealed within the divine sword, Beerus and Whis had little reaction. After all, the lingering aura of destruction on the sword was something Glenn, as a candidate for the god of destruction, could easily sense. However, Beerus did not expect that the seal he had placed all those years ago had become this fragile after so much time. It probably wouldn't be long before the seal would automatically collapse. Where is that? King of the Realmson looked in the direction Glenn pointed and asked curiously, "Are you saying my ancestor is sealed in that stone pillar?" No. Glenn shook his head and clarified, "It's inside the sword on the stone pillar." What? My ancestor is sealed inside the divine sword of the King of the Realms. King of the Realms, Sin's eyes widened. He had searched for several months in the realm of the Kings of the Realms, exploring every conceivable location with Jebbet, yet they never thought that the seal was right on the divine sword. How is that possible? King of the Realms, Sin said incredulously, "There is a legend about this divine sword of the King of the Realms. The legend states that whoever can pull out this sword will gain immense power. How could my ancestor possibly be sealed here?" It's no wonder King of the Realms Sin was so shocked. After all, every generation of Kings of the Realms had attempted to pull out this sword. Yet none had ever discovered that an old King of the Realms was sealed inside it. At this moment, what divine sword of the King of the Realms? Beerus said irritably, "This broken sword is merely a tool I used to seal that old man. I tossed this broken sword here casually, yet you all treat it as some legendary divine sword." Jebbet, King of the Realms Sin. In other words, a broken sword tossed aside by someone was treated as a treasure by these Kings of the Realms. What about their years of sincere offerings to this sword? Was it a joke? Seeing the dark expression on Sin's face, little Glenn struggled to suppress his laughter, nearly causing himself internal injuries. Whis' body was also trembling slightly. He could no longer hold back and burst into laughter. As he laughed, Glenn also clutched his belly and laughed heartily. The laughter of the big and small echoed by the lake, and King of the Realms Sin's face grew even darker. "Enough," Beerus said, his lips curling slightly. "Glenn, go ahead and pull it out." "Yes." Glenn stifled his laughter and flew towards the stone pillar. All eyes were fixed on Glenn. Especially King of the Realms Sin. He wanted to see if this divine sword, no, this broken sword, truly sealed his ancestor. Glenn landed on the stone pillar and inspected the so-called divine sword of the King of the Realms. It indeed looked quite ordinary. It was impressive that generations of Kings of the Realms had treated it as treasure. "Huff, let's begin." Glenn slightly bent down and grasped the sword's hilt with one hand. In the anime, normally Son Gohan could not pull out this sword. He could only do so after transforming into his Super Saiyan 2 state, which granted him the power of lightning. At that time, Son Gohan's battle power was at least in the tens of billions, meaning that Glenn, in his current normal state, could not possibly pull out this sword. Transforming into a Super Saiyan would surely earn me a scolding from Lord Beerus. It's best not to. Little Glenn muttered, then closed his eyes before suddenly opening them wide. Buzz. A surge of silver light flashed around him, and suddenly his hair turned silver. The initial form of Ultra Instinct. In this state, Glenn's power could no longer be measured by numerical values. His strength, speed, reflexes all reached an unprecedented level. In Beerus' words, Glenn's Super Saiyan state was nothing compared to his current Ultra Instinct form. Indeed, Glenn squinted his eyes, gently exerting force with his right hand. Crack! The divine sword of the King of the Realms was effortlessly pulled out, and as it was drawn, the stone pillar in the center of the lake instantly collapsed. The divine sword of the King of the Realms has been pulled out. Jebbet's mouth dropped wide open. Gulp. King of the Realms Sin did not speak, but swallowed hard. He knew that as a candidate for the God of Destruction, Glenn would definitely be able to pull out the divine sword. Yet witnessing a sword that generations of kings of the realms could not pull out being drawn today still left him in shock. Holding the sword in one hand, Glenn flew back down to the ground. Lord Beerus, I pulled out the sword. The sword I casually thrust here back in the day, and after so many years you still needed to enter Ultra Instinct to pull out this broken sword. What a disgrace. Beerus scoffed, looking utterly disdainful. Glenn. He knew this skinny cat would mock him so. I'm sorry, Lord Beerus. It took me 3.5 years to achieve a battle power of 1 billion. It took me 3.5 years to reach a state of no self in my mental training. It took me 3.5 years to refine my Bodis instinct to the 2nd tier. It took me 3.5 years to reach the peak dimension of the king. My talent is still too weak. It actually took entering Ultra Instinct to pull a broken sword. I have disappointed you. Glenn's tone was quite ashamed, unaware that with every word he spoke, Beerus' expression grew darker. Whis on the side covered his mouth, stifling a laugh. If Glenn's talent was weak, then Beerus must be ready to jump off a building. You brat, stop hanging your talent on your lips all day. Oh, it's annoying to hear. Beerus shot a glare at the little guy, and then said with a hint of exasperation, Why aren't you breaking this broken sword? Oh, Glenn chuckled. He decided not to tease Lord Beerus any further and prepared to break the sword. Wait. King of the Realms Sin hurriedly said, Lord Beerus, do we need to break this sword to unseal my ancestor? But this sword has been worshipped by us kings of the realms for so long. No matter how long it has been worshipped, it is still a broken sword. Glenn, break it. Beerus ignored the bean sprout and gave Glenn a knowing look. All right. Glenn grasped the sword with both hands and suddenly exerted force. In the anime, this sword was said to be broken by the hardest metal in the universe, Kashin steel, but on this day Glenn snapped it in half with his bare hands. Crack! The divine sword of the King of the Realms instantly broke into 2 pieces. The Sword King and Jebbet stared in astonishment. This broke just like that. Huff! Little Glenn tossed the 2 halves of the broken sword onto the ground, exhaling heavily. This broken sword still had some heft to it. It required considerable effort to break it even in the Ultra Instinct state. After snapping the broken sword in 2, Gran withdrew from his nascent state of the Ultra Instinct autonomous form and returned to Beerus and Whis. All eyes fell upon the 2 severed fragments lying silently on the ground. Not a word was spoken. The lakeshore hung in eerie stillness. Jebbet and Shin exchanged puzzled glances. Wasn't their ancestor truly sealed within this blade? Not a single ripple stirred. Beerus's temples throbbed violently as fury flared across his face. Old man, I know you're not dead yet. If you don't emerge now, do you dare test whether I'll reseal you? At those words, a violent gale erupted across the lakeshore. Gran suppressed a wry smile. This ancient Kaishin certainly had a mischievous streak. Unlike Gran, Shin and Jebbet paled instantly. Their ancestor had indeed been sealed inside that sword. In the next instant, a shimmering figure darted forth from the fractured blade, and divine aura surged violently across the surroundings. He's here. Shin and Jebbet trembled with exhilaration. Their ancestor was a legendary Kaishin revered even by angels. Was he finally emerging? Before their expectant gaze, an elderly man clad in Kaishin robes materialized before them. Frail, deeply wrinkled, hunched, and ancient beyond measure. Particularly disconcerting were his narrow, slit-like eyes, enhancing his sly and scrupulous air to an almost absurd degree. A thunderclap boomed overhead. The sheer dissonance struck Shin and Jebbet like lightning, a thunderous blow. Wasn't their ancestor the fabled Kaishin of the 15th generation or earlier? Hadn't he been renowned for unparalleled erudition, razor-sharp perception, and extraordinary prowess? What distinguished him from a lecherous old man of the mortal realm? The ancient Kaishin cast a brief, disdainful glance at his 2 foolish descendants, then turned silently toward Beerus and bowed deeply. Honored Lord Beerus, honored Mr. Whis, weren't you feigning death just now? Why emerge now? Beerus folded his arms and spoke coldly. The ancient Kaishin replied, After imprisoning me for millions of years, must I forfeit even the smallest indulgence in temperament? Incensed, the ancient Caitian ignored Beerus entirely and fixed his gaze upon young Gran. Old fool, you asked for punishment. Beerus's forehead veins bulged instantly. As he lunged forward, Whis stepped in, gently restraining him with a subtle shake of the head. At that moment, the ancient Caitian had already begun scrutinizing Gran, and Beerus's anger dissolved as swiftly as mist. Though irksome, this elder possessed peerless insight, wisdom, and ability. Indeed, Beerus had brought Gran here precisely to hear the Caitian's appraisal. Honored Elder Caitian, Gran said, bowing respectfully. The Caitian remained silent, his eyes narrowing into slits. Gran felt as though X-ray vision pierced his very being, leaving him profoundly unsettled. A profound hush fell over all present. 2 minutes passed. The Caitian's lips twitched uncontrollably as sweat beaded across his brow, and the light blazing within his eyes intensified, fierce, incandescent, as if beholding the rarest treasure in creation. Suddenly, he threw back his head and roared with unrestrained laughter. H-A, 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 H-A. His booming mirth startled everyone. Beerus nearly leapt forward to deliver a sharp rap to the elder's skull, only to be held back once more by Whis's firm hand. Marvelous. Never imagined such an extraordinary child would appear on the very day of my liberation. His gaze burned with terrifying intensity, as if gazing upon celestial beauty itself. He even moistened his lips, an expression so pervasively lewd it seemed etched onto his face. Without hesitation, the ancient Caitian shuffled forward on stiff arthritic legs, slid his hands beneath Gran's slender arms, and hoisted the boy, barely over a meter tall, eye to eye. Not a single trace of power leaks forth, proof of absolute mastery over energy control. His aura remains serene, suffused with ethereal purity, though every motion flows with effortless natural grace, far surpassing mere self-forgetfulness. Good heavens, you've attained the state of selfless awareness. And your bodily instincts. Each reflex embodies your martial will. This is the second tier of bodily instinct. But most astonishing of all, your dimensional resonance. At just 9.5 years old, you possess the dimensional signature of a Caitian at peak strength. What prodigy is this, eh? By the cosmos, even Lord Beerus in his youth could not rival this child. The ancient Caitian held Gran aloft, his astonishment deepening with every word. Beerus paid no heed to the final remark. He exchanged a knowing glance with Whis. Indeed, the elder's discernment remained as formidable as ever. Gran himself stood awestruck. The elder had seen through him utterly in a single glance. Truly terrifying. Elder Caitian, might I be set down, please? Hoisted aloft, Gran stared at the elder's unsettling gaze, piercing, unnerving, and watched mortified as the man occasionally licked his lips, lewdness incarnate. Young one, patience. Let this old man examine further. The Caitian leaned in, eager to uncover hidden power, when suddenly, VRRT, a colossal energy sphere 100 meters wide materialized directly overhead. Gran lifted it effortlessly with one small hand and said calmly, I believe, Elder Caitian, it would be prudent to set me down. An overwhelming surge of power washed over the Caitian. He shuddered violently and hastily lowered the boy. Only then did Gran dissipate the radiant sphere from his palm. Having fixated solely on Gran's latent power moments earlier, the Caitian only now noticed, upon setting Gran down, that the boy wore ceremonial attire reminiscent of ancient Egyptian destroyer deities. Lord Beerus, is this the disciple you accepted 3.5 years ago? The Caitian swallowed hard. Though sealed within the Caitian's sword, he'd sensed clearly when the 7th universe's candidate destroyer ascended to his post. Ha ha ha. Well, does my chosen candidate meet your standards? Beerus tilted his chin upward with smug pride. Whis covered his face. How shameless. It was my choice, not yours. So, he is the 7th universe's candidate destroyer. No wonder his character is so uniquely audacious. The Caitian leapt into the air, elated. He dismissed Gran's energy sphere without concern. It was precisely the bold, unbridled spirit expected of a destroyer candidate. Lord Beerus's chronic indolence leaves me utterly without hope. Now that the 7th universe possesses such an unparalleled genius as its destroyer candidate, we are destined to ascend. The ancient Caitian was overjoyed. This was unquestionably the most thrilling event he'd witnessed in millions of years. Hearing the elder's barb, Beerus clenched his fists, voice icy. Millennia of imprisonment seemed to have erased your memory of my iron fist. Since you seek punishment, I shall oblige. The Caitian recoiled in alarm, stifling his laughter and scoffing. Speak plainly. Surely you didn't release me without purpose. What else do you require? Speaking of this, the old Kai glanced at Gran. This little guy is the new disciple of Beerus, and his talent is frighteningly strong, which is why Beerus brought him here today. It is evident that I will be unsealed, likely related to this little guy. This little guy has been on the wrong path lately. He claims that the path he is taking is correct. Please take a look for me. Beerus shot a glare at Gran, who just thinking of the little guy's golden hair made his teeth itch. The old Kai twitched his mouth. He knew Beerus would not release him without a reason. Old man, what kind of expression is that? Are you unwilling to even take a look? If you sealed me for tens of millions of years, only when you need me do you release me, and am not allowed to have a little temper. Beerus suddenly fell silent, gritting his teeth, and saying, Who made you angry me back then? Let me ask you again, are you going to look or not? As he spoke, Beerus' tone turned icy. The old Kai was not afraid of him and snorted. Now our seventh universe is already second to last. Go ahead and try sealing me again. Without me managing the seventh universe, you two will be erased by the Omni King. Beerus' expression turned quite interesting. He really couldn't continue sealing this old man. Asen and Jebet, who had been silent, widened their eyes, not expecting their ancestor to dare to confront Lord Beerus. Gran also didn't expect this old man to be so rarely assertive. It was really interesting. This time, for the sake of your new disciple, I'll give you some face. The old Kai had rendered Beerus speechless. He felt very pleased and looked at little Gran, saying, Let me see where your path went wrong. Yes. Gran took a step back over 10 meters. He looked up at the crowd, finally focusing his gaze on the old Kai. In the GT anime, the old Kai saw at a glance that Goku's potential had not been fully unleashed because he had lost his tail. In the end, it was still the old Kai who helped Goku pull out his tail, allowing Goku to smoothly break through to the Super Saiyan 4 state. With the old Kai's insight, he should be able to see something when Gran transforms into a Super Saiyan. Gran didn't think much more. He took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and began to bend down. Half a year had passed, and he had mastered the transformation technique long ago. So let's begin. With an emotional surge of violent power erupted from his spine. Boom! The winds and clouds changed color. A golden radiance burst forth from Gran's body, and his hair instantly turned golden. Boom! A fighting power of 50 billion spread across the Kai realm, shaking the entire ground. This power. The old Kai did not expect that Gran, who was only 9 years old, could possess such immense strength. The power is indeed strong, but this aura is so violent. Such a ferocious aura will surely have repercussions. No way. This is not your original power. The old Kai's face grew increasingly grim. Your original power wasn't that strong. This surge of power must be maintained by anger. What exactly is this perverse path you are on? Beside him, Beerus and Whis exchanged glances. Since the old Kai said so, it seemed they were not mistaken. Gran's path was indeed wrong. Gran, not far away, naturally heard the old Kai's words. He didn't expect the old Kai's reaction to be exactly the same as in the Z anime, criticizing the transformation into a Super Saiyan as a perverse path. He suddenly became anxious. If even the old Kai denied his path, Beerus would definitely not allow him to continue transforming. Then the Divine Dimension Super Saiyan 4 state Ultra Instinct would be gone. Alright, it has been proven that your path is wrong, and there cannot be any ultimate state. You better behave from now on and don't stray onto the wrong path again. Beerus glared at Gran in the distance and scolded him. But as soon as he said this, what ultimate state? The old Kai looked over. Whis explained, It's like this. Gran said that his clan's historical records mention an ultimate state after this golden-haired form. As long as he reaches that state, his aura will no longer be violent and his body won't bear the burden. Whis finished explaining. The old Kai suddenly fell silent. His inexplicable reaction left Beerus and Whis stunned. Could there really be an ultimate state? Everyone dared not speak, fearing to disturb the old Kai's thoughts. More than 10 minutes passed. The old Kai suddenly focused his gaze back on little Gran, who was still maintaining his Super Saiyan form. At that moment, a flash of golden light crossed his mind. I got it. The old Kai suddenly shouted, slapping his thigh. Beerus was startled again. This old man is always so jumpy. He really wanted to punch him. Old Kai, have you thought of something? Whis asked with a frown. Mr. Whis, did you notice that the little guy can transform into this state because of a certain factor within him? The old Kai's eyes were growing brighter. Factor? Beerus and Whis looked at each other, seeing bewilderment in each other's eyes. Yes, you can think of the factor as a type of cell. That little guy activated this cell through anger, which is why he gained such immense power. The old Kai paused for a moment and continued excitedly. The more of this type of cell he has within him, the stronger his transformation will be. When this type of cell reaches a certain ultimate number, perhaps he can truly transform into that so-called ultimate state. Boom. Gran's heart trembled. The old Kai's insight was terrifying. The factor he mentioned could be called an S factor or S cell. He could transform into a Super Saiyan precisely because of these S cells. At this moment, the old Kaioshin approached little Gran once again, continuing to scrutinize the child with sharp eyes. Beerus and the others also walked up. Surrounded by everyone, Gran struggled with his violent emotions, unable to exert full control over his strength. yet he could still easily retract his power. This was the benefit brought by his previous training as a candidate for the god of destruction. At this moment, Gran's aura had completely vanished. From appearance, Gran resembled a super scion in full power. To be able to control power to such a level, I must say our Universe 7's candidate for god of destruction is indeed impressive. The old Kaishin looked intently at the little guy in front of him and shook his head, saying, however, your transformation relies solely on your anger. Even if you appear less violent now, the fury within you still exists. This old man is right. Not only does the inner rage persist, but your physical burden still remains. Beerus could naturally see the drawbacks of Gran's current state. In this state, Gran could not use the Ultra Instinct either. Little guy, the old Kaishin looked at Gran and asked, you mentioned your clan's records about that ultimate state. Can you tell me more about it? We scions. Gran was about to speak when the old Kaishin paused, saying, you are a scion. Then why don't I see your tail? Years ago, I had Whis help me seal my tail. Gran explained. In fact, when he crossed over, his tail was already severed. He thought that except for the Ultra 4 transformation, the tail would only be a burden at other times. So he temporarily had Whis seal his tail, knowing that he could unseal it whenever needed. I see. The old Kaishin nodded. Gran continued to explain, according to the records, our scion ultimate state requires regaining oneself in the great ape form. Listening to Gran's narration, the old Kaishin's eyes grew brighter. When Gran finished his last word, he exclaimed, genius. Who came up with this method? The old Kaishin jumped up in excitement. Whis and Beerus exchanged glances. Besides peeping at beautiful women bathing, this old man was best at observing the universe and studying races. It seems that what Gran mentioned about the ultimate state could very well be true. I was hesitant earlier, but since you said the way to regain oneself is in the great ape form, that's it. The smile on the old Kaishin's face was as bright as a flower, and his tone turned very confident. Little guy, if I'm not mistaken, after your golden hair transformation, each subsequent form will only become more violent. Gran's pupils slightly contracted. This old Kaishin was impressive. He could guess this. After the Super 1 form, the Super 2 and Super 3 forms would only become more violent. Especially the Super 3 form, while looking quite cool, had a more ridiculous flaw. Besides being violent, it also leaked energy. Although you will become increasingly violent, it's only a process. The old Kaishin became more excited as he spoke. Your transformations into this so-called Super Scion actually accumulate violent factors within your body. As you said, to transform into the ultimate state, you must first revert to the original form of the scions, that is the great ape form. And in that original form, all the accumulated violent factors will be activated at once. Regaining yourself in that state is actually about igniting all the violent factors within you. When all the violent factors in your body are burned away, you will return to your true self, transforming into the ultimate state. Ha ha ha, it must be so. The old Kaishin lifted little Gran up to eye level excitedly, saying, what is recorded in your history is definitely not wrong. That ultimate state is another form of normalcy for you scions. In that state, the violent power, physical burden, and immense consumption, all these drawbacks will certainly disappear. The old Kaishin held little Gran high, his laughter echoing by the lakeside. Boom! A colossal wave surged in everyone's hearts. Especially Beerus, upon hearing the old Kaishin's analysis, found no faults in it. Every single point made by this old man was correct. In other words, after Gran's Super Scion transformation, there will still be an ultimate form. Suddenly, wait. Whis recalled something in his mind and said, old Kaishin, my father said that this Scion transformation is incorrect. Hearing this, little Gran immediately wore a black line on his face. The Grand Priest was referring to the legendary Super Scion, which was different from his transformation. You even asked the Grand Priest. He said this is wrong. The old Kaishin's eyes widened. Impossible, my hypothesis cannot possibly have any flaws. Whis, repeat what your father said to me. The old Kaishin put little Gran back down. His hypothesis was questioned, and he was quite displeased. Even if the other party was the Grand Priest, he wouldn't back down. Seeing the old Kaishin so resolute, Beerus and Gran suddenly felt a bit of admiration for this old man. Whis's lips twitched slightly, but he still recounted the legendary story of Otis, the first scion, grass green state, challenging the Omni King. The old Kaishin's heart trembled, and he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. This scion clan actually has such a history. No, the state mentioned by the Grand Priest is completely different from this little guy's state. The old Kaishin shook his head frantically. His state only loses rationality before transforming into the ultimate state. At other times it won't. Moreover, this little guy's dimension is already at the pinnacle of the Kaishin dimension. One more step, and he will become a true god. At that time, this little guy's lifespan will be the same as Lord Beerus. He won't lose rationality, nor will he have lifespan issues. This is completely different from the state mentioned by the Grand Priest. Although this little guy's golden-haired state will have many flaws at first, in the end, all those flaws will be perfectly resolved. This is the significance of his transformation. Everything that has happened before is paving the way for the final ultimate state. I dare say this path he is on is absolutely correct. The gaze of the old Kai was incredibly resolute, and as his words fell, a thunderous sound erupted. Boom. The clarity in Beerus' eyes sharpened instantly. He could now be certain that the ultimate state was indeed not a problem. Glan felt a deep admiration for the old Kai. He only knew that the Super Saiyan 4 state was correct, but he was unaware of the significance of transforming before reaching Super Saiyan 4. This old Kai was truly impressive. Ashin and Jebet didn't understand anything throughout, but at that moment they felt as if their ancestor was glowing. Unlike the others, Whis trembled slightly upon hearing the old Kai's words. Is existence justified? The last words his father spoke were, all things in the world have their meaning of existence. Existence is justified. If Odysseus could solve those problems, perhaps the outcome would change. It is also justified by existence. After hearing the old Kai's words, it became clear. Perhaps Odysseus' transformations back then were not wrong. It was just that no one helped him find the solutions to those problems. Whis looked at the old Kai with a peculiar gaze. This old man was truly formidable. Mr. Whis, what's wrong with you? The old Kai frowned. Truly, you are the old Kai. Even after being sealed for so many years, your insight remains terrifying. I admire you. No. The old Kai felt somewhat embarrassed by the praise. He scratched his head, looking a bit comical. Mr. Whis, you are far more capable than I. You excel at everything, while I only specialize in this minor bit of racial research. Whis remained noncommittal, wanting to say something more. Beside them, Beerus grew impatient and quickly spoke up. All right, I know you're all impressive, but I just want to know what Glan needs to do now. Glan perked up his ears. Whis looked over and said, based on the analysis from the old Kai, I also believe Glan's path is correct. So next, what Glan needs to do is to practice in an orderly manner, and when he accumulates enough of that factor within him, he can transform into the ultimate state. As he said this, Whis looked at the old Kai and smiled. Old Kai, I wasn't wrong, was I? No, guiding training is still your forte, Mr. Whis. The old Kai forced a smile, feeling awkward. When it came to guiding training, he was not even close to Whis' ability. At this point, Glan finally sighed in relief. Now he could continue down the path of the Super Saiyan properly. Thank you, old Kai, for clarifying my doubts. No need for thanks. You are our candidate destroyer of Universe 7. If you become strong, our Universe 7 will also become strong. The old Kai waved his hand, glancing at Beerus, then sneered. Moreover, I owe my release to you, little one. If not for you, I might not know how many more years I would have been sealed. With a tone reminiscent of a resentful palace woman, the old Kai's voice was filled with grievance. In response to the old Kai's words, Beerus rolled his eyes. This old fellow had helped him a lot today, so what if he did? Whis had long gotten used to their interactions and couldn't help but chuckle. By the way, at this moment, Whis looked at Glan. Although your path is correct, you have not yet reached that ultimate state. I advise you to minimize your use of that golden-haired state. Minimize? So does that mean I can use it occasionally? Glan blinked and said innocently. The others were taken aback. Beerus asked in confusion. Just now you didn't hear clearly. Only when you reach that ultimate state will you have no burdens. Why do you still want to? He hadn't finished speaking. Glan replied earnestly, that's definitely for the sake of looking cool. After all, that was a Super Saiyan. Such a cool transformation should not be wasted. Everyone. Always so unserious. Beerus glared at Glan. This little fellow had always known how to behave, so he didn't pursue it further. With Glan's antics, the atmosphere by the lake became relaxed and cheerful, with smiles on everyone's faces. While laughing, they all unconsciously looked at Glan. Achieving so much at such a young age truly left people in awe, especially since he had developed a new path. The future of this path looked promising. What heights would his future achievements reach? Divine Dimension, Ultimate State, Free, Extreme Intent. Will it be completed? It's truly exciting. My mindset has reached a state of selflessness, and the old Kai has clarified my doubts for me. There are so many good things today. How about celebrating with a grand feast? Glan suddenly shouted joyfully. He hadn't mentioned this before. Good kid, as we agreed earlier, let me guide your training, and you will be responsible for my meals. Whis gritted his teeth and said, yet you either go into seclusion or train in the universe. You're truly impossible. Beerus nodded vigorously. I remember he also said he would bring us gifts when he returned from training. Instead, he brought back nothing. Not only that, but on the day he returned, he went into seclusion again. The grievances of the two seemed almost tangible, making Glan involuntarily shrink his neck. I'm a candidate destroyer. I must keep practicing. What can I do about that? Glan felt a bit guilty, as he had indeed promised to bring back gifts. Originally, his plan was to go to Earth to get some Sinza beans and a few million buckets of instant noodles. However, due to the dragon's circumstances, he was unable to go to Earth, which meant the instant noodle gift was also ruined. Then why don't you hurry up and make me something delicious? It's been at least a year and a half since I last had your cooking, Beerus said angrily. Whis. Glenn glanced at him. Without a second thought, Whis waved his staff, and a stove and a set of cooking utensils appeared by the lake in an instant. This sudden commotion startled the old Kai. Ancestor Glan's cooking is really delicious. You'll know once you try it later. Ashen, who had been silent, finally spoke up. During the year he followed Glan, he had eaten a lot of Glan's dishes, and every time he recalled them he would drool. This little fellow has such skills. I must try it later. The old Kai couldn't help but swallow. After being sealed for so many years, he had almost forgotten what food tasted like. While Glan prepared the feast, the old Kai observed Ashen. Ancestor, what's wrong? Ashen suddenly appeared a bit nervous. The old Kai said calmly, I saw everything when Majin Bu invaded the Kaishin realm. Ashen's body trembled suddenly. I have watched your experiences. Your ignorance is not your fault. With my guidance, you will surely become a qualified Kaishin. As he said this, the old Kai's gaze shifted to Glan, who was preparing the feast, and this little fellow with him around our universe 7 will definitely soar. P.S. I got stuck, so the update is late, sorry. Yes. AXIN felt relaxed, a smile spreading across his face that felt great to have a strong backing. At this moment, Gran was preparing a grand feast while Beerus and the old Kai were chatting. It was quite rare for the sacred Kaishin realm to have a hint of the mundane world's warmth, especially with Beerus and the old Kai, who had been at odds with each other for millions of years. At this time, they were no longer arguing. Instead, they were discussing the rankings of the universe. Old man, I've awakened this time and cleared a number of planets. Now it's your turn. Don't worry, you'll work with AXIN to steer the development of those civilizations. I believe soon our universe's ranking will rise again. Alright, I trust you to handle things, but if you run into trouble, remember to call me or Gran. That little guy, Gran. He hasn't yet mastered the rules of destruction. What will we do if we encounter some super strong beings? At some point, a few beach chairs appeared by the lake. Beerus lay on one helplessly, saying, Our universe is ranked second to last. What super strong beings could possibly exist in our universe? The old Kai lay on another beach chair, finding himself speechless at Beerus' words. While that was true, who could say for certain that there were no other strong beings in the universe? After all, you've been asleep this whole time. How could you know the situation in the universe? Naturally, the old Kai didn't voice these thoughts lest they start arguing again. Moreover, given Gran's current strength, even if there are some super strong beings hidden in the universe, I firmly believe they won't be his match. Beerus continued. His tone was filled with confidence, as Gran's mastery of power had long surpassed that of his past self. For example, Gran doesn't even need to use the Ultra Instinct state. Even in that flawed Super Saiyan form, he can achieve a combat power of 50 billion. In today's 7th universe, who could compare to Gran? This was Beerus' thought. The old Kai remained non-committal, looking at Beerus and asking, By the way, when do you plan to teach Gran the rules of destruction? Why do you ask that? Gran is already a candidate for a god of destruction. If he hasn't even mastered the rules of destruction, that would be a bit unreasonable. The old Kai shook his head. The Kaishins are responsible for creation, while the gods of destruction oversee destruction. Both roles adhere to rules. Regardless of the divine duty, they all start as candidates needing to learn various knowledge and corresponding rules. Since Gran is a candidate for a god of destruction, he naturally needs to understand the rules of destruction. You'll have to ask Whis. Gran's training plan was devised by him. I'm only responsible for occasionally giving that kid a beating. Upon saying the last part, Beerus couldn't help but burst into laughter. Whis? The old Kai. How malicious of Beerus. If no one gives you delicious food later, you'll be in trouble. Whis glanced at little Gran, who was almost done preparing the feast, then withdrew his gaze, saying, Originally my plan was to let him rest for a while after training his body's instincts to the 2nd level, and then he could start training in dimensions, followed by mastering the rules of destruction. But who would have thought that after returning from outside the universe, he would go on to train for another 6 months, and even elevate his mindset to the level of selflessness, which caught me a bit off guard. Whis felt both happy and melancholic. What do you mean by that? Beerus was taken aback. I understand now. Before Whis could respond, the old Kai interjected. As far as I know, it has only been 3.5 years since Gran became a candidate for a god of destruction. Yet during this time he has achieved such martial accomplishments. Don't you think he's been working too hard? Upon hearing this, Whis looked at the old Kai with admiration. He then added, Little Gran has indeed been working too hard. Lord Beerus, haven't you noticed that Gran has been training tirelessly over the years? He has never taken a break. His nerves are too taut, which isn't good. Gran's talent is truly formidable. He learns things with great ease, but martial training should not be so tense. It's akin to the Turtle School's principal exercise, while study hard, eat well, and rest well. Everything requires a balance of work and rest. That is the true essence of martial training. Too tired. Beerus was taken aback, recalling his interactions with Gran over the past 3.5 years. It really seemed like Gran hadn't rested much at all. At that moment, dinner is served. Little Gran brought a pot of red broth to the table surrounded by various ingredients. What is this? Whis accelerated to his maximum speed, seemingly able to ignore time and space, instantly appearing beside the table. Hot pot, Little Gran said cheerfully. Hot pot. Beerus also transformed into a flash of purple light, suddenly appearing beside him. The red broth bubbled with a gurgle, and the spicy aroma wafted through the air, making both Beerus and Whis salivate. So fragrant. No wonder Ian praised your cooking just now. Oh, it turns out you little guy actually have some skills. The old Kai arrived a bit late, followed by Ian and Jebet. That's right. Gran proudly lifted his chin. This time he made a Sichuan hot pot. The process wasn't complex, just needed to prepare the broth and select the various ingredients. Of course, there were the indispensable soul-dipping sauces. How do you eat this? Do you drink the broth in the pot? Beerus' throat kept moving. The aroma was too enticing for him to resist. Before Gran could respond, "Ha, Lord Beerus is really a novice." Whis sat down, picked up chopsticks, and placed a slice of tripe into the pot, stirring it around. "This is clearly meant to be dipped and eaten. Oh, Lord Beerus really is foolish." Whis dipped the tripe in the sauce a few times, then ate it in one bite. Fresh, fragrant, spicy. Various flavors assaulted his taste buds. This is yet another new delicacy, but simply too fragrant. Gran, how many delicious dishes can you make? Whis felt as if his whole body was glowing. His entire soul trembled at the thought of such exquisite food. Seeing this, Gran couldn't help but be startled. He could tell just by glancing at the pot-dipping sauces and ingredients what the correct way to eat hot pot was. Indeed, Whis was a true culinary connoisseur. Oh, so this is how it's eaten. So fragrant. What kind of delicacy is this? Is this the live broadcast of a culinary anime? Gran covered his face. This group of guys is really exaggerated. The sounds of chopsticks and bowls clashing echoed by the lake, accompanied by the moans of Beerus and the others enjoying the food. The scene was extremely chaotic. The first to overeat was Ian, followed by Jebet, old Kaishin, Whis, and Beerus. He ate half a beef roll, a whole lamb roll, and 3 large fish. Gran, your appetite is still so exaggerated. Gran had no concept of shame. He even showed a proud little expression. No wonder Lord Beerus would take you as his disciple. Besides your unparalleled talent, you also make such delicious food. At this moment, old Kaishin spoke up. Both of them are extremely fond of food. To put it bluntly, even if Gran didn't have that unparalleled talent, Beerus and the others would probably still take him as a disciple due to his culinary skills. Old man, you really talk too much. Didn't all that good food just now manage to shut your mouth? Hearing the dialogue between these two lively characters, Gran couldn't help but chuckle. He suddenly remembered something. By the way, Whis, since my path to that ultimate state is correct, I definitely can't change to that state for a while. Now my power and physical instincts have reached a bottleneck. How should I cultivate next? Gran has already cultivated his mindset to the no-self level, but he didn't know how to proceed with his cultivation. As soon as Gran said this, everyone exchanged glances. Even Ian understood that Gran had a problem. He was too exhausted and needed a break. What should I do next for cultivation? Whis shook his head. First, let me ask you, are you tired? Tired? Gran was momentarily stunned. In the past 3.5 years, it seemed like he had been cultivating every moment, especially in the last year and a half. He challenged over 3,000 martial artists in the universe, and after returning to the Kaishin, he went into seclusion for half a year until now. I guess I'm indeed a bit tired. Not mentioning tiredness the moment it was brought up, Glan's expression changed to one of fatigue. Old Kaishin and Beerus exchanged glances, deeply sighing. How could it be possible not to be tired? Others would spend an unimaginable amount of time to achieve what Gran has done. For example, the peak dimension of the Kaishin on him. Some people might not achieve this in their entire lifetime. Yet he learned all this in just 3.5 years. It was too rushed, too tight. You haven't rested at all these years. Your body and mind are too strained. Whis paused for a moment and continued, even if your talent is high, if you continue to cultivate like this, your efficiency will only get slower. Cultivating martial arts isn't something that can be accomplished in a day or two. That's why we need to balance work and rest. Half a year ago, I originally wanted you to rest for a while. Who would have thought you went into seclusion for another 6 months? Whis said with a bit of concern, your current state isn't suitable for further cultivation. You should rest for a while first. Rest. Balance work and rest. Gran thought it made some sense. He lay back on the beach chair looking at the starry sky, his eyes gradually becoming hazy. Before long, he fell into a deep sleep. Seeing this, everyone smiled knowingly and turned their gaze to the sky. Beerus no longer slept, and old Kaishin came out of his seal. Glan inherited the position of the candidate destroyer god, and Azin's ignorance would soon disappear. Finally, the seventh universe is complete. In the entire King universe, there are two twin universes. One is the seventh universe, and the other is the sixth universe. In the sixth universe's destroyer god realm, there is a chubby cat resembling a pig constantly running back and forth in an open area. Bah, Bados, how many more laps? I can't hold on any longer. Lord Compa, there are 2 more laps. Please hang in there, or your weight loss plan will go to waste. Beerus, a new disciple. Wait, your elder sister? Compa swallowed a mouthful of bread with great difficulty, then pounded his chest twice with clenched fists. Boom, boom. The terrifying impacts shook the entire destroyer realm to its core. Only then did Compa finally manage to swallow that dry, crumbly piece of bread. That emerald green juice, so dark it verged on black. He truly had no desire to drink it at all. At last he asked, "When did you get in touch with Miss Kusu?" Vados replied coolly, "Mind your own business when it comes to matters between my sister and me." It was only recently during a casual conversation with her elder sister that she'd learned Whis had taken on a new disciple. According to her elder sister, Whis had even journeyed to their father's domain for the boy's sake. His talent, it seemed, was truly extraordinary. If her elder sister spoke so highly of him, then Whis's new disciple must indeed be fascinating. Fine, I'll mind my own business. Compa shrank his neck slightly and squinted. Given that skeletal wretch's strength, he'd survive even if every destroyer in existence perished. Why would he suddenly take on a candidate? As he uttered these final words, Compa inexplicably clenched his fist. According to my elder sister, the boy possesses exceptional talent, precisely why Lord Beerus and Whis chose him as a candidate destroyer. So the skeletal wretch isn't dying after all. It's just that the boy is talented. Compa's tightly clenched fist gradually loosened, and a sardonic smile crept across his face. That skeletal wretch does nothing but nap all day. How could he possibly have time to teach anyone? He'd only hold them back. Noticing the subtle shift in Compa's expression, Vados's lips curved faintly upward. These two brothers cared deeply for one another, yet all they ever did was bicker endlessly. Truly exasperating. Lord Compa, that's hardly fair. Even if Lord Beerus spends most of his days napping, his strength remains undeniable. A mere demonstration of 2 or 3 techniques would likely suffice to occupy his candidate destroyer for years. Lord Beerus's strength. Compa recalled their childhood game of hide and seek, and his face instantly darkened like a charred wok. During that battle, Beerus had actually employed the angelic Ultra Instinct. Damn it, how is it possible for a destroyer to master Ultra Instinct? By the way, Lord Compa, you've been trying to learn Ultra Instinct yourself, haven't you? How's your training going lately? Vados, as if reading his thoughts, couldn't help but smile. You mentioned that, and I immediately grow furious. Destroyers are meant to cultivate self-instinct, not Ultra Instinct. What right does that skeletal wretch have to master it? The green-black juice splashed onto the floor. Vados glanced down, her grip tightening ever so slightly upon her staff. He did it on purpose. Seeing Vados remain silent, Compa tilted his eyes sideways. He absolutely refused to drink that nauseating bile-inducing concoction. Surely she hadn't noticed. Lord Compa, you're being disobedient. Vados gazed at him calmly. Wasting food is shameful. I trust you won't repeat this behavior. The temperature around them plummeted sharply. Compa involuntarily shivered. Damn it. What kind of cold was this? Even a destroyer trembled in its grasp. Yes, I promise I won't do it again. Terrified, Compa hastily bowed his head. Hearing this, Vados nodded in quiet satisfaction before adding, "It is astonishing that Lord Beerus has mastered Ultra Instinct, but he hasn't yet attained perfection. There remain minor imperfections." Minor imperfections. If given the chance, Compa would gladly accept 10 times as many flaws, just to wield this divine art himself. Still, for a destroyer to master Ultra Instinct is no small feat. Lord Beerus's talent is truly extraordinary. He's simply rather lazy. Enough, Vados. Compa's chest rose and fell rapidly with indignation. You're an angel of Universe 6, and I am its destroyer. Why do you constantly praise that skeletal wretch? I'm formidable too, you know. Why don't you ever praise me? Compa clenched his tiny fists, his expression wounded, like a pampered house cat discovering its mistress kept a stray feline outside. There. Vados covered her mouth with a stifled giggle, quickly soothing him. My dear Lord Compa is equally magnificent. In her personal training manual, balance was the foremost principle. Coaxing this plump feline required finesse. If pushed too far, rebellion would surely follow, and all effort would be lost. Of course. Hearing Vados's praise, Compa's spirits soared once more. He thumped his chest proudly. I'm vastly superior to that skeletal wretch. By the way, tell me about that candidate destroyer from Universe 7. I'd like to see what makes him worthy of Lord Beerus's mentorship. Even Vados and Kusu were taking interest in Universe 7's candidate destroyer. Kampa too felt a flicker of curiosity. Rumor has it the boy is barely 9 years old. Whis discovered him 3.5 years ago. Wait. Kampa cut her off, frowning. You mean Lord Beerus's disciple is just a child? A destroyer stands as the supreme sovereign of an entire universe. Only overwhelming power can subdue all chaos within it. And Beerus, the strongest among all destroyers, would never choose a weakling as his disciple. How then could his chosen one be a mere child? What could a child candidate destroyer possibly achieve? Lord Kampa, I too was initially puzzled, but Universe 7's candidate destroyer is indeed a child. Just how extraordinary is his talent? Kampa's expression grew increasingly grave. If Beerus bypassed the universe's strongest warrior to select this boy, then the child must possess staggering potential. I'm uncertain, but my elder sister offered only this assessment: his talent is extraordinary. As Bado's spoke, an ominous rumble echoed. Xiangpa's heart suddenly trembled. After all, Kes is the eldest sister of all angels, and her evaluation of the candidate god of destruction from the 7th universe was significant. That child must be quite impressive. But how can this be? Even Beerus is so powerful. How could he possibly receive such a gifted disciple? Xiangpa's forehead throbbed with anger. Bado's wore a grim expression. Oh, what kind of logic was this from her god of destruction? Is it impossible to take on another equally powerful disciple just because someone else is strong? I don't believe it. That guy Beerus loves to sleep, and how could he possibly take on a disciple? Xiangpa screamed in frustration. Suddenly, Lord Xiangpa, the human level index of the 7th universe, has changed. Bados suddenly realized something. She gently waved her staff and checked the universe's ranking. What? Xiangpa was taken aback. The human level index primarily measures the overall strength of a universe, and the universe's ranking is closely related to it. According to previous statistics, the 6th universe ranked 10th, while the 7th universe ranked 11th. Xiangpa felt that the 6th universe's position was somewhat low. However, as long as it ranked higher than the 7th universe, he didn't care. What has changed? Has it gone up or down? Xiangpa clenched his fists tightly. In fact, he thought this ranking was just right. As long as the 6th universe ranked higher than the 7th, he could continue to mock Beerus. But if the 7th universe's ranking rose, then he would become the target of mockery. Just thinking about it made Xiangpa feel uneasy. Of course, compared to the 7th universe's ranking rising, he preferred not to see its ranking fall. If that were the case, the 7th universe would rank last and Beerus would be at risk of being erased by the Omni King. Damn it, what on earth happened in the 7th universe? Xiangpa was very anxious. At this moment, Bados finally finished reading the changes in the human level index of the 7th universe, and she exclaimed, Lord Xiangpa, the human level index of the 7th universe has risen from 318 to 320. From the data, it seemed to have only improved by 0.02, which looked like no difference at all. However, since the human level index starts from 0, after countless times the index of the 7th universe was only 318. Thus, for the 7th universe to improve by 0.02 in such a short time was truly remarkable. Indeed, it has risen by 0.02. Xiangpa felt relieved that the ranking of the 7th universe had not fallen, but he quickly became angry again. What on earth did that guy do? Could he be so insane as to only leave behind medium and high-level civilizations? Did he destroy all the lower civilizations? The human level index can also be seen as the average level index of humans within a universe. To make the index rise quickly, there is actually a simple and quick method. Just as Xiangpa just mentioned, as long as medium and high-level civilizations are left, it would suffice. But that would also destroy the foundation of a universe, leaving it with no future. No, I must see what that guy has done. Although Xiangpa had always been at odds with Beerus, he was still his brother. How could he really not care? Bados, take my things and those eggs. We are going to the 7th universe. The dejected demeanor Xiangpa had earlier had completely vanished. His expression was frighteningly serious, exuding a terrifying aura that belonged to a god of destruction. Yes, in the past Bados might have suggested her thoughts, but when she thought of the changes in the 7th universe, she couldn't remain calm. After all, her brother Whis was over there. Bados thrust her staff, and she took Xiangpa into a warp cube. In the next moment, the warp cube transformed into a stream of light and disappeared. In the 7th universe, the realm of the Caishan. Here there is a vast grassland of blue sky and crystal clear lakes. The scenery is breathtaking. At the center of the Caishan realm, there is a lake that originally served as the place for the Caishan sword. However, a month ago, Gran had broken the Caishan sword, and the old Caishan had also been released. At this moment, a child lay sleeping on a beach chair by the lake. This child is Gran. Originally, Gran came to the Caishan realm to have the old Caishan explain to him that the path to Super Saiyan 4 was correct. In the old Kaishin's analysis, this was indeed confirmed. However, later when he consulted Whis about his next training, was told him that he was too tired and should rest for a while. Now a month has passed, and Gran seems to show no signs of waking. However, looking at Gran's face, the exhaustion he had accumulated over the past 3 years has completely disappeared, leaving only tranquility. Suddenly, Beerus, the old Kaishin, Asen, and Jebet appeared by the lake out of thin air. Is he still not awake? As soon as Beerus landed, he looked at Whis, who was standing next to Gran. No, but it should be soon. Whis glanced at Gran. Beerus and the others also focused their attention on Gran, and they could clearly feel this little guy's condition improving. After a while, Whis turned to everyone and smiled. Lord Beerus, the commotion you created this time is quite significant. The human level index has actually risen by 0.02. During Gran's slumber, Beerus had not been idle. To eliminate the risk of being erased by the Omni King, Beerus started to collaborate with the old Kaishin again to manage the 7th universe. The reunion of the strongest god of destruction and the strongest Kaishin has had a noticeable effect, raising the human level index of the 7th universe directly by 0.02. Even Whis was quite shocked. However, he understood the reason behind it. Mainly, Beerus had been asleep for many years. Additionally, with the old Kaishin sealed, the 7th universe could be said to be in a state of neglect. No, Asen was also creating those useless planets which dragged the 7th universe down to such a degree. Thus, the effect of Beerus' collaboration this time was so exaggerated. The commotion this time is quite large. I'm afraid many universes have noticed it. If they notice, then they notice, so what are you worried about? Beerus scoffed. Lord Beerus, don't you know how many gods of destruction dislike you? The old Kaishin retorted. Seeing our universe suddenly improve, what if they play tricks on us? What should we do then? Beerus' personality has never been likable. Even without the hide-and-seek incident from years ago, other gods of destruction had no good feelings towards him. Moreover, with that hide-and-seek event, all gods of destruction grew to detest Beerus. If given the opportunity to kick him while he's down, the old Kaishin believed that the other gods of destruction wouldn't just sit back and do nothing. Do they dare? Beerus said coldly, a purple destructive aura surging around him. Back then, so many of them teamed up to fight me, and I wasn't afraid. Why should I fear them causing trouble now? The old Kaishin twitched his mouth. Beerus' personality is indeed unpleasant, but his strength is frightfully powerful. Back then, he was surrounded and beaten by so many gods of destruction, yet he still stood until the end. It was truly absurd. As long as I'm here, I doubt they will dare to make a move. You and Asen just need to handle your duties as Kaishin and don't worry about the rest. In the void space between the 6th and 7th universes, a shuttling block was swiftly traversing. Lord Kampa, we are about to enter the 7th universe. Continue accelerating. I want to see what that skeleton has been up to. Yes. The shuttling block moved at a tremendous speed and soon reached the edge of the 7th universe. At the edge of the 7th universe, there was a transparent membrane. As long as they passed through it, they could enter the 7th universe. Buzz. The shuttling block finally broke through the membrane, and Kampa quickly shifted his gaze to the surroundings. In his understanding, the only way to elevate the human level index of the universe was to destroy all the lower civilizations within it. Thus, Kampa speculated that Beerus must have employed this method of self-destructing the universe's foundation. However, when Kampa looked up at the situation within the 7th universe, how is this possible? Kampa's pupils suddenly contracted. In his view, those lower civilizations' planets had not been destroyed at all. Lord Kampa, all those substandard planets have vanished. Vados was also somewhat shocked. She had been to the 7th universe before, but previously when she looked around, all she could see were substandard planets. If nothing unexpected happened, it must be that Lord Beerus has made his move. Vados suppressed her astonishment and voiced her speculation. Phew, Kampa let out a heavy sigh of relief. He had been worried that Beerus might do something to self-destruct the universe's foundation, but it seemed now that his worries were somewhat superfluous. However, that skeleton really deserves to die. Why has he suddenly become so diligent? If he continues like this, won't my 6th universe be overtaken by him soon? As Kampa grew angrier, he expressed more frustration. This was a classic case of fearing a brother would suffer, yet also fearing that brother would drive a luxury car. These two brothers were truly exceptional. While Vados was speechless, she was actually quite shocked internally. The 7th universe had only cleared those substandard planets, and its human level index had surged so significantly. The foundation of the 7th universe seemed somewhat terrifying. Since we're here, Vados, continue accelerating. I want to see why his newly accepted disciple has earned such praise from Miss Kess. This time I've also brought Dong Dong bird eggs. He must try our 6th universe's top delicacies. Haha, that bumpkin must have never tasted such delicious food. With Kampa's laughter, the speed of the shuttling block increased again. The 7th universe, the Kaishin realm. Beerus and Whis simultaneously looked up, their unusual reactions also attracting the attention of the old Kaishin. Lord Beerus, has something happened? That guy is coming. Who? The old Kaishin was taken aback. Beerus slowly lowered his head and said casually, that fat pig. Fat pig. Asen and Jebet exchanged glances, both seeing confusion in each other's eyes. Only the old Kaishin's expression suddenly changed, and he hurriedly said, You. Are you saying Lord Kampa is coming? The only one whom Beerus would call a fat pig was his own brother Kampa, who was also the god of destruction of the sixth universe. Upon hearing Kampa's name, Asen's eyes widened. The god of destruction of the sixth universe is coming here. Under the old Kaishin's instruction over the past month, he naturally knew that the god of destruction of the sixth universe was called Kampa. He wouldn't be coming to cause us trouble just because he saw our universe suddenly improve what he Asen began to feel nervous. Beerus shook his head and said, other gods of destruction might require some concern, but if it's that fat pig, then there's no need to worry. Asen couldn't understand Beerus' words. At this moment, the old Kaishin patted Asen's small shoulder. Kampa is actually Lord Beerus' own brother, so there's no need to worry too much. Asen first nodded, then stood there in shock. He only knew that the god of destruction of the sixth universe was called Kampa, but he didn't know that Kampa was also Beerus' brother. Whis, be careful later, don't let that guy disturb Gran. Beerus said this while glancing at Gran, who was still lying on the beach chair. The little guy's fatigue had completely vanished and his condition was almost restored. Lord Beerus doesn't need to say much, I've always been keeping an eye on him. Whis shook his head. This break was truly important for Gran, not only to relieve his fatigue, but also to prepare for his upcoming training in dimensions. Besides, after this rest, Gran should also understand that cultivation is not something that can be accomplished overnight. Only a balance of work and rest is the true essence of martial cultivation. During the conversation among the group, suddenly, a vast pressure enveloped the entire Kaishin realm. It's here. A stream of seven-colored light descended from the sky, and the moment this light landed, Whis instantly enveloped Gran in a protective shield. Buzz. The pressure emanating from Kampa distorted the space of the Kaishin realm. The overwhelming power surged, but fortunately Beerus stood in front of everyone. Nevertheless, even so, the old Kaishin, Asen and Jebet still felt their bodies bend slightly. So terrifying. In Asen's view, he saw a cat that looked very much like Beerus appearing ahead. However, the sizes were completely opposite. One was a mere skeleton, while the other was as fat as a pig. Standing together, the sight was utterly ridiculous. Was this really Beerus' brother? Beerus, long time no see. Kampa swept his gaze over everyone, and then shifted his attention to Beerus. Beerus glanced back at little Gran, seeing that he was well protected by Whis, before turning back and saying lightly, It has been a while, but isn't your arrival a bit too arrogant this time? I sincerely apologize. Mainly just thinking about how you'll show an envious and jealous expression later makes me so happy that I can't control my power. While speaking, Kampa also withdrew his power back into his body. As this power faded, the old Kaishin and the others finally stood upright. I have met Lord Kampa and Miss Vados. The old Kaishin hurriedly brought Asen and the others forward to pay their respects. Upon seeing the old Kaishin, Kampa was taken aback. After thinking for a moment, he finally remembered something and exclaimed in surprise, You old geezer actually got unsealed. Vados also nodded slightly to the old Kaishin. The recent changes in the seventh universe have been significant. They first accepted a candidate god of destruction, then raised the human level index, and now they have even released this old Kaishin. What exactly has happened to them? The old Kaishin's mouth twitched. Truly good news does not leave the house, while bad news travels far and wide. Hey, what did you just say about my expression being envious and jealous later? Beerus approached Kampa standing only a meter apart and said coldly, What do you mean by that? Xiangpa locked eyes with him for a moment, then suddenly teased, I've brought a top-tier delicacy that exists only in my sixth universe. You, a country bumpkin, have never tasted anything like it. As he said this, a vivid image flashed in Xiangpa's mind. The instant Beerus tasted the dong-dong bird egg, he immediately collapsed to the ground, crying and pleading for 2 more dong-dong bird eggs. Thinking of this made Xiangpa unable to suppress his joy. That dong-dong bird egg was the most delicious food he had ever tasted in his life, and he couldn't believe Beerus, a country bumpkin, would be able to resist it. Beerus and Whis, Nold Kaishin, and the others. If it were in the past, they might have been curious about Xiangpa's so-called delicacy. But is there really anything in this world that can taste better than hot pot? You made such a grand entrance just to flaunt your sixth universe's top delicacy. Beerus took a deep breath and said coldly, Isn't Beerus always fond of food? Why is he reacting this way? Xiangpa shook his head, his expression suddenly turning serious. Yes, but I want to ask, what exactly happened to you, this guy? Why has the human standard index of your 7th universe skyrocketed so much? In fact, from the moment he arrived from the 6th universe and saw the scene, plus the moment he saw the old Kaishin appear, Xiangpa had guessed the true reason behind it. Without a doubt, it was his brother teaming up with that old man to manage the universe again. But how could this lazy guy suddenly take on the responsibility of managing the universe? Beerus suppressed his voice and chuckled disdainfully. What's wrong? Are you flustered because the ranking of my 7th universe is about to surpass that of your 6th universe? Flustered? With your skin and bones figure. Xiangpa suddenly became angry. If I didn't think you had done something to sabotage the foundations of the universe, do you think I would come to you? He only said half of this before abruptly stopping. Damn it, how could I, the great Xiangpa, say such things? Beerus clenched his fists slightly. Did he think he had done something to sabotage the foundations of the universe just because the human standard index of the 7th universe skyrocketed? Why is this pighead somewhat cute? Am not that stupid? I believe you saw the state of the 7th universe after coming from the 6th universe. Beerus sighed. All right, bring out the delicacies you brought. I want to see how delicious your so-called top-tier delicacy is. Why the rush? Xiangpa began to scan the surroundings. They'll let you a country bumpkin taste it later, but before that I want to see the new candidate god of destruction you recruited. After all, according to Case's evaluation, Beerus' disciple seemed to have remarkable talent. He wanted to see if that was true. If it were fake, he would definitely mock Beerus relentlessly, mocking him for choosing a child as a candidate god of destruction. But as soon as Xiangpa's words fell, the air around them instantly turned cold. How do you know I have a disciple? Beerus' eyes flashed with a terrifying light. Whis narrowed his eyes. This was a matter of the 7th universe, and logically speaking, others shouldn't know. Suddenly, Whis saw his sister Bados nodding at him. Whis was instantly speechless. It was already obvious that his sister had told Xiangpa about this. As for why his sister knew about it, who else but his older sister could be aware of this matter? Because when he went to the palace of the Omni King to inquire about Odys, he was taken away by his elder sister for a month on the way back. So regarding Little Grand's situation, his elder sister Kasai was also aware of it. Whis approached and whispered a few words in Beerus' ear. After knowing the real reason, Beerus' terrifying gaze slowly calmed down. He was still quite reassured about Xiangpa and Bados. Since they want to see, then let them see. Beerus and Whis exchanged glances, silently communicating while their lips began to curl into a grin. No one in this world can absolutely remain calm in front of Gran. When those two from the 6th universe see Gran's terrifying talent, their expressions will surely be spectacular. Whis and Beerus grew more and more eager for the next scene, so they stepped aside. Old Kaishin, Asin, and Jebit were also very considerate, making way, revealing Little Gran behind them. It was at this moment that Xiangpa and Bados finally turned their gaze to Little Gran. The chubby Little Gran was still asleep on a beach chair by the lake. However, the instant their gazes met this little guy, boom, Bados' heart suddenly trembled. As an angel, she could see through Gran's true nature at a glance. Xiangpa, did you see that? Bados' voice trembled at that moment. I saw it, but how is this possible? Xiangpa clenched his fists tightly, his pupils filled with disbelief. Bados slapped my face to see if I'm dreaming, in smack. Hiss, in Xiangpa, are we dreaming? In, ouch. That hurts, this isn't a dream, but how could this be possible? Xiangpa covered his face, his body involuntarily taking 2 steps back. Seeing the reactions of these two, Beerus and Whis could hardly contain their smiles. This was the effect he wanted. The old Kaishin beside them grinned. He too had been shocked by Gran's talent earlier. It turns out that even gods of destruction and angels could be startled by Gran's talent. Although this little guy is still asleep, it is still obvious that he has already mastered his power perfectly. Xiangpa looked at Little Gran, growing more and more astonished. And his realm is at the pinnacle of the Kaishin, along with that ethereal aura that is almost imperceptible. He can emit that ethereal aura. Clearly, he has cultivated his state of mind to the level of egolessness, and this means that this child mastering the ultimate instinct is already a certainty. Damn it. After Beerus, how could there be another candidate god of destruction mastering the ultimate instinct? Why can't I do it? Xiangpa clenched his fists tightly, silently roaring. Xiangpa and his physical instincts have also reached the 2nd tier. Bados added, that's impossible, I don't believe it. Xiangpa covered his ears, his tone filled with envy and jealousy. I had planned to bring delicacies to tempt Beerus and simultaneously see how strong his candidate god of destruction's talent was. Who would have thought? That little guy's talent is so formidable that bringing delicacies to tempt Beerus now seems meaningless. How old is he? Why can he cultivate to such a degree? Xiangpa could no longer hold back. He shouted angrily at Beerus. How old? He is barely 10 years old. Isn't my disciple's talent decent enough? Seeing Xiangpa break down, Beerus burst into laughter. Beerus, you are really damned. When Xiangpa said this, he was nearly grinding his back teeth to dust. Beside him, Bardos felt an overwhelming envy in her heart. With one Beerus already present now, there was an even more terrifying candidate for the god of destruction. Why did her foolish brother keep receiving such excellent disciples? And she could only have someone like Xiangpa. It was utterly unfair. Whis, where on earth did you find this little monster? Bardos gritted her teeth. Find? Whis chuckled mischievously, covering his mouth. With my and Lord Beerus' reputation in the 7th universe, do we even need to find anyone? He practically came to us. As he said this, Whis exchanged glances with Beerus. This little guy Gran was truly impressive. The feeling of being envied by others was simply delightful. Whis, you're so despicable. Seeing Whis' smug face, Bardos was infuriated and stomped her feet. Oh ho ho, my dear sister, this is something you can't be envious of. Whis wanted to continue teasing his scheming sister. Suddenly, he sensed something. Lord Beerus, it seems Gran is about to wake up. Is he finally going to wake up? Beerus, disregarding his ongoing mockery of Xiangpa, instantly appeared by Gran's side. Old Caishin and Asin also hurriedly ran towards Gran's location. This sudden change left Xiangpa puzzled. He suppressed his anger and asked, Bardos, what's wrong with this little guy? Judging by the look on his face, he must have been overly fatigued, which is why he fell into such a deep sleep. Fatigued? Indeed, achieving such accomplishments at his age, how could he not be exhausted? As he spoke, Xiangpa carefully examined Gran again. He wanted to see if this little guy had trained through any crooked methods. After observing for a while, he cursed inwardly. Not only had this little fellow not resorted to any underhanded methods, but his foundation was also frighteningly solid. On Gran's side, having come to the extremely dangerous Dragon Ball world, he was so eager to improve that he pushed himself to the limit in his training. However, the more than 3 years of training had left his body and mind utterly fatigued. If it weren't for Whis' reminder, his martial path might have developed flaws. After a month of rest, thankfully his body and mind had completely recovered. At this moment, Gran felt as if he was immersed in a warm and cozy world. Simultaneously, the principles of the turtle school echoed in his mind. Exercise well, study hard, eat well, and rest well. Cultivation is not something that can be achieved overnight. Haste makes waste, and balancing work and rest is the true essence of martial cultivation. Enlightenment dawned. With a crisp sound, it seemed that some barrier was breaking. Buzz. A powerful aura erupted from Gran. What is happening? Asin was dumbfounded. Although Gran appeared normal, he felt that Gran's current power was even stronger than before. He has broken through his power barrier. Beerus was very excited. 2 years ago, Gran's power had reached 1 billion battle power, but due to a bottleneck, he had been unable to break through. I thought he would be stuck at this bottleneck for a long time, but I didn't expect that after just a nap, he would break through the power barrier. Whis looked at the little guy and sighed. It seems he was really too tense before. With a whoosh, Gran's aura continued to surge. 1 billion battle power. 11 billion battle power. 12 billion battle power. Upon reaching 12 billion battle power, Gran's aura finally calmed down. The increase from breaking through the bottleneck was not very significant. But for Gran, the most important thing was breaking through the bottleneck. Because only then could he continue to improve his power in future training. Bardos. Xiangpa suddenly spoke. Bardos was taken aback. What's wrong? Do you have any sacks on you? Lord Xiangpa, what do you mean? This little guy has such terrifying talent. Don't you feel envious? Xiangpa's eyes grew increasingly fervent. He truly wanted to stuff little Gran into a sack and take him away. Bardos. Has this god of destruction gone mad? Back in the day, the 11 of you gods of destruction couldn't even defeat Beerus. Now you want to take someone else's candidate for god of destruction right in front of him. As Bardos was left speechless suddenly, Gran's aura abruptly dissipated and he slowly opened his eyes. It really is as Lord Beerus said, there are many factors involved in breaking through a bottleneck. Sometimes just being in a good mood can lead to a breakthrough. Gran sat up from the beach chair looking at his little hands, unable to suppress a smile. Breaking through after a nap feels quite nice. He had never felt so relaxed. This feeling was truly marvelous. Lord Beerus, Whis, my power bottleneck. Just as little Gran was about to share this joyful news with Beerus and the others, suddenly he saw a fat cat standing next to him, as well as a mature woman. This mature woman had her hair tied in a high ponytail with a divine ring around her neck like Whis, and she also held a staff in her hand. Gran's eyes widened. Oh, wasn't that Xiangpa and Bardos from Universe 6? How did they end up here? Little guy, what color sack do you like? Xiangpa suddenly squeezed in front of Gran, his face full of enthusiasm. This child's talent is truly terrifying. Even his own brother Beerus could not match such prowess at this age. In other words, this child possesses talent surpassing even Beerus. The moment this thought struck him, Whis could barely contain himself. What color sack do you prefer? I have them all. Come with me. Otherwise, even if every destroyer in the universe perished, Beerus might still remain unscathed. If you remain a candidate destroyer in Universe 7, you may never ascend to true destroyerhood in your lifetime. Return with me to Universe 6. I assure you I'll perish far sooner than that skeletal fellow. And upon my death, I shall bequeath the title of destroyer to you without hesitation. Young Gran had just awakened dazed and disoriented, when Whis abruptly thrust his face inches from the boys as if desperate to spirit him away on the spot. Upon hearing Whis's words, Belmod covered her face with one hand. How utterly embarrassing he is. Yet in the next instant, if you remain unmoved, do you know who serves as my attendant angel? It is none other than Belmod herself. Behold her grace. Should you accompany me to Universe 6, she shall become your personal mentor. Gran, Vados, Beerus, the elder Capricious and his companions. Belmod blinked, then comprehension dawned. Boom. A power befitting an angel surged forth from Belmod. Heaven dimmed, the cosmos trembled. The entire Capricious realm, including its very spatial fabric, shattered into primordial particles under her aura. Witnessing this, Vados's brow twitched darkly. Surely his elder sister had done this deliberately. Shielding the others, he raised his staff and reversed time itself. The Capricious realm reassembled, restored to its former state. You dare mock me, Whis. You court death. Belmod's expression was nothing short of volcanic. She no longer addressed him as Lord Whis. She called him by name alone. Just as Belmod prepared to discipline her destroyer, in the next instant, a violet blur tore across the void, delivering a devastating ultra kick straight into Whis's gut. Thud. Whis rocketed backward, skidding across the grasslands for thousands of kilometers before finally grinding to a halt. Fat pig, you dare covet my disciple. Do you seek a beating? Beerus instantly materialized beside Whis. Gran's prodigious talent was impossible to ignore. Whis's eagerness to claim him as a disciple was perfectly understandable. Yet what stunned Beerus was that his brother would dare provoke Belmod. Had he truly lost his mind? After all, Vados had once remarked that my elder sister Belmod is slightly stronger than I am. At that recollection, Beerus glanced back, only to find himself utterly unprepared for what he saw. You wretched Whis. I'll beat you so thoroughly even Beerus won't recognize you. As though transcending time and space itself, Belmod appeared instantly at Whis's side, miles in the blink of an eye. Beerus's pupils contracted sharply. What terrifying speed! Seeing Belmod raise her hand to strike, he interjected, Miss Belmod, please calm yourself. I'm already punishing him. Spare your wrath. Even as he spoke, Beerus delivered another sharp kick to Whis's ribs. Brother, don't blame me. Blame your own reckless tongue. Beerus unleashed power befitting a destroyer. Crockum. The void itself convulsed. The recently restored space fractured anew, splintering into cascading shards. Realizing his grave misstep, was curled into a ball on the ground, clutching his head, too terrified to speak, uttering only pained wails. Humph! How touching this fraternal devotion. Belmod shot Beerus a sharp glance, but refrained from further action. Beerus exhaled in quiet relief, then glanced down at Whis. Better to be beaten by me than by Belmod. You owe me a colossal debt, brother. A destroyer of your stature, spouting nonsense all day, now groveling on the ground like this. Don't you feel shame? Enough. Rise immediately. Belmod commanded coldly. Yes. Whis shrank his thick neck and scrambled upright, then darted back toward Gran. Belmod and Beerus followed in silent pursuit. Back to Gran's perspective. Vados were those two, the destroyer and angel of Universe 6. Only after witnessing Whis's violent ejection did Gran fully regain his bearings. Indeed, the angel with the high ponytail is my elder sister Belmod. The other is Lord Beerus's younger brother, Lord Whis. Why have they come here? Gran frowned, bewildered. He'd merely slept, and yet had something extraordinary transpired in his absence. They learned that Lord Beerus and I had taken on a disciple, and wished to see him for themselves. Because of me, Gran froze, then recalled Whis's question about sack colors and couldn't help but burst into quiet laughter. It seemed Whis, much like Lord Beerus in his youth, had fallen for him at first sight. Flattered by yet another destroyer's praise. Does it please you? Vados teased. Little. Gran lifted his small chin proudly. Denying his delight would be a lie. Vados ruffled the boy's hair gently and cautioned, delight is permissible, but arrogance is not. You remain vastly inferior to any destroyer even now. Of course. Gran nodded vigorously. His current strength hadn't even transcended mortal limits. How could he possibly grow arrogant? By the way, Vados, was that power Belmod unleashed just now truly angel tier? Gran drew a deep, steadying breath. The image of the Capricious realm dissolving into dust still haunted him. Nearby, the elder Capricious and his companions trembled faintly. Vados chuckled, afraid of an angel's power are we? A little. Oh ho, then let me tell you. What you witnessed was but the barest whisper of my sister's strength. That was merely a whisper. Then how immense must her true power be? Gran swallowed hard and asked hesitantly, Vados, may I ask you something? Go ahead. Who is stronger, you or Miss Belmont? The moment Gran voiced the question, the elder Capricious and his two attendants leaned and ears pricked attentively. Only a child like him would dare inquire so boldly about an angel's power. Vados paused, then gazed at young Gran with wry exasperation. Truly, you little one, would you ever reveal your full strength to others if asked? Gran scratched his head flustered. Naturally, he'd never disclose his true capabilities to anyone. Yet his curiosity burned fiercely, for in the chronicles Belmont herself had told Son Goku that she surpassed Vados, albeit slightly. Truthfully revealing it changes nothing. My elder sister Belmont and I, we stand apart in strength a gap, even Lord Beerus acknowledges. Upon hearing these words, the elder Capricious and his companions edged subtly closer to Vados. Young Gran soared upward, levitating until his eyes met Vados's at equal height, both staring intently nose to nose. What are you doing? Vados blinked in surprise. Listening to your story. Gran's voice rang clear and youthful. If even Lord Beerus knows it, it's no secret. So please share it with us too. You rascal. Whis smiled helplessly before whispering, since you all want to know, I will tell you. Thousands of years ago, I had a match with my sister, but in the end I lost. Whis did not feel any resentment for being defeated by Vados while saying this. Lost. The trio of old Kai stared wide-eyed. In their understanding, their universe's Mr. Angel is a gentleman polite in speech and a powerhouse with extremely mysterious abilities. How could their Mr. Whis lose to the Angel of Universe 6? It's just as the comics say. Gran wasn't as shocked as old Kai and the others, murmuring to himself. But, is Whis really worse than Vados? What? Hearing that I lost seems to disappoint you all, Whis chuckled. How could we not be disappointed? Old Kai said unwillingly. You are the strongest in our universe. If even you lost, doesn't that prove our universe is inferior to Universe 6? Asin and Jebet nodded vigorously, their moods suddenly becoming gloomy. Actually, there's no need. My sister is stronger than me. Isn't that normal? Whis sighed. While he said that who wouldn't want their universe's strongest to be the best? Old Kai and the others also sighed. Whis. Gran suddenly spoke up. Are you the youngest among all the angels? Upon hearing this, the trio of old Kai instantly brightened up. That's right, if there's a significant age difference, there would definitely be a gap in abilities, so Whis losing makes sense. Whis covered his face. Did these guys really need to prove something? Mr. Whis, please tell us. The trio of old Kai urged eagerly. Gran didn't speak further, but his eyes sparkled with meaningful glances. Because he knew that among all the angels aside from that rookie angel Melis, Whis was indeed the youngest and the most talented one. After all, he had laid low with Beerus for so long, yet he was only slightly weaker than Vados. Among the official angels, I really am the youngest. Whis did not hide this, nodding helplessly. Ha ha, then that means our Mr. Angel isn't inferior to others. The trio of old Kai hugged each other, jumping around in a comical manner. You guys are really something. Seeing their childish antics, Whis couldn't help but chuckle. But when he turned his gaze to little Gran, he found that the little guy's eyes were somewhat sharp, as if he could see through his secrets. This little guy. Does he even know my true talent? Whis was startled and quickly shook his head. Apart from his father and siblings, others couldn't possibly know about his talent. At this moment, a cold voice from afar pierced through the air. Lord Compa, I'll let you off this time. If there's a next time, you know the consequences, right? Yes, I know I was wrong. I won't dare again. Two voices chimed in, and Gran finally shifted his gaze away from Whis to look ahead. Beerus and the others finally flew back, but Compa's head had already turned into a pig's head. Gran was stunned. Could it be that Vados gave Compa a good beating? Well, that seems reasonable. In the anime, Vados is indeed a humorous yet cunning lady angel. If Whis and Beerus share a master-servant relationship, then Vados could completely be seen as Compa's master. After all, teaching the destroyer is not against the rules. Gran shifted his gaze, taking a look at his destroyer. Oddly, why does Beerus keep laughing mischievously? Could it be that it wasn't Vados who hit Compa, but Beerus? Tap, tap, tap. The three of them landed from the sky. Damn, Beerus, I will remember this. Don't let me catch an opportunity in the future. Compa yelled angrily at Beerus as soon as he landed. Hey, are you being ungrateful? If I hadn't acted, the one who would have attacked you would have been Vados. Beerus crossed his arms, sneering. If Vados had acted, do you think you could still stand here? You? Compa was immediately left speechless. Hearing their argument, Gran finally realized that it was Beerus who had beaten Compa. In the anime, these two guys have always been good brothers who love and kill each other. No wonder Beerus had that mischievous smile earlier. He must have enjoyed himself. I've met Lord Compa, and I've met Miss Vados. Gran came back to his senses and hurriedly stepped forward to bow. Compa no longer argued with Beerus, shifting his gaze back to the little guy. With such talent, what a pity. Gran was filled with question marks. What does this pig head mean? Although I don't want to admit it, with Beerus' power, he could probably survive even if all the destroyers died. You can never become a true destroyer in your lifetime. Gran's expression darkened. Beerus' brother truly had a mouth like it was smeared with poison. He glanced at Beerus beside him, and sure enough, Beerus' face had turned as dark as a pot bottom. At this moment, it's indeed a pity. Bados also spoke. Such a good genius would actually fall into the hands of my foolish brother. If you were with me, I could definitely train you to be even better than Lord Campa. Train. Gran's mind instantly conjured an image: little him tied up with rope on a chair, while a mature lady with a high ponytail stood beside him, holding a whip. Is this the cunning and ruthless Bados lady? Little Gran was startled. He quickly shook his head vigorously, trying to throw the image out of his mind. Hey, isn't that a bit too much, sister? Whis said discontentedly. Am I that bad? Aren't you aware of how good or bad you are? Weren't we sparring back then? Bados said this with a hint of guilt. That was thousands of years ago. With Whis' talent, she didn't even know if she could win against him now. Whis just smiled, not rebutting her. It seemed he was acquiescing to what his sister said. No one spoke further, and for a moment the Capricious realm fell silent. In fact, Campa and Bados had been staring at Gran all along. After exchanging glances, they sighed deeply. Such a disciple was beyond their reach. Gran, what are your thoughts upon waking up this time? Whis suddenly asked. In an instant, everyone turned their gaze to the little fellow. Feeling the attention of the crowd, Gran felt somewhat uneasy, but he still spoke up. Since becoming the candidate destroyer, I have been striving to catch up with Lord Beerus, so I have been training with all my might. However, I didn't realize that was a mistake. Being fatigued both physically and mentally only greatly reduces my training efficiency, and it might even lead to flaws in my martial path. Especially after this rest, I have broken through my power bottleneck, and I have come to understand that in everything one must not rush. The balance of work and rest is the true essence of martial cultivation. Gran didn't think too much about it. He expressed his thoughts aloud. His youthful voice echoed by the lake, and Whis and Beerus listened with increasing satisfaction. Damn it! Campa suddenly howled to the sky, then lowered his head to look at Beerus, pleading, Beerus, I have never asked you for anything in my life. Please let me have this candidate destroyer. Beside him, Vados also looked at Whis sweetly, saying, I have never asked anyone for anything in my life either. Whis, please let him be mine. Gran, Whis, Beerus. The old Capricious trio. Since you have rested well this time, I am preparing to let you train in the dimensional realm. What do you think? Whis completely ignored those two and looked at Gran with a probing gaze. At this statement, everyone felt a jolt in their hearts. They all knew that Gran's dimension had already reached the pinnacle of the Capricious dimension. If he broke through again, he would become a true deity. A deity under 100 years old. This fellow is truly terrifying. No. Gran shook his head. Asen and Jebet were both a bit surprised. How could this little guy shake his head? Didn't he always love training? Whis, didn't you say I was too tired before? Gran looked at his small hands. After resting for just a month, I feel that my condition is not fully adjusted yet. He had slept for a month this time, and both his body and mind had calmed down. However, in terms of his mental state and power, he had only just broken through the bottleneck, and the strength within him had not yet fully solidified. These two aspects could not be overlooked, otherwise he feared that his future foundation would be unstable. Oh ho ho! The probing gaze in Whis' eyes instantly disappeared, and he let out a satisfied laugh. Beerus was also pleased with Gran's rebuttal. This little fellow finally had his own opinions. Campa beside him gritted his teeth, making a crunching sound. To be able to face his own problems and resist the desire for power. How could he not encounter such a genius? Vados said nothing. She merely sighed deeply. The reaction of the crowd left Gran stunned. What was going on with them? Not bad, not bad. Whis nodded in satisfaction. Although I am your mentor, I can always set your training plan. However, sometimes only you know the problems you have, just like your sudden breakthrough in mental state and power, which was greatly beyond my expectation. Even as an angel, I cannot accurately grasp your situation every moment. So at this time you need to make your own judgments. Just now I was merely inquiring about this little fellow. If Gran had directly agreed to my training plan, I would have been a bit disappointed, but I would have still taught him. But I never expected that this little fellow would actually rebut me. This was truly surprising and incredibly delightful. Off. Little Gran widened his eyes and said angrily, Whis, how could you test me? You're so mean. Mean is mean, but you passed my assessment this time, and I am very satisfied. I am also very satisfied. Beerus interjected. Gran? Seeing the deep bond between Whis, Beerus, and Gran, Campa was nearly bursting with rage. He did not come to the 7th universe for this. I can't hold it anymore. Vados, quickly bring out my dong-dong bird egg. Campa actually had 3 purposes for coming to the 7th universe. The first purpose was to inquire about the reason behind the sudden rise in human standards in the 7th universe. The second purpose was to see what kind of talent Beerus' disciple possessed to earn such a high evaluation from KRS. The last purpose was to let Beerus this bumpkin taste the top delicacies of the sixth universe. The first two purposes made Kampa incredibly envious, and now he was left with only one last move. Yes, Vados felt a bit guilty, but she still waved her staff, and an oval-shaped storage device suddenly appeared by the lake. The crowd was slightly taken aback. What is this? Could this be the top delicacy that Kampa mentioned earlier? Gran's mouth began to twitch wildly at the mention of the dong-dong bird egg. The dong-dong bird egg is actually just an ordinary bird egg. But in Kampa's eyes, this most ordinary egg is the most delicious food. This sixth universe's angel is really cunning. Noticing Gran's gaze, Vados glanced at the little fellow, and without overthinking, opened the oval-shaped storage device. 8 eggs appeared in front of everyone. Is this the top delicacy you mentioned? Beerus looked at the bird eggs in the storage device, and no matter how he looked at them, they seemed like the most ordinary eggs. Whis and the old Kaioshin frowned as well. Is this egg the top delicacy of the sixth universe? Can it even taste good? Looks like we need to prepare a trip to Earth. Seeing the dong-dong bird egg, Gran muttered to himself. In this situation, how could there be no instant noodles? P.S. Thanks to the great God likes to plant flower beans for the certification. This is my first time receiving such a gift. The big shot is generous. Also, I would like to thank all the other gifts sent by the great ancestors. After work, I coded 3 chapters and presented them here. Once again, thank you to all the great beings. Xiang Pa seemed oblivious to the gazes of those around him. He retrieved an egg from his storage device, placed one hand on his hip, and burst into hearty laughter. Behold, the supreme delicacy of the sixth universe. This is the dong-dong bird egg, a flavor so exquisite that you uncultured folk have surely never tasted anything like it. I've unveiled my very finest treasure. How could you possibly resist envy now? Xiang Pa lifted his plump chin with unwavering confidence. Unbeknownst to him, Bardock beside him was mortified. So much so that her toes were practically carving out a 3-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment in the floor. Lord Xiang Pa, don't blame me when this backfires spectacularly. Bardock turned her head sharply away, already unable to bear witnessing what came next. As for the so-called supreme delicacy Xiang Pa boasted of, the elder Kaioshin, who had savored hot pot, was utterly convinced no dish in existence could rival its glory. Yet their interlocutor was a god of destruction, and voicing such thoughts dared not cross their lips. Silence fell thick and unnerving. If it truly is the sixth universe's finest culinary treasure, then let us taste it. Beerus broke the tension with a light cough. Should it prove genuinely sublime, perhaps a token of praise would be warranted. He stepped forward, picked up an egg, and asked curiously, how does one consume this? At Beerus's movement, young Gran scampered over eagerly and seized a dong-dong bird egg of his own. The elder Kaioshin and his companions, hesitant before Xiang Pa's presence, remained motionless, so Gran turned back to fetch several more for them. Soon each held a dong-dong bird egg in hand. How is it eaten? Xiang Pa paid no mind to Gran's antics. Lifting an egg, he declared with haughty pride, truly refined ingredients demand only the simplest preparation. Surely you know this. We shall savor it in its purest, most unadulterated form. With reverent care, Xiang Pa peeled away the shell and took a delicate bite. In the next instant, an ecstatic moan echoed across the Kaioshin realm. Even after countless prior tastings, each encounter with this supreme delicacy filled him with rapture. Before the assembled eyes, Xiang Pa writhed like a man possessed, twisting, contorting, punctuating his movements with strange guttural sighs. Gran burst into unrestrained laughter. The elder Kaioshin and his 2 companions longed to join him, but dared not. Their bodies trembled violently, stifling mirth. Brat, what's so funny? Wait until you taste my dong-dong bird egg. You'll writhe just like me. Xiang Pa shot Gran a fierce glare. Were it not for the boy's extraordinary talent, and his status as Beerus's disciple, Xiang Pa would have made him pay dearly. Then I shall savor it most carefully. With Beerus at his side, Gran felt no fear of Xiang Pa. In 3 swift motions, he peeled the shell and popped the entire egg into his mouth. He chewed. Once, twice. Nothing more than an ordinary boiled bird egg. Well, delicious, isn't it? Xiang Pa wore an expression of absolute certainty. Exquisitely delicious. Truly worthy of the sixth universe's highest culinary honor. Gran swallowed with visible effort and cast a sidelong glance toward Bardock, the sharp-witted angel of the sixth universe. At that moment, Bardock had fully turned her back. Was she truly shielding herself from such unbearable awkwardness? I knew you uncultured folk had never tasted anything so divine. Hearing Gran's words, Xiang Pa beamed with satisfaction. Beerus and Whis exchanged a knowing glance. Could the boy possibly be feigning delight? Could any cuisine surpass Beerus's legendary hot pot? Skeptical, they each took a cautious bite and froze eyes wide with disbelief. What abomination is this? Seeing Beerus and Whis' stunned expressions, the elder Capricious and his companions assumed they must have encountered a transcendent delicacy, and lowered their heads to taste as well. Silence. The seventh universe delegation fell utterly mute. Huh. Look at your astonished faces. Have you truly never tasted such sublime fare? Only the sixth universe possesses such peerless cuisine. Don't you yearn for it? Beg me, and perhaps if I'm feeling generous I'll bestow a few more dong-dong bird eggs upon you. Watching their dumbfounded reaction, Xiang Pa felt euphoric, as though he'd just downed a vintage 1982 cola. Unbeknownst to him, the scene had reached peak cringe. A single glance risked spontaneous combustion. Bardock had now spun entirely around. Having excavated a 3-bedroom apartment with her toes, she'd begun carving out a quadrangle courtyard. Cough, cough, cough. Acceptable though the seventh universe boasts its own exceptional delicacies, Beerus managed suppressing his amusement with a series of polite coughs. He patted young Gran playfully on the shoulder and added with a teasing glint, "Your last hot pot was rather splendid. Why not prepare another? Let Lord Xiang Pa savor it properly." "My lord, even the finest dish grows tiresome with repetition. I propose something far more intriguing." Gran grinned. How could instant noodles be absent from such a moment? What on earth is going on? Xiang Pa finally registered the lack of fervor surrounding the dong-dong bird egg. "From your words it sounds as though the seventh universe harbors cuisine rivaling the dong-dong bird egg." "Impossible," Xiang Pa cried, incredulous. "The dong-dong bird egg is the apex of gustatory perfection. No other food in existence could ever compare." Gran ignored the blustering fool entirely and turned to Beerus. "Lord Beerus, during my recent cultivation journey, I intended to present this delicacy as a gift to you all. But unforeseen circumstances intervened. Thus I was unable to bring it back. Would you care to try it now?" No sooner had the words left his lips. Beerus glanced coolly at Xiang Pa, still flailing in delusion, and asked, "Does this delicacy deliver a resounding slap across that fool's face?" "Absolutely." Gran recalled vividly how in the super anime continuity, 2 cups of instant noodles had ignited an inter-universal martial arts tournament. "Then let's go." If it meant humiliating Xiang Pa and sampling another marvel, Beerus welcomed the detour without hesitation. "Agreed." Gran nodded, then pulled Ashen forward. "Use instant transmission to take us to Earth." "Why, oi? You possess instant transmission. Am I your personal chauffeur? No more talk, or I'll punch you." Faced with insufficient fist power, Ashen reluctantly complied. "Fat pig, get over here now. Wretched bag of bones, you'll never deceive me. I refuse to believe any food rivals the dong-dong bird egg. If you delay further, I'll deliver another ultra kick." "So you wish to fight? Then, enough talk." Beerus's patience snapped. In the next breath, he unleashed the crushing aura of the supreme god of destruction. He teleported directly before Xiang Pa and struck a single devastating blow to his abdomen. Xiang Pa collapsed, utterly incapacitated. Whis, Bardock, and the elder Capricious showed no surprise. Beerus overwhelming Xiang Pa was simply par for the course. Only Gran, Ashen, and Jocko gaped in awe. Was their god of destruction truly this terrifying? "Let's go." Beerus seized Xiang Pa by the nape and draped his free hand onto Ashen's small shoulder. Feeling every hand settle upon his shoulder, Ashen activated instant transmission without delay. With a soft shun, the entire group vanished. All that remained behind was the 3-bedroom apartment and the quadrangle courtyard Bardock had unconsciously excavated from sheer mortification. The Earth. It is now the year 740 of the Aichi era, with less than 9 years remaining until Bulma begins her search for the Dragon Balls. In the heavenly realm, a Namekian who closely resembles King Piccolo stands at the edge of the heavenly realm, surveying the lower world. Beside him stands a figure with a head of black hair. Over 200 years have passed, and the wounds inflicted on Earth by King Piccolo have finally healed, yet it is a pity for Master Wu Tai. The god of heaven sighed. Bobo's eyes showed no sign of change as he calmly replied, "God, it is wrong for you to separate from King Piccolo. I know this is wrong, but if I do not separate from my inner demon one day, I too will be infected and become like my inner demon." The expression of the god of heaven grew somewhat despondent. He sighed, and then walked back into the temple. Only Bobo remained at the edge of the heavenly realm. After hearing the words of the god, his gaze still showed no change, as calm as ever. Suddenly, he raised his head. "Why are they here?" He shifted his gaze to a figure not far from Karen Tower. Located in the northern forest of Earth is Karen Tower. Today, a group of people suddenly appeared near this tower. Aside from a pair of siblings, the rest exuded an aura of authority. "Glan, is this the place you mentioned?" Beerus held a bag of instant noodles, but he hadn't finished speaking. "Huh." Bados and Whis noticed Karen Tower, their expressions growing serious. "What's wrong with you?" Beerus was taken aback. "This tower is quite intriguing," Whis remarked as he looked up at the towering Karen Tower. Bados squinted her eyes. Indeed, it is quite interesting, especially with the numerous ancient patterns carved on it. It feels familiar somehow. The old Kai and Beerus exchanged glances, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. In this desolate planet, there was actually something that could catch the attention of these two angels. Glan was equally surprised. He hadn't expected that the place they landed would be near Karen Tower. In the anime, the origins of Karen Tower have always been mysterious, with no one knowing who built it. On Karen Tower, there are the Karen Sage Senzu Beans, Super Divine Water, and the Time-Space Magic Jar. Each one is shrouded in mystery. Karen Tower definitely has significant origins. Can the angels know something? Glan couldn't help but murmur when he saw the serious expressions of Whis and his sister. After waiting for over 20 minutes, Whis and his sister were still lost in thought. "All right," Beerus said impatiently. "Can you finish your food before you think? All you think about is eating. You can eat so much, and yet you don't gain weight." Whis snapped back, coming to his senses. As soon as he said this, the old Kai trio turned red in the face. Ha ha ha. Glan burst into laughter, realizing that Whis' sharp tongue was quite powerful. Beerus, however, had a face as dark as the bottom of a pot. Bang! Beerus gave Glan a slap on the head. "Ouch! Lord Beerus, why did you hit me? I can't afford to provoke Whis, but you think I can't afford to provoke you?" Beerus said irritably. "Aren't you taking us to eat something delicious?" "Yes." Glan saw that Whis and his sister had no objections, so he used instant transmission to take them away. As they left, Whis and his sister looked up again, feeling as though something was watching them. Meanwhile, in the heavenly realm, Bobo stood at the edge of the heavenly realm for a moment, then withdrew his gaze, muttering, "I thought they were here for something serious, but it turns out they came for food. What a bunch of little gluttons." In the West City of Earth, a supermarket was entered by a group of people led by a child who instructed Jebbit to get 8 buckets of instant noodles. "Lord Beerus, let's check out," Glan said with a smile at the cash register. "What does checkout mean?" "Checkout means to pay money. As a god of destruction, do I have to pay for food from my universe?" Beerus held the bag of instant noodles by the neck, his face filled with black lines. If you anger him, believe it or not, he could destroy this planet and still pay for it. Lord Beerus, paying for food is the highest form of respect for it. Glan rolled his eyes at him. "You?" Beerus wanted to retort, but this kid was right. Paying for food truly is the highest form of respect for it. Just like before Glan became the candidate for the god of destruction, the price for the food Whis obtained was to teach Glan various martial arts. "I hope the food you mentioned is delicious. Otherwise, I will definitely blow up this planet." Beerus glared at him and then called out to Whis. Whis glanced at the coins others were using to check out, waved his staff, and suddenly thousands of zenny appeared on the cash register. "TCH, if you can still say such things after tasting the instant noodles, I will respect you as a man." Glan let Jebbit carry the instant noodles and led the group to a park. The reason he didn't take these gods to a high-end restaurant was mainly to avoid spoiling their appetites and making them difficult to persuade later. At this moment, Beerus threw the bag of instant noodles on the ground and kicked it twice. "Wake up, you fat pig." "Huh, is it morning?" Surpass stretched lazily and yawned. The next second, he realized something was off. It felt like a skeletal fist had punched me. "Beerus, I will." Surpass stood up and began to curse. "Beerus. Everyone. Lord Surpass, first try the delicacies of our 7th universe." At this point, Glan had already had Whis prepare hot water and then soak the 8 buckets of instant noodles. A rich aroma spread throughout the area, and before Surpass could taste the food, he was unable to hold back his tears. What does this taste?" "P.S. Just 2 chapters, I can't take it anymore." Each person received a bowl of instant noodles, and a waft of fragrance floated out from the edges of the lid. This was the special aroma of additives. It was like a hook, piercing not only the air, but also drawing out the cravings from every deity present. In Gran's past life, some people loved this taste. And today, a group of deities who had never eaten instant noodles were salivating just from the scent. What on earth is this flavor? How could I, a god of destruction, be unable to hold back my tears? Xiangpa held the instant noodles in both hands, looking at his angel with reluctance, and saying, "Bardos, didn't you say my dong-dong bird egg is the most delicious food in the whole universe?" Bardos was at a loss for words. Could she say that she had been lying all along? "Fat pig, how about the delicacies of my 7th universe?" Beerus laughed heartily. He also did not expect that the food Gran brought this time would be so terrifying in its power. They hadn't even eaten it yet, just the smell was irresistible. What if they actually tasted it? Wouldn't it be explosive? "Beerus, you really should die. Oh, why does your universe have such delicacies?" Xiangpa, holding the instant noodles, yelled hysterically. Not long ago, he had still been claiming that the dong-dong bird egg of the 6th universe was the most delicious food in the world, and thinking of this, every cell in his body felt ashamed. Seeing Xiangpa's expression, Gran couldn't help but laugh out loud. At this moment, Xiangpa suddenly turned his gaze. Little Gran was startled and quickly cleared his throat, then said, "Lord Xiangpa, it's time you can eat the instant noodles now." As soon as Gran finished speaking, the crowd, who could no longer contain their excitement, frantically lifted the lids. The next second, Whis and the others slurped the instant noodles, each unable to hold back various exaggerated sounds. Xiangpa no longer cared about shame. He also dug into the instant noodles. So fragrant. This is the most delicious food in the world. What was I eating before? Garbage. I must take back a lot of instant noodles this time. Ha ha ha, this is the delicacy of my 7th universe. What do you have to say now, fat pig? Still feeling proud? I'll concede that your 7th universe is impressive. Listening to the conversation among the deities, Gran chuckled. Let's not mention them. Even he who had eaten instant noodles countless times still found them incredibly delicious this time. This is the power of instant noodles. This is the power of additives. 8 people squatted by the roadside in the park eating instant noodles, unknowingly forming a beautiful scene. Especially since they as deities were dressed in strange clothing while holding such junk food as instant noodles. This scene was filled with the flavor of beggars. A human from Earth passed by here, suddenly throwing out a Sony bill, followed by the second, the third, the 30th. Unknowingly, a pile of money appeared in front of Gran. Gran, why are they throwing money at you? Beerus slurped the instant noodles, puzzled. Just now, Whis had used this kind of money to buy instant noodles, and Beerus recognized it. Skinny Bone, you're really stupid. They must have seen us deities about to finish the instant noodles, so they continued to offer money. Xiangpa shrugged. Hurry up and eat, finish, and keep taking money to exchange for instant noodles. He didn't expect that the mortals of the 7th universe had such insight. He envied Beerus once again. Gran looked at the pile of money in front of him, suddenly feeling a dark line on his face. Who the hell do they think you are, a deity? They're treating us like beggars. Of course, he naturally didn't dare to say much about this. If he angered them and really blew up the earth, it would be a joke. I, a mighty candidate for god of destruction, have been treated as a beggar one day. Little Gran sighed inwardly, preparing to gather up all the money in front of him. Suddenly, Mom, this little brother looks so poor. Don't you have money in your pocket? Just give him some more. Okay, Mom. A little girl came forward and threw a stack of money at Gran. When Gran looked up, his pupils slightly constricted. The girl had a round little face with blue hair tied up in a red bow. She was as cute as a porcelain doll. Most importantly, the little jacket she was wearing had the logo of the Universal Capsule Corporation printed on it. Of course, this was West City. It was normal to encounter her little Bulma. What's wrong, little brother? Bulma held Mrs. Brief's hand and continued, you can't get full from eating instant noodles. Take this money to buy something else to eat. Little brother. Gran twitched the corner of his mouth. Bulma, you were born in the year 733 of the age of Earth. I was born in 731. Oh, why do you call me little brother? However, Scion children are indeed short. Even though Bulma is only 7 years old, she is taller than 9-year-old Gran. So it's normal for others to call him little brother. Little Gran took the stack of money, took a deep breath, and smiled. I'm older than you. You have to call me brother. This little beggar is taking advantage of me. Bulma, who has had a high IQ since childhood, became angry in an instant. Give me back my money, or I won't give it to you. If it's in my pocket, then naturally it's mine. Gran had thick skin, quickly stuffing all the money into his belt. You little beggar, you are so despicable. Bulma stomped her feet in anger. The two children were arguing while the deities nearby felt somewhat annoyed. Can't they eat their instant noodles in peace? Especially Beerus. How dare this mortal call his disciple a beggar? Beerus handed the instant noodles to Whis, his expression returning to the cold indifference of a god of destruction. He raised a finger pointing at little Bulma, a ray of purple light appearing at his fingertip. Destruction. Beerusima. Little Gran broke into a cold sweat and quickly shouted. Beerus said irritably, what? Don't touch her. I'll give you face this time. Beerus pouted, dissipating the destructive energy in his hand, then took back the instant noodles from Whis and continued eating. Phew. Gran sighed heavily, looking at Bulma, who was still angry, helplessly saying, you almost died just now. Bulma was puzzled, angrily saying, no, you almost died. Quickly give me back my money. I won't give you the money. Consider it as my reward for saving you. Gran shook his head, looking at Bulma for a long time. Is this the leading lady of Dragon Ball? She really has been beautiful since childhood. Gran didn't know what to say to her at this moment. After thinking for a while, he spoke. I have a suggestion for you. If you encounter someone named Vegeta, it's best not to get to know him. Vegeta. Bulma was taken aback. She didn't know this guy, but why shouldn't she get to know him? Why can't I get to know him? You little beggar are meddling too much. Suit yourself. Anyway, he has enmity with me. Even if he can live forever, he will probably have to live under my shadow for his entire life. After saying this, Gran waved to the other deities and flew away from there. Mom, they can fly. Bulma covered her mouth, shocked. P.S. Little Bai just learned that Sony is the currency in Dragon Ball. I didn't pay attention when I watched the anime as a child. I'm really sorry. In the northern forest of Earth, Damn you fat pig, how many buckets of instant noodles did you take this time? Not much, just 5 billion buckets of instant noodles. Damn, I said those instant noodles were missing, turns out you took them. Ha ha ha, if I didn't take them would I leave them for you? By the way, how many did you take? Not much, just 10 billion buckets. Beerus, you really should be damned. In the past week, Beerus and his companions had nearly swept through all the instant noodles on the surface of Earth. A week later, Gran and the others had returned to the base of Karen Tower. Speaking of Lord Beerus, little Gran chuckled. I remember you said that if the instant noodles weren't tasty, you would blow up the Earth. Beerus. Ha ha ha. Kampa, who was nearby, laughed maniacally. Little guy, you still don't know. Your Lord Destroyer is just a hypocrite. Damn fat pig, are you mocking me? Then let me ask you, didn't you say your thing, the bird egg, is the most delicious in the world? Before Beerus could finish, Kampa turned red as past memories attacked him once more. It was a humiliation that was explosive. Beerus, I'm going to kill you. Kampa began his love-hate brawl with Beerus again. Meanwhile, Whis and Bados paid no attention to the two and walked towards Karen Tower. As they reached the side of Karen Tower, the two touched it with their hands, feeling as if they had seen it somewhere before. Sister, do you remember anything? I can't recall, it just feels so familiar. Bados shook her head. The tower, both in its patterns and its very structure, was extraordinarily ancient. Gran, I remember your sins of beings were also transferred from this planet, right? Whis turned back and said, back when Gran was out training, he had the Dragon Balls transfer the Senzu beans from Earth to him on Namek. Yes, those Senzu beans are the items above this tower. Gran stepped forward. In fact, this Karen Tower not only had Senzu beans, but also the ultra-divine water, which could unleash potential, and 3 vats that could reveal a person's past, future, and present. Bados was somewhat puzzled. What are Senzu beans? It's this thing. Gran took out 2 Senzu beans from his belt and tossed them to Whis and Bados. After receiving the Senzu beans, Whis and Bados observed them for a while. There's a terrifying healing aura. Bados pinched the Senzu bean between her 2 delicate fingers, moving it closer to her eyes, and said gravely, I feel it is no less than our angelic healing magic. Yes, this thing can instantly heal all injuries just like our angel magic, but in certain respects it might even be more powerful than our angelic healing magic. Whis spoke very seriously, tossing the Senzu bean back to little Gran. He did not ask Gran how he knew about such miraculous Senzu beans. After all, Gran himself was a secret. He didn't even know how his own dimension was enhanced. Sister, are you interested in going up to take a look? Whis asked. Bados also tossed the Senzu bean back to Gran, her eyes filled with curiosity. Of course I'm interested. Gran breathed a sigh of relief that Whis didn't ask too many questions. Since we are all interested, let's go up and take a look. Gran began to ascend into the air. Whis and Bados exchanged glances, nodded at each other, and then began to fly up towards Karen Tower. Seeing this, the old Kai and his companions closely followed. Only Beerus and Kampa remained in their love-hate battle. After a while, where are they? Beerus finally noticed something. Damn it, they flew up to this tower. Kampa shouted at Beerus angrily. Always thinking about arguing with me. Look, everyone has abandoned us. You are truly a failure. Beerus remained silent, his face cold, before he began to stretch his limbs. Crack, crack. The joints suddenly made a dull cracking sound. Hearing this, Kampa's face suddenly changed. What are you trying to do? What do you want to do? Naturally, I want you to taste my iron fist of love. Beerus finished speaking. The next second, a scream from Kampa echoed beneath Karen Tower. Shortly after, a pig-headed pancake and a bag of bones caught up with Gran and the others. The group flew at a slow speed, observing Karen Tower as they went. At the top of Karen Tower, the Karen Sage stood at the railing, watching the powerful beings flying up. What a terrifying sense of oppression. Is this dimensional pressure? Who are they? Are they all gods? The Karen Sage was sweating profusely. When did this world have so many gods? They're coming. The Karen Sage hurriedly jumped down from the railing. Splash. 8 figures flew to the hall at the top of the tower, and as they appeared, the powerful dimensional pressure caused the Karen Sage to collapse directly to the ground. Is that a cat? Looking at the cat, Whis and Bados exchanged thoughtful glances. This cat was just an ordinary cat, but because it had practiced a bit of dimension, its lifespan was slightly longer than an ordinary cat. Clearly, this ancient tower had nothing to do with it. Gran realized this as well, and had thought the cat might have some great background. Not caring about the cat, Gran led Whis and Bados around the tower. After touring the tower, Gran and the others returned to their original position. However, the expressions on Whis and Bados' faces were very serious. Hundreds of Senzu beans, a jar of ultra-divine water, and 3 vats capable of revealing the past, future, and present. These were not things ordinary people could possess. Especially that jar of ultra-divine water, which seemed to contain a terrifying toxicity. Any ordinary person without potential would surely die if they drank it. Lord Beerus, Lord Whis, might you please withdraw your dimensional pressure? After circling Karen Tower, Gran returned to find the immortal Karen still pinned to the ground. and he could only shake his head in disbelief. Angels emanate no oppressive aura. They have long attained the pinnacle of natural simplicity. The Elder Kai trio always exercised impeccable restraint. On this outing they had scarcely projected any dimensional pressure at all. Only Beerus, and that one, truly oblivious to others' well-being. TCH. Can't even endure a trace of pressure. What a useless fat cat. Beerus glanced first at immortal Karen, then at Whis, and finally relented, withdrawing his dimensional pressure. Fat cat. A vein throbbed violently on Whis's forehead. Beerus was clearly speaking in veiled barbs. Gran suppressed a smile as he sensed Whis's rising ire, and swiftly turned to Karen. You must be the tower's guardian cat. Tell me who built this tower. Surely not you. At those words Whis retracted his pressure too. In that instant every divine gaze converged upon Karen. The suffocating pressure vanished, and Karen at last rose to his feet. Yet under the scrutiny of these enigmatic sovereigns his nerves still sang with tension. Karen did not answer Gran's question immediately. Instead, summoning courage, he ventured, "Might I ask, esteemed sirs?" But he got no further. We are the supreme deities of this universe. Under ordinary circumstances we pose no threat to Earth, so fear not. Simply answer our questions. Upon hearing Gran speak thus, Karen exhaled in quiet relief, just as he'd suspected these beings were gods far above even the celestial deity. Yet, he noted Gran's careful phrasing, under ordinary circumstances. What then of extraordinary ones? Reading Karen's expression, Gran intuited the cat's unspoken doubt, but offered no clarification. A candidate destroyer must preserve his mystique. Speak now, all you know. Yes, my lord. Karen dared not question further. He began, This is Karen Tower. I serve as its guardian immortal. Earth's martial artists call me Immortal Karen. Though honored with that title, I am no creator of Karen Tower. I am merely its current guardian. As for who erected it, or when, it remains unknown to me. Yet I suspect this tower has existed since Earth's very dawn. At this the deities exchanged glances. As they'd surmised, the tower was no feline handiwork. Then who had forged it? What then is the tower's purpose? Gran narrowed his eyes. Whis and Vados pricked up their ears. Karen Tower is Earth's sacred martial sanctuary. Any martial artist who climbs it through sheer effort earns my personal guidance. Karen paused, then continued, Its purpose, I believe, is to transmit the essence of martial arts across generations of Earth's warriors. Martial arts. Whis and the others turned to the plump feline. Remarkably, though his power was modest, his martial conviction ran deep, and he had even crystallized a martial heart. Moreover, his bodily instinct had matured to the second tier, marking him by earthly standards a grandmaster of martial arts. Gran perceived this instantly. No wonder in the animated chronicles Son Goku consistently outstripped Vegeta. With so many grandmasters imparting their arts to Goku, how could Vegeta ever close the gap? Even if he momentarily did, it would be fleeting. Goku's martial conviction was terrifyingly profound. Since you claim anyone who ascends the tower by their own strength may receive your counsel, might you advise me? Young Gran spun jauntily on the spot. Karen, the deities. Was this not sheer bullying? Could this child sink any lower into audacity? Well, your divine majesty, your martial cultivation transcends even my own, reaching the absolute zenith attainable by mortals. Karen wiped cold sweat from his brow. I am utterly unworthy to instruct you. A pity indeed. Gran chuckled softly, ending his teasing before asking. Those sins of beans, the three sacred vessels revealing past, present, and future, and that vial of divine poison, where did they originate? Gran already knew the answers, but posed the question nonetheless. As he spoke, Vados and Whis exchanged a glance. Those artifacts were no mere trinkets. I do not know. They predated my guardianship, already present when I assumed this role. Karen pointed skyward. Perhaps they hail from the heavenly realm. After all, they exist solely to nurture Earth's martial artists. And according to the heavenly will, any earthly martialist who passes my trial receives a celestial pass, a ticket to ascend. The heavenly realm. All looked upward, including young Gran. His suspicions aligned perfectly with Karen's words. This pointed unmistakably toward the Popos. If it connects to that so-called heavenly realm, let us ascend and investigate. Beerus, gazing up from Earth, had already discerned a floating island hovering above Karen Tower. That surely was the realm Karen called heaven. Whis, what say you? Shall we proceed? Gran asked. We've come this far. We must see it through. Whis nodded, certain Karen spoke truth. Vados said nothing, but gave a firm nod. Then let us go. With consensus reached, Gran soared first beyond Karen Tower, followed closely by the others. Whoosh. In an instant they vanished without a trace. Moments later, what manner of deities are these? They nearly frightened the life from me. Karen patted his chest, finally, drawing a full, shuddering breath. Then, remembering the boy's mention of sins of beans, he rushed to inspect his storeroom. The beans remained intact. Karen breathed easier, yet his relief was tempered. Over a year prior someone had stolen his entire stock. Fortunately, the thief left 100 seeds, a sliver of mercy. Henceforth, safeguarding the sins of beings would demand utmost vigilance. Heavenly Realm. The celestial deity had already returned to the temple after observing the mortal realm, leaving only Bobo standing alone at the edge of the heavenly realm. In fact, he had noticed when Gran and the others boarded Kalinta, but he did not react, maintaining his usual calm demeanor. Suddenly, 8 figures flew up from below the heavenly realm. Their speed was not very fast, but the pressure emanating from them was terrifying. It was those 2 guys from Beerus who had unleashed their pressure again. Gran and a group of deities descended upon the heavenly realm, where only one person stood, and naturally, they noticed the figure with the dark hair. Neither side spoke, merely locking eyes. For a moment the atmosphere became somewhat eerie. In Gran's view, Bobo was no different from the animations, his skin very dark, and his expression remained calm. In his past life, many had speculated that Bobo must have a significant background. As for what that background might be, Gran found it hard to say, but at least in terms of lifespan, Bobo's longevity was indeed terrifying. Because within the heavenly realm, there was a burial ground for the deities where all the past celestial beings of Earth were buried. And it was Bobo alone who served all the past celestial beings of Earth. So many celestial beings had perished, yet Bobo could continue to live, which was already astonishing. Whis, have you discovered anything? Gran asked softly. In his speculation, the wondrous items on Kalinta and the existence of the heavenly realm must be related to Bobo. Now it depended on whether Whis and Beerus could discern this guy's identity. Did you find anything? Whis glanced around the heavenly realm, absorbing the entire layout into his mind. The time chamber, the burial ground of the deities, and a room that could send a person's consciousness back in time. Naturally, I have found something, and what I've discovered is quite shocking. Whis wore a serious expression. It is indeed shocking because it involves time. Suddenly Beerus spoke up, as she had also seen the entire layout of the heavenly realm. At these words from Beerus, everyone widened their eyes in surprise. In the realm of the king of all time was one of the most mysterious powers. Even for angels like Whis, they could only reverse time by 3 minutes. Could it be that this guy has committed the grave sin of manipulating time? Beerus' expression was extremely cold, and a rich purple aura emanated from him. Kampa was the same, with destructive energy already coalescing in his hands. In the realm of the king of all, manipulating time was a serious crime, and once discovered, the destroyer god was responsible for eliminating such criminals. You two don't act yet. Whis restrained Beerus and his brother, then turned to look at his sister. Unbeknownst to him, Beerus was also observing him. The 2 angels locked eyes, both seeing the color of confusion reflected in each other's gazes. Gran, go test him. Whis suddenly called out to Gran, pointing at Bobo across from him. In such a situation, the opponent's origins must be extraordinary. Sending me over is like sending me to my doom. Gran felt speechless. Mr. Whis, Gran still wouldn't break the rules, let him go. The old Supreme Kai, who had remained silent, was startled by Whis' words, but he had not finished speaking. Old man, don't speak. With us here, what is there to fear? Beerus retracted his destructive energy and said lightly. The old Supreme Kai glanced at Gran, then at Whis, and finally chose to remain silent. Then he'll go. Gran, though somewhat speechless, knew that Whis would not harm him. Thus, a flash of silver light appeared around him, and his hair instantly turned from black to silver. The initial form of Ultra Instinct. Facing the mysterious Bobo, Gran exerted all his strength to show respect. Shrouded in the searing silver aura, Gran moved with incredible speed, instantly appearing behind Bobo. He launched a powerful punch. Gran's fist gathered all his power, and in this blow, even a star region would be obliterated before him. However, bang! Bobo actually exploded. Silence. The heavenly realm suddenly fell into a deadly silence, and except for Whis and Beerus, everyone else's mouths hung open in shock. How is this possible? Clearly this scene was beyond their expectations. Gran, who had just exploded someone, was also frozen in place. Isn't Bobo supposed to be very mysterious and strong? Why did I explode him with a single punch? Could it be that my strength has increased recently? Gran looked at his small fist, unable to believe that this scene was real. While everyone was stunned, Bados waved her staff, and Bobo, who had just been exploded, resurrected once again. There's nothing more to see here, let's go. Whis' look of confusion had vanished at some point, and he returned to his usual elegant demeanor. Leaving, just like that. Gran snapped back to reality, incredulously staring at Whis. Not only Gran, but even Beerus, Kampa, and the old Supreme Kai trio looked utterly bewildered. Weren't they saying that the tower down there was ancient and familiar? Didn't they say they wanted to see what secrets the heavenly realm held? Weren't they also saying that the heavenly realm involved time? Why are they suddenly leaving? I think I know what's happening, let's go. Whis cast a meaningful glance at Bobo, and without waiting for everyone to react, he took them soaring into the sky. Once Whis and the others completely vanished, only Bobo remained in the heavenly realm. Was this what was discovered? It seems I just got killed. Bobo clasped his hands behind his back as he walked back into the temple. In the pitch-black, cosmic starry sky, a seven-colored stream of light streaked through, heading back towards the realm of the Supreme Kai. Looking at the scenery retreating rapidly, Gran felt somewhat helpless. Actually, aside from bringing Beerus and the others to eat instant noodles, he also wanted to see Son Goku. Compared to that rebellious Vegeta, it was Son Goku whom he admired most. No, now that he is related to Son Goku, he should be calling him Kakarot. With a childlike heart, kind and forgiving, persistent, and never giving up. Kakarot, you truly captivate people. However, according to the timeline, he had only crossed over for a little over 3 years, meaning Kakarot had only been exiled for a little over 3 years as well. At this time, old Son Gohan might not have even been crushed by him. That guy was still too young, and it would be meaningless to see him now. Grow up quickly, oh, I hope you'll still see my taillights by then. Gran chuckled to himself before looking at Whis and asking, what was that just now? Why could I explode that dark-haired guy with a single punch? Dark-haired guy. Everyone was taken aback and then thought of Bobo's skin color, bursting into laughter at the truth of the term. Did you sense anything before you acted? Whis put away his smile and responded. Gran pondered for a moment, saying, in my sensing that dark-haired guy's aura didn't seem strong. What about you, Lord Beerus? Whis asked again. Beerus crossed his arms and responded gravely. Like Gran, I felt that guy's aura was very weak. He seemed like trash. Whis then scanned everyone again. Kampa and the old Supreme Kai nodded in agreement, expressing they felt the same. You all sense correctly that guy's aura is indeed weak. In Gran's words, he is just a weakling. Vados gazed steadily ahead, his voice calm. Yet to Gran it struck like thunder. Carinta and all things of the sacred world were wondrous beyond measure. Clearly, every one of them had been crafted by Popo himself, and Popo himself. Leaving aside his lifespan, consider this: in the anime, he once taught Son Goku that the heart must be as still as the sky and strikes as swift as lightning. This was the Ultra Instinct, the state of perfect, effortless mastery that Vados had imparted to Gran. How could Popo, who had mastered Ultra Instinct, possibly be weak? We assumed he was powerful. Turns out we let prejudice cloud our judgment. Beerus and Whis were less astonished than Gran. They had never presumed Popo to be formidable in the first place. Precisely, Bardock added. The tower and the sacred world are ancient beyond reckoning, so awe-inspiring that we instinctively assumed he must be mighty. Indeed, Vados nodded. In our perception, his outward strength is precisely his true strength, no more, no less. He harbors no hidden power, no concealed might unknown to us. Judged by the combat metrics of the 7 universes, his battle power scarcely exceeds 1,000. 1,000. Gran's eyes widened. That was weaker than Raditz during his invasion of Earth. Could this truly be the strength of the enigmatic Popo? Noting Gran's expression, Vados spoke coolly, still unconvinced. Frankly, it's difficult to believe. No wonder you doubt it. When I first ascended to that so-called sacred world, I sensed in him a stillness so profound it bordered on the uncanny. I too reflexively assumed he must be an extraordinary warrior. Here Vados offered a wry, self-deprecating smile. Preconception is a perilous trap. Even an angel like myself stumbled into its forbidden terrain. Bardock reached out with a graceful hand and gently ruffled Gran's hair, but that is his true strength. Otherwise, how could you have shattered him with a single blow? At those words, Gran fell utterly silent. Indeed, if Popo were truly powerful, why had he been obliterated by a single punch? In that instant, not only Gran, but even the Elder Kai and his companions accepted the truth. Popo was by all accounts weak. Vados, if what you say is true, then is he merely an ordinary mortal? Beerus furrowed his brow, troubled. It defied logic. How could an ordinary being possess such miraculous artifacts? And earlier, hadn't Vados implied Popo had committed the grave sin of manipulating time itself? You're mistaken again, Lord Beerus. Vados' expression shifted instantly, grave, solemn. I never said he was an ordinary mortal. A collective pause. The rapid reversals left everyone momentarily stunned. Gran frowned. But didn't you just say his strength was negligible? The Elder Kai and his 2 companions nodded in unison. Vados, you're torturing us with suspense. Can't you simply speak plainly? Whis grew impatient. A sharp crack echoed as Bardock's fist landed squarely on Whis' head. How dare you speak to my younger brother like that? Whis clutched his skull, suddenly mute. Though the sight of the plump feline being struck was comical, Gran paid it no mind. His gaze remained locked on Vados. His strength is negligible, but I never claimed he was ordinary. If he were truly mundane, then whence came Carinta? Whence the sins of beings? Vados glanced at young Gran, then at Beerus. Both nodded vigorously. This observation had struck directly at the heart of their confusion. Gran, I ask you, when you struck that soot-black figure, did you sense, however faintly, that he too possessed ultra instinct. A thunderclap reverberated, not in the air, but deep within every soul present. Among all the destroyers, only Beerus wielded ultra instinct. Now Gran had joined him, and both possessed peerless transcendent talent. For them, mastering ultra instinct was natural. But that soot-black figure, what right had he to such divine artistry? Wait, Beerus interjected suddenly. When Gran shattered that soot-black figure, I did sense an almost imperceptible aura of ethereal emptiness. Yet I assumed it was merely Gran's own aura clinging to him. So, according to you, Vados, that faint hollow resonance belonged to him. Vados did not rush to answer. His eyes remained fixed on Gran, and in that silence every gaze converged upon the boy. It seems. It truly was there. Gran paused, then nodded emphatically. The moment I shattered him, I froze, completely stunned. Now recalling it, I did feel him attempt to evade my strike through pure bodily instinct. Yet his strength was so vastly inferior he failed utterly. Another thunderclap, this time inward. Especially Whis, whose temples throbbed violently with suppressed disbelief. Beerus and Gran, prodigies of unparalleled caliber, mastering ultra instinct was understandable. But that nameless soot-black figure, what divine privilege granted him such celestial technique? Exactly. Vados pressed on. Let me ask you further. Sins of beings equate to healing magic. The two time chambers equate to temporal manipulation. He possesses eternal life and executes ultra instinct flawlessly. He paused, scanning the assembled faces intently. Taken together, what do these truths evoke? An angel? Gran blurted it out without hesitation. Instantly, a flash of golden light seared across every mind. Thunder cracked, not in the heavens, but within their very skulls. Only an angel could accomplish all this. In that breathless moment their thoughts reeled. He was an angel. Brilliant, he is an angel. Vados regarded Gran with unmistakable admiration. But Gran did not meet his gaze. He stood transfixed, whispering softly over and over, that explains it. Of course, Popo had instructed Son Goku that the heart must be as tranquil as the sky and strikes as swift as lightning. Now it made perfect sense. Popo was an angel. Vados, you claim he is an angel. Yet why is his strength so feeble? Beerus voiced the question, burning in every mind. The elder Kai and his two companions turned expectantly to Vados. We've never met this angel, but long ago my father once mentioned in passing a most peculiar angel among his generation. Ah, yes, Bardock interjected. That angel rarely employed angelic abilities directly. Instead, he forged artifacts, tools through which his divine powers manifested. Just as Vados said, senza beings are healing magic, the time chambers are temporal control. Perhaps the strange angel my father spoke of is that pitch-black figure. Hearing this, the pieces clicked into place. Everything now aligned because he was an angel. Yet even with the full truth revealed, their hearts refused to settle. An angel of such negligible power, unfathomable. Even Gran stared at his own hand, stunned. I just slew an angel. Minutes passed, and everyone finally returned to the King of Worlds' realm. No one spoke. The shock on their faces had yet to fade. Gran, at that moment, was called out, and continued, on Earth there is that Corinta along with the fat cat and the senza beans. Clearly that angel intends to teach the Earth martial artists various martial arts. With him around, Earth will become a sacred ground for martial arts. In my perception, although no powerful beings have appeared on Earth yet, I know that Earth's foundation is continuously accumulating. One day a remarkable powerhouse will surely emerge from there. The three old kings of worlds suddenly raised their heads, and Beerus narrowed his eyes. They all contemplated the possibility. Whis suggested, would a remarkable powerhouse truly appear on Earth in the future? The anticipation grew. Unlike Beerus and the others, Kampa had already clenched his fists. The seventh universe is not only graced with little Gran, but will also have an extraordinary powerhouse. This is truly infuriating. Regarding the remarkable powerhouse, Whis mentioned Gran had guessed who it was. Kakarot. The person Whis spoke of as Kakarot. It seems everything was predestined. Interesting. Gran couldn't help but exclaim. What? Are you feeling pressured? Beerus chuckled. Pressure? Gran smirked slightly. What pressure could I possibly have? Not to mention that guy hasn't shown up yet. Even if he appeared right in front of me, if he could only see my taillights, I would still consider it a loss. Beerus and the trio of old kings of worlds were momentarily speechless. This kid's talent is indeed terrifying, but is he being a bit too arrogant with such words? Kampa and Beerus sighed deeply. It's infuriating. They envied the seventh universe for having this candidate for a destroyer god. How could the foundation of the seventh universe be so strong? No one spoke again, and the King of Worlds' realm soon returned to silence. I've said enough. I've spent some time with you all in madness, and it's time for me to consolidate my mindset. More than a month ago, Gran had just broken through to the selfless state. He had come to the King of Worlds' realm to clarify that the path of Super Science was not a mistake. Afterward, he had been sleeping and searching for food on Earth, wasting a month, and it was time to return to serious matters. Gran waved goodbye to everyone, went to a large tree, and began to sit in meditation. What he needed to do now was to solidify his mindset and then strengthen his power. According to Whis' training plan, only by polishing and solidifying both could he proceed with the dimensional training Whis mentioned. Only by stepping into the divine tier would he be qualified to be compared with the destroyers. The divine dimension, I can't wait. He closed his eyes and quickly entered a meditative state. Seeing his disciple, so diligent, Beerus was very satisfied. He glanced at Kampa. You came to my 7th universe, seemingly to ask about the reason for the rapid increase in human levels here. Now that you know the reason and have seen my disciple, I also got to eat your food. Before Beerus could finish his sentence about the food egg, Kampa instantly turned red. The food egg was now his humiliation. Anyone who brought it up would be met with his wrath. Don't mention that food egg. I admit the food in your 7th universe is delicious, but my 6th universe can definitely compete with it. Kampa's voice grew fainter. Beerus smirked. Compete with what? Kampa clenched his fists tightly. Why are you so annoying, you bony skeleton? Stop talking nonsense. You've been in my 7th universe for so long. When are you going back? I want leave. If you have the guts, hit me. Suddenly a scream erupted in the King of Worlds realm. Fortunately, Whis had already placed a shield around little Gran, otherwise little Gran might have been disturbed by that scream. While Gran was solidifying his mindset, the old King of Worlds continued to lead Asen away from the King of Worlds realm. At this stage, without those unqualified planets holding them back, it was indeed a time of rapid development for the 7th universe. The old King of Worlds certainly wouldn't miss this crucial period. Meanwhile, he also needed to take this opportunity to teach Asen various knowledge about the King of Worlds. The old King of Worlds trio was busy while Beerus the Destroyer didn't return to the Destroyer realm, but stayed in the King of Worlds realm. Mainly because he had already cleared all the unqualified planets in the 7th universe, and there were no extreme evils appearing within the universe. So there was no need for him to take action. Beerus stayed in the King of Worlds realm to watch over little Gran. Kampa hadn't returned to the 6th universe from the beginning, and was also guarding little Gran. Beerus also noticed that Kampa was constantly keeping a watchful eye on little Gran, and even Beerus was doing the same. It seemed these two were plotting something, and Beerus dared not leave the King of Worlds realm carelessly. If his precious disciple were to be stolen away, he would surely cry. From that day on, Beerus and Whis kept vigil over Gran day and night. A month passed. Gran finally woke up from his meditative state, and his selfless mindset was thoroughly refined and solidified. Next, he needed to solidify his own power. Since Gran awakened from his slumber, his combat power had reached 1.2 billion. If he transformed into a Super Saiyan, his combat power would soar to 60 billion. However, as was put it, unless necessary, it's best not to use the Super Saiyan form. Therefore, Gran rarely used that form. He solidified his mindset and began to strengthen his normal state. Another month passed. Gran had been training by the lake, and his power was nearly solidified. This little guy will soon be able to train in dimensions. Only when he becomes a true deity will his mortal power transform into divine power. Yes, we just need to wait for him to fully solidify his internal power. He's still a bit short. Under a large tree, 4 lounge chairs were set up, and Beerus and Whis lay on them watching Gran train by the lake. At this moment, Beerus glanced at the empty chair beside him. By the way, where did that fat pig go? Today, Kampa and Beerus had vanished early. I didn't pay attention to them. Before Whis could finish, he suddenly sensed something and smiled. My sister and Lord Kampa have left the 7th universe. Beerus laughed heartily. Those two annoying ones kept a watchful eye on little Gran, who I was worried sick, but it seems they couldn't hold on any longer. While Gran was solidifying his power, he even dared not take a nap, fearing that those two would steal his precious gem. My sister is indeed quite bothersome. Suddenly, Whis' expression changed. Lord Beerus, someone is manipulating time. What are we waiting for? Take me to kill that criminal now. What about Gran? Are we really going to leave him alone in the realm of kings? Of course. You've just mentioned that Kampa and Beerus have both left the 7th universe. Who else can compete with Gran here? He can just stay here to cultivate. Also, Lord Beerus, let's depart now. Let's hurry. I want to see who dares to manipulate time. A rainbow-colored light shot up into the sky as Beerus was taken away by Whis. At that moment, Gran, who was cultivating by the lake, finally solidified his power. Now he could begin his cultivation of dimensions. Just as Gran was about to turn back to ask Whis how to cultivate dimensions. Where did Lord Beerus and the others go? He had been so focused on his cultivation that he hadn't noticed Beerus and Whis' movements. Gran looked around again, and not only had Beerus and Whis disappeared, but Kampa and Beerus also vanished without a trace. Strange, where did they all go? Gran returned to the base of the large tree, and just as he spoke, a voice echoed from above the realm of kings. Little one, were you looking for us? It was Kampa and Beerus. They were each holding a sack, one pink and one black. If Beerus and Whis were still here, they would be shocked. Whis had sensed that his sister and Kampa had already left the 7th universe. Yet these two appeared here again, each holding a sack and looking at Gran with the eyes of someone gazing at rare treasures. So the situation became clear. Beerus had been deceived by Whis' senses and then caused some disturbances in the 7th universe. This way they could lure Whis and Beerus out of the realm of kings. Lord Kampa, are you not afraid that the Omni King will be displeased with your meddling with time? What is there to fear? There are countless beings in this world capable of manipulating time, and even numerous scientists trying to create time machines to traverse through time. Compared to those serious offenders, this is just a small matter. Kampa glanced at Beerus and then said impatiently, also, you've used time reversal countless times throughout the year. Strictly speaking, you've been manipulating time all along. Can our angels be the same? Beerus twitched his mouth and then said, fine, even if the Omni King blames us, the one who will suffer will be you, Lord Kampa. You? Beerus' words made Kampa grit his teeth in irritation, glaring at him. Stop wasting time. I don't believe you aren't tempted by this kid. Hurry up and act. Tempted? Beerus shifted his gaze to Gran, and as he stared, he started drooling. Aren't you going to wipe your drool? Let's start putting on the sacks. Kampa cackled as he walked toward Gran, dragging the sack along. Beerus followed suit. At this moment, Gran realized what was happening. It turned out that Kampa had intended to take him to the 6th universe from the very beginning. Now they had even lured away his Lord of Destruction from the realm of kings. Gran realized he couldn't stop those two human traffickers, and at that moment he didn't know whether to be happy about his exceptional talent or feel helpless about leaving the 7th universe. Wait, Lord Kampa, Gran said somewhat helplessly. I am the candidate for the Lord of Destruction of the 7th universe. Even if you take me there, I can't inherit the position of the candidate for the Lord of Destruction of the 6th universe. It's just a candidate position. As long as you haven't become a true Lord of Destruction, Beerus can easily make you the candidate for the Lord of Destruction of my 6th universe. But I am still Lord Beerus' disciple. Aren't you afraid he will be angry with you for doing this? Gran naturally didn't want to become the candidate for the Lord of Destruction of the 6th universe, as he hadn't even wanted to be the candidate for the Lord of Destruction of the 7th universe initially. Becoming a candidate for the Lord of Destruction would only bind him with a weakness linked to the realm of kings in the future. But at that time, Beerus forced him, and he had no choice. Now that he had become the candidate for the Lord of Destruction of the 7th universe, he naturally wouldn't think about becoming the candidate for the Lord of Destruction of the 6th universe. The reason is simple. The first is that Beerus is the strongest Lord of Destruction. He isn't so easy to kill. As for the second, he is my Lord Beerus. Even raising a dog can form an emotional bond. How could Gran bear to leave his Lord Beerus and Mr. Whis behind? Angry. Kampa thought of the angry state of Beerus and couldn't help but shudder, but still gritted his teeth and said, what if he gets angry? Who made your talent so high? Who could resist being tempted when they see you? I've already reached this level. Am I still afraid of him getting angry? I'm his brother. At most, he will just beat me up. Stop talking nonsense. I have 2 colored sacks here. Hurry up and choose one. Kampa and Beerus were getting closer. Looking at the sacks in the hands of these two, one pink and one yellow, Gran was left speechless. I am a mighty scion warrior, and you give me a pink sack. What kind of nonsense is this? I choose. Gran's tone sounded desperate, but he suddenly pressed his hand against his forehead. Instant transmission. Go. However, a vast destructive aura erupted from Kampa, stirring the space within a radius of 10,000 miles. Gran remained rooted to the spot. His instant transmission failed. Damn, is Kampa really that terrifying? Ha ha ha, where do you think you're going? Kampa said mockingly, such tricks might work on mortals, but you are facing a god of destruction and an angel. Don't mention that Kampa had already known Gran could use instant transmission. Even if he didn't, Gran would absolutely not be able to escape from him using this trick. With your current strength, the gap between you and a god of destruction is still too great. You should obediently return with me to the 6th universe. Kampa no longer wasted words. Beerus, use your pink sack to capture him. As he spoke, he unleashed a terrifying pressure, and Gran was instantly immobilized. Yes. Seeing Beerus approaching him, Gran was unwilling to be taken away so easily. He struggled, and a silver light surged around him, the form of freezing time. Yet even if Gran used all his methods, he couldn't break free from the binding, and his entire body remained motionless. Whis, save me. Gran could only shout helplessly. Whis had not yet appeared, and in the end the pink sack still captured him. They must have discovered us. Let's hurry. The mischievous Beerus was very excited as she wrapped her arms around Gran's waist and quickly waved her staff, causing them to vanish in an instant. In a starry sky. Lord Beerus, I just sensed a very strong time aura appearing here. Is that so? I haven't seen any time manipulating offenders here either. Beerus scanned the surrounding area and frowned. I find it strange. Before Whis could finish speaking, he suddenly heard an urgent voice in his ears. Whis, save me. Hearing this, Whis' expression changed dramatically. Being deceived by the time aura and lured away from the realm of kings, Gran immediately got into trouble. He quickly realized what had happened. What happened? Beerus was taken aback. Lord Kampa and my sister didn't leave the 7th universe at all. Oh, I was tricked by them. They are currently taking Gran to the 6th universe. If we delay any longer, they will make Gran the candidate for the Lord of Destruction of the 6th universe. What? An infinite surge of fury seemed ready to erupt from Beerus' eyes. How dare that fat pig, and boom. With his wrath, an overwhelming destructive energy erupted, causing the entire starfield to collapse. And Beerus could never have imagined that Xiangba would dare abduct his disciple. Damn it. What do we do now? And Beerus was frantic. And both Vados and Whis were angels. If instantaneous movement were forbidden in this confrontation, they would almost certainly fail to catch up. Whis, think of something quickly. And let me think. And even Whis, the ever-composed, humble, and courteous angel, could no longer suppress his anger. After Beerus, he had painstakingly recruited another peerless genius, only for his scheming elder sister to attempt a mid-course hijacking. Whis, have you thought of a solution yet? If we delay any longer, they'll already be back in Universe 6. And Beerus was truly desperate. And if those two reached Universe 6, even if they pursued them later, Xiangba, now forewarned, would never allow them to reclaim Gran again and fight Xiangba. And whether in playful sparring or full-force combat, Beerus could effortlessly subdue him. But now, Xiangba would surely resist with everything he had. And after all, within the Grand Priest's multiverse, battles between destroyers were strictly forbidden without the Grand Priest's explicit command. So once he returned to Universe 6, it would be too late. And, damn it, there are so many time-manipulating criminals across the universes. If only we'd ignored them, we wouldn't have been deceived. Beerus grew angrier with every passing thought. And suddenly, Lord Beerus, I've found a way, Whis exclaimed, so elated he nearly forgot about the three figures entirely. What way? Haha. Within this universe, even my speed falls short of theirs. So tell me, who else could possibly outrun them? At that moment, Whis swiftly lifted his head and shouted, Elder Capricious, please come to us at once. And at those words, Beerus's eyes flared with sudden clarity. Truly, love clouds judgment. As Whis had said, within this universe, even an angel's speed paled beside that of a Capricious. And no sooner had Whis' voice faded. And the Elder Capricious and his two companions, previously observing civilizational development in Universe 7, materialized instantly beside Whis. Lord Beerus, Mr. Whis. And before the Elder Capricious could finish, Whis urgently cut him off. No questions now. Take us immediately to the edge of the universe in that direction. The situation was dire. Whis pointed swiftly toward the very direction his sister had fled. And the Elder Capricious, perceptive as ever, instantly grasped that something momentous had occurred. Without hesitation, he whisked Beerus and Whis away toward the indicated boundary. Meanwhile, elsewhere, near the outer rim of Universe 7, a dimensional cube surged rapidly toward them. Ha. We're rich now, Vados. And inside the cube, Xiangba gazed gleefully at the pink sack slung at Vados' waist. Within that sack lay young Gran. And with this child in tow, wouldn't Universe 6 finally ascend? Lord Xiangba, we haven't even left Universe 7 yet. Best not celebrate too soon. Unlike Xiangba, Vados grew increasingly tense the closer they drew to Universe 7's edge. Victory was within reach. Her foolish younger brother must not pursue them now. Lord Xiangba, Miss Vados, you're truly shameless. A youthful, childish voice rang out from inside the sack, Gran himself speaking. What choice did he have? This time angels and a destroyer had intervened. He could not withstand them no matter what measures he took. Shameless, perhaps. But whose fault is it that your talent is so terrifying? Xiangba showed no trace of embarrassment. Crouching beside the pink sack, he grinned. Beerus and Whis watched over you and Vados for over 2 months, yet still I succeeded in the end. Gran fell silent, exasperated. He wanted to retort, even if you take me to Universe 6, I'll simply return on my own. Just then Vados spoke up, Lord Xiangba, we're about to exit Universe 7. Excellent. Xiangba's excitement swelled. Inside the sack, young Gran sighed helplessly. Whis still hadn't. The next instant. Fat pig, you've grown tired of living. Sister Vados, it's been far too long since our last bout. This time a match is absolutely unavoidable. Sound like the birth of the cosmos itself reverberated across all of Universe 7. Instantly Universe 7 erupted into chaos, whose unimaginable power had unleashed such furious resonance. Its Lord Beerus and Whis. Gran, nestled within the pink sack, leapt with sudden exhilaration. So Whis and the others had made it after all. Damn it. Xiangba's face darkened. Weren't those two deceived and led astray? How could their speed be this fast? Lord Xiangba, it's their Kaishin. Invados halted the dimensional cube, and spotting the Kaishin standing beside Whis instantly understood everything. Her gaze drifted down to young Gran nestled at her waist. Oh, what a pity. She had failed to spirit away this extraordinary child after all. And elsewhere in the elder Kaishin and his two companions, who had just transported Whis and Beerus, now comprehended the full scope of the crisis. Those two from Universe 6 were utterly shameless, to dare steal their peerless genius. Lord Beerus, even if Lord Xiangba is your brother, you must deliver a severe beating this time. The elder Kaishin's chest heaved with indignation. After uttering those words, he turned to Whis and added, Mr. Whis, you two must discipline your elder sister thoroughly.